Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 3346 to Chapter 3532. No matter what, Long Yanwei had suffered a loss in this matter. With Long Yanwei's identity, he would not take the initiative to say this kind of thing because it would be very embarrassing for him. As for the four of them, that was even more impossible. From the beginning to the end, they had never told anyone about this matter. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were thinking about what had happened, the mocking voices of other cultivators were heard. I thought these four guys were Ninja Turtles. They stayed in the house for so many days without any signs of coming out. Now, they're finally willing to come out. I don't know what's there to be arrogant about. I think they must have used some special method to confuse Master Long to give them 3 demon pet eggs. Even so, there's no need to be so arrogant and ignore everyone's search. Now, this cultivator who just came from the outside world is really arrogant. He just came to the Penglai Palace and he already doesn't put all of us in his eyes. Didn't you guys say that you don't know how they got Master Long to promise to give them the demon pet eggs? Look at their appearance, maybe they're using their beauty to serve people. After all, other than their faces, there's nothing outstanding about them. Everyone's words were harsher than the previous one. The mocking voices continued to be heard. It was as if they wanted to belittle Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to the bottom. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, who didn't know what was going on, suddenly had an ugly expression on their faces after hearing such discussions. They had never thought that in just a short period of 10 days, this rumor had already developed to such an extent. Beichen, what you said is right. These guys really know about the demon pet eggs. Xiren's expression was ugly. He had lived for so many years, which time did he not rely on his own true strength to come here? He was actually mocked by these guys as trash who had nothing but his face. This kind of words, for any man, was a complete insult. Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful face had a bit of coldness. Everyone's mocking words were too much. However, she did not lose her mind because of everyone's sarcasm. At this time, the angrier you appear, the more you'll fall into the trap of others. These people were most likely waiting for them to take the initiative to find trouble. In this way, these people would definitely join the battle. Right now, they were in a situation where they were alone and without help. If this conflict was stirred up, the ones who would suffer in the end would only be them. I don't know how this news got out, but it seems that during our cultivation process, someone came to find us. We didn't hear it, they thought we were putting on airs and didn't want to pay attention to it. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with wisdom. From the other side's few words of sarcasm, she could also hear some clues. Forget it, let's go back to the house. Let's wait in the house. They. Of them. You still say that these 4 people are geniuses? In my opinion, these 4 are useless cowards. Haha, after being ridiculed to this extent, they can only return to their rooms dejectedly. What a joke. I'm a little curious as to what the 4 of them are doing in the same room every day. Could it be that they're up to something shameful? Following this person's words, which were full of hidden meanings, the cultivators all burst into laughter. Inside the room, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 heard the mockery and provocation from outside, and their faces turned ashen. These damned bastards are getting more and more out of hand. Shangguan Yingying's pretty face was flushed red with anger. She had never been humiliated like this before, and this was simply unbearable. Can you still tolerate this? I can't take it anymore. As she spoke, Shangguan Yingying couldn't help but stand up, looking as if she was going to fight. The cultivators outside to the death. Seeing Shangguan Yingying's actions, Xiren hurriedly stopped her. Yingying, calm down first. In this situation, being impulsive won't do you any good. But they're really too much. Shangguan Yingying said angrily. Xiren's expression was unusually serious, and he only gave Shangguan Yingying a look. Although Shangguan Yingying was filled with anger, she could only sit down obediently. Although she usually ridiculed Xiren, at this critical moment, she would listen to Xiren's arrangements. These bastards want to take advantage of this opportunity to anger us. Once we explode, they will have a reason to deal with us, so we can't give them any chance. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Shangguan Yingying with a serious expression, and her words were filled with persuasion. Shangguan Yingying frowned slightly. Isn't the outer hall not allowed to prevent cultivators from fighting? If they want to cause trouble for us, they can just come directly to us. Why do they have to go through so much trouble? Ying, I'm afraid you've lost your mind from anger. Bewitching shook his head helplessly. They don't dare to do it themselves, but just provoke us verbally. Most likely, they are afraid of Master Long. After all, they don't know what kind of relationship we have with Master Long, so they don't dare to act rashly. However, if we are the ones who take the initiative to provoke them, then they don't need to bear any responsibility. It's all because we newcomers are too arrogant and don't know the rules. Xianxia nodded. I know you're angry. If the other party was only a few cultivators, I would definitely go out and beat them up without saying a word. But there are so many of them. If we attack, we'll be beaten up by the group. We can't do this kind of business where we're clearly at a disadvantage. He was also very angry, but now they were in the Punlai Palace. They were just new disciples and had no foundation here, so they had to be careful with every step they took. That's not all. Every move we make now will be related to Master Long. We have obtained so many benefits from him. We can't cause him trouble as soon as we arrive at Punlai Palace, right? These people can easily link us to Master Long, and push our responsibility to Master Long. Xianxia, who was originally extremely furious, gradually calmed down when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two thinking so calmly. She was just blinded by anger and didn't think that there were so many things behind it. At this moment, after being reminded by Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If she had really impulsively provoked the conflict, then their current situation would be even worse. I seem to have been too impulsive. Xianxia was a bit ashamed. She didn't understand the things that everyone was able to understand. Instead, she needed everyone who was in anger to persuade her. Compared to them, her performance was too terrible. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, Ying, you've been cultivating in the Cloud Sword sect before. This kind of dirty trick wouldn't be used on you at all. So it's normal that you didn't understand it for a while. Almost every cultivator here has been through many hardships. No matter if it's the methods that can be seen or not, they're all very good at using them. If you think too simply, it's easy to fall into their trap. You'll understand after you've seen more of them. This kind of thing required a certain amount of experience to be able to think clearly. The environment that Xianxia was in before didn't have these kinds of schemes, so she wasn't used to it for a while. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's comfort, Xianxia nodded. I'll try my best not to be impulsive in the future. It's a good thing that you all understand, otherwise this situation would be really terrible. Seeing that Xianxia state of mind had calmed down, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three started to discuss countermeasures. Although I don't know how the news got out, but it's already like this. There's no use for us to look for the reason. We have to think about what to do next. Xianxia scratched his head with one hand. Originally, he only wanted to keep a low profile and cultivate in the outer hall. He didn't expect that in just a few days, things would escalate to such an extent. It was probably impossible for them to continue cultivating in a low profile. Right now, we have become the focus of everyone's attention. Did you guys notice earlier that the number of cultivators living nearby has obviously increased by a lot? Bewitching said in a low voice. His handsome face revealed a serious expression. This number was much more than the day they had arrived. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly. I've also noticed this point. If I'm not wrong, these guys are most likely waiting for us to receive the demon pet eggs. Since the outer hall doesn't forbid fights, naturally, they won't forbid snatching either. We're just newcomers, and our strength doesn't pose any threat to them at all. Thus, they treat us as soft buns and want to bully us as they wish. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching and the others' faces darkened once again. As a result, they had to think of a way to protect the demon pet egg. Otherwise, as soon as they left Long Yanwei's place, these cultivators would already be impatient to come out and snatch it. What should we do now? These guys are eyeing us like tigers eyeing their prey. We have no way to escape. Xianxia face became even uglier. After such an analysis, they were completely besieged. The only thing we can do now is to bide our time and wait for news from Master Long. Bewitching muttered to himself, if possible, it's best that we complete the contract with Master Long, otherwise, there will be endless trouble. Following Debachen's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two nodded. At present, they had no other choice but to do this. If it's really troublesome when the time comes, why don't we go directly to the magic tower after completing the contract? Anyway, there's no difference between staying here and going to the magic tower. It'll save us some trouble here. Xiran pondered and said. It had to be said that when he thought about the cultivators who were eyeing them covetously outside, his scalp felt numb. When they were in the oceanic world, they were often surrounded and attacked by groups of monster beasts. However, they were already used to that kind of siege and did not care at all. However, the number of these guys outside was much more than the monster beasts in the oceanic world. Their strength would also be much stronger. To be honest, they were not afraid of fighting at all. However, if they were to cause a ruckus like this matter would not be ordinary. Hearing this, Debachen nodded. When the time comes, we'll see how it goes. If it really doesn't work out, we'll leave first and wait for our strength to increase a little before coming back. I've already remembered the names of those guys who spoke the most outrageous words. Sooner or later, I'll have my revenge today. Shangguan Yingying clenched her fists tightly. Although she had calmed down now, this did not mean that she planned to give up. On the contrary, it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When the time comes, she would definitely break the teeth of these people and make them speak so rudely again. I'll go with you. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. Not taking revenge after suffering a loss has never been her principle. On the contrary, 10 times the amount was her principle. Not long after Bailey Hongzhuang sorted out her thoughts, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the knocking sound, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know if this person was Long Yanwei's man or someone looking for trouble. Debachen was the first to open the door. He saw a man standing outside the door politely. He smiled and said, "Young Master D, Lord Long asked me to invite you over." Hearing the other party's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't here to cause trouble. However, when the four of them noticed the gazes of some cultivators not far away, their expressions turned solemn again. Their guess was correct. These people were aiming for the demon pet egg. Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Debachen said. This is what I should do. The man's face was filled with a humble and polite smile. He turned around and led Bailey Hongzhuang and the others towards Long Yanwei's residence. After closing the door, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others walked behind the cultivator. Along the way, almost everyone's unkind gazes were focused on them. These 4 guys went to Lord Long's place. I'm afraid they're going to get the demon pet egg. Even if they get the demon pet egg, it still depends on whether they have the ability to protect it. If they don't have that ability, then they're just helping others make a wedding dress. You guys are thinking too simply. Maybe they're not going to get the demon pet egg, but to do something else. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 listened to the sarcasm. Their faces were covered with a layer of frost. They suppressed their anger and did not have any conflict with the other party. The man walking in front of Debachen naturally also heard the discussion. He couldn't help but say, the news from before inadvertently spread out. It must have brought you a lot of trouble, right? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were slightly stunned. After they reacted, they understood the man's meaning. It seemed that the news was indeed spread from Long Yanwei. This is our Punlai Palace. Only the inner palace disciples have the qualifications to obtain the demon pet eggs. The outer palace disciples have no qualifications to obtain them. Not only that, even the inner palace disciples are not qualified to obtain the demon pet eggs. You have just become the outer palace disciples of Punlai Palace and you can obtain the demon pet eggs. Moreover, the 4 of you can obtain 3 demon pet eggs. If this news spreads, it will naturally cause many people to be jealous. However, in this Punlai Palace, the cultivators with the ability basically walked out under everyone's jealousy. This is a kind of pressure and also a kind of test. I hope you can withstand it. As the man's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 looked at each other. They only knew that Long Yanwei was the contract master of Punlai Palace. As for how to obtain the demon pet eggs, they didn't know. Now, after this man's explanation, they also understood. No wonder everyone was so intense. It turned out that the Outer Palace disciples didn't have the qualifications to obtain the demon pet eggs. In this way, they were indeed too special. Presumably, anyone would be jealous. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flashed with understanding. This matter could only be explained in this way. If every disciple of Punlai Palace had the opportunity to obtain the demon pet eggs, then to what extent would the foundation of Punlai Palace reach? Long Yanwei would also be busy to death. Actually, Master Long is also under a certain amount of pressure for this matter. Giving the Outer Palace disciples 3 demon pet eggs, this is something that has never happened before. Along the way, this man and Bailey Hongshuang also talked about a lot of things. It made them understand that although Long Yanwei's position in Punlai Palace was extraordinary, he was also under a certain amount of pressure. Speaking of which, the benefits they were asking for were simply too great. Bailey Hongshuang and the others were extremely grateful to Long Yanwei. However, they did not plan to give up on this opportunity. It wasn't easy to obtain these benefits, so what if he had to pay a price? The benefits that were obtained were the real benefits. When Bailey Hongshuang's group of 4 arrived at Long Yanwei's residence, they discovered that other than Long Yanwei, there was another man in his 40s. Let me introduce you. This is Master Yizihua. He is a teacher in the inner hall. You will have the chance to meet him in the future, Long Yanwei said with a smile. However, when Long Yanwei saw the true appearance of Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3, he could not help but be astonished. However, he quickly regained his composure. Previously, he had only seen through the disguises on the faces of Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3, but he did not expect their true appearances to be so outstanding. Listening to Long Yanwei's introduction, Bailey Hongshuang immediately bowed to Yizihua and said, "Greetings, Master Yi." Yizihua smiled faintly and sized up Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3. He smiled and said, "We're all on the same side, there's no need to be restrained." Seeing that Yizihua was so approachable, Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3 were a little surprised. It seemed that birds of a feather flocked together. Long Yanwei and Yizihua were both people with extremely good personalities. "I've already heard about your matter. To be able to take advantage of Master Long, this is not easy. You have a future." Yizihua gave Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3 a thumbs up. However, when he looked at Long Yanwei, he was clearly a little more teasing. Long Yanwei looked at Yizihua speechlessly. This guy had been teasing him for a long time because of this matter. He didn't expect that he would do such a thing at this moment. "I'm afraid that you guys have also been deeply disturbed these past few days, right?" Long Yanwei looked at Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3. His expression revealed some helplessness. "This news was leaked by my subordinates. It was beyond my expectations. I'm really sorry." Long Yanwei also felt very helpless about this matter. Originally, this demon pet egg was the condition that he voluntarily offered when he recruited Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3. He knew too well what kind of turmoil this matter would cause in the Outer Palace once it was spread out. Not only the Outer Palace, but presumably, the disciples of the Inner Palace would not be indifferent after hearing this news. He did not plan to announce this news at all. He only wanted to watch Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3 gradually grow up. When they became disciples of the Inner Palace and had enough confidence to obtain the demon pet egg, it would not be too late to say it. However, he did not expect that his subordinates would be so loose with their mouths. He had only left for a few days and this news had already spread throughout the Outer Palace. He was very clear that Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3 were just disciples who had just arrived in the outer hall. As a result, they were undoubtedly the enemy of all the disciples. If they wanted to continue staying here, it would not be an easy thing. In the end, the root cause of this matter was his mistake. After he knew that this matter was leaked by his subordinates, he did not hesitate to drive the other party out of the Punlai Palace. For such a loose-mouthed subordinate, continuing to keep him would only cause more trouble. Bailey Hongshuang and the others were originally very angry about who leaked the news. Now that Long Yanwei admitted it and apologized, the anger in their hearts dissipated. In fact, they also knew that Long Yanwei had been out all this time and had just returned. In the end, this matter was just a problem with his subordinates. However, his attitude still comforted Bailey Hongshuang and the others. "Lord Long, you don't have to take this matter to heart. Although this news has spread, it is the truth. Since we have the courage to accept this demon pet egg, we are naturally prepared to bear all of this. Bewitching's eyes were filled with determination and calmness. Since it had already happened, it was useless for them to care about other things. Perhaps this was a test for them. Seeing the calm and indifferent attitude of Bailey Hongshuang and the other three, Long Yanwei and Yizihua couldn't help but look at each other. Their hearts were filled with astonishment, but more than that, they were filled with admiration. It seemed that their previous judgment was correct. These four little fellows had such a temperament and outstanding talent. Their future achievements would probably not be small. I really didn't misjudge you guys. Just based on the debt I owe you in this matter, the demon pet eggs I gave you guys can't be bad. Long Yanwei's face was filled with a thick smile. If it was said that he felt very helpless because he was cheated before, then after hearing the answer of Bailey Hongshuang and the other three, the trace of unhappiness in his heart had completely disappeared. Even though Bailey Hongshuang and the other three were only at the 5th level of the Purple Realm, he felt that Bailey Hongshuang and the other three felt that it was his investment. This time, he believed that his eyes wouldn't be wrong, so he was willing to take out the demon pet eggs that he had collected. After all, a powerful contract beast also needed a powerful master in order to make it grow better. Bailey Hongshuang was young, but the strength of her demon pet was strong to such an extent. That sharp gaze and firm will to fight had an inseparable relationship with its master. The longer the contract beast followed its master, the more similar it would become to its master. Therefore, just by looking at the appearance of the contract beast, one would be able to know its master's personality. Yizihua, who was at the side, was silent, but in his heart, he already knew Long Yanwei's plan. This time, when he accompanied Long Yanwei to get the demon pet eggs, Long Yanwei chose a total of 6 demon pet eggs. 3 of them were ordinary demon pet eggs, while the other 3 were extremely outstanding demon pet eggs. Of course, this was only normal in Long Yanwei's eyes. This kind of demon pet egg was also worthy of a 5th level Purple Realm cultivator. Once it was taken out, it would be a situation where everyone would go crazy for it. He always felt that Long Yanwei was very generous to choose these 3 demon pet eggs to Bewitching and the other 2. However, he never understood the reason why Long Yanwei brought the other 3 demon pet eggs. A demon pet egg of that level. Every time, the palace master would have to spend a lot of effort to trick it away. When he asked Long Yanwei only said that he didn't know and only had a vague premonition. When they returned, they found out that something like this had happened. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Right now, the calm attitude displayed by Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3 clearly made Long Yanwei extremely appreciative. However, Yizihua still couldn't figure out why they would take out such a valuable demon pet egg. However, he wouldn't stop Long Yanwei's decision. Perhaps Long Yanwei and the 4 little fellows really hit it off, or perhaps Long Yanwei thought highly of the 4 little fellows from the bottom of his heart, so he was willing to take the risk and invest in them. Hearing Long Yanwei's words, Bewitching and the others' eyes couldn't help but light up. In that case, the level of the demon pet eggs that Long Yanwei gave them would definitely not be low. Thank you, Lord Long. When Xiren took the lead to express his gratitude. Lord Long had already made it so obvious. Naturally, his flattery had to be timely. Bewitching and the others also secretly laughed in their hearts. Misfortune and fortune depended on each other. In this world, trouble and opportunity often coexisted. If they didn't inexplicably get into such trouble, they probably wouldn't be able to have such a better contract beast. The trouble can be solved sooner or later, but there is only one chance for this contract. The higher the grade of the contract beast, it means that its growth speed and development space will be greater. In the long run, the gap between the two can be completely highlighted. Bailey Hongshuang's 3 contract beasts were able to develop to such an extent, it was inseparable from their own quality. If it was an ordinary contract beast, even if more resources were spent to cultivate, the final harvest would not be comparable to Baisher, Xiaohe, and Xiaobai. It seems that while they suffered a loss, they also gained an advantage. Looking at Xiren's appearance of climbing up the pole, Long Yue couldn't help but chuckle. The guy who took the initiative to trap him was Xiren, but this guy didn't have any awareness at all. In the next second, Long Yanwei directly took out 3 demon pet eggs and placed them on the table. Seeing the sudden appearance of the demon pet eggs, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' gazes were all attracted by the demon pet eggs. The oval demon pet eggs had mysterious and complex contract totems drawn on them, and in this demon pet egg, there was a contract beast that belonged to them. Bailey Hongzhuang paid attention to the demon pet eggs in front of her. The size of this demon pet egg was obviously several times larger than the one when Baishar was hatched. Speaking of which, as a beast king, Baishar's body should be very huge, but everyone didn't know enough about the beast king, so no one recognized that the sealed demon pet egg was actually a beast king. In fact, the beast king had never been sealed, so it was very normal that everyone didn't know. If not, Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't have been able to pick up such a big bargain. Let me introduce to you, these 3 demon pet eggs were carefully selected by me for you. I have seen your battle once, and according to your performance in the battle, I selected these 3 demon pet eggs. I believe that with the help of the contract beasts, your battle will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Long Yanwei's face had a faint smile. When talking about these 3 demon pet eggs, the pride on his face was even more obvious. As a contract master, he had always been proud of his demon pet eggs. In the entire Punlai Island, there was no one who could compare with him in contract technique. Hearing Long Yanwei's proud words, Bewitching and the others also had a look of anticipation on their faces. With Long Yanwei's eyesight, this quality would definitely not be low, and it was a contract beast that was specially found for them. It would definitely be very impressive. I chose this demon pet egg for you. Long Yanwei's gaze landed on Xiran. The berserk earth-splitting tiger is sealed here. Hearing Long Yanwei's words, Xiran's eyes couldn't help but light up. He had heard of the berserk earth-shattering tiger before. It was a strength-type demonic beast. Its movements were extremely swift and violent. When it fought, it was even more manic. It had extremely strong battle instincts. To male cultivators, the berserk earth-shaking tiger was definitely one of the top few contracted beasts that they wanted. I have observed your fighting style. Your speed is more than enough, but your strength is lacking. If this berserk earth-shaking tiger is developed, it will be able to make up for your shortcomings in battle. You are good at speed, it is good at strength. Once you combine them and use them well, your fighting strength will increase by a lot. What do you think? Xiran's eyes blossomed with a strong light. He nodded and said, satisfied. I'm really satisfied. Although Long Yanwei had promised to give them a suitable contract beast, he never thought that it would be so suitable. He had some understanding of his flaws in combat, and he had always wanted to make up for his lack of strength. However, his old man had also said that he was born to be a speed-type cultivator, and his improvement in strength was far from being able to keep up with his speed. Instead of spending more time on strength, it was better to put all of his energy into cultivating speed. As long as his speed could reach the peak, then even if there was a lack of strength, the impact wouldn't be too big. If he could find a strength-type contract beast in the future, it would undoubtedly be best. All these years, Xiran had always wanted to find such a contract beast. However, there were too few contract beasts that met the requirements. The berserk earth-splitting tiger was the target of his attention. He always felt that the berserk earth-splitting tiger was most suitable to be his contract beast. Unfortunately, after searching for so many years, he still couldn't find a berserk earth-splitting tiger's demon pet egg. Firstly, it was because the adult berserk earth-splitting tiger's strength was extraordinary. Ordinary cultivators couldn't deal with it at all. Secondly, it was because the berserk earth-splitting tiger's level was very high. To seal it, the requirements for the contractor were also very high. He never thought that after coming to Punlai Island, he would be able to get a berserk earth-splitting tiger's demon pet egg. This was simply something that he yearned for even in his dreams. For a moment, Xiran's gaze was tightly focused on the demon pet egg. That loving gaze was simply like looking at his lover. Seeing that Xiran was so satisfied, the smile on Long Yanwei's lips couldn't help but become a bit wider. Every time he took out a demon pet egg, he was satisfied with it. Seeing that the other party liked it, he undoubtedly felt happy. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others knew that Xiran's contract beast was actually a berserk earth-splitting tiger, their hearts couldn't help but surge with a strong sense of surprise. A contract beast of this level was much better than what they had imagined. It seemed that what Long Yanwei said before was not wrong at all. In order to make up for it, the demon pet eggs that Long Yanwei took out were not ordinary. And after knowing about Xiren's demon pet egg, everyone was looking forward to Shangguaniying and Debaichun's demon pet egg even more. Bailey Hongshuang's gaze landed on Long Yanwei, and she couldn't help but admire him. Long Yanwei was indeed worthy of being the most powerful contract master in Punlai Island. Not only was his ability to seal demon beasts amazing, but he also paid special attention to the shortcomings of the cultivator when choosing the contract beast for the cultivator. From this, he could determine the most suitable demon beast for the cultivator. In this way, the contract beast and the cultivator were more than compatible. This was the most suitable combination. Shangguaniying, the contract beast I chose for you is the deep sea devil flood dragon. There are many of them in the sea area of our Punlai Island, so the beasts we see the most are underwater beasts. However, the deep-sea demonic Jiao dragon was a bit different from ordinary underwater monsters. It was an amphibious monster, which meant that it had a certain amount of combat power whether it was in the sea or on land. The deep-sea demonic flood dragon's fighting strength in the sea is much stronger than on land. Back then, we spent a lot of effort to capture the deep-sea demonic flood dragon's offspring. Speaking up to here, Long Yanwei couldn't help but look at Izihua. Back then, the two of them had worked together to capture the deep-sea demonic flood dragon's offspring. In order to deal with the adult deep-sea demonic flood dragon, the two of them had spent a lot of effort. This was because this fellow's defense was too shocking and its strength was too great. Ordinary people really couldn't deal with it in the sea. Hearing Long Yanwei's introduction, Shangguaniying's eyes were filled with little stars. This was her contracted beast. Although she didn't know much about the deep-sea demonic flood dragon, she knew that this deep-sea demonic flood dragon was definitely not simple from Long Yanwei's introduction. Most importantly, the deep-sea demonic flood dragon was good at defense. This was undoubtedly the biggest help to her. Moreover, Xiren's berserk earth-splitting tiger was extremely strong on land. Her deep-sea demonic flood dragon was extremely strong in the sea. Just this amphibious characteristic alone was already something that ordinary contracted beasts couldn't compare to. Thank you, Master Long. Shangguaniying quickly bowed to Long Yanwei. Her face was filled with a pleasantly surprised smile. She couldn't retract the smile on her lips. Not only Shangguaniying, but Bailey Hongshuang and the others were also delighted. They were worried that their contracted beast's fighting strength would be greatly reduced in the sea. They didn't expect Shangguaniying to have a Yao beast that was suitable for underwater combat. After the deep-sea demonic flood dragon reached adulthood, its body would become extremely large. If it could carry them, they wouldn't need a boat at all. Whether it was speed or safety, it would greatly increase. In the end, Long Yanwei's gaze fell on Debaichun. Debaichun, according to my understanding of you, I didn't find any shortcomings in your battles. In other words, you're a comprehensive fighter. Whether it's strength, speed or defense, you've developed in a balanced manner. Therefore, when I was choosing a contracted beast for you, I didn't deliberately focus on any one aspect. Instead, I chose a Yao beast that also developed in a balanced manner. Previously, when he was watching the battle between Bailey Hongshuang and the others, Long Yanwei had always thought that the white lion was Debaichun's contract beast. Therefore, he had focused on the battle between Debaichun and Gao Hanchun. Many cultivators had their own direction of development, such as strength, speed, or defense. However, there was another type of cultivator that focused on balanced development. The characteristic of a well-rounded and balanced development was that he was not particularly good in any aspect, but at the same time, he did not have any shortcomings. This kind of cultivator was the strongest in a one-on-one battle, while cultivators with more focus would perform better in a group battle. As far as Long Yanwei was concerned, he admired cultivators who were all-round. However, there were not many such cultivators. However, it was very coincidental that whether it was Debaichun or Bailey Hongshuang, both of them were well-rounded cultivators. In addition to Xiren who was good at speed and Shangguaniying who was good at strength, they were a very compatible combination. Hearing Long Yanwei's words, Debaichun also nodded. He also had a certain understanding of his own situation. All-round development meant that he needed to put in more effort and time. However, Debaichun did not care about this. No matter how much effort he had to put in, it was fine as long as he could become stronger in the end. In order to allow him to develop in a balanced way, his master had made many cultivation plans for him since he was young. That was why he had developed to his current state. The mysterious fire devil rock is an all-round monster beast. Its strength, speed, and defense are all developed. No matter which aspect it is, there is no fault to be found. However, because it is very well-rounded, there is nothing special about it. I believe you are very clear about this, right? Hearing this, Bewitching nodded slightly. He was a cultivator himself, so he was very clear about such characteristics. No matter what kind of cultivation method it was, each had its own benefits. He felt that he and the mysterious fire devil rock were undoubtedly very suitable. In this way, it meant that he and the mysterious fire devil rock could fight separately. Just like Bailey Hongzhuang and Baisher, they belong to the same type. The mysterious fire devil rock's body is very large and has the ability to fly. In this way, your small team can be considered to be completely balanced. The smile on Long Yanwei's lips gradually widened. When he was considering the battle characteristics of Bewitching and the other two, he had also considered their small team of 4. After Long Yanwei's reminder, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two finally understood that Long Yanwei had helped them consider this. Bailey Hongzhuang's 3 contracted beasts were all good at fighting on land. Sometimes, they often felt that it would be best if they had a flying monster beast to help them. A flying monster beast could directly carry them in the air, greatly reducing the travel time. And after arriving at Punlai Island, they felt that if they had a marine contracted beast, it would be of great help to them. They never thought that with Long Yanwei's help, they would be able to accomplish this. It was simply a huge surprise for them. Master Long, thank you so much. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 bowed to Long Yanwei at the same time. This help was simply too great. This kind of gratitude was not something that could be expressed with just words. They had never thought that Long Yanwei would actually help them so thoroughly. If these 3 demon pet eggs were to be taken out, then they would truly be priceless treasures. Once this contracted beast grew up, it would be of great help to them. It would be a complete upgrade to their overall strength. Although Easy Huan knew that the level of the demon pet eggs that Long Yanwei gave to Bewitching and the other 2 wasn't bad, he never thought that Long Yanwei would actually consider them to such an extent. It was truly beyond his expectations. When Long Yanwei helped a cultivator choose a contract beast, he would always carefully choose the most suitable one. However, it was rare for him to be so attentive. You are all recruited by me. To be honest, although there are many talented cultivators on Punlai Island, there are very few cultivators that can catch my eye. Although you are still very young, I believe that as long as you continue to develop, you will definitely make a name for yourselves in Punlai Palace. I hope you will not disappoint me. Hearing Long Yanwei's words that came from the bottom of his heart, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also understood his deep meaning. Although they did not understand why Long Yanwei thought so highly of them, they understood that no matter what, they did not want to disappoint Long Yanwei's expectations of them. Master Long, don't worry. We will definitely not disappoint you. A strong sense of seriousness and determination appeared on the faces of the 4 of them. If it was said that they did not have any sense of belonging to the Punlai Palace before, but now, just based on the friendship that Long Yanwei had towards them, they had to perform well. Otherwise, they would be letting Long Yanwei down. They had never thought of themselves as good people, but repaying kindness had always been their code of conduct. Long Yanwei and them were only strangers who had met by chance. He had only recruited them because he had taken a fancy to their potential. After being cheated, he still spared no effort to think for them. If Long Yanwei's reputation was damaged because of them, then they would be too weak. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 made up their minds. They would definitely perform better in the Punlai Palace. Since everyone had already pulled them together with Master Long, then they had to at least become an existence that would make Master Long proud. Looking at the serious expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, a hint of gratification appeared in Long Yanwei's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Then I'll look forward to your performance. Master Long, I wonder if we can complete the contract here before leaving?" At this moment, Bewitching slowly spoke out his thoughts. Right now, the disciples of the Outer Palace were all eyeing them covetously. Presumably, there were many cultivators waiting for them to return. If they did not complete the contract, then it would be a chaotic battle the moment they left. It was not that they did not have the confidence to protect the demon pet egg, but that way, there would be a lot of trouble. Most importantly, if they killed too many cultivators, the impact would not be too good. As Bewitching's voice fell, Long Yanwei immediately smiled and nodded. No problem, that was my original plan. In the next moment, Long Yanwei waved his hand and the cultivator who led Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three here entered. He immediately led Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three to the house next door. After Bewitching and the others left, Yizihua looked at Long Yanwei in surprise. Yanwei, isn't the price you paid this time a little too great? Even I don't understand it. Such treatment was something that even the most outstanding disciples of the inner palace might not be able to enjoy. Yet, Long Yanwei had given it to 3 outer palace disciples who had just arrived. When this news spread out, not to mention the outer palace disciples, even other people would definitely think that Long Yanwei had gone mad. Hearing this, Long Yanwei chuckled, I feel that these 4 little fellows are very interesting. Just like the first time I met them, they are a little smart, but the integrity in their bones has always existed. In any case, I've already suffered a loss, so what does it matter if this loss is a little bigger? This time, I want to bet on my foresight. I keep having the feeling that they will bring me a surprise. However, there's one thing that I agree with you. These 4 little guys do have a lot of potential. Yizihua couldn't help but recall the performance of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 just now. That gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. Of course, every cultivator who obtained a demon pet egg from Long Yanwei would feel grateful to Long Yanwei. However, the degree of gratitude was somewhat different. Just now, he clearly saw the thick seriousness from Bewitching and the other 3's expressions. Obviously, they really treated Long Yanwei as their benefactor. Not only that, these 4 little guys are also people who value friendship and righteousness. Long Yanwei's lips curled into a slight smile, 3 demon pet eggs to gain affection. It's hard to say which one is more precious. Yizihua nodded his head, from these little fellows, I can indeed see a seriousness and affection that those cultivators do not have. I will look forward to seeing that you have made the right bet this time. However, when the palace master finds out about this matter and comes to find trouble with you, you better not drag me along with you. Most of the cultivators in Punlai Island had climbed all the way up. They had experienced too many betrayals and betrayals. Therefore, although it seemed like a large group of people were still together, many people's hearts were closed and didn't believe in anyone. Even to their benefactor, they could betray them at any time. Because they had experienced too much, when they were enduring this betrayal and being betrayed, everyone had a certain awareness. However, to be in this kind of situation all year round, it was unavoidably disappointing. However, from Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, they saw a kind of passion and loyalty that they hadn't seen for a long time. At the very least, they believed that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had absolute trust between them. This time, only Bewitching and the other 2 obtained a demon pet egg. However, from the beginning to the end, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't reveal the slightest bit of jealousy and envy. On the contrary, she was only sincerely happy for Bewitching and the other 2. This proved that she was thinking about the whole team and not herself. This kind of sincerity, even if one wanted to fake it, it couldn't be faked. After hearing Yizihua's words, Long Yanwei's face, which was originally full of smiles, couldn't help but collapse. He said, Zihua, I just said that I'm loyal to my friends. You can't just abandon me like this. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 closed the door, everyone's face was filled with joy. Oh my God, I feel so blessed that such a good thing actually fell on my head. Shang Guanying's face was filled with joy. She pulled Bailey Hongzhuang and said, Hongzhuang, quickly, pinch me so that I can judge whether I'm dreaming or not. Really? Shang Guanying's face was still filled with disbelief, deep sea devil dragon. Just hearing this name makes me feel that it's amazing. In the future, I will also have a contract beast. Bewitching and Wenziren were also in a state of excitement. Master Long has done us a great favor. As long as we cultivate this contract beast, our future fighting strength will be greatly increased. Under such circumstances, if anyone dared to underestimate them, they would definitely suffer. From the looks of it, Master Long must have been under a lot of pressure to take out these 3 demon pet eggs. In fact, if this news were to spread out, it would have a great impact on us, but it would also have a great impact on Master Long. Her ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a wise and far-sighted light. Bailey Hongshuang's pretty face quietly revealed a hint of seriousness. Everyone had been guessing what kind of relationship they had with Master Long. The 4 of them were just newcomers who had just arrived at the Punlai Palace. In fact, other than being a little unpleasant, this kind of slander didn't have much of an impact on them. However, Master Long was different from them. Master Long's position in the Punlai Palace was extremely high. His reputation had always been very good. Now, he was being questioned just because he helped them. Speaking of which, this trouble was brought by them. Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's words, Bewitching and the other 2's eyes darkened. This was indeed a big problem. This kind of rumor can't be eliminated in a short period of time. Only after we show enough strength can we suppress all these rumors. Thinking about it, Master Long should also be aware of this, which is why he said such words to us. Bewitching pursed his thin lips and comforted everyone. When Xiran shrugged, now that things have developed to this point, we'll just use our ability to shut those annoying guys up. With Master Long's character, I'm afraid he's not afraid of these rumors at all. If he really cared, he wouldn't have given us these demon pet eggs now. Bailey Hongshuang nodded her head lightly. A smile once again appeared on her face. Right now, the most important thing is to complete the contract. Don't think about other things. Following Bailey Hongshuang's words, Bewitching and the others' gazes also fell on the demon pet eggs in front of them. In the next second, the 4 of them couldn't help but look at each other and began to contract with the demon pet eggs. Bailey Hongshuang stayed quietly at the side to protect everyone. Although the contract process was simple, they couldn't be disturbed by others. Bewitching and the other 2 all cut their fingers and dripped their blood onto the demon pet egg. As the fresh blood gradually dripped down, the demonic pet egg seemed to be able to absorb it. Following the wound, it unceasingly absorbed the blood. At the same time, a mysterious and complex totem appeared on the demonic pet egg's shell. It was the totem of a contract. Xiaohe, Xiaobai, and White Lion stayed beside Bailey Hongshuang. Xiaohe and Xiaobai looked at the demon pet eggs in front of Bewitching and the other 2, and then looked at White Lion beside them. They couldn't help but say, "White Lion, you're a beast king after all. Why was your demon pet egg so small back then? Compared to it, your demon pet egg really doesn't have any imposing manner at all." Xiaohe clicked her tongue and shook her head. She had a look of disdain. Concentration is the essence. I was called cute back then, okay? White Lion said with dissatisfaction. How would it know why its demon pet egg was smaller in size? Hewed your head. Xiaohe curled her lips. We almost thought that you were an ornamental demon beast. Master thought that he had wasted an opportunity. Ha ha ha. It's just that when Bailey Hongshuang said this sentence, she was somewhat guilty. Back then in Fengbo country, she didn't expect the royal family of Fengbo country to give such a good demon pet egg. However, at that time, she also needed to increase her cultivation. In addition, there was no limit to the number of contracted beasts, so she made the contract. Now that she thought about it, her luck back then was really good. If she gave up on the contract because she felt that the level of the contracted beast sealed inside was too low, then she would really be screwed. After getting Bailey Hongshuang's answer, Baisha revealed a comfortable smile and raised his eyebrows at Xiaohe to express his dissatisfaction. At least I still have a demon pet egg. You guys don't even have it at that time. Look at you guys now. If there's a demon pet egg, it's probably only the size of a fingernail, right? Baisha smiled contemptuously. These 2 guys always liked to attack him. Speaking of which, he was curious about Xiaohe and Xiaobai's demon pet egg. Hearing Baisha's words, Xiaohe and Xiaobai couldn't help but be stunned. After looking at each other, they felt that Baisha's words weren't without reason. Not only Xiaohe and Xiaobai, but Bailey Hongshuang also had the same feeling. Xiaohe and Xiaobai's figures had always been so small. If they were sealed into demon pet eggs, then they would be even smaller than a quail egg. Thinking of this, Xiaohe and Xiaobai suddenly fell into silence. This topic wasn't suitable for them to continue talking about. It was better to change the topic. Just as the three beasts were chatting, Bewitching and the other two had already completed the contract. Then, the sound of an eggshell cracking rang out. Ka-cha! Ka-cha, ka-cha! Following the sound of the first eggshell cracking, the other two demon pet eggs also emitted the sound of eggshell cracking. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately walked to Bewitching's side and curiously looked at the appearance of these little guys being born. No matter what kind of demonic beast it was, it looked very cute when it was young. Bewitching's mystical fire demon rock was the first to break the shell. Its small mouth pecked and ate the eggshell. Although its mouth was very small, it was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had finished eating the entire eggshell. After eating the eggshell, the little fellow couldn't help but rub its round belly with its wings. Only then did a satisfied smile appear on its face. At this moment, the little guy looked at Bewitching and immediately snuggled into Bewitching's arms. With the existence of the contract, even if it was just born, it would know who its closest master was. The little guy was currently brown all over. Although he was just born, his size was not small. However, his childish appearance was still very cute. When Bewitching saw the little guy, a big smile appeared on his face. He could feel the connection between him and the little guy, as if they were family. He liked the little guy from the bottom of his heart. Haha, this little guy is very affectionate towards you. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was full of smiles. Looking at the mystical fire demon rock that was unwilling to come out from Bewitching's arms, she only felt that it was very cute. At the same time, Xiran and Xianxia contracted beasts also finished eating the eggshell and ran out one after another. Xiran's wild earth-splitting tiger was the size of a puppy. However, it wasn't a newborn puppy, but an adult puppy. An adult berserk earth-shattering tiger was a very domineering existence. However, this cub had a different kind of cuteness. It didn't have too much might or domineering aura. It only had a little childish voice in its heroic spirit, which made people unable to resist it. Xianxia deep-sea demonic Jiao dragon looked like a mysterious snake. Its body was covered with tiny scales, but it looked very shiny. Under the sunlight, it reflected a bit of dark light. It was not simple. At this moment, the deep-sea demonic Jiao dragon was wrapped around Xianxia arm. It looked very intimate. If it was any other day, Xianxia would definitely feel her scalp go numb when she saw the deep-sea demonic Jiao dragon. However, she had an indescribable feeling of intimacy and joy towards the deep-sea demonic Jiao dragon in front of her. This feeling of being in perfect harmony was like seeing one's closest kin. There was no rejection at all. It felt as if the man and the beast were connected and became a whole. This feeling is really magical. It's clearly my first time seeing it, but it's not just a normal kind of intimacy. Xianxia eyes flashed with amazement. Originally, she was worried about how to get along with this little guy and how to cultivate their relationship. However, after the contract was completed, she felt that all of this was no longer necessary. Even though it was their first time meeting, she felt that they had been together for a long time and understood each other very well. Hearing Xianxia words, Xiran also nodded in agreement. Indeed. I've heard others talk about this feeling before. Now that I've experienced it myself, I truly feel how magical this feeling is. Bewitching's handsome face revealed a joyful and gentle smile. The little guy in his arms really had a different kind of cuteness. Back then, Baishar was also like this when it stuck to Bailey Hongzhuang's arms all day long. They'd just been born. I'm afraid they're still a little unfamiliar with the outside world. You should accompany them for the next 2 days. Bailey Hongzhuang was full of smiles. These little guys were usually sealed not long after they were born. In addition, the first person they saw was their master. Therefore, they had the feeling that their master was their parent. When they were just born, they were the most clingy. However, demonic beasts always had the nature of demonic beasts. As long as they were familiar with the environment, their courage would also show. Hearing this, Bewitching and the other two nodded with a smile. Presumably, having these little fellows by their side in the future would be a different experience. In my opinion, you don't have to keep them in your contract space anymore. Just keep them in your chaos ring. The chaos ring's range of activity is very large. White Lion, Xiaohei, and Xiaobai can also help to look after it and cultivate their friendship at the same time. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze landed on Baisher, Xiaohei, and Xiaobai. Her exquisite and beautiful face flashed with an elegant smile. Since they were on such good terms, it was only natural for their contracted beasts to be on good terms with each other as well. It just so happened that Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and White Lion were usually busy bickering. It was undoubtedly the best choice to leave the three little fellows in their care. This could be considered as giving them something to do. Currently, they were in troubled times in the Punlai Palace. There were many troublesome matters and it would not be convenient for them to split their attention to take care of the three little ones. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had three extremely powerful contract beasts. It was more than appropriate to give them the contract beasts. Not bad, not bad. It just so happens that Xiaohei and Xiaobai don't have much to do. This nanny mission is very suitable for them. Shang Guanying was full of smiles. She could not bear to let her contract beasts suffer with her as soon as they were born. Who knew if they would be in big trouble if they went out now? Baisher, Xiaohei, and Xiaobai could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang with a bitter expression. Master, nannies don't seem to be suitable for us, right? You haven't done it before. How do you know it's not suitable for you? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. I think this kind of thing is very suitable for you. You are all contract beasts. It should be easy for you to get along. Moreover, Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and how Baisher grew up, don't you know very well? The three beasts were collectively speechless. So it was useless no matter what they said now? I think this suggestion is very good. It's decided then. In the end, Bewitching directly made the decision, leaving the three beasts with no chance to refute. After Bewitching and the other two completed the contract, they appeared in front of Long Yanwei together. Long Yanwei looked at the little ones in Bewitching and the other two's arms and could not help but smile. It seems that these three little ones are very satisfied with you. Thank you, Master Long. These contract beasts are really in line with what we have in mind. Bewitching and the other two could not help but speak up. Long Yanwei smiled faintly. It is also my wish to be able to help these little ones find suitable masters. Now that I look at these three little ones, I can't help but think of the scene when they were sealed. Almost every time he tried to snatch a demonic beast's cub, he would be hunted down by the parents of the demonic beasts. It was not easy to successfully snatch a demonic beast's cub. Actually, the process of snatching the cubs of the demonic beasts was not very pleasant. On the contrary, there was a trace of guilt. However, every time he saw the intimacy between the cubs and the cultivators, he would feel much better. He didn't want to ruin the future of the demonic beasts because of this. Instead, he wanted to give them a different kind of life. He only hoped that they would feel that it was very good. Yizihua nodded slightly. He understood Long Yanwei's feelings. Almost every time Long Yanwei went out to look for young demonic beasts, he would call him along. Therefore, he understood the process very well. Among the people present, other than Yizihua and Long Yanwei, there was another person who understood this feeling very well. This person was Bailey Hongzhuang. She was also a sealing master, but she didn't focus on sealing. She chose to learn sealing techniques because she wanted to help herself. Since the contract has been completed, we will take our leave first. Bewitching said slowly. There was nothing else for them to do if they continued to stay here. It was better not to disturb Long Yanwei and Bailey Hongzhuang. At this time, Yizihua's voice also sounded. I'm afraid that you will be in a lot of trouble if you go out now. Do you want me to send someone to help you solve this problem? Just by thinking about it, Yizihua could guess what kind of situation they would encounter when they went out. Punlai Palace originally encouraged the cultivators to learn from each other. As long as there was a conflict, there was no need to endure it at all. They could just attack directly. This kind of robbery was naturally within the permitted scope. Even if Bewitching and the other two had already completed the contract and it was impossible for the other cultivators to rob them, it was still very simple to trigger a battle. What Long Yanwei did this time was really crazy, so this battle would probably be unprecedentedly fierce. Hearing Yizihua's proposal, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three looked at each other and finally chose to refuse. Master Yi, thank you for your kindness, but since this matter was caused by us, we will use our own means to solve it. As long as mastery spoke, the other cultivators would naturally not dare to do anything to them. However, this way, their reputation of not having true ability would be even more firmly pinned. They had already decided that they could no longer implicate Long Yanwei, so naturally, they could no longer be under the protection of Long Yanwei and Yizihua. They would have to face what they had to face sooner or later. If they were to shrink back now, their lives in the outer palace would be difficult in the future. Instead of being scolded as cowards, they might as well fight like this. No matter what the final result was, at least it would prove their true ability. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's answer was obviously beyond Yizihua's expectations. The current situation was very troublesome even for him. It was undoubtedly best for him to come forward and settle this conflict. He did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three to unanimously choose to refuse. Although it was somewhat difficult to understand in his heart, Yizihua had to admit that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's decision made him admire them more. Cultivators should have such a backbone. Although there were many troubles, as long as these troubles were solved one by one, the achievements after overcoming all obstacles would definitely not be comparable to ordinary people. Are you sure? Long Yanwei could not help but ask, with your current ability, it is very troublesome to face this. As the saying goes, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Don't be too impulsive. Hearing the concern in Long Yanwei's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but feel touched. At the same time, the thoughts in their hearts became even more resolute. Long Yanwei had already done so much for them. How could they let Long Yanwei continue to worry about them? If this continued, then the four of them would really become cripples. Thank you for your concern. We'll think of a way to deal with it ourselves. Bewitching and the other three insisted on their own way of thinking. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had already made up their minds, Long Yanwei and Yizihua did not say anything more. It was likely that they already had their own plans in their hearts. Then be careful. If there's anything you need our help with, don't mind it. Just tell us directly, Long Yanwei said slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three bowed and thanked Long Yanwei again before leaving his residence. After leaving Long Yanwei's residence, the faces of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were once again covered with a grave expression. In fact, she felt that this was the best way. Otherwise, once they went out, there was no way to solve this problem except by fighting. Most importantly, even if she was very confident in their strength, they couldn't handle the other side's numbers. The final result was hard to imagine even for herself. However, at that time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's attitude was unusually firm, so she didn't say anything more. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang said in a deep voice, Master Long has put his chips on us this time. If we can't give a satisfactory answer and need to ask for his help, it's equivalent to saying that we can't do it. They all knew very well that although Master Long said that they could ask for his help if they couldn't solve it, if they really went to Master Long for help, then their impression in Master Long's heart would be greatly reduced. This kind of thing, if not as a last resort, they would never do it. Long Yanwei's status was higher than theirs. In other words, Long Yanwei couldn't get anything in return from them. The two were not equal. As the saying goes, if a big shot's verbal promise was used once, then he wouldn't even have the right to speak in the future. Shang Guanyin frowned, but if we go out now, this matter will be very difficult to handle. With that, Shang Guanyin couldn't help but look at Xiren and Bewitching. Do you have any plans? Are we going to stay in Punlai Palace or go to the Magic Tower? Stay in Punlai Palace. Bewitching and Xiren gave a definite answer without hesitation. Seeing this, Shang Guanyin couldn't help but be stunned. This attitude was completely different from before they came here. Now we can only fight. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a serious and dignified light. At present, they had no other choice but to go with this road. Originally, they planned to simply leave, but Long Yanwei had given them such a great favor. If they left like this, it would undoubtedly give everyone a reason to laugh at Long Yanwei. Therefore, after seeing the value of these three contract beasts, they had changed their minds. No matter how difficult their life in the outer palace was, they had to persevere. That's right. We have to give it our all in today's match. As long as we show enough ability, it will be enough, Bewitching said in a deep voice. Shang Guanying frowned. Can you tell me what you plan to do? We can't deal with so many cultivators with our current strength. Anyone who heard the news that the four of them wanted to deal with so many cultivators from the outer palace would think that they were crazy. Looking at Shang Guanying's puzzled and anxious look, Xiren couldn't help but chuckle and immediately explained to Shang Guanying. Ying, actually, this matter isn't as bad as you think. Shang Guanying still looked at Xiren with a puzzled expression. She was simply confused. They were the ones who said it was bad, and now they were the ones who said it wasn't so bad. What exactly was the situation in front of them? If we go out now, a battle is indeed unavoidable. However, there are still people in charge of the outer palace. When the commotion reaches a certain level, it will be time for them to step in. What's the difference between asking Master Long and Master Yi for help if the manager shows up? Isn't it the same? Shang Guanying asked doubtfully. When Xiren stretched out a finger and shook it, saying, these two are completely different. In the former, we relied on our own strength to solve this problem. It was just that the manager saw that the commotion was too big and chose to take action. We didn't take the initiative to ask for help. In the latter, we asked for help, which means that we don't have the ability. The two may seem to have the same ending, but the meaning is completely different. That's not all. In this way, we can be considered to have struck back head-on. Those fellows can no longer label us as cowards. If anyone wants to find trouble with us in the future, they'll have to think twice. Bewitching's deep and bright eyes flashed with a deep light. Although they were only newcomers, he believed that their strength was not at the bottom of the outer hall. If they were to really fight, the strength they would erupt with would absolutely shock everyone. Shang Guanying, who didn't understand at first, finally understood. So that's your plan. So we're not going to challenge all the outer hall disciples. You guys really scared me to death. I thought you guys had gone crazy because of your brain damage. As Shang Guanying's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but laugh. If we can defeat all the outer hall disciples, then we'll really be geniuses. Shang Guanying couldn't help but blush when she was teased by Xiren and the others. She said awkwardly, don't make fun of me. Isn't it because you guys didn't explain clearly that I misunderstood? Although we can expect the manager to appear, we don't know how big the commotion will be. So this battle isn't optimistic. I'm afraid we'll have to suffer a lot. Xiren glanced at Shang Guanying, as if to let her be mentally prepared. Looking at Xiren's serious look, Shang Guanying stopped joking and immediately nodded. I understand. Ying, if someone comes looking for trouble when we go out later, you don't have to be polite. Just scold whoever is unhappy. Anyway, we're definitely going to make a scene today. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. After deciding to make a scene, she simply threw all her scruples aside. Since she wanted to make a scene, then she might as well make it bigger. Shang Guanying's eyes lit up. Really? Bewitching nodded. These guys scolded us so happily before. I'm afraid they thought we didn't dare to do anything. Now, look at who's scolding us the most. You can start with them. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. I hope that our cooperation today can achieve a good result. Xiren straightened his robe, and a playful smile appeared on his gentle and elegant face. I didn't expect that we would have to make a big scene as soon as we arrived at Punlai Palace. The blood in my body has begun to boil. Bai Shi, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai could not help but run out. They hurriedly said, our blood is boiling. The four people and three beasts looked at each other and smiled. A determined light appeared in their eyes. They were already prepared for the upcoming bloody battle. After making the decision, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not stay any longer. They immediately walked out. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three left, Long Yanwei and Yizihua, who were in the room, also revealed a curious expression. Yanwei, how do you think these four little fellows will deal with this matter? In my opinion, I'm afraid they're planning to cause trouble when they go out now. As Long Yanwei's voice fell, Yizihua couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I feel that these four little fellows are getting more and more interesting. I'm looking forward to how much trouble they can cause. We've seen their fighting strength last time. If they really cause trouble, I reckon that the movements of these fellows won't be small. Even though Long Yanwei had already expected that the commotion caused by Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three wouldn't be small, they never thought that the commotion would be so big. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three gradually returned to the residential area of the Outer Palace disciples with the conviction of facing death with equanimity. The moment they stepped into the residential area, they already felt countless covetous gazes falling on them. This kind of gaze was filled with aggression, as if they were treating Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three as their targets. These four fellows have returned from Master Long's place. I presume that the demon pet egg has already fallen into their hands. That's right, Master Long's subordinate said that Master Long and Master Yi left together to choose the demon pet egg, but that guy has already been kicked out of the Punglai Palace. So to say, as long as we rob them, the demon pet egg will fall into our hands? The eyes of the Outer Palace disciples flashed with excitement. Thinking about being able to obtain the demon pet egg, they couldn't help but be excited. This discussion naturally fell into the ears of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Only then did they know that Master Long had already chased away the subordinate who leaked the news, and they couldn't help but feel a little more comforted in their hearts. Along the way, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others only felt that with every step they took, there was a trace of danger. In fact, they were very clear in their hearts that the reason why these fellows hadn't made a move yet wasn't because they were afraid of them, but because they were afraid of the other Outer Palace disciples present. There were only 3 demon pet eggs in total. If someone came up to deal with them first, the other cultivators would very likely be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, so no one dared to act rashly. Of course, this situation did not last long before it was broken. Yo, cowards! Have you returned from Master Long's place? Is Lord Long having a good time? At this moment, a burly fatty walked out and blocked the path of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Looking at the fat man's face, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others only felt that he was an eyesore. Shang Guanying narrowed her eyes. She remembered this guy. Many of those unpleasant words and guesses came from this fatty. Damn fatty, what does it have to do with you? If you continue to be long-winded, do you believe that I will kill you? Shang Guanying opened her mouth and spoke in a domineering tone. The Outer Palace disciples present couldn't help but gasp when they heard Shang Guanying's words. This fatty was at the 7th level of the Purple Realm. Among the Outer Palace disciples, his cultivation was considered quite strong. Not only the cultivators present, but even Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 were stunned when they heard Shang Guanying's words. They had already guessed that the hot-tempered Shang Guanying would not be polite with her words, but they did not expect her to be so straightforward and domineering. Shang Guanying was happy when she knew that she could explode at will. She had been holding back her anger for a long time. Since she did not need to care about anything now, she would naturally find something to say. After all, they would have to fight in the end, right? Fatty was dumbfounded when he heard Shang Guanying's words. He had been mocking Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 since the beginning. The 4 of them had been swallowing their anger and did not dare to talk back. He was very satisfied with this. It was a good opportunity to show his strength. However, Shang Guanying dared to say that she wanted to kill him? Kill me? Fatty frowned coldly. He pointed at himself and then at Shang Guanying. Who do you think you are? You don't need to care who I am. However, I only know one thing. A good dog does not block the way. Shang Guanying looked at Fatty coldly. The more she looked at Fatty, the more unhappy she was. Cultivators put their mind on cultivation every day. She did not know how Fatty got so fat. He was really an eyesore. You dare to call me a dog? Fatty widened his eyes. He had been in the outer hall for so long and no cultivator had dared to call him that. Shang Guanying smiled. You said it yourself. I think you want to die, right? Anger surged in the fatty's heart, and his eyes became increasingly sharp. A faint murderous aura had already spread out. I think you want to die more, right? Bewitching said coldly. His cold and sharp eyes looked directly at Fatty. The coldness in his eyes was enough to freeze people. The fat man, who had already wanted to attack, couldn't help but quiver after seeing Bewitching's gaze. He couldn't understand it in his heart. He had been in Punlai Island for so long, how could his murderous aura not be comparable to a newcomer who had just arrived? When the disciples who had been waiting to watch the show saw the completely different attitude of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, their expressions became interesting. Why did these four fellows suddenly change their personalities? Wasn't there no response? No matter how much he insulted her before? This is a direct provocation. I don't know what's wrong with them. Could it be that they received some news from Master Long, or are they under Master Long's protection, so they don't care at all? He's just a newcomer who just came to the outer palace, yet he's already so arrogant and independent. If he's not taught a lesson, he'll probably become even more lawless in the future. So what if he has Master Long's protection? These people don't know their limits. As long as they take the initiative to attack, then all of this naturally has nothing to do with us. If we accidentally kill them, the things in the Qianquan bag will naturally belong to the winner. The outer hall disciples were discussing animatedly. Suddenly, their faces were filled with interest. Everyone was full of expectations for the Qianquan bag of these four fellows. Especially the demon pet egg. It was really a treasure that couldn't be compared to anything. The leader of the heaven-shaking clan, Gao Hanchun, had a certain reputation on Punlai Island. Although it was far from being comparable to the three great forces, he knew that Gao Hanchun was a Purple Realm 8th level cultivator. If someone of this level of cultivation could die at the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, it was enough to prove that the strength of these four guys was not simple. Thinking of this, the fatty could not help but turn around and look at his friends. Noticing the fatty's gaze, three more cultivators suddenly walked up and appeared in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. It happened to be a 4-against-4 team. You said I want to die? The fatty sneered and reached out his hand towards Bewitching, wanting to pat Bewitching's face. Xiao by face, a place like the outer palace is not suitable for a guy like you to stay. Why don't you go home and drink milk? However, just as the fatty was about to move, Bewitching had already slapped the fatty's hand back. If it's not suitable for Xiao by faces like us, then is it suitable for a damn fatty like you? Xiran sneered, although we've only been in the outer palace for a short period of time, according to my observation, there aren't many disciples in the outer palace who are as ugly as you. Following Xiran's words, the fatty's face instantly turned ugly. The degree of ugly expression was even more serious than when Sheng Guaninging said that she wanted to kill him. Thinking about it, Xiran's words really poked the fatty's sore spot. Not only that, the surrounding disciples could not help but laugh after hearing this. The fatty's appearance was really a sore spot. Usually, many people despised him. The fatty was also self-aware and did not mention this point. He was usually so overbearing that no one wanted to be the fatty's enemy. Naturally, no one would take the initiative to talk about this. However, at this moment, Xiran did not give him any face and said all this out loud. Naturally, everyone could not help but laugh. Fatty's expression turned cold. His malicious gaze locked onto Xiran, and his voice was bone-chilling. Stinking brat, I'm going to kill you. However, in the face of such threatening words filled with killing intent, Xiran did not feel anything. He only pretended to be afraid and patted his chest, saying, "Io, I'm so scared. You're courting death." At this moment, the fatty could no longer endure it. He had stayed in the outer palace for such a long time, and it had been a long time since someone had dared to humiliate him like this. Facing the shame and indignation on the fat man's face, the sarcasm in the eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others was even more obvious. This guy was just humiliated by them and was already angry like this. He didn't even think about how he had humiliated them before, it was simply ridiculous. In the next moment, the origin energy in the fat man's body surged out. He punched out with his right fist, aiming directly at Xiran's face. The more he looked at this fellow, the more annoyed he felt. He wanted to take this fellow's life first. Xiran was already prepared to defend himself. When the fatty's fist appeared, he dodged to the side and dodged the fatty's attack. At the same time, his fist also attacked. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others secretly praised Xiran in their hearts. In that case, the fatty was the one who made the first move, and the responsibility fell entirely on the fatty's shoulders. It had nothing to do with them at all. The three cultivators also felt that something was amiss. No matter what, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were all people that Master Long had recruited. Before this, they had clearly discussed how to force Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three to make the first move. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about Master Long's reprimand. However, they didn't expect that instead of angering Bailey Hongzhuang to death, it was Wen Xiren who had angered the fatty. Being ugly had always been the fatty's sore point. After all, there weren't many cultivators who still looked the same after reaching such a cultivation level. Now that Xiren had mercilessly scolded him, coupled with the mockery of the surrounding crowd, it was normal for the fatty to not be able to take it. Now, they could only say that they had failed at the first step. However, as long as they could kill Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, all of these problems wouldn't exist. Seeing that their opponents had come forward together, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three looked at each other and immediately faced their respective opponents. As their opponents' auras completely exploded, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were clearly aware of their cultivations. 1 Purple Realm 7th level, 2 Purple Realm 6th level, and 1 Purple Realm 5th level. Looking at this formation, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three couldn't help but laugh coldly in their hearts. As long as no Purple Realm 8th level cultivator appeared, the other cultivators wouldn't be able to pose a huge threat to them. Bewitching stood in front of the fatty without hesitation. Even though the fatty wanted to kill Xiren, he could only narrow his eyes when he saw Bewitching standing in front of him. Since you want to die first, I'll fulfill your wish. The fatty's eyes were filled with a cold and ruthless light. He hadn't been so angry in a long time. Hee hee, Bewitching laughed coldly, the contempt and disdain in his eyes were extremely thick. He was only at the 7th level of the Purple Realm, yet he dared to be so arrogant in front of him. It seemed that if he didn't give him a resounding slap, he wouldn't know how much he was worth. Bailey Hongzhuang and Wen Xiren were up against 2 Purple Realm level 6 practitioners. Shang Guanying stood in front of the Purple Realm level 5 practitioner, her heart leaping with joy. Now it all depended on her performance. Even though they had just arrived at Punglai Island not long ago, their ability to fight beyond their level had never disappeared. Usually, as long as their opponent was not an exceptionally powerful practitioner of the same level, ordinary practitioners of the same level would not be their opponent at all. The battle broke out in an instant. Bailey Hongzhuang locked her eyes on the skinny dwarf in front of her. She had to admit that birds of a feather flocked together. Fatty's friends didn't look good at all. At the very least, the guy in front of her was not as tall as her. He looked like a mouse, a bit slippery, but without any aura. Beauty, I heard that your name is Bailey Hongzhuang? The man's eyes revealed a wretched light. As long as you give me the demon pet egg, I'll let you go. How about it? Your skin is so soft and tender, I really can't bear to lay my hands on you. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips hooked up into a sneer. You can't bear to lay your hands on me, but I can. After saying that, Bailey Hongzhuang was too lazy to talk nonsense with this man. Her fist directly stretched out and attacked the opponent's neck without hesitation. Today, not only did they come to cause trouble, they also came to prove their ability. So this battle would not drag on. Although he did not think that a few newcomers to Punglai Island could be that powerful, since he had already made his move, he naturally would not diminish his own prestige. If Bailey Hongzhuang was unwilling to submit, then he could only use his own strength to make Bailey Hongzhuang submit. Bang! The moment their fists collided, the man's expression changed completely. Too powerful. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was simply too powerful. Crack! The crowd could even hear the slight sound of bones cracking. The shorty immediately retracted his fist. The intense pain from his fist made him not dare to fight Bailey Hongzhuang head-on. With such a difference in strength, if he fought head-on, he would be the one at a disadvantage. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not intend to give him any time to think. With a flash of her body, she immediately appeared beside the cultivator. At the same time, a torrential storm of attacks landed mercilessly on the cultivator's body. Bang bang bang, the shorty kept dodging, but his dodging speed was not as fast as Bailey Hongzhuang's. Shadow shifting technique was a movement technique that Bailey Hongzhuang was proud of in her previous life. Now, she had already mastered shadow shifting technique. If the cultivator was not proficient in speed, they would not be able to keep up with her speed. What happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. This was because the Purple Realm level 6 shorty had become Bailey Hongzhuang's target. In terms of speed, he could not dodge Bailey Hongzhuang. In terms of strength, he could not defeat Bailey Hongzhuang. Therefore, he could only become a dodging target. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's every attack landed squarely on his body. Bang bang bang, the strong and fierce power brought with it a sharp gust of wind. Bailey Hongzhuang did not intend to give her opponent any chance to retaliate. Since she had already made her move, she would use the simplest method to completely eliminate her opponent. In the eyes of the crowd, the short man's body was shaking like a sieve. At the same time, they could also see the blooming of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. They didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang's strength to be so powerful. A Purple Realm 6th level cultivator was being chased and beaten by a Purple Realm 5th level cultivator, and he didn't even have a chance to retaliate. This was a little too exaggerated. Unfortunately, all of this was happening right in front of them. Even if they didn't want to believe it, it still happened. Bang, Bailey Hongzhuang threw out another punch. The short man could no longer withstand such a fierce attack. His body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. The man's gaze towards Bailey Hongzhuang was no longer filled with the contempt from before. Instead, it was filled with deep fear and terror. He did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so powerful. Even though he knew that the Purple Realm 8th level Gao Hanchun had died at the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, he always thought that it was because of the poison used by Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. He never thought that they would have such strength. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the man's aura instantly withered. He only felt a sharp pain in his internal organs, as if they had been displaced. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked in front of the man. Her beautiful face was filled with coldness and frost, revealing a distant coldness and the indifference of the Grim Reaper. "You, what are you trying to do?" At this moment, the man no longer dared to underestimate Bailey Hongzhuang. This extremely beautiful woman's attacks were not just any ordinary kind of ruthless. Just the wounds on his body alone would take a very long time to heal. On the surface, it looked like he had only suffered some external injuries, but in reality, the severity of his internal injuries had far exceeded anyone's expectations. Bailey Hongzhuang's red lips curled into a sexy yet languid angle. Her cold and emotionless eyes swept across the crowd. When the crowd noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze, they felt an inexplicable chill. "I've heard that the Outer Palace doesn't forbid killing?" Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the man's face instantly drained of color. He never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would have such an idea. You. The man was now in a complete panic. He stared at Bailey Hongzhuang as if he wanted to say something but realized that he had no idea what to say. The cultivators in the crowd all turned their gazes towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Their eyes were filled with suspicion. The Outer Palace did indeed allow for battles, and it did not exclude the possibility of death. However, Bailey Hongzhuang has only been in the Outer Palace for a few days. They found it hard to believe that Bailey Hongzhuang would have such courage. "You want to kill me?" The man stared fixedly at Bailey Hongzhuang, clearly unable to believe that Bailey Hongzhuang would do such a thing. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile widened. "Since killing is not forbidden, why should I allow an eyesore like you to remain in the Outer Palace?" Her voice fell, and before anyone could react, Bailey Hongzhuang's luli sword had already pierced the man's chest without hesitation. Pfft! The man spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were still fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. Up until the moment of his death, he still could not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang would kill him so cleanly. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm and cold. Since they were here to cause trouble anyway, the bigger the situation, the better. Now, the Outer Palace disciples were eyeing them covetously and thought that they were sheep that could be easily bullied. Since it was impossible for them to live in harmony with everyone, they might as well display their power so that the other party would not dare to cause any more trouble. If they wanted to survive in the Outer Palace, they would first need to build a good relationship with everyone. Second, they would need to instill fear them. Now, the only thing they could do was the second option, so they had to show their ruthless side. Faced with such a Bailey Hongzhuang, the crowd was dumbfounded. From the beginning to the end, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shorty had only exchanged blows for a short period of time. At this moment, Shorty had completely disappeared from this world. None of them would have thought that this extremely beautiful and otherworldly woman in front of them would act so decisively. She did not hesitate to take someone's life. Her coldness and indifference reminded them of the beautiful Azura. While Bailey Hongzhuang was fighting, Shang Guanying's speed was even faster. Her opponent was only a 5th-level Purple Realm cultivator. She had completely crushed him with brute force. She remembered clearly how unpleasant the words these fellows had said. After living for so many years, she had never been insulted by such vulgar words. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang's indifference and decisiveness, Shang Guanying's violence also made everyone's heart turn cold. Because she directly stepped on the other party's mouth until it burst. The reason was that the other party spoke rudely and the words he said were extremely unpleasant, so when she sent him to hell, she didn't give him the slightest chance to speak. Everyone had seen many ways to die, but they had never seen such a strange way to die. Looking at the completely distorted face, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. These two women were both first-class beauties, but who would have thought that the degree of ruthlessness was not inferior to their looks at all? Poisonous beauties, everyone couldn't help but think of this phrase in their minds. Previously, there were many people who had thoughts about Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying, but now it seemed that this wasn't an easy matter. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause them to lose their little lives. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying dealt with their opponents, they stood in the same place. They didn't have the slightest intention to help Bewitching and Wenziren. Because they believed that Bewitching and Wenziren would also quickly finish this battle. When the fatty saw his two companions die in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying's strength would be so strong, and the speed at which they finished the battle was so fast. Originally, he thought that he could easily kill Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. As long as he obtained the demon pet egg, then he would be different from before. However, the reality was so cruel. His two companions were finished off just like that, and he was clearly at the 7th level of the Purple Realm, but against Bewitching, he couldn't gain the slightest advantage. In this kind of battle, every moment he lasted was another moment of face-slapping. If this spread out, if people didn't think that Bewitching was too strong, then they would think that he was too weak. This wasn't an ordinary loss of face. Bang, bang, when Bewitching and Wenziren saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying had finished their battle, they also sped up and finished off their opponents with lightning speed. After dealing with his opponent, Ziren clapped his hands and a faint smile appeared on his cultured and refined face. Now, I can finally have some peace and quiet. Hearing Ziren's words, the surrounding crowd's expression couldn't help but change. It had to be said that when Ziren's elegant demeanor didn't match his words at all. To be so arrogant without any strength, this kind of person should have gone to hell long ago. Bewitching's expression was cold as he stepped on the fatty's body. The disdain and coldness in his eyes became more and more obvious. Just with this level of strength, he wanted to snatch their demon pet eggs. It was a bit too laughable. I thought these guys knew us very well. I didn't expect them to not know us at all. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. When they came out of the house, they had heard all kinds of discussions. All of this proved that during this period of time, everyone had already investigated their identities and backgrounds thoroughly. Logically speaking, everyone should have some understanding of their battle with Gao Hanchun. They didn't think that the other party would dare to find trouble with them with just this kind of formation. In fact, everyone had indeed investigated the battle between Bailey Hongzhuang and the others and Gao Hanchun. However, no one believed that they, who were only at the 5th level of the Purple Realm, could defeat Gao Hanchun. After dealing with the four fellows, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others quietly swept their gazes across the crowd. Many cultivators turned their gazes away when they noticed their gazes. They were secretly assessing the true power of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Fatty Heart and the other three were considered to be quite powerful among them. Now that they had been dealt with so easily, it was clear that it would not be an easy task for them to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. If they were to charge forward recklessly, they would most likely end up like Fatty Heart and the other three. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had used their actions to prove their character. If anyone were to charge forward, it would either be their death or their own. No matter who it was, it had not been easy for them to reach this point. No one wanted to throw away their little lives here, so they had to think carefully. In an instant, the surrounding cultivators quieted down. Their gazes constantly scanned their surroundings, wondering who would make the next move. However, everyone clearly had the same idea, so no one dared to continue to cause trouble for the time being. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three looked at each other. It seems that their move of killing the chicken to warn the monkey had a certain degree of effect. After killing 4 people, these fellows no longer dared to act blindly without thinking. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 continued their journey towards the 5th building. It would be best if these fellows did not continue to cause trouble. However, if they insisted on causing trouble, they would have no choice but to fight to the end. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 continue their journey, the crowd could not help but follow closely behind them, anticipating who would make the next move. This was the first time a scene like this had happened in the entire outer palace. As Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 drew closer to the 5th building, the crowd of outer palace disciples could not help but grow anxious. Once Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 returned to the building and completed the contract, it would be too late for them to do anything else. Why isn't anyone making a move? If they don't make a move now, it'll all be too late. I didn't expect the strength of these 4 fellows to be so strong. There may not be many people who are their opponents in a one-on-one fight, but as long as we attack together, the 4 of them will only die. Don't hesitate anymore. If you continue like this, you won't be able to get any benefits. Some of the disciples who weren't strong enough and wanted to get the demon pet eggs were already anxious. This was such a great opportunity. If they missed it, they didn't know when they would be able to get the demon pet eggs in the future. The other cultivators looked at each other in dismay. Thousands of thoughts ran through their minds. If they missed this opportunity, they would not have another chance. Everyone's emotions were complicated to the extreme. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were also paying attention to the changes in everyone's emotions. These fellows still haven't shown any signs of making a move. Don't tell me they're going to settle this just like that? Shangguan Yingying's eyes were filled with surprise. She was prepared to fight to the death, but she didn't expect everyone to stop now. It's not certain yet, unless it's until we enter the building. Bailey Hongzhuang transmitted, however, I feel that all of this won't be completed so smoothly. The closer the distance, the greater the danger. No matter who it is, there will always be some kind of wishful thinking, hoping that they can get the greatest benefits without any effort. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, reaping the benefits of the fisherman. This is what everyone is most willing to do on a daily basis. Until the last step, no one is willing to be the first bird, but when it really comes to the last step, everyone can only take the risk. Therefore, although no one wants to make a move on them now, this doesn't mean that this problem is solved just like that. If all of this was really so easy to solve, then Mastery wouldn't have taken the initiative to help them solve this problem. Ying, you have to be mentally prepared. Next is a group battle. Wen Ziren chuckled. This kind of group battle, he really didn't participate in it. He didn't expect that he would become the target of everyone's siege as soon as he arrived at Punlai Palace. At the same time, he was also a little excited. Through this competition, he can also test what level his strength has reached. Shangguan Ying nodded her head lightly, her eyes filled with determination and interest. Let's fight. I've never been afraid of fighting since I was young. Hearing Shangguan Ying's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 chuckled in their hearts. They really believe these words. Every time Shangguan Ying makes a move, they can feel the violence in her bones. Thinking about it, not letting her make a move is what makes her feel the most uncomfortable. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were getting closer and closer to building number 5, some cultivators finally couldn't hold it in anymore. For the demon pet egg, everyone, let's go together. A disciple took the lead and shouted. With his strength alone, it was naturally impossible to win. At this point, they could only gang up. No matter what the process is, as long as they can snatch this demon pet egg, it's fine. As the disciple's voice fell, the atmosphere suddenly changed. All the disciples looked at each other, and the desire in their eyes couldn't be more obvious. Do it. Everyone also knew that if they didn't make a move now, they wouldn't have a chance. Immediately, there were cultivators rushing towards Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. After someone took the lead, the rest of the cultivators began to move as well. Regardless of whose hands this demon pet egg ended up in, they had to at least get this demon pet egg out of the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. In just a short moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were surrounded by the crowd. Bewitching, as long as you hand over the demon pet egg, we can let you live. A disciple took the lead and said, his gaze locked onto them. The strength displayed by Bewitching's group of 4 was not weak. If they could directly obtain the demon pet egg, then they would be able to reduce some of the trouble. That's right. With just the strength of the 4 of you, it's impossible for you to be a match for us. Newcomers should keep a low profile here. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for showing off too much. The demon pet egg is not something that newcomers like you can touch. As long as you hand over the demon pet egg, you can still safely stay in the outer palace. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 found it funny when they heard the words showing off too much. If I were to hand over the demon pet egg, there wouldn't be enough for so many of you, right? The corner of Bewitching's mouth curled up into a sneer. He looked at the disciple in front of him who was threatening him to hand over the demon pet egg and mocked. Hearing this, the disciple was also stunned for a moment. He said, you don't need to care about this matter. You just need to hand over the demon pet egg first. The other disciples only surrounded Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. They didn't make any moves. In fact, they had already made a decision in their hearts. Regardless of whether Bewitching and the other 2 obediently handed over the demon pet egg or not, they had to deal with these 4 fellows. After all, they were cultivators that Master Long had recruited. If Master Long were to make a fuss about it, no matter who obtained the demon pet egg, it would inevitably cause quite a bit of trouble. Only by cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, even if Master Long was furious, he wouldn't severely punish them for the 4 dead people. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had long seen through the other party's trick. In fact, they didn't play this kind of trick on a daily basis. If someone were to naively hand over the item, then that would be truly stupid. You guys don't have to fantasize anymore. The demon pet egg has already been contracted by us. You guys can't get anything. Xianxia coldly said. These guys in front of her didn't seem to be ordinary annoying. She might as well break everyone's fantasies like this. Following Xianxia words, the cultivators present couldn't help but be stunned. Thick astonishment flashed across their faces. However, they were quickly refuted by the other cultivators. This is impossible. You don't need to tell such a clumsy lie to deceive us. What's impossible about that? Xianxia raised her eyebrows. We are very clear about what you guys are planning. How could you possibly bring the demon pet egg out? The cultivators present looked at each other. For a moment, no one was able to determine whether what Xianxia said was true or false. Why do you care so much? As long as the 4 of them die, wouldn't we be clear? Are you sure you don't want to hand over the demon pet egg? You're the unlucky ones. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. The murderous intent in their eyes gradually thickened. They no longer had the mood to continue wasting time like this. Those who want our things are almost all dead. Bewitching's lips curled into a cold smile as he responded to the other party's threat with a counter-threat. As soon as he said that, the expressions of all the cultivators present changed. Rage immediately surged onto their faces. Don't be courteous with them, just attack. In a split second, vigorous elemental energy exploded in the outer hall. All the cultivators began to surround and attack Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. If it were any other cultivator, they would have panicked when facing so many cultivators. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 weren't that afraid. Because during this period of time in the oceanic world, they had been facing such a situation. No matter how many cultivators were besieging them, they only needed to face the few cultivators in front of them. As for how long they could hold on, that would depend on their strength. With so many cultivators channeling their elemental energy at the same time, the commotion was extremely shocking. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already appeared beside Bailey Hongzhuang. With their bodies shrunk, it was difficult for them to be noticed by other cultivators. In a group battle like this, it was undoubtedly very effective. Baisha did not appear together with them because they were already surrounded. The number of cultivators that the 4 of them faced was the same as the number of cultivators that each of them faced after Baisha appeared. It was impossible for them to kill so many cultivators at once. Hence, they had to hold on for a long enough time. This kind of tag team battle was very taxing on the cultivators. Even if they had some confidence in their endurance, they knew that they could not hold on forever. Even if Baishur appeared a little later, he could still help them withstand a certain amount of pressure and buy them some time to catch their breath. "Master, are we going to take their lives or what?" Xiaohe could not help but ask. Once it joined forces with Xiaobai to launch a sneak attack, the effect would be very obvious. Hence, they had to be clear about the limits of their attack. "Just take care of them," Bailey Hongzhuang said without hesitation. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. These outer palace disciples in front of them clearly intended to take their lives. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to show any mercy. Furthermore, they were currently being ganged up on. If they took their opponents' lives, it meant that they would have to continue this tag team battle. This was extremely disadvantageous to them. If they wanted to resolve this situation, they could only take their opponents' lives directly. They believed that when more and more cultivators died, these people would be more cautious. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiaohe and Xiaobai also nodded. If they had to be careful when they attacked, it would be troublesome for them to move. Since they did not have to worry about anything now, they could go all out. The battle erupted in an instant. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other threes. Elemental energy surged to the extreme. Before they could make a move, the others' attacks had already struck towards them. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three reacted extremely quickly and quickly began to face the enemy. Bang bang bang, the sound of fists colliding continuously spread out as yuan power ripples continuously spread out. Both parties were extremely ruthless in their attacks, unwilling to give the other party even the slightest chance to breathe. In the course of this battle, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's movements were nimble and quick. Even though there were many people attacking them, they were still able to deal with them without panicking. Speaking of which, this was all thanks to their experience in the oceanic world. Thinking back to when they were besieged by monster beasts in the oceanic world, they were also flustered. However, as they gradually gained more experience, they became more proficient in dealing with group attacks. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's orderly attacks, the cultivators who were attacking in groups were clearly a little messy. They were not partners in the first place. At this moment, they were only working together for the same goal. All of their attacks were launched at the same time. Some of them landed on Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's bodies, while some landed on the other cultivators. This scene was obviously something that no one had expected. It was just that when they were attacking, they were accidentally affected by other cultivators. Naturally, it was inevitable that they would be a little angry. Then, those with bad tempers directly began to retaliate. Unknowingly, some cultivators had already begun to fight among themselves. Regarding this point, everyone felt speechless for a while. However, the goal of the vast majority of cultivators was still Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. The monster pet egg was what they wanted wholeheartedly. Bang! 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 The sound of elemental energy colliding constantly resounded. Cracks had already appeared on the flat ground in the midst of everyone's battle. Fortunately, the road in Punlai Palace was wide enough. Otherwise, the buildings on the side would have been affected by their battle and turned into ruins. Elemental energy constantly poured out from Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Now, they could be said to be conserving every bit of elemental energy. Only by preserving a little bit of elemental energy could they hold on for a while longer. Bailey Hongzhuang had already prepared the elixir supply. In the face of such a battle of attrition, elemental energy consumption was the fastest, so replenishing elemental energy was the most important. As soon as they attacked, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three tried their best to finish off the other party. Otherwise, they would have to spend more energy and elemental energy. Fortunately, the cultivation of the vast majority of cultivators was only at Purple Realm level 5 and Purple Realm level 6. Everyone was also a cultivator who had not been in Punlai Palace for a long time. In addition, it was not so easy to break through at this level. Even with the cultivation resources of Punlai Palace, the spirit stones in everyone's hands were still not enough for cultivation. Therefore, this speed was relatively stagnant. Under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's efficiency was not bad. The cultivators in front of them fell one by one in front of them, completely disappearing from this world. However, compared to their speed of elimination, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were the fastest. Their sneak attacks often caught the cultivators off guard. Moreover, they directly attacked the opponent's weakest point as soon as they attacked, not giving the opponent the slightest chance to fight back. Many cultivators directly fell into their path like this. Even until death, they did not understand how they died. The other cultivators gradually realized that some cultivators had lost their lives after letting out a scream. They did not notice what had happened at all. No, something else is ambushing us. One of the cultivators had a grave expression on his face, revealing some panic and fear. Apart from Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, there was clearly no one else present. However, many of them had clearly been ambushed. Hearing this cultivator's words, the other cultivators' expressions changed as they nodded. That's right. There is indeed something invisible attacking us. Everyone, be careful. What kind of sorcery did they use? For a moment, the way everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three changed completely. If they could see it, they could still defend against it. However, this feeling of being invisible and untouchable made everyone panic and their hair stand on end. Seeing that everyone had mistaken Xiao He and Xiao Bai's sneak attacks as sorcery, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three found it funny. These guys were really too stupid to think of such a reason. It had to be said that Xiao He and Xiao Bai's ability to change their figures at will was a great weapon for a sneak attack. Especially in this chaotic battle, everyone was focused on fighting, and the surrounding environment was even more noisy. No one would notice that two things the size of stones could actually threaten their lives. From another perspective, if it was Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three who encountered such a sneak attack, they would probably feel that it was very scary. Hearing Shangguan Yingying's words, everyone was even more uncertain. They clearly knew that Shangguan Yingying's words were mocking them, but the situation in front of them really made them think this way. After this incident, everyone came back to their senses and regained some rationality and calmness. With this look, everyone realized that unknowingly, there were already so many corpses beside Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. It really made them completely stunned. The other party was only 4 new cultivators. With so many of them besieging them, not only did they not gain any benefits, but they also made so many people pay with their lives. In comparison, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's strength was really terrifying. For a moment, many cultivators' expressions changed. Previously, they only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had used some special method to hook up with Master Long, causing Master Long to be obsessed and be willing to give them 3 demon pet eggs. They had never thought that there would be any other reason, but after such a battle, they suddenly realized that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's strength was indeed extraordinary. Just this potential alone was much stronger than most of them present. At least, if it were them, they would not be able to hold on for so long in such a group fight, nor would they be able to have such a terrifying battle record. At this moment, everyone finally understood that perhaps Master Long wasn't blinded by greed and decided to give the 3 demon beast eggs to them. Instead, he truly took a fancy to their cultivation talent and did so. This news had been spread earlier, but no one believed that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three could catch Master Long's eye, so it was naturally ignored by everyone. Now that they had personally witnessed the fighting power of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, they felt that this news might be true. If it was an ordinary 5th-level Purple Realm cultivator, it would be impossible to burst out such a strong fighting power. Moreover, after fighting for such a long time, if it was an ordinary cultivator, their physical strength would have been exhausted long ago. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was a human, and it seemed that it was not a big deal. With this comparison, they could see the difference between Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's ordinary cultivators. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but feel regret. If Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were really such geniuses, then their future development would be limitless. Once they became Inner Palace disciples, they would truly have a meteoric rise. Since they had done such a thing, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would definitely not let them off. Everyone's expressions changed again and again as various considerations flashed through their minds. In the end, their gazes became firm and ruthless. We must kill them. Otherwise, our days will not be good. No one knew who shouted first, but the rest of the cultivators all agreed one after another. On this point, everyone had already reached a consensus. If they couldn't deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others today, then they would face a lot of trouble in the future. Since Master Long was willing to give them 3 demon pet eggs, this proved how much Master Long valued them. Once they complained to Master Long, then they would have to bear the consequences. Immediately, everyone's attacks towards Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 became more and more ruthless. This was not only related to the problem of seizing the demon beast eggs, but also related to their future safety and development. Looking at everyone's storm-like attacks, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were also barely able to resist. The pressure was getting bigger and bigger. Previously, when everyone was focused on dealing with them, they were also thinking about how to fish in troubled waters to save more energy and seize the demon pet eggs. But now, they were completely on the same side, so they were already sparing no effort to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. Under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 could be said to be under a lot of pressure. Their individual fighting strength was indeed not bad, but facing so many cultivators, the consumption of their bodies was not small, and their attention was even more focused. If they were not careful, they would be ambushed by the other party. Once they were injured, then the situation would only get worse and worse. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching unleashed their blood aura field at almost the same time. The amount of elemental energy consumed by unleashing the blood aura field was not small. Previously, in order to save more elemental energy, the 2 of them had not unleashed the blood aura field. At this moment, the pressure was getting bigger and bigger, and they could no longer hold on, so they could only unleash the blood aura field. As Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching unleashed their blood aura field, their auras also instantly rose. After Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's auras rose, the original pressure immediately weakened by a lot. Xianxia and Wen Xiren also quietly heaved a sigh of relief and had a chance to breathe. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the blood aura released by Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. They had long known that 2 of the people in Bailey Hongzhuang's team were the inheritors of the blood aura field, but they had never been able to determine who they were. Now, they finally knew. Not only that, after witnessing the sudden increase in strength of Bailey Hongzhuang, they finally understood how powerful the inheritance of the blood aura was. Previously, they had only heard rumors, so they didn't feel anything. However, now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they finally understood the effect of the blood aura field on one's strength. Immediately, they became extremely jealous. It was no wonder that the inheritance of the blood aura field was so difficult to obtain. Who would have thought that its effects would be so shocking? If they could obtain this inheritance, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. It would not be a problem for them to fight above their level. As soon as the blood aura field was unleashed, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's attacks once again increased by a notch. Even though everyone's attacks were extremely fierce, the 2's counterattacks were not inferior in the slightest. They were all extremely powerful. In comparison, Xiren and Xianxia were under more pressure. However, Xiaohe and Xiaobai were also helping them share the pressure. Both sides erupted with all their strength, and the fluctuations of the battle were extremely shocking. Under such a tag-team battle, Bailey Hongzhuang's team was inevitably injured. Flowers of blood blossomed on the bodies of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. Their physical strength was gradually weakening and a sense of exhaustion was slowly creeping up on them. Even though they had the ability to fight above their level, their opponents were not ordinary people. Furthermore, almost all of them were full of energy. This made them feel like they were unable to continue. Taking turns to fight was a battle of attrition. The longer it took, the more difficult it would be to persevere. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had unleashed the blood aura, the pressure on them had been greatly reduced. However, the rate at which their primary energy was being depleted was extremely terrifying. Even though they had continuously used pills to replenish their primary energy, the rate at which their primary energy was being replenished could not keep up with the rate at which their primary energy was being depleted. Bang! Xianxia was directly knocked to the ground by her opponent. Her beautiful face was pale and her speed of standing up was much slower as she gradually lost her strength. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw that Xianxia had created an opening. Immediately, they launched an even fiercer attack towards Xianxia. Ying. Seeing that Xianxia was in danger, Xiren's eyes flashed with anxiety. He immediately stood in front of Shang Guanying to block the attacks for her. Ding ding ding, the sound of swords clashing rang out continuously. Xiren's eyes had long turned red. These people in front of him actually wanted to take his Ying's life. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shang Guanying quickly stood up. However, Xiren had taken on too many attacks alone. He had been stabbed in the waist. Seeing that Xiren and Shang Guanying were in danger, Bailey Hongshuang's heart skipped a beat. She quickly released Baisher. Roar! Baisher let out a deafening roar as soon as he appeared. It immediately shocked the surrounding cultivators. Seeing the sudden appearance of this ferocious beast, the crowd could not help but be stunned. However, they were not too surprised. From the information that they had gathered earlier, they already knew that Bailey Hongshuang and the other three had contracted beasts. Moreover, these contracted beasts were not weak. When Baisher saw this scene, the light in his eyes sharpened. Bailey Hongshuang said directly, "Go and help Ying and the others." Although her and Bewitching's situation was not optimistic, they could at least hold on for a while. Xiren and Shang Guanying were in danger. If the White Lion did not help, their lives could be in danger at any time. With the addition of the White Lion, the pressure on Xiren and Shang Guanying was greatly alleviated. However, they felt an unbearable pain all over their bodies. Needless to say, their wounds hurt. Even their muscles felt an indescribable soreness. It was as if every time they swung their swords, they needed to exert a great deal of strength. Their hands gradually became numb, and their attacks gradually slowed down. The situation of Bailey Hongshuang and the others uncontrollably became worse. In such a battle of attrition, even a body made of iron would not be able to withstand it. The smell of blood continued to spread throughout the area. Flowers of blood bloomed on the ground, enchanting and poignant. When the cultivators in the outer palace saw that Bailey Hongshuang and the other three had managed to withstand their attacks for so long, the fear in their hearts grew. This level of battle power was simply too terrifying. If it were any of them, they would not have the confidence to do so. However, the four newcomers had managed to hold on for so long. After exclaiming in surprise, the crowd felt a lingering fear. They can't take it anymore. Take this opportunity to kill them. That's right. As long as we kill them, this demon pet egg will be ours. There were more and more wounds on Bailey Hongshuang's body. Her white robe was now dyed red with blood. Her delicate and perfect face was pale, without the slightest trace of blood, but her bright phoenix eyes were always shining with a firm and persistent light. Every face in front of her was clearly imprinted in her heart. As long as they didn't die today, she would return all of this pain to these guys in front of her. Bewitching's handsome face was already stained with a few drops of blood. The blood on his clothes was already indistinguishable from his own or someone else's. All of it gathered together, and his killing intent was also getting stronger and stronger. Shang Guanying and Wen Xiren's situation was even worse than Bailey Hongshuang's. Ever since they were injured, their movements had become sluggish, causing the frequency of their injuries to increase. Xiren's face had already become abnormally pale due to excessive blood loss. His hand that was holding the sword trembled slightly. Every bit of strength in his body had been squeezed out. At this moment, he was completely relying on his willpower to continue fighting. Even he himself didn't know when he would completely lose his strength and faint. However, he knew that he couldn't fall like this. Once he fell like this, he would never wake up again. The light in Shang Guanying's eyes became more and more ruthless, revealing an unspeakable resentment. These damned guys in front of them had forced them to such a state just for some benefits. They were simply abominable, even though they had already expected such a tragic scene. When all of this really happened, the resentment and anger in their hearts continued to surge. They couldn't wait to kill all of these guys in front of them. Fortunately, the world was peaceful. The manager of the outer palace really came back? We've already persevered for so long, but we haven't seen any trace of them. Shang Guanying's face was pale, and her voice was filled with despair. They clearly knew that this was an unwinnable battle. Their only hope was to wait for the manager to appear. However, it had already been so long, and the other party still hadn't made any movements. Perhaps the other party didn't plan to come out at all. Xiren's face was also a little ugly. According to his judgment, the matter had already escalated to such a point that the other party should have appeared. Logically speaking, with such a huge commotion, they shouldn't be able to sit by and do nothing. He couldn't figure it out. There were already many corpses on the ground. He felt that no force would sit by and do nothing in such a situation. However, the other party hadn't shown up for so long, which made him unable to figure it out. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also had a trace of doubt in their eyes. They felt that their previous judgment could not be wrong, but after so long, the manager still had not appeared, and they could not help but feel a little nervous. Could it be that Punlai Palace's management of the cultivators was so lax that no matter what kind of commotion was caused in the outer hall, it could not attract them to come out? If that was the case, then there was a problem with their judgment. Bewitching's eyes darkened slightly. Logically speaking, this shouldn't happen. Could it be that we haven't caused enough of a ruckus? Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but look at each other. If this situation was not considered big enough, then what would be considered big enough? If this continues, we won't be able to hold on any longer. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. He had already used all of his skills and the strength in his body had been gradually depleted. If this continued, he could fall into a coma at any time. These vile people who only cared about benefits had long regarded them as prey. Once they fell, the only outcome would be death. That's right. If this continues, all of us will die here. Shang Guanyin glanced around. Although they had killed a lot of cultivators, compared to this huge number, what they had done was still not enough. This was because the number of disciples in the outer palace of Punlai Palace was too great. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also showed a touch of worry. She did not understand where their judgment had gone wrong, but it was obvious that they had to think of other ways at the moment. If the manager was unwilling to appear, they could not just throw their lives away here. When the other cultivators saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, as well as Baishir, were gradually losing their strength, their eyes lit up with excitement. They can't hold on any longer. Take this opportunity to kill them directly. Everyone, work harder. These 4 guys are not far from death. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 looked at the covetous eyes of the people around them. They were like evil spirits, wishing that they could die as soon as possible so that they could divide their wealth. I will never let these guys take advantage of me. Shang Guanying's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. A crazy idea gradually emerged in her mind. She was already unable to continue fighting. At this moment, every attack she made was relying on her own will to fight. She did not know how long she could last. The only thing she knew was that even if she died, she would not let these people in front of her gain the slightest advantage. Even if I'm really going to die, I'd rather self-destruct than leave these guys with any benefits. The light in Shang Guanying's eyes became crazier and more ruthless. After fighting to this point, she no longer expected to survive. She only had one thought now: even if she was going to die, she had to drag a few people down with her. These guys wanted to kill her so that they could benefit from it, but she was going to drag them down to hell with her. The gazes of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others changed when they heard Shang Guanying's words. They never expected Shang Guanying to be so unyielding as to even think of such a plan. Ying, don't be rash. Just because it's not the last moment doesn't mean that we don't have a chance to turn things around. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly spoke up. Even though the situation before them was very difficult to resolve, this did not mean that they had to die. She had to first dispel Shang Guanying's thoughts. You're already on the path to death and you still want to live on. What a fool's dream. In my opinion, you might as well stop struggling and just stop. We'll give you a quick death and save you the pain. That's right. Since you can't hold on any longer, why continue to make things difficult for yourself? Death is also a form of relief for you. The outer palace disciples who were besieging them smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were now cornered beasts. They believed that in less than a quarter of an hour, the 4 of them would die by their hands. There was indeed a manager in the outer palace. However, the conflicts in the outer palace were not small. Ordinary movements would not alarm them at all. Although today's movements were much larger than usual, they were already prepared. Therefore, they immediately used their primary energy to prop up a barrier and suppress the movements. This way, the manager would not be in a hurry to come out and take a look. They also had enough time to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not notice this detail. Therefore, they were still waiting for help. Listening to the other party's merciless ridicule, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart surged with madness. She still wanted to stay in Punlai Palace, so she was not willing to go to the extreme. If there was really no room for negotiation, then she could only give it her all. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but look at Bewitching. Bewitching noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze and immediately understood what she meant. He immediately nodded. Now, this was the only way. Since the other party wanted them dead, the only thing they could do was to let the other party die first. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze deepened. Since the manager of Punlai Island was unwilling to come out, she would solve this problem herself. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. Since you're forcing me step by step, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bailey Hongzhuang's sharp eyes exuded a shocking murderous aura. Her gaze swept across everyone in front of her. She rarely used such means, but now that she was forced to this point, she had no other choice. These people in front of her all deserved to die. When Xiren and Shang Guanying could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. They did not know that Bailey Hongzhuang still had a backup plan. Bewitching's expression was very indifferent. He had already discussed this with Bailey Hongzhuang. This was their trump card, and if they could avoid it, it would be best not to use it. Because once they used it, they could not be sure what kind of attitude Punlai Palace would have towards them. Perhaps they would no longer be a member of Punlai Palace from then on. Perhaps there would be an even worse outcome. As of now, the number of outer hall disciples who had died in their hands was not small. If the number increased, the manager of Punlai Palace would not be able to bear it. However, now that they had been forced to a dead end, there was no other way. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the other cultivators couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. There was a burst of surprise in their hearts. They didn't believe that Bailey Hongzhuang's group had a way to escape at this time. What a joke! I don't believe that they still have a way to get out of this predicament. They must be deliberately scaring us. Aren't you talking nonsense? They're already at the end of their rope. If they want to blame someone, they can only blame their luck for being too good. Their own strength isn't strong enough, yet they still possess such a demon pet egg. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. As for Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4, everyone didn't have any special feelings. They also didn't want to kill them because of this. It's just that the demon pet egg they possessed was too tempting. If they wanted to snatch the demon pet egg back, the only way was to take the lives of Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4. Haha, so what if we let them brag for a while? After they die, they won't have the slightest chance. Everyone mocked one after another, but their eyes were constantly flashing with a bit of light. Once Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 died, it was also a problem for them to distribute the demon pet egg with so many people present. This battle wouldn't end with the death of Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 3. Since you all like to die so much, then all of you can go and die. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes turned sharp, and a surge of killing intent surged out. Relying on strength, they could only fight until here, but relying on poison techniques, they could completely get rid of the predicament in front of them. In the next moment, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang moved almost at the same time. Immediately after, in everyone's line of sight, they only saw a beautiful cherry blossom between them. A faint fragrance entered their nostrils, causing them to be unable to help but take a deep breath. Such a refreshing fragrance was truly hard to come by. Everyone only felt that after smelling this fragrance, their entire spirit was shaken. The original bit of exhaustion seemed to have disappeared in an instant, and their entire bodies seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, entering an extremely good state. The romantic cherry blossoms quietly danced, landing on the enchanting blooming blood flowers. Within the beauty, there was a bit of strangeness. The rich fragrance spread throughout the entire outer hall, and everyone was intoxicated as they smelled this wisp of fragrance. Originally, there were still many cultivators who were extremely wary of this fragrance, but after seeing that everyone was fine after smelling this fragrance, and on the contrary, their entire spirit, energy, and spirit were raised, they relaxed a little. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion. They didn't understand what they were doing. They were already at the end of their rope, and now they helped everyone raise their condition to the extreme. Wasn't the speeding up their own death, however, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching. Xiao He, Xiao Bai and Bai Shi had already quietly returned, by Bailey Hongshuang's, Xiao Bai, and White. Based on their understanding of their master, the stronger the fragrance, the more intoxicating it was, the more poisonous it was. If they entered the chaos ring first, they would be able to avoid being affected. However, they were still filled with curiosity towards the final effect. Xiren and Bailey Hongshuang had only quietly watched Bailey Hongshuang and Bailey Hongshuang's actions from the beginning to the end. They were completely unaware of Bailey Hongshuang and Bailey Hongshuang's plans, but they had already built up complete trust between them. Even if the other cultivators did not believe it, they believed it unwaveringly. The rich fragrance gradually spread. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching's faces were dignified. They had already held their breath, not willing to smell the fragrance even a little bit. In this world, the more beautiful something was, the more poisonous it was. The richer the fragrance, the more unusual it was. The crowd was still attacking Bailey Hongshuang and the other three. Bailey Hongshuang and the other three were also passively defending against the enemy. However, the injuries on their bodies were increasing. Their fresh blood mixed with the rich fragrance actually had a sweet taste. Shangguaniying and Wenxiren's spirits were greatly improved after smelling the fragrance. They felt that their arms, which were originally unable to move, had regained their strength. Immediately, their speed in attacking the enemy increased. No one noticed that the faces of the cultivators in front of them were gradually turning red. Their eyes were filled with intense excitement. "Wife, how long will it take for the drug to take effect?" Bewitching asked softly. Their situation was getting worse. If this continued, they would no longer have the strength to fight back in less than 10 minutes. "It's starting to take effect now. As they continue to use their primary energy, the speed at which the poison takes effect will increase. Through their primary energy, it will completely enter their bodies." Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were cold and ruthless. It won't take long for it to take effect completely. She had always believed that every injustice had its perpetrator and every debt its debtor. Even if she had the ability to attack a group of people, she was unwilling to use it most of the time. That was because she did not want to affect the other innocent cultivators. However, there were hundreds of cultivators in front of her. Every single one of them wanted to take their lives. Therefore, she could only use this method. It was a cruel and bloody method. Bailey Hongshuang and the other three were bitterly holding on under the siege of the crowd. Not only were the cultivators' faces gradually turning red, even their eyes were gradually turning red. However, they were too excited to notice it. They only felt that their strength had increased tremendously. They had never been in such a good state before. This feeling made them feel like they were willing to compete with anyone. It was as if they had already become the strongest in the world, and no one could be compared to them. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongshuang's lips slowly curved into a cold smile. It was starting to take effect. The next moment, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching looked at each other and quickly retreated a few steps. At the same time, the cultivators surrounding Bailey Hongshuang and the other three paused as well. Doubt flashed through their eyes at the same time, as if they had forgotten what they were supposed to do. However, a look of understanding flashed in their eyes, and they began to attack the cultivators beside them in a frenzy. Every one of them seemed to treat the cultivators around them as their irreconcilable enemies. They didn't care about the condition of their own bodies and only wanted to kill the other party. In this state of excitement, no one seemed to feel the pain on their bodies. The pain seemed to have completely disappeared, leaving only the carefree feeling of battle. However, the two immediately noticed that Wenxiren and Shangguaniying were also in the same situation. With a move, the two immediately appeared beside Shangguaniying and Wenxiren. In the next second, the two did not hesitate to directly knock out Xiren and Shangguaniying. If this continued, Shangguaniying and Xiren would also begin to harm themselves. "Wife, are Xiren and Ying okay?" Bewitching was worried. Bailey Hongshuang shook her head slightly and said, "As long as they take the antidote now, they will be fine. Don't worry." Originally, she wanted to directly remind Xiren and Shangguaniying to hold their breath, but at that time, whether it was Shangguaniying or Xiren, they were unable to continue. Although this fragrance was poisonous, it could stimulate the best state of the cultivator in a short time. In that case, it was difficult to rely on the strength of Wen Xiren and Shang Guanying, so this was the only way. If not, I am afraid that Wen Xiren and Shang Guanying's lives would be in danger now. Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's words, Bewitching was also relieved. Today's situation was really beyond their expectations. They did not expect that from the beginning to the end, the manager of Punlai Palace did not intend to come forward. After Bailey Hongshuang quickly gave Shang Guanying and Shang Guanying the antidote, the two of them slowly woke up. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching, Wen Xiren and Shang Guanying were both stunned, then their eyes widened, and they quickly said, "What's the situation now? Are we out of trouble?" Bailey Hongshuang shook her head, indicating Wen Xiren and Shang Guanying to see the situation around them clearly. "Not really out of trouble, but we have a chance to breathe for a while." After Xiren and Shang Guanying saw the chaotic scene in front of them, they realized that today's matter was not over. However, after seeing the performance of the other cultivators, the two of them could not help but be stunned. For a moment, they could not recover from their shock. "What's the situation now?" Shang Guanying's eyes widened. "Why are they fighting each other?" After pondering for a moment, Wen Xiren's eyes fell on Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching. "This is the method you two used, right?" Bewitching nodded. "Yes, this is the poison concocted by Hongshuang. You were poisoned before, but you are fine now. I knew you guys still had a trump card. But what exactly is going on? Is there something wrong with these guys' brains?" Shang Guanying's face was full of curiosity. Even though there was a burst of pain in her body, she did not care about it now. She just wanted to know what was going on. "You have to ask Hongshuang," Bewitching said. Bailey Hongshuang shrugged, then said, "Didn't we encounter a situation of being besieged when we were on Monkey Island? The poison I used back then was similar to the poison I'm using now. However, the poison I used this time is of a higher grade and more powerful." Speaking of which, this was the poison she made after being inspired by the last time. Usually, even if they had a conflict with cultivators, it was only a few people. This kind of poison was not needed at all. Bailey Hongshuang had always been extremely talented in the art of medicine and poison. As long as she wanted to concoct a poison, she would be able to concoct it easily. When she was in the magic tower, she found that the materials in the magic tower were very abundant. When she saw some materials that she was interested in, Bailey Hongshuang did not hesitate to exchange for them. Although the area of Punlai Island was not as big as the outside world, the heaven and earth treasures here were much more than the outside world. A lot of herbs that were not usually seen could be seen here. Bailey Hongshuang had always been very interested in herbs, so she collected a lot of them. When they were heading to Punlai Island, because there were too many uncertain factors, she deliberately concocted a lot of poisons to prevent them from being in danger because they were not strong enough. However, the things that happened in the end clearly proved that she had foresight. If she did not prepare these herbs, their situation would definitely be very bad. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Shang Guanying and the others also understood. Although half a year had passed, they still remembered clearly what had happened on the Monkey Island. So these cultivators started killing each other like the gold essence piebald monkeys on the Monkey Island? Can they recover? They can't recover on their own. Bailey Hongshuang shook her head, "Unless there is an antidote, but I did not concoct a lot of antidotes." The reason why she concocted the poison was to kill them. How could she concoct an antidote to help them escape? The reason why she concocted a few antidotes was to prevent accidents from happening, such as her own people being poisoned. These people are so despicable, they should be killed and sent to hell. Shang Guanying's eyes were filled with hatred. This kind of group attack really made her angry to the extreme. If Bailey Hongshuang still had such a method, then their lives would really be lost. Xiren nodded, "These people. They all deserve to die." In the vision of the four people, these outer palace disciples had already killed until their eyes turned red. Everyone in front of them had become their enemy. This dazzling and tyrannical martial skill continued to erupt. Flowers of blood continued to bloom. The blood on the ground was getting more and more. However, no one had the slightest intention of stopping. The thick smell of blood gradually enveloped the entire outer palace. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others took the opportunity to consume the pills. The injuries on their bodies were much more serious than the other cultivators. Their white clothes had already been dyed red with blood. There were countless big and small wounds on them. It could be said that they were riddled with holes. Just to recover from these injuries, it would take a long time. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and the others saw that the poison had dissipated and ran out. Seeing the state of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, the 6 contracted beasts felt their hearts ache. Bailey Hongzhuang stroked Baishir's fur. In the previous battle, Baishir had helped them block a lot of attacks. Now, Baishir's body was covered in blood and the wounds were even more shocking. Looking at the wounds on Baishir's body, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but feel her heart ache. Suddenly, her hatred for these cultivators grew. Feeling his master's heartache for him, Baishir could not help but say, "Master, you don't have to worry. I'm fine." In the previous battle, the white lion had expended a lot of energy. However, as a demonic beast, its endurance and combat strength were not bad. It was also a little glad that it had not slacked off these days. Otherwise, the situation just now would have been really terrible. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart ached slightly. Seeing Baishir injured, this feeling was even worse than her being injured. She stroked Baishir's soft fur and said, "It's been hard on you today." Being able to fight side by side with Master has always been the happiest thing for Baishir. Baishir's eyes shone brightly. He had always hoped to be able to fight side by side with Master. To be able to help Master was the happiest thing for him. As for being injured, he did not care at all. Master's injuries were obviously not lighter than his. Bailey Hongzhuang rubbed her face against Baishir. A smile slowly appeared on her lips and a trace of warmth emerged in her heart. "Master, since these guys want our things so much, we can't let them take advantage of us." Xiao He came in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 in Baishir, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, who were responsible for the sneak attack, did not suffer any serious injuries. They were just exhausted. Since coming to Punlai Island, they had encountered one trouble after another. However, it was really the first time that they had encountered such a miserable situation. Almost everyone had no strength left. If another opponent appeared now, they would not have any strength to fight back at all. Fortunately, no one else would appear for the time being. Hearing Xiao He's words, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask, "What do you want to do? There are so many guys here." "Collect their Qianquan bags. This is a huge sum of money." Xiao He's eyes shone brightly. They had spent so much effort and almost lost their lives here. No matter what, they had to collect some interest. Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. Their current situation was really too bad, so she didn't think of this at all. Now that she was reminded by Xiao He, she immediately nodded. "That's right. Go ahead and collect your spoils." Xiao He and Xiao Bai still had strength, but the 4 of them had long lost all their strength. At this moment, they sat on the ground and did not even want to move. Yes. In the next second, Xiao He and Xiao Bai brought the 3 newborn beasties to collect their spoils of war. Although the 3 little fellows did not understand what had happened, they felt a pang of heartache when they saw that their master was injured. Now that Xiao He and Xiao Bai were leading the way, they naturally wanted to do whatever they could to help. Under such circumstances, the 5 little fellows quickly scuttled into the chaotic crowd, emptying one Qianquan bag after another. Although the wealth of the Outer Palace disciples could not be considered rich, with so many people gathered together, it was still an extremely rich resource. As the Outer Palace disciples began to kill each other, they naturally did not care about hiding the ripples from the battle. Immediately, the ripples quickly spread. However, after Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 left, they did not feel the slightest fluctuation of elemental energy for a long time. This could not help but make the 2 of them feel a little strange. Could it be? The situation outside was not as bad as they had expected. Logically speaking, once this news spread out, it would definitely attract the jealousy of many cultivators. They were very clear about the personalities of the disciples in the Outer Palace. Moreover, the Outer Palace had never prohibited fights between cultivators, so this point was magnified. Snatching things from others had become a common thing. The only difference was that even if someone wanted to snatch something, it would only be a few people. There were very few things that could attract everyone's attention like a demon pet egg. It seems that our judgment is wrong? Yihua's eyes flashed with surprise. Could it be that these four little fellows have some special method that actually made everyone give up on their plans? Hearing this, Long Yanwei's expression was somewhat complicated. Logically speaking, this problem shouldn't be so easy to solve. However, until now, there has been no movement. Perhaps we have really underestimated them. According to his judgment, he believed that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three would use this opportunity to cause quite a commotion. As a result, they would naturally make a move as well. However, this would have nothing to do with Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. However, there was no movement at all after so long. This proved that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's actions were different from his judgment. Thinking back to their confident looks, Long Yanwei was really curious about how they would solve this problem. Although these four little fellows haven't been in the Punlai Island for long, all of them are very smart. Yihua smiled slightly. I think that maybe you made the right bet this time. However, after Long Yanwei and Yihua had relaxed for a period of time, suddenly, a terrifying wave of elemental energy came from the direction of the outer palace. Feeling the fluctuation of the elemental energy, Long Yanwei and Yihua's expressions couldn't help but change. This was because the fluctuation of the elemental energy was too shocking. Why would there be such a huge fluctuation of elemental energy? A tinge of nervousness surfaced on Yihua's face. Logically speaking, even if the two sides had clashed, it was impossible for the aura to be so terrifying. Based on the enormous fluctuation of origin energy, they were able to determine that there were at least 100 people launching attacks at the same time. This was a little too terrifying. Long Yanwei's expression changed as a thought quickly flashed through his mind. Perhaps, we were too careless. Hearing this, Yihua was slightly startled, and quickly understood what Long Yanwei meant. You mean that they blocked this origin energy fluctuation? Other than this, I can't think of any other reason. Long Yanwei's face was gloomy to the extreme. He gave the demon pet eggs to Bewitching and the others because he valued them greatly. He wanted to use this method to increase the strength of Bewitching and the others, but he didn't want Bewitching and the others to lose their lives just like that. If his actions caused Bewitching and the others to lose their lives, then the one who would feel guilty would be him. They'd been gone for a long time. That means... Almost at the first moment he guessed the situation, Yihua had already made a judgment in his heart. They ignored the fact that the outer palace disciples were all old foxes and never thought that they would use this move to shield the fluctuations of origin energy. Therefore, they did not go out to take a look. Now that so much time had passed and the origin energy fluctuations that erupted were so shocking, presumably, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had already fallen. It was just that the other cultivators were fighting over the Qianquan bags of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Thinking of this, Yihua's heart sank. Not only because Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had lost their lives for no reason, but also because Long Yanwei's 3 demon pet eggs had been wasted just like that. One had to know that back then, they had spent a lot of effort to obtain these 3 demon pet eggs. They had always been Long Yanwei's treasured collection, but now, they had just been contracted and had actually fallen along with their master. Let's go out and take a look. Long Yanwei had obviously thought of this situation. This was undoubtedly what he did not want to see the most, but he still had a trace of hope in his heart. As long as he did not see the corpses of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 with his own eyes, then everything was still possible. When Long Yanwei and Yihua flew towards the direction of the outer palace, the closer they got to the outer palace, the stronger the smell of blood they discovered. Immediately, their expressions became even more unsightly. Such a strong smell of blood, I'm afraid that many disciples have died. Yihua frowned. If there were only a few people, the smell of blood would definitely not be so strong. And to be so strong to such an extent, there would at least be dozens or even hundreds of people. Although there would often be fights in the outer palace of the Punlai Palace, there would only be a dozen people at most. However, such a strong smell of blood, this was the first time it had happened. Long Yanwei's heart sank even more. I'm afraid that they were besieged by all the outer palace disciples. At this moment, Long Yanwei's heart also produced a strong sense of regret. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 left, he should have followed them out to take a look. He had been too negligent. As Long Yanwei and Yizihua got closer and closer to the outer palace, the thick smell of blood almost reached a choking level. The two of them were extremely fast and directly climbed to the roof. Only then did they clearly see the situation in front of them. However, when they saw the situation in front of them clearly, both of them couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others rested for a moment and recovered a bit of strength before slowly standing up. Even though they had already taken the medicinal pills, their condition was not much better. Their bodies were still sore, and they could only recover after they returned to their rooms. As for these fellows who were killing each other in front of them, they had no intention of paying any attention to them. Since blood had already flowed like a river, he might as well be more thorough and let these fellows all fall here. They would never show mercy to anyone who offended them. So what if they had the advantage in numbers? When they had the idea of killing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, they should have been prepared to do so. They carried out their revenge thoroughly. When Long Yanwei and Yizihua arrived, this was the scene they saw. There were many corpses lying on the ground, and the ground had long been dyed red with blood. The thick smell of blood was coming from here. Even though they had already expected that the situation would be very tragic, the scene in front of them still exceeded their expectations. This was a bit shocking. Such a thing happening in the outer palace of the Punlai Palace was something that had never happened before. Yanwei, these 3 demon pet eggs of yours have really caused a bloody battle. Yizihua couldn't help but sigh. The 3 demon pet eggs did indeed have an incomparable attraction. However, it was still a bit too shocking to cause such a large number of casualties. Thinking about it, no matter if it was him or Long Yanwei, they never thought that it would cause such a huge commotion. If the palace master knew about this, it would probably be very troublesome. However, all the cultivators who were recruited by Punlai Palace had a certain level of ability. Usually, small-scale battles were harmless. However, from the scene in front of them, it was clear that a small half of the disciples from the outer palace were involved. Even they couldn't ignore this loss. Long Yanwei's expression was extremely ugly. He also didn't think that the commotion would be so terrifying. Just for 3 demon pet eggs, so many cultivators had actually fallen. Although these guys had always valued benefits, they weren't so stupid as to directly throw their lives away here. Let's go ahead and take a look. Long Yanwei's voice was slightly heavy. In front of them, they could only see the corpses on the ground. However, the battle fluctuations were still a little further ahead. Yizihua nodded and immediately followed Long Yanwei to the front. When his shoes stepped on the ground, the soles of his feet were immediately stained with blood. The entire ground was now dyed red with blood. That sticky feeling couldn't help but make people feel uncomfortable. Not long after, Long Yanwei and Yizihua saw the situation of everyone's battle. Even they couldn't help but be speechless at such a tragic situation. It was simply too shocking. Long Yanwei glanced at the crowd and quickly found Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 who were preparing to leave. His eyes immediately revealed a dense surprise. Not only Long Yanwei, Yizihua also noticed this and couldn't help but be surprised. According to their judgment, it was impossible for Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 to survive under such a siege. However, although Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were severely injured, they were still alive. This was far beyond their expectations. Long Yanwei quietly heaved a sigh of relief. He had always thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had already fallen, and felt extremely guilty in his heart. He did not expect them to be so powerful that they could still persist in such a situation. However, when they thought of this, Long Yanwei and Yizihua could not help but look at each other. The fact that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were able to survive despite being besieged like this meant that their combat strength was simply too heaven-defying. If this demonic pet egg wasn't contracted, they could still understand if they took out the demonic pet egg to avoid a calamity. However, the demonic pet egg had already been contracted. There was absolutely no possibility of taking out the demonic pet egg. Under such circumstances, the fact that the 4 of them were still able to survive was simply too shocking. For a moment, even they couldn't understand how Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were able to do this. In the next second, Long Yanwei and Yizihua arrived beside Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. "How are you guys?" They thought that it was impossible for the manager of Punlai Palace to come out. They did not expect that after they had settled everything, Long Yanwei and Long Zhenjing would actually come. "We're fine," Bewitching slowly said. At this moment, their feelings were somewhat complicated. They originally thought that with such a huge battle fluctuation, it should have attracted them over no matter what. However, when they were at the end of the line and there was no movement at all, they could not help but feel a little disappointed. How did things turn out like this? Yizihua frowned. The situation in front of him was really terrible. However, it's good that you're fine. Otherwise, Yanwei would probably blame himself to death. Hearing Yizihua's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three could not help but look at each other. There was some doubt in their hearts. Without waiting for them to ask the reason, Yizihua had already started to speak. These fellows from the outer palace are getting more and more cunning. They actually learned how to hide the fluctuation of yuan power. This matter must be dealt with properly. Otherwise, if they use this method in the future, we won't even know how much trouble they will cause. Dense anger surged onto Yizihua's face. Such a big matter was actually concealed like this. If they had not hidden the fluctuation of yuan power, this matter would not have developed to such an irreversible stage. As soon as these words were spoken, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three finally understood. Dense astonishment surfaced in their eyes. I was wondering why no one had come. So this is the problem. When Xiran came to a sudden understanding. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out why no one had come over when the commotion had already reached such an extent. It turned out that these outer hall disciples had already discussed a countermeasure for the sake of taking their lives. These guys are too shrewd. We didn't even notice this before. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. It seemed that their judgment was not wrong at all. It was just that they had overlooked this point. All of you, stop. Long Yanwei sternly shouted. Dense anger burned in his eyes. These fellows were really lawless. If he did not properly teach these fellows a lesson, they would simply be out of his control in the future. However, after Long Yanwei's voice sounded, the group of outer palace disciples did not seem to have heard half of it. Their hands did not stop moving at all as they continued to attack the other party with all their might. Seeing this scene, Long Yanwei became increasingly angry. However, just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly discovered that there was something wrong with the state of the cultivators before him. Zihua, what happened to them? Long Yanwei frowned. After careful observation, he realized that these cultivators had flushed faces. Their eyes flickered with excitement, as if they were completely immersed in their own mental state. Yizihua also found the scene in front of him very strange. They seem to be controlled, and can't hear us? How could this be? For a moment, Long Yanwei could not help but be startled. How could so many cultivators suddenly fall into such a situation? In the next second, Long Yanwei and Yizihua's gazes landed on Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Do you know what's going on? Although it was a question, the two of them spoke with an affirmative tone. Hearing Long Yanwei's question, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three couldn't help but look at each other. Their feelings were extremely complicated. If Long Yanwei and Yizihua hadn't appeared too late, they wouldn't have used this trick. However, now that things had come to this point, whether to admit it or not was a problem. They are poisoned. After thinking for a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang said in a deep voice. Both Long Yanwei and Yizihua were very smart people. Even if they denied it, the other party wouldn't believe it. In that case, they might as well admit it directly. Poisoned? Hearing the word poisoned again, Yizihua and Long Yanwei were a little stunned. Last time, when Bailey Hongzhuang and the others dealt with Gao Hanchun, the method they used to win was also poison. However, at that time, they didn't take it too seriously. They only thought that it was normal for cultivators to have some life-saving methods. However, this time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' solution to their predicament was still poison. This was a little surprising. Could it be that the poison last time wasn't a trump card that they deliberately kept, but that they were very good at using poison? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly. That's right. Then what will happen to them in the end? Long Yanwei asked in a deep voice. Death. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was cold. When she said these two words, there was no expression or emotion. These guys in front of her all deserve to die. They will all die? Yizihua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There were nearly 100 cultivators in front of them, and all of them were above the 5th level of the Purple Realm. All of them would die. That's right. Bewitching said indifferently. When they made this decision, they had already expected such a scene to happen. Therefore, even when Yizihua asked, he was very calm. Looking at the indifferent appearance of Bailey Hongshuang and the others, Yizihua and Long Yanwei couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They didn't expect these little guys to be so extreme. It was completely beyond their expectations. If you do this, you will be punished in the Punlai Palace. Long Yanwei frowned slightly. The situation in front of him was not what he wanted to see. Hearing this, Shangguan Yingying's face was filled with dissatisfaction. If we didn't do this, we would be the ones who died now. They were merely defending themselves. If it weren't for the fact that these fellows in front of them had gone too far and forced them into a corner, they wouldn't have resorted to such means. After careful consideration, Long Yanwei roughly understood the situation from before. If Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3 had used such a method from the beginning, then they would not have been injured at all. Right now, not only were they injured, but their injuries were also extremely serious. He could sense their dispirited auras. Clearly, they were already extremely weak. Presumably, they had fought head-on when they were besieged at the beginning. It was only when they were at the end of their rope that they were forced to use this move. This method was exactly the same as what he had guessed before. It was just that they hadn't thought that the origin energy waves would be blocked, causing these mistakes to occur. I know that this matter cannot be blamed on you. However, the damage done is not small. Why don't you hand over the antidote? We will deal with this matter, Long Yanwei said slowly. Sorry, I don't have the antidote. As Bailey Hongshuang's voice fell, Long Yanwei and Yizihua were both stunned. Their faces flashed with a thick look of astonishment. No antidote? Bailey Hongshuang nodded and explained, no one can make so many antidotes. Now she already knew that Long Yanwei and Yizihua had not come because their yuan power fluctuations were blocked. The dissatisfaction and grudge in her heart had disappeared, but she really did not have the antidote. Long Yanwei suddenly understood. Looking at the number of cultivators who had fallen into a trance, no one could make so many antidotes. Then what can we do now? Knock them out. Bailey Hongshuang said slowly. Hearing this, although Long Yanwei and Yizihua were very helpless, they could only do so. After completing all this, Bailey Hongshuang told Long Yanwei and Yizihua the method of making the antidote. The 4 of them had already taken the lead to return to their residence. In the end, they could not get away with this matter because of Long Yanwei. Bailey Hongshuang did not have the slightest sympathy for those cultivators and did not intend to let them go. However, she could not drag Long Yanwei down, so she chose to hand over the method of making the antidote. However, they originally had a lot of opponents. Now, after this battle, most of them had been dealt with. There were not many people left. It would not be too late to deal with them in the future. She believed that when those guys woke up, they would not dare to provoke them again unless they wanted to die. Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3 who had returned to the house suddenly seemed to have lost all their strength. They did not have the slightest bit of strength to move. Long Yanwei sent a doctor to help them treat their injuries. The doctor could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw the shocking wounds on their bodies. How are they? Long Yanwei asked aloud. After such a big thing happened today, his mood was also very bad. The palace master and the others had been out recently. There were not many people in Punlai Palace. He did not expect such a big mess to happen now. Their injuries are very serious. If they were an ordinary cultivator, I'm afraid that they would not have survived. However, their mental strength is very tenacious and their body's endurance is very strong. That's why they were able to hold on. The doctor's words were filled with deep sighs. Their bodies were riddled with injuries and there was almost no place that was intact. Hearing this, Long Yanwei and Yizihua looked at each other. They were a little surprised. Their body's endurance was strong. This meant that Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3 had suffered many injuries on a daily basis. That was why their body's endurance was so strong. It seemed that these four little fellows had spent a lot of effort in their cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to reach such a level. Can they keep their lives? The doctor nodded. Although the current situation is very bad, their perseverance is very tenacious. As long as they are nursed well, they will be fine. That's good. Long Yanwei was relieved. Now, we have to pay attention to the other cultivators. Compared to the situation of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, it seemed that the situation of the other cultivators was more troublesome. Regarding this point, they had already heard the exact news from the other physicians. They had originally wanted to ask Bailey Hongzhuang about it, but Bailey Hongzhuang's injuries were very serious and she needed to rest properly. Therefore, they could only suppress their doubts for the time being and wait for Bailey Hongzhuang to recover before asking her. After this incident, they also understood that Bailey Hongzhuang's method of using poison was extremely terrifying. This was because all the physicians were extremely shocked when they found out about the power of the poison. This effect was simply too shocking. After reaching the Purple Realm cultivation, ordinary poisons would not have any effect on cultivators at all. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's poison technique was able to cause so many cultivators to fall victim to it at the same time. This showed just how powerful it was. According to the physicians, Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely an incomparably powerful poison master. This point had clearly exceeded Long Yanwei and Yizihua's expectations. With Bailey Hongzhuang's age, she was already an extremely rare genius to be able to reach the 5th level of the Purple Realm. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was also an extremely powerful medicine master. How could this not cause them to be astonished? From the perspective of poison techniques, Bailey Hongzhuang was simply a master who was on equal footing with them. It seemed that they had underestimated this four-man team. Just their combat strength alone was extremely terrifying when they burst out. In addition to Bailey Hongzhuang's identity as a poison master, even a large team would not be able to do anything to them. It was no wonder that they dared to provoke Gao Hanchun at such a young age and even destroyed the entire Heaven-Shaking Association. Their abilities were also very impressive. Yanwei, from the looks of it, Bewitching's four-man team's combat strength is much stronger than you think. The corner of Yizihua's lips curled into a faint smile. I now feel that your judgment is very correct. If this four-man team continues to develop, it's very likely that they will become famous in the future. Long Yanwei smiled faintly. However, the seriousness in his eyes did not disappear. Currently, compared to this, I am more worried about what kind of performance the Hall Chief will have after he returns. The Hall Master had only left with his men for a few days. Who would have thought that such a big thing would happen? When the Hall Master returned, his expression would definitely be very interesting. Hearing Long Yanwei's words, Yizihua thought for a moment, and the smile on his lips became a little awkward. This question, I can only give you an answer after the Hall Master returns. For the strength of the Outer Palace disciples to drop at such a time is not a good thing for us. Long Yanwei frowned. The decrease in the strength of the Outer Palace disciples meant that the strength of the entire Punlai Palace had also decreased. Now that things have come to this, what's the use of thinking about this? Yizihua patted Long Yanwei's shoulder. You don't have to worry too much. This is only a small part of it. Most of the disciples are training outside. Although their strength has decreased, it's not to the point where it's too serious. The number of Outer Palace disciples was very large. There were nearly 2,000 of them. There were more than 200 cultivators who besieged Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Now that nearly 200 had died, there were dozens of people whose strength had decreased. Although this number seemed to be a lot, compared to the number of Outer Palace disciples, it was not that exaggerated. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were severely injured, they had sustained minor injuries on a daily basis. Under such circumstances, their bodies' recovery abilities were extremely strong. Therefore, under the treatment of the doctor, the injuries of the four people were constantly improving. As a physician, Bailey Hongzhuang understood her own condition very well. However, Long Yanwei and Yizihua clearly had no intention of harming them. Hence, she felt at ease and allowed the physician to treat them. Even though the battle this time had been extremely difficult, as long as they had endured through it, they would have reaped many benefits. At the very least, from now on, no one would dare to lay their hands on their contracted beasts. If one were to say that they had been easily bullied in the past, after this incident, anyone who dared to cause trouble for them would have to weigh their own abilities. Because they had used their actions to prove their abilities. Even though they were newcomers, they were definitely not people who could be bullied by ordinary people. 7 days later, the paleness on Bailey Hongshuang's face has gradually dissipated and some rosy color has returned to her face. "Master, how are your injuries?" Xiao He and Xiao Bai stared worriedly at Bailey Hongshuang. Even though their master had often been injured in the past, such serious injuries were rare. Seeing the worried looks on their faces, Bailey Hongshuang stroked their little heads. An elegant and heartwarming smile appeared on her devastatingly beautiful face. "Don't worry, my injuries are getting better every day. It's no longer a big problem now. I just need to recuperate for a while." Her broken bones had been reconnected and some of her external wounds were slowly healing. However, her internal injuries were clearly not something that could be completely healed in a short period of time. At the very least, she could only recuperate in peace for a short period of time. She could not think about going out into the world again. "That's good." Xiao He and Xiao Bai patted their chests. Previously, their master had been in a comatose state and they could not help but worry. Bailey Hongshuang's gaze then landed on Baishir. Baishir's injuries were also very serious, but the doctor had already treated him. At this moment, the white lion was in a deep sleep. When it was healing, it would often fall into a deep sleep. When it woke up, it meant that its injuries had been healed. "Master, when Master Long and Master Yi were talking, we vaguely heard some news. It seems like the strength of those poisoned fellows is starting to decline?" Xiao Bai's eyes flashed with curiosity. It was really curious about this. Those fellows had pushed its master to such a state and almost lost their lives. However, Master Long had appeared and saved those fellows. It was already very dissatisfied in its heart. Now that it heard this news, it could not help but be excited. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang nodded. "It should have such an effect. So it's true." Xiao He and Xiao Bai's eyes lit up. "Master, how did you do it?" This poison has already stimulated all of their potential. It's like a pill that can save a life at a critical moment. The after effects are very terrifying. As Bailey Hongshuang's voice fell, Xiao He and Xiao Bai could not help but be shocked. They had only vaguely heard Master Long say that these people's cultivation had decreased, but they did not expect it to decrease by so much. It should be known that once one reached the purple realm, it would take a lot of effort and time just to increase one's cultivation by one level. Some people who were not outstanding enough would have to spend several years. Although their master's poison did not kill them, it directly caused their cultivation to decrease by so much. If those cultivators knew this fact, they would not be able to bear it. Although this feeling was not as good as death, it was not much better. In this way, those guys will probably be angry to death. Xiao Bai laughed out loud. "Serves them right for coveting our things. I'm looking forward to those guys' expressions the next time they see us. I think they will want to kill us, right?" Xiao He raised her eyebrows. "However, I like the look in their eyes." The dark and deep phoenix eyes were filled with a cold and sinister light. Bailey Hongshuang had already sentenced these guys to death in her heart. The reason why she chose to tell Master Long the method of making the antidote was firstly because she did not want to implicate Master Long, who had helped them a lot. Secondly, because of this, she had already collected some interest. For cultivators, there was nothing more unbearable than the decrease of their cultivation. If those guys dared to cause trouble for them in the future, then she would naturally not be polite. "Do you know how Beichen and the others are doing?" Bailey Hongshuang asked aloud. Under Master Long's arrangement, each of them had returned to their own rooms, so she did not know how they were recovering. In 7 days, according to her judgment, they should be much better than before. The medical skills of the doctors in Punlai Palace were also very good. At least she could not find any problems when treating her. "I heard that their situation has improved a lot. Now Master Long and Master Yi are waiting for you to wake up so that they can ask about the decline of those cultivators' strength." Xiao He said slowly, "Master, you've caused those cultivators' cultivation levels to drop collectively. Will this affect you?" Such a big movement had already caused a sensation in the entire Punlai Palace. Bailey Hongzhuang had been recuperating in her room these days, so she did not know what had happened outside. However, Xiao He and Xiao Bai knew that almost everyone was talking about this matter now. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang pondered for a moment, then waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any big problems." In the previous situation, they had no choice. Even if there was a punishment, what was done was done. There was no point in worrying about it now. Not only that, according to her judgment, Master Long would definitely think of a way to protect them. Since everyone is waiting for me to go out so that I can give them an explanation, then I might as well rest in my room for a few more days. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged her shoulders. She could imagine that those fellows whose cultivation had declined must be as anxious as ants on a hot pan, hoping that she would appear to give them some hope. Xiao He and Xiao Bai chuckled when they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Their master was becoming more and more two-faced. Under Bailey Hongzhuang's instructions, Xiao He and Xiao Bai shrunk their figures and went directly to Bewitching and the other two's room to take a look. After knowing that Bewitching and the other two's conditions were gradually improving, Bailey Hongzhuang was completely relieved. They obviously did not plan to go out immediately. Their injuries had not fully recovered yet, and there were many cultivators who hated them. It was better to wait until their injuries were fully recovered before going out. This way, they would be much safer. In this way, Xiao He and Xiao Bai became the mouthpiece between the four of them. It was very convenient. In addition to the doctor's treatment, Bailey Hongzhuang was also recuperating from her injuries. Under this kind of quiet recuperation, her recovery speed could be said to be extremely fast. After another 7 days, Bailey Hongzhuang's injuries had completely recovered. Ever since she had broken through to the Purple Realm, her body's recovery ability had become much stronger than before. If she had suffered such serious injuries in the past, she would not have been able to recover in less than a month. Now, the time had been reduced by half. When Long Yanwei and Yi Zihua saw that Bailey Hongzhuang did not show any signs of leaving the room, the two of them had a certain judgment in their hearts. However, they did not choose to expose it. In the end, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were also victims of this matter. From the beginning to the end, the ones who had harmed them were other cultivators. The conflict was not started by the four of them at all. However, the result was somewhat unexpected. The group of disciples who had originally thought that they would win without a doubt were now either dead or injured. The cultivators who had survived all experienced a drop in their cultivation bases. On the contrary, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were not too affected. Although the injury was very serious, it was gradually recovering. Moreover, it did not leave any sequelae. Other than a delay of some time, there were no other losses. Regarding this, Long Yanwei and Yi Zihua could only sigh that the other cultivators reaped what they sowed. If they did not covet other people's things, they would not have fallen to such a state. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of the house after her injuries were completely healed. The moment Bailey Hongzhuang opened the door, many eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Ever since the battle between Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had taken place, many cultivators who had gone out for training had returned one after another. Naturally, they were the first to know about such explosive news. Immediately, they were filled with curiosity towards Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two new cultivators. They were just cultivators who had just arrived at Punlai Island not long ago. However, they were able to turn the entire outer palace upside down. This was something that had never happened before. Even some of the cultivators in the inner palace had never caused such a big commotion when they were in the outer palace. More than 200 people besieged 4 people. In the end, the result was a crushing defeat. It was really inconceivable. Regarding this, some cultivators could not help but secretly rejoice. They only felt that they were extremely lucky. Fortunately, they had been training outside before. If they were also in the outer palace, they would definitely not sit idly by after knowing about this news. Once they joined in, the result would definitely not be much better than those fellows whose strength had regressed. Look, Bailey Hongzhuang is here. She's the one who poisoned them. She really is a peerless beauty. Her beauty is simply stunning. I'm afraid there's going to be a show to watch now. These guys' strength has been declining recently. No matter if it's the doctors or pharmacists, they all said that there's no way to cure them. Now they're placing all their hopes on Bailey Hongzhuang. In my opinion, these people shouldn't have any hope at all. They seriously injured Bailey Hongzhuang and the others and almost killed them. Bailey Hongzhuang only handed over the antidote because of Master Long and Master Yi. As for helping them recover their strength, that's just a pipe dream. Some of the disciples who had just returned began to discuss. Now that the main character had finally come out, the people whose strength had declined must be filled with anticipation. However, if they were in Bailey Hongzhuang's shoes, they would definitely not help the other party to recover their strength. Helping your enemy, isn't there something wrong with your brain? Bewitching and the other two opened the door when they heard the commotion outside. When they saw Bailey Hongzhuang, the four of them smiled at each other. Have you all fully recovered from your injuries? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with a smile. Bewitching nodded, I'm fine now. We're fine too. After resting for so many days, I can't help but want to move my arms and legs. Shangguaniying joked. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, it seems that the battle half a month ago wasn't enough for you. Shangguaniying shook her head, forget it, I don't want to experience that kind of thing again. She believed that no one would want to experience that kind of exhaustion and despair again. If not for the fact that Hongzhuang was a poison master, they would have really lost their lives here. Until they perished, Master Long and Master Yi probably wouldn't even feel the fluctuation of elemental energy. It was truly terrifying. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three came out, Long Yanwei immediately received the news and rushed over. When he saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were in high spirits and that their complexions had recovered their rosy complexions, Long Yanwei also revealed a joyful smile. It seems that you all have recovered quite well. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three nodded in unison, replying, thanks to Master Long's care, we have already recovered. That's good. Long Yanwei nodded. I almost thought that the three contracted beasts that were just sent out were gone. Hearing the joking tone in Long Yanwei's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three could not help but chuckle. This is really dangerous. Wasting 3 demon pet eggs, this is too much of a waste of natural resources. Wen Xiren sighed. It wasn't easy for him to have his own contracted beast, and they had only been together for a short hour before they had to lose their lives together. That was too tragic. This matter has truly exceeded my expectations. However, the performance of the four of you is equally outstanding. It has greatly surprised me. Long Yanwei sighed in his heart. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were actually able to survive under such circumstances. He really didn't know if he should say that they had extraordinary abilities or that they were lucky. This kind of news, even if it was spread, no one would believe it. We still have to use our strength to prove that your eyesight is not bad. How can we die so easily? Wouldn't that turn Lord Long into a joke? Wen Xiren blinked his eyes and said in a teasing manner. Looking at Wen Xiren's appearance, Long Yanwei could not help but laugh. He realized that within Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4, Wen Xiren was the most active. He did not care about joking at all. In that case, I have to thank you all. Wen Xiren waved his hand, I can't say that I'm thankful. No matter what, we took advantage of you. Seeing that Wen Xiren was actually climbing up the pole like this, Long Yanwei helplessly shook his head, you slippery brat, if I had known earlier that you would be like this, I would have confiscated your demon pet egg. Master Long, you can't be like this. Wen Xiren's face fell, but he quickly smiled again, but now, I've already completed the contract, hee. You stinking brat. Long Yanwei knew Xiren's shameless personality, so he was too lazy to say anything more. Instead, he turned his gaze to Bailey Hongzhuang, which was his original purpose for coming here. Bailey Hongzhuang, I have something to ask you. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and said, Master Long, what do you want to ask? We've already given the antidote to those cultivators according to the detoxification method you mentioned. Now, their poison has indeed been detoxified. However, their cultivation levels have decreased to different degrees. I want to ask if you have any ideas on how to solve this problem. Why did such a situation happen to them? When Long Yanwei asked, the gazes of many cultivators around them landed on them. Almost all the cultivators whose cultivation had decreased had already run out of the house. Their burning gazes were directed at Bailey Hongzhuang. They only wanted to know Bailey Hongzhuang's answer. The decrease in cultivation was the most unacceptable thing for them. It would take a long time for them to recover their lost cultivation. This meant that their advantage would be greatly reduced, and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. This was especially true for those cultivators who wanted to pass the test to become inner hall disciples. If they still had some hope before, now that their cultivation had declined, they had no hope at all. The assessment was already very difficult to pass. Now that their cultivation had dropped, it meant that they could only obediently leave Punlai Palace when the time was up. There was no possibility of them ever coming back. This was too depressing. They knew very well that if they came to ask Bailey Hongzhuang would not help them. After all, they had wanted to take the lives of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Hence, they could only place their hopes on Lord Long. Lord Long had a very close relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. It was because of Lord Long that Bailey Hongzhuang would hand over the antidote formula. Now, whether or not they could recover their cultivation completely depended on Lord Long. Hearing Long Yanwei's question, Bailey Hongzhuang was not surprised. She had already guessed that Long Yanwei would ask her this and had thought about how to answer. There is no other way. Bailey Hongzhuang gave a definite answer. Long Yanwei did not completely believe Bailey Hongzhuang's answer because Bailey Hongzhuang must have a deep hatred for those cultivators. Hence, it was normal for her to be unwilling to reveal the method to improve their condition. In other words, any cultivator would have made the same choice as Bailey Hongzhuang. However, the implications of the current situation were too great. Only by revealing the method to Bailey Hongzhuang would they be able to reduce their losses. I know that these people wanted to take your lives before, so it's normal that you don't want to tell them the solution. However, based on the current situation, if they can improve their situation, their influence will be reduced a little. This incident has caused quite a stir. I'm afraid that the palace master will be shocked when he returns. Long Yanwei slowly spoke. Long Yanwei didn't say the rest of his words. He believed that Bailey Hongzhuang already understood what he meant. Bewitching and the other two's eyes fell upon Bailey Hongzhuang. They had only just found out about the fact that the outer palace disciples' cultivation levels had decreased. Regardless of what decision Bailey Hongzhuang made, they would definitely support her. Lord Long, it's not that I'm unwilling to reveal the method. Since I've already revealed the method to detoxify the poison, what's there that I can't reveal about the decrease in my cultivation level? However, I really don't have any other way. Bailey Hongzhuang spread her hands. Her expression was calm and her pitch-black phoenix-like eyes did not have the slightest ripple in them. If it weren't for the fact that we had been forced to the point where we had no other choice, I would never have used such a method because I know that the poison's influence is very great. Unfortunately, no one had any intention of letting us go at that time, so I had no choice but to use this method. This poison can stimulate a cultivator's battle power to an unprecedented level. However, I'm sure that you're aware of the effects of overdraft. Most of the time, there will be a certain side effect. The decrease in one's cultivation level is one of the side effects. At that time, the more violent the attack, the faster the flow of the yuan power in the cultivator's body, the greater the decrease in their cultivation level. Similarly, if the cultivator had not attacked at that time and the yuan power in the cultivator's body remained in a stable state, their cultivation level would not have decreased. At the end of the day, you've only reaped what you sowed. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but look at the crowd outside who had pricked up their ears to listen to the news as a disdainful light flashed in her eyes. She reaped what she sowed. This saying was not wrong at all. When the crowd heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words, their expressions instantly turned ugly. This means that they would never be able to recover their lost cultivation levels. However, Bailey Hongzhuang gave such a reason, so they could only swallow this bitter water into their own stomachs. Who told them to be so impatient to take the lives of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others? What else could they say now that they had ended up like this? Long Yanwei was shocked when he heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. He never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's poison would be so effective. It really shocked him. However, when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's calm and unwavering eyes, Long Yanwei knew that everything that Bailey Hongzhuang had said was the truth. At this point, there was no turning back for this matter. Lord Long, I'll have to trouble you. Bailey Hongzhuang cupped her hands in greeting. Her pretty face revealed a hint of cruelty. I didn't want to cause you any trouble. Long Yanwei waved his hand. I can't blame you for this. If you want to get to the bottom of it, I was the one who started this. As he spoke, Long Yanwei glanced at Bewitching and the other two, then continued, you guys should focus on your cultivation. You don't have to worry about this matter. I'll take care of it. Thank you, Lord Long. The four of them bowed to Long Yanwei. Only then did Long Yanwei turn around and leave. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's gazes turned towards the gazes that were focused on them downstairs. Compared to the provocative and dismissive gazes from before, everyone's gazes were now filled with fear. Especially those cultivators who had managed to escape with their lives. Facing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' gazes, they all felt a little guilty. As soon as their gazes met, they all retracted their gazes. Their original arrogance and disdain had completely disappeared. They had so many people against 4 people, yet they still ended up in such a state. If word got out, it would really be a joke. Seeing the crowd's gazes, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others felt a wave of satisfaction. Although the previous battle was extremely tragic, they were still very satisfied with the outcome before their eyes. At the very least, these fellows no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. Those foul words had also stopped. Hongzhuang, I never thought that your poison would have such an effect. Originally, I was a little unwilling to let them go just like that. Now that I know this, my heart feels much better. Shangguan Yingying's eyes rippled with excitement. Those fellows all wanted their lives. If they were to be safe and sound, she would not be happy. Although the consequences of a drop in cultivation were not as bad as death, it would still make them feel uncomfortable for a while. When Xiren also gave Bailey Hongzhuang a thumbs up, when it comes to poison techniques, I only admire you. Every time Hongzhuang took out a poison, it had an amazing effect. She was always able to save them from their predicament. He was really convinced. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Fortunately, I like to study these things on a daily basis. Otherwise, with the previous situation, we would really be finished. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the crowd's eyes involuntarily sunk. Those fellows had actually thought of concealing you on power undulations. What a good plan. Just a little more, and the other party would have succeeded. Hongzhuang, I'm very supportive of your research on poison. I feel that it's much easier than cultivation. Shangguan Yingying's face was filled with a joyful smile. I feel like I'm starting to get interested in this poison technique. In the past, I didn't think much of it. I thought that once a cultivator's strength reached a certain level, this poison technique wouldn't be able to harm them. However, ever since I met you, I've changed my view of poison techniques. If I can use poison, I feel that it'll be a great killing weapon. Looking at Shangguan Yingying's excited look, Xiren couldn't help but pat her head and said, Yingying, with your character, I think it's better to forget about it. Otherwise, if you throw out a handful of poison without saying a word, I think everyone in front of us will be poisoned to death by you. In such a situation, using poison was much easier than fighting. With Shangguan Yingying's temper, there was no end to the people she would offend. Isn't this good? This way, we can save a lot of trouble. Shangguan Yingying's eyes lit up. She completely disagreed with Xiren's words. When Xiren sighed. It has indeed reduced a lot of trouble in a short period of time, but if those guys are like Gao Hanxia and Gao Hanqiu and have an elder brother or other relatives behind them, then wouldn't it be endless trouble? Shangguan Yingying was stunned. Thinking of the trouble Gao Hanqian brought to them, she sighed in her heart. If they had simply killed Gao Hanqiu and Shangguan Yingying, their journey to Punlai Island should have been very smooth. However, they had to hide like stray dogs. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Xiren, that's not right either. Bewitching smiled faintly. If Gao Hanqian hadn't brought us all kinds of trouble, how could we have joined Punlai Palace? It would have been even more impossible to have our own contract beast. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. So, whether this is a blessing or a curse, it's hard to tell in a short time. We can be considered to have hit the jackpot, but we have found a good way out. At present, they did not have any sense of belonging to Punlai Palace, but they were really grateful to Master Long. Yes, maybe I can find more good luck. Shangguan Yingying chuckled. Yingying, if you are interested in poison, I can teach you. However, it is more troublesome to learn. You have to have a certain amount of patience. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a faint smile. No matter what you learned, it was not easy to learn. However, as long as you persevered, you would eventually get a good harvest. They all focused their energy on cultivation, but if they could learn some side jobs, sometimes they could achieve unexpected results. Speaking of which, although the side jobs she learned seemed to be of little use, once they were used, they could be of great help to them. If Bewitching and the other two were interested in developing side jobs, this was a good choice. Hong Zhuang, do you support me too? Shangguan asked excitedly. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Of course. It's good to have one more ability. That's great. I want to start learning from you. Shangguan Ying's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiren provocatively. Did you see that? Hong Zhuang and Beichen both support me. Looking at Shangguan Ying's proud look, Wen Xiren couldn't help but laugh. Forget it, as long as you're happy. After Long Yanwei returned, he announced the answer given by Bailey Hongzhuang. Instantly, the group of cultivators whose powers had been reduced looked as if they had been sentenced to death. Their faces were extremely ugly. It's over. My cultivation base has fallen by 2 levels. It's simply impossible for me to pass the inner hall's test with this level of cultivation. My cultivation has regressed by 1 level. It wasn't easy for me to raise it up. Now that it's regressed, I'm afraid I'll return to being bullied by others. Cultivators who dropped a level were fine, but they would need to spend more than half a year to replenish their yuanli. The Outer Palace disciples of Punlai Palace could cultivate here for 5 years. As long as they didn't make a big mistake in these 5 years, they wouldn't be kicked out of Punlai Palace. If they lost a level of cultivation, they still had a chance to make up for it. But if they lost 3 levels of cultivation, it was completely impossible. In 5 years, they didn't even know if they could make up for the 3 levels of cultivation. If they wanted to pass the Inner Palace's assessment, it was completely impossible. Not only that, if his cultivation base fell below the 5th level of the Purple Realm, then Punlai Island would be filled with danger. Any random cultivator would be stronger than him. Other than being a coward and living in fear, there was no other way. Thinking back, they were still a very high-profile existence in this outer palace. Suddenly becoming so weak, no one could accept it. The most important thing was that they had offended a lot of cultivators. Now that their cultivation was weak, whether they could keep their lives was a problem. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but regret. They should have known that the person who was favored by Master Long and even gave out 3 demon pet eggs was definitely not an ordinary person. However, they didn't believe in evil. They forced themselves to such a state. It was truly a self-inflicted evil. After this incident, everyone no longer suspected that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had some shady business with Master Long. Because Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were real geniuses, every disciple of Punlai Palace was a cultivation genius, but when all these geniuses gathered together, there was naturally a difference between geniuses and geniuses. There were many famous geniuses in Punlai Palace, but the newcomers who made such a terrifying scene, other than Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, there was no one else. While everyone was talking, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had already gone to the ocean world to gain experience. Other people's views had nothing to do with them. They came here just to cultivate in peace and improve their own cultivation. Their bodies had just recovered, and it would take some time for them to completely recover their combat power. So going to the ocean world to gain experience was undoubtedly the best. This was because when they went to the Punlai Palace, not only did they have to face monsters, they also had to face troublesome cultivators. One had to know that the trouble brought by cultivators was much more than the trouble brought by demonic beasts. In the process of cultivation, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were also waiting for the news of the punishment. After this incident, they found out that the leader of Punlai Palace and some teachers were not in Punlai Palace. They could only make a decision after the leader returned. Therefore, they wanted to wait until the palace master returned to know the final decision. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had waited for a while, but the palace master had not returned. They felt rather helpless. We don't know when the palace master will return. Why don't we go to the training grounds first? Xiren frowned. Waiting like this was not a solution. Only after they had obtained a certain amount of merit points from the training grounds would it be most worthwhile for them to cultivate in the cultivation area. After all, cultivating in the cultivation area would yield twice the results with half the effort. Bewitching nodded, his deep eyes filled with thoughts. Indeed, it's a waste of time to continue waiting here. Presumably, when we come back from our training, the palace master will come back. No matter what the result is, it's not something we can change. It's good to take this opportunity to see the training grounds of Punlai Palace. Listening to Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongshuang also had no objections. I have no problem, I'll listen to you. Shangguaninging also shrugged, since everyone's opinion is the same, let's go. After making the decision, Bailey Hongshuang and the other three did not delay any longer. They immediately packed up and were ready to set off. Before setting off, the four also went out to buy some things they needed. After all, anything could happen when they went out to train. It was best to be prepared. Now, Bailey Hongshuang and the other three walked in the outer hall again. Everyone was still paying attention to them, but no one dared to provoke them. After all, if Bailey Hongshuang poisoned someone again, then they would really be finished. No one could afford to pay such a price. In this regard, Bailey Hongshuang and the other three were also happy to be quiet. This kind of quiet state of cultivation was exactly what they wanted. Everyone was quite curious after seeing Bailey Hongshuang and the other three finally walk out of the house. In fact, after Bailey Hongshuang and the other three came to Punlai Palace, they basically closed the door and did not go out. It was extremely quiet. Now that they finally came out, everyone was also a little curious about what Bailey Hongshuang and the other three were going to do. It had been a month since the amazing battle. So far, no one had seen Bailey Hongshuang and the other three get any punishment. Subconsciously, they only felt that they were really not simple. They caused such a big mess, and they still had Master Long behind them. Even if the palace master came back, they would not be severely punished. Bailey Hongshuang and the other three walked towards the teleportation array according to what was written in the manual. It was obvious that most of the outer palace disciples were not willing to pay them any attention. They did not want to be treated badly, so they decided to set off on their own. Punlai Palace is very big. Bailey Hongshuang looks at the map drawn in the manual and finally arrives at the transmission circle. In their line of sight, two huge teleportation arrays appeared in front of them. The scale of these teleportation arrays was much more spectacular than the ones Bailey Hongshuang and the others had seen before. However, there weren't many people in the vicinity of the teleportation array. Most of them had either entered the teleportation array or returned through the teleportation array to collect merit points. There were very few cultivators here. This teleportation array is so big, I'm afraid it can teleport a very long distance, Bewitching said slowly in a low voice. The distance of the teleportation was related to the scale of the teleportation array. The bigger the teleportation array, the more arrays were inscribed inside and the more stable it was. At the same time, it also proved that the distance was very far, so it needed to be so stable. Bailey Hongshuang nodded her head lightly. The distance between the islands of Punlai Island is not close. This place is completely the training ground of Punlai Palace, so it must be farther. However, there are two teleportation arrays here. Which one should we enter? Shangguaninging looked at the two teleportation arrays in front of her in confusion. It was said that one of the two teleportation arrays teleported to the place where the inner hall disciples went, and the other teleported to the place where the outer hall disciples went. However, from the looks of it, there was no difference at all. Hearing this, Bewitching also frowned. Indeed, there are no markings here. The four people walked around the two teleportation arrays and found that there were no markings at all. They could not see any difference. What should we do? Shangguaninging's face was a little embarrassed. It seems that we have no other way but to ask someone. Bailey Hongshuang was also a little helpless. They didn't want to trouble anyone because they were too eye-catching now. Their every move would be noticed by others. Unfortunately, in the current situation, they had no other choice but to do this. At this moment, Bailey Hongshuang and the others suddenly saw a familiar figure. This person was none other than Xianxia, who had brought them to register. Seeing this figure, Bailey Hongshuang and the others couldn't help but have their eyes lit up. They didn't know anyone in Punlai Palace. The only person they had dealt with was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was walking over with a group of cultivators. Obviously, they were also preparing to go to the training place in a team. Most of the disciples of Punlai Palace were recruited alone, and there was a certain danger in going to the training place. Therefore, everyone would find some like-minded disciples to form a team. This way, their safety would undoubtedly be a little more guaranteed. Most of such teams had 5 or 6 people on the small side, and a dozen or even dozens of people on the large side. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others should be considered the smallest team. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others noticed Li Xingkai also saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. He couldn't help but panic. He knew very well that he was the only one who had dealt with Bailey Hongzhuang and others in the entire outer hall of Punlai. Originally, he was a little dissatisfied with the stinginess of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. When everyone asked him about Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, he was also a little resentful and didn't speak very politely. Afterwards, after knowing that everyone was preparing to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, he didn't go and remind them. In fact, he himself also wanted to get some benefits. If he could get the demon pet egg, that would be a really lucky thing. However, he couldn't help but feel a little worried that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were valued so highly by Master Long. Moreover, at that time, it was Master Long who asked him to bring Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 to report. If he were to participate, he was afraid that the punishment he would receive would be more severe than anyone else, so he had not made a move. He only wanted to wait for everyone to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 before joining in the fight for the demon pet eggs. However, this final result was obviously beyond everyone's expectations. At the same time, it also made him feel lucky. Fortunately, he didn't make a move at that time. Otherwise, he would have dropped a level like those guys. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were very happy after seeing Li Xingkai. Li Xingkai wasn't among the people who attacked them last time, so their impression of Li Xingkai was still very good. Senior brother Li Shangguanying had a bright smile on her face. Are you guys forming a team to go to the training ground? Seeing that Shangguanying didn't seem to hold any grudges, Li Xingkai felt a little awkward. However, a smile soon appeared on his face. Yes, are you guys going to the training ground too? Shangguanying smiled and nodded. We haven't been to the training ground yet, so we want to take this opportunity to see it. Since we've already met, why don't we go together? Hearing this, Li Xingkai was startled. He then looked at the cultivators beside him. There were too many cultivators during the battle. He was afraid that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 wouldn't be able to remember clearly. However, there were still people in his team who had dropped levels because of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. Not only did these people's strength drop, but they were also punished by Master Long. It could be said that they didn't have a good time during this period of time. Therefore, they decided to go to the training ground today to obtain merit points. Their cultivation had dropped too much. They could only hope to work hard to recover their cultivation in the cultivation area. The longer this delay, the worse it would be for them. However, none of them expected to meet Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 here. He could already feel the anger and killing intent faintly gathering from some of the cultivators in the team. Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, and Wen Ziren also had faint smiles on their faces. However, after noticing Li Xingkai's somewhat awkward expression, they also keenly noticed that several people in Li Xingkai's team were clearly looking at them with some hostility. Although they weren't sure if their judgment was right, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 were already a little vigilant in their hearts. In the outer hall, they had made many enemies. Junior sister Shangguan, we already have a lot of people here. In my opinion, we should teleport separately. Li Xingkai slowly said. At this point, he did not want to fall out with Shangguanying and the others. However, his team had already trained together many times, and he was in an awkward position between the 2. Shangguanying did not mind Li Xingkai's words. She immediately nodded and said, Senior brother Li, it's our first time heading to the training grounds. However, may I know which teleportation formation we Outer Palace disciples will be heading to? After Shangguanying said that, another cultivator pointed at one of the teleportation formations and said, the teleportation formation on the left. Li Xingkai, am I right? Li Xingkai was startled. Looking at the teleportation array the man was pointing at, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. However, after noticing the man's threatening gaze, he still nodded. I see. Shang Guanying smiled faintly. Thank you. Li Xingkai, I just remembered that I left something at my place and forgot to bring it. Why don't we set off later, the cultivator said. Oh. Only then did Shang Guanying return to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. She pointed at the teleportation formation on the left and said, Li Xingkai said the teleportation formation on the left. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two couldn't help but look at each other with a complicated expression. Could there be a problem? I keep feeling that Li Xingkai's expression is a little strange, and the cultivators and his team seem to be hostile to us. Bewitching said in a deep voice. I don't think so, right? Xiran frowned. Li Xingkai's expression was very strange when he left last time. Until now, I still can't figure out the reason for his expression. Maybe he's just like that? In our current situation, ordinary cultivators shouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble for us, right? Shang Guanying looked puzzled. As soon as we enter, Li Xingkai's lie will be exposed. Would he do such a stupid thing? For a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had complicated expressions on their faces. They could not make up their minds. Li Xingkai won't gain anything by offending us. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Then, should we believe him this time? Debachen's face darkened slightly. All kinds of possibilities kept flashing through his mind. If the other party was not Li Xingkai but another disciple, he would definitely choose to enter another teleportation formation with such a strange behavior. However, Li Xingkai was the cultivator assigned by Long Yanwei to bring them in. He really could not think of a reason why Li Xingkai would lie to them. Forget it. Let's go and take a look. If something is wrong, we'll just come back, Bailey Hongzhuang said in a deep voice. Li Xingkai was also very conflicted at this moment. He could not help but frown and look at the cultivator beside him. Why did you lie to them like this? Once they know the truth, we'll be in trouble. You've already suffered a loss at their hands. Don't tell me you want to suffer a loss again? Li Xingkai's expression was ugly. If possible, he really did not want to provoke Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. The growth of these four people had shown an uncontrollable trend. As long as they continued to develop, their future development would definitely be limitless. Offending these cultivators with limitless prospects would not benefit them at all. Once they were targeted, it would put them in a difficult situation. I admit that their talent and combat strength are very strong, but I won't be happy if I don't vent my anger. I'm sure you've heard about the training grounds of the inner hall. As long as they go, they will never come back alive. This Bailey Hongzhuang's poison technique is indeed powerful, but their poison is completely useless. The man's lips curled into a cold smile, and the light in his eyes was extremely vicious. His cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the Purple Realm, and he wasn't far from breaking through to the 8th level of the Purple Realm. He had already made up his mind. As soon as he broke through to the 8th level of the Purple Realm, he would participate in the advancement test. Once he became an Inner Palace disciple, his future would be limitless. However, his cultivation had actually dropped from the 7th level of the Purple Realm to the 6th level of the Purple Realm, and this was because he had not made a move before. Otherwise, he might have already dropped to the 5th level of the Purple Realm. Originally, he thought that he had a high chance of passing the advancement test. But now, his hopes were almost completely gone. How could he be happy, now that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had come to ask them such a question? In his opinion, this was a chance given to him by God for revenge. If he didn't seize it, it would be a waste. Only when they were dead could he breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Li Xingkai's frightened look, the man's eyes flashed with displeasure. If you are so afraid of them, then you can tell them the truth now, but I don't know if they will believe me or not. The man looked at Li Xingkai with increasingly cold eyes. If they don't kill me, then I promise you will die miserably in my hands. Hearing the murderous intent in the man's words, Li Xingkai couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This man had always been the leader of their team. Even if the man's cultivation had declined compared to before, his combat power was still stronger than his. Most importantly, he knew that the man was absolutely telling the truth. Once he told the truth to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, this man would definitely attack him. Unless he told Bailey Hongzhuang and the others and then asked them for help, he would be safe only if this man died. However, would Bailey Hongzhuang and the others help him? Thinking of this, Li Xingkai did not have enough confidence in his heart. After all, he had only dealt with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others might not believe what he said. It was better to avoid trouble. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were already in trouble because of the previous incident. Presumably, they would not do anything for him. After thinking about it, Li Xingkai finally gave up the plan in his heart. Compared to this possibility, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were more likely not to return. If Bailey Hongzhuang and the others died, then all of this would naturally have nothing to do with him. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally decided to believe Li Xingkai. After seeing that Li Xingkai and the others had no intention of leaving, they did not continue to delay and directly opened the teleportation formation. After watching Bailey Hongzhuang and the others open the teleportation formation, several cultivators in Li Xingkai's team showed gloating smiles on their faces. The Outer Palace disciples had entered the training grounds of the Inner Palace disciples. This kind of thing had happened before in the history of Punlai Palace. It was just that in the end, they never returned. The reason why the Punlai Palace's advancement test was so difficult was related to the training grounds of the Inner Palace disciples. If one did not possess such strength, entering the training grounds of the Inner Palace disciples would only result in death. It was said that the training grounds of the Inner Palace disciples were much more dangerous than the training grounds of the Outer Palace disciples. The reason why it was difficult for the number of Inner Palace disciples to increase was because the training grounds were too dangerous. The slightest carelessness would cause one to lose one's life. Even the Inner Palace disciples had a high mortality rate when they went there, not to mention Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two newcomers who had just joined the Punlai Palace. Compared to the gloating crowd, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were completely unaware of the dangers of the place they were heading to. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others walked out of the teleportation array, they saw that they were surrounded by a forest. A rotten smell spread in the air, causing them to frown. Aren't we supposed to appear in a sea? Why does the environment here look so special? Shang Guanying frowned and looked around. She felt that the environment was completely different from what she had imagined. At a glance, the surrounding environment gave Bailey Hongzhuang and the others an extremely unfamiliar feeling. They had been to many places over the years, but this was the first time they had seen such an environment. There was an indescribable dark aura and a sense of discomfort, as if there was an inexplicable coldness drilling into their bodies. The four of them slowly walked down from the teleportation array and stood on the spot, looking at their surroundings. For some reason, they gradually had a bad feeling in their hearts. "I don't think we're on an island," Xiran said slowly. Bewitching nodded, and a heavy expression appeared on his extraordinarily handsome face. "This is indeed not an island. There's no smell of the sea breeze here at all. The air is not humid. On the contrary, it smells rotten and dead. I'm afraid we've come to the wrong place." As Bewitching's voice fell, the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but change. This was not good news. "So, Li Xingkai lied to us?" Shang Guanying raised her voice filled with disbelief. "That should be the case," Bewitching replied. Shang Guanying frowned. "But why would he lie to us? What good would it do him?" "I'm afraid it's the doing of the other disciples and his team. After all, Li Xingkai didn't answer your question first." Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was slightly heavy. Although she had some doubts before, she felt that Li Xingkai had no reason to lie to them. This was because this was a lie that could be easily exposed. As long as they came, they would know that they had fallen into a trap. When they returned, it would definitely be troublesome. Hearing this, Shang Guanying recalled the previous scene, and her face could not help but turn ugly. "That's true. So, the guys in Li Xingkai's team want to harm us? I didn't expect this guy to be so despicable. When I return, I must teach them a lesson." Shang Guanying's face was full of anger. She had regarded Li Xingkai as a friend, but she did not expect him to treat them like this. "In my opinion, this matter is not as simple as it seems," Bewitching said slowly, his deep eyes flashing with a thoughtful light. "They know that this is a lie that can be easily exposed, but they still decided to do it. Why do you think?" As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiren couldn't help but look at each other. They all understood what Bewitching meant. You mean, they have the confidence to keep us here forever? Xiren asked. Bewitching nodded. If that's not the case, their actions are a bit too stupid. No way? Shangguan found it hard to believe. Then why don't we just go back through the teleportation array? Let's give it a try. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes darkened slightly. She immediately walked into the teleportation array again. She also felt that this matter was a little strange. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, Bewitching and the other two also walked into the teleportation array. As long as they could be teleported back, it meant that there was no problem. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three tried to go back, they found that the teleportation array showed no signs of being activated at all. What's going on? Why isn't there any movement from the teleportation array? Shangguan Ying, who was extremely angry before, couldn't help but panic after seeing this scene. When they came, the teleportation array was still fine. Why wasn't it working when they went back? Could it be that there's something wrong with the teleportation array? We can only come here but not go back. If that's the case, doesn't that mean we have to stay here forever? But we don't even know where this place is. How are we going to go back? For a moment, thousands of thoughts ran through Shangguan Ying's mind. Countless thoughts appeared in her mind. If they could only stay here, it would be terrible. Listening to Shangguan Ying's series of questions, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others felt a headache coming on. This problem was really beyond their expectations. Ying, don't worry. Let's think about the problem first. Xiren held Shangguan Ying's hand and calmed her nervous emotions. Shangguan Ying glanced at Xiren. Her originally nervous emotions calmed down a little. She was really too anxious just now. If there was really something wrong with the teleportation array, it would be a bolt from the blue for them. No one knew where they were teleported to. If they wanted to go back, they wouldn't be able to tell the direction at all. It was tantamount to a dead end. Bewitching and Xiren carefully inspected the teleportation array. Both of their faces were somewhat heavy. After a moment, Bewitching and Xiren raised their heads. Their eyes flashed with doubts. There's something wrong with this teleportation array. Bewitching slowly said. What's the problem? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. She didn't know much about teleportation arrays, so she couldn't determine what the problem was. This teleportation array is a little different from the one we used to come here. The one we used to come here could be used at any time, but this one doesn't seem to be able to be used at any time. It seems, there's a certain time limit. At this point, Bewitching couldn't help but turn to Xiren. Xiren, what do you think? When Xiren nodded, although I haven't personally built a teleportation array before, when I hired people to build teleportation arrays in the past, I noticed that there are certain differences between teleportation arrays and other teleportation arrays. This teleportation array does seem to have a time limit, but I don't know how long it is. Bewitching and Xiren looked at each other. Since the two of them had the same idea, it seemed that this matter was not far from the truth. Shangguan Ying's eyes brightened. You mean the teleportation array isn't broken, but we can't go back for now? Not bad. Xiren replied, so you don't have to worry too much. We may have to stay here for a while, but it's not like we can't go back. That's good. Shangguan Ying relaxed a little. As long as I don't have to be a savage here, it's fine. I don't want to wander here forever. After confirming all this, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't leave the range of the teleportation array. Instead, she sat down directly on the side. They had to sort out their thoughts and figure out what the whole thing meant. Even so, their mortality rate in the training ground is not low. It can be seen that this place is not an ordinary place of danger. Bailey Hongzhuang's light and pleasant voice was somewhat heavy. This news was inadvertently heard by Xiaohe and Xiaobai from the other disciples. She did not expect them to come to the training ground of the inner palace disciples so early. She had never paid attention to it before. I don't think this place is a good place. There is something strange everywhere. Shangguan Ying nodded. Those damn guys definitely want us to die here. A strong sense of helplessness appeared on Xiren's face. I feel that since we came to this Punlai palace, trouble comes one after another. It wasn't easy to solve the trouble last time, but I didn't expect to be tricked again. Next time, we must pay attention. Even if we are just asking for directions, we have to ask a few more. I don't believe that everyone is lying to us. Hearing Xiren's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others shook their heads with a smile. Speaking of which, their popularity in Punlai Palace was really bad. They did not have any friends in the first place. It was not easy to meet Li Xingkai, but they did not expect this guy to lie to them. Since these guys are so confident that it is impossible for us to go back if we stay here, it must be very dangerous here. Bewitching put away his joking expression and a serious look appeared on his sharp face. We have to be careful here. If we are not careful, we may lose our lives. For now, we have to find the other inner palace disciples and get some relevant information from them. Only then can we understand more about this training ground. Bailey Hongzhuang said in a deep voice. Before they understood the situation here, they had to be careful. Xiren nodded. I understand. Although our reputation in the outer palace is not good, we have not offended the inner palace disciples. I believe there will be no problem. It's just, there is not a single shadow nearby. Shang Guanying frowned. So far, other than the movements of the four of them, there was no other movement. She had no idea where the disciples of the inner palace were. Bewitching slowly stood up and looked ahead. His expression was calm. Since this teleportation array will only be activated after a certain period of time, it's naturally useless for inner palace disciples to come here now. Therefore, it's normal that there's no one here. Let's go outside and take a look. I believe that we will soon encounter other inner palace disciples. Following Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two also stood up. Right now, they could only take one step at a time. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and White Lion had already come out of the chaos ring. Bewitching and the other two's contract beasts were still very young, so they temporarily stayed in the chaos ring. This place was filled with danger, and it was not a good place for them. White Lion walked next to Bailey Hongzhuang. However, as soon as it came out, White Lion's eyes darkened. Master, this place is filled with a dark aura. There is no sign of life. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. Indeed, this place is a little strange. It's my first time seeing such a lifeless place. I say, isn't this place a little too strange? Shang Guanying's face was filled with disbelief. I can't even see a single plant. Could this be another place similar to the demonic abyss? The demonic abyss was also barren. There was nothing else on the entire island other than the demonic tower. Now that you mention it, I do feel that this place is rather similar. Xiren smiled faintly. However, this place doesn't have the slightest bit of blood qi. On the contrary, it's filled with the aura of death. Perhaps it's because too many people have died here? Bailey Hongzhuang was not as optimistic as Xiren because White Lion had just told her a piece of news. This news gave her an ominous feeling. Wife, what are you thinking about? Bewitching noticed the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression and could not help but ask. White Lion told me that there are no demonic beasts' auras within 100 miles. Isn't this too strange? Bailey Hongzhuang lifted her eyes to look at Bewitching. We should be heading to the training grounds to hunt demonic beasts. However, there are no demonic beasts here. So what are we doing here? Bewitching was stunned when he heard this. His gaze then landed on White Lion. White Lion, are you sure? I'm sure. White Lion nodded his head. There is indeed no aura of demonic beasts around here. I feel that there are no other demonic beasts in this area. This environment is not suitable for demonic beasts to live in. Although White Lion's words were hard to understand, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest believed in his judgment. As a beast king, he understood demonic beasts the best. He could sense their auras in a wide range. Since White Lion had said so, there must be no demonic beasts nearby. That's strange. If there are no demonic beasts here, are we just here to stay? When Xiren was confused. They had planned to come here to obtain the essence gallbladders and exchange them for merit points so that they could cultivate in the cultivation area. Since there were no demonic beasts here, it meant that it was impossible to obtain essence gallbladders here. If so, what were the inner hall disciples doing here? The four of them looked at each other. No one could give a definite answer. This matter was really too strange. Little Black and Little White also jumped down from Bailey Hongshuang's shoulders at this moment. It was precisely because they didn't know why that they had a very bad feeling. Master, let's go ahead and take a look. Go. Bailey Hongshuang and the other three carefully walked forward. Although they didn't sense any movement in their surroundings, they were still very careful. In this unknown environment, anything could happen. After Xiao He and Xiao Bai left for a while, they quickly returned. Master, we saw some inner hall disciples in front. However, they all looked seriously injured. I'm afraid this place is really dangerous. Hearing Xiao He and Xiao Bai's words, Bailey Hongshuang and the rest's eyes lit up. As long as they could see other cultivators, they would at least know what was going on here. Where are they? Bailey Hongshuang quickly asked. In this direction. Xiao He pointed ahead. Follow me and Xiao Bai. Alright, lead the way. Just as Xiao He and Xiao Bai had said, the closer Bailey Hongshuang and the other three got to the front, the more they could hear some subtle movements. Not long after, Bailey Hongshuang and the other three arrived at the place where Xiao He and Xiao Bai were. In their line of sight, there were about 20 cultivators sitting together in a circle. A faint smell of blood spread from them and they could clearly see some ghastly wounds on their bodies. Bailey Hongshuang only took a quick glance and could tell that these people's injuries were extremely serious. She could not help but be shocked. These people's auras were not weak. She did not expect them to be so seriously injured. This proved that the threat here must be very powerful. However, they had not encountered anything so far. After the cultivators noticed some movements behind them, they could not help but tense up. However, after noticing the familiar clothes on Bailey Hongshuang and the other three, they relaxed a little. We're on the same side. The leader of the cultivators said, indicating that there was no need to be nervous. The other cultivators also put down their weapons. However, their curious gazes fell on Bailey Hongshuang and the other three. Oh, for unfamiliar little fellows have come. I've never seen you guys before. A man smiled and said. There was not the slightest hint of unfamiliarity or alienation in his attitude. Are you the disciples who have just passed the advancement assessment? I've never seen you guys before. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang and the other three could not help but look at each other. Bewitching said, isn't this the training ground for the Outer Palace disciples? Although they had already concluded that they had been deceived by Li Xingkai and the others, it was still better to ask and clarify everything. As Bewitching's voice fell, the cultivators present couldn't help but stare blankly. Their eyes flashed with a thick color of astonishment. You guys are Outer Palace disciples? The leader looked shocked. Why are Outer Palace disciples here? Do you want to die? At this moment, another woman by the man's side spoke out, they are indeed Outer Hall disciples. Look carefully at their clothes. Those are the uniforms of Outer Hall disciples. Although the costumes of the Punlai Palace disciples looked roughly the same, there was still a slight difference between the costumes of the Inner and Outer Palace disciples. Laymen might not be able to tell, but as disciples of Punlai Palace, they could still tell. It was just that no one had thought about it before, so they did not pay attention to it at all. Now that they heard Bewitching's words, they began to notice the difference in clothing. After Bewitching and the other three heard the man's answer, they knew that their judgment was correct. They had indeed come to the training grounds of the Inner Palace disciples. Where is this? Wen Ziren pretended to be confused and looked at the people in front of him in confusion. Have we come to the wrong place? It seems that these 4 little fellows have been tricked. The woman shook her head. There was a hint of helplessness in her expression. However, the guys who tricked you guys are ruthless enough. Did you guys just join the Punlai Palace? Bailey Hongshuang and the other three nodded in unison. We did just join the Punlai Palace. Newcomers have actually been tricked into coming here. Looks like you're quite hated. The man in the lead chuckled, let me introduce myself. I'm Ren Ziheng from the Inner Hall. This is my sister, Ren Zimei. Senior brother Ren, senior sister Ren. Bailey Hongshuang and the other three clasped their hands together. Ren Ziheng had given them a good impression, but they had already suffered at the hands of Li Xingkai once. As a result, they were not surprised by the enthusiasm of the two. Ren Zimei nodded. You should rest here for a while. This is a training ground for inner hall disciples. It's far too dangerous for you to be here with your cultivation, so it's best if you stay with us. Don't act alone, or you'll only lose your life. Do you understand? Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were enlightened by Ren Zimei's words of concern. Senior Sister Ren, then can we go back directly? Wen Xiren asked. Since they had already acted like they did not know that they had been tricked, they naturally had to act until the end. Xiren was undoubtedly an expert at acting, so he took the opportunity to get more information from Ren Zimei and the others. Ren Zimei sighed when she saw that Xiren did not understand the situation at all. No, there's still half a month before the next teleportation formation activates. You won't be able to return during this time. Follow us during this time. We're still very safe here for now. Everyone is recuperating here. Once the teleportation formation activates, you can return with your injured seniors. Before you become inner hall disciples, don't come here again. Senior sister, may I ask what dangers there are here? Bailey Hongzhuang asked curiously. We didn't notice any movements along the way. There didn't seem to be any monster beasts. As the voice of Bailey Hongzhuang fell, the faces of the more than 20 inner palace disciples changed a bit, and their expressions were a bit complicated. Ren Zimei did not answer Bailey Hongzhuang. Instead, she turned to look at Ren Ziheng. Ren Ziheng pondered for a moment before he said, Outer Palace disciples aren't allowed to enter the training grounds of the Inner Palace, and the situation here isn't something that Outer Palace disciples can understand. However, since you are going to stay here for half a month, I'm afraid it's impossible for you not to know. Before I tell you, you have to promise not to tell anyone else about this place. Otherwise, once the news gets out, you will be severely punished. Believe me, this punishment is not something you can bear. Seeing the grave expressions of Ren Ziheng and the others, the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were also somewhat complicated. They did not understand just how mysterious this training ground was. They had only tried to understand how serious the situation was. Senior brother Ren, don't worry. After we leave, we will definitely not mention a single word about this place. A sliver of seriousness appeared on Bewitching's handsome face. His eyes shone with sincerity and steadiness. Although they did not know just what was so special about this place, since Ren Ziheng and the others were so serious, there must be a reason. As such, they just had to abide by it. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others nodded as well, indicating their sincerity. It's because it's daytime right now, so you haven't come across any danger along the way. If it's nighttime, it's very likely that you'll lose your life just by walking the path you just took, Ren Ziheng smiled faintly. The expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but change when they heard that. They had only spent a quarter of an hour to get here from the teleportation formation. According to Ren Ziheng, they would lose their lives in such a short journey. Just how dangerous was this place? There are no monstrous beasts in this place at all. There are only contracted beasts of us cultivators. Every time Ren Ziheng said a word, the doubts in Bailey Hongzhuang's heart couldn't help but deepen. Bailey Hongzhuang lowered her head to look at Baishir. It seemed that everything was as Baishir had said. There really were no monstrous beasts here. The four of them stared at Ren Ziheng. They could not understand where the so-called danger came from since there were no monstrous beasts here. Here, our enemies are skeletons, Ren Ziheng said in a deep voice. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but be stunned when they heard that. They stared at Ren Ziheng in surprise, unable to wrap their heads around it. Skeletons? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her voice slightly, filled with surprise and confusion. There are skeletons here? Bewitching and the others were also confused. This was the first time they had heard of skeletons. They had never heard of such things before. Ren Ziheng nodded. I know you're very surprised. When we first found out that the Inner Palace disciples were training in a place like this, we were also very surprised. However, there are indeed skeletons here. Moreover, there are countless skeletons here. These skeletons rest during the day and come out at night. As a result, the night is the most dangerous time. As skeletons, these fellows do not need to use their eyes to observe their surroundings. What they observe is the vitality of humans. On the other hand, it's much more difficult for us to deal with skeletons at night. Moreover, these skeletons are different from demon beasts. They are inanimate objects, so they can't feel any pain. Unless their spirits are extinguished, they will continue to fight. When Ren Ziheng said all this, Ren Zimei and the surrounding cultivators looked helpless. It was obvious that the skeleton had brought them a lot of trouble. Listening to Ren Ziheng's introduction, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others only felt that Ren Ziheng was telling them about a world that they had never understood before. Skeletons, they never thought that skeletons would have fighting strength, and they were not afraid of pain. They were simply abnormal existences. The other party was an inanimate object and did not fear death at all. On the contrary, cultivators like them were at a complete disadvantage. Senior brother Ren, I don't understand why there are skeletons here. Wen Ziren frowned. This was beyond his imagination. We've never heard of this before. Some cultivators' corpses contain some resentment or are buried in places where the aura of darkness is very dense. Gradually, they will turn into skeletons and possess a certain level of combat power. They will come out at night to cause trouble. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three nodded their heads in understanding. They had already noticed the difference in this place the moment they arrived. The feeling of death and the dense dark aura made them feel an indescribable sense of oppression. Coupled with the rotten smell in the air, although they had not personally seen the skeletons that Ren Ziheng had mentioned, they had already believed it in their hearts. This place was indeed very suitable for skeletons to live. This place is indeed filled with an indescribable sense of strangeness. However, we don't understand why the inner palace disciples would want to train here. What are the benefits of fighting these skeletons? Rather than that, wouldn't it be better to deal with the demon beasts? Shang Guanying looked at Ren Ziheng curiously. Just entering this place made people feel very uncomfortable. When she thought about staying here for such a long time, she could not help but feel a chill down her spine. Although demon beasts were scary, they were still living beings. However, facing skeletons, just imagining that scene was somewhat unacceptable. The range of these skeletons' development is getting bigger and bigger. Not only will human cultivators become skeletons, but demon beasts will also become demon beast skeletons after death. You have not personally witnessed the destructive power of these skeletons, so you don't understand. If these skeletons are allowed to continue developing, this continent will very likely become the world of skeletons. Currently, all the major forces are thinking of ways to suppress the development of these skeletons. Therefore, everyone has a certain tacit understanding to not spread this news to avoid causing panic. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three looked at each other in dismay. Their hearts were filled with shock. They never knew that such a terrifying existence as skeletons existed in the Xianxia continent. However, when they thought about how so many Purple Realm's 7th level and above cultivators had suffered such serious injuries, if these skeletons were allowed to continue developing, then the situation would indeed be a little scary. Fortunately, this was Penglai Island. If these skeletons were to develop outside, then it would be a complete disaster. So, all the major forces are taking it as their responsibility to eliminate these skeletons? Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. That's right. Ren Ziheng said faintly, originally, the Outer Palace disciples were not able to come into contact with this level, so naturally, they did not need to bear any responsibility. However, now that you have come into contact with this level ahead of time, dealing with skeleton has nothing to do with you for the time being. However, sealing off this information is also your responsibility. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Senior brother Ren, I understand. Don't worry, we will definitely not spread this news. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had all understood why the strength of the Inner Palace disciples was so strong, but there were often casualties, and why the number of Inner Palace disciples could never grow. It turned out that there was such a secret in the Inner Palace. Compared to the Outer Palace disciples who only focused on their own cultivation, the Inner Palace disciples undoubtedly had an additional layer of responsibility. They also had an additional layer of protection around them. This kind of responsibility was not something that an ordinary person could bear. Immediately, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were filled with admiration for the Inner Palace disciples. In order to prevent these skeletons from affecting the ordinary people of the Xianxia continent, they were fighting with their lives on the line. Seeing the admiration in the eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, A faint smile appeared on Ren Ziheng's face. I've told you so much, but I don't see any fear on your faces. The place where we are now is a place where the frequency of skeletons is low, so everyone is healing here. The other disciples who are not injured are outside, waiting to kill the skeletons at night. The injured disciples will come here. Zimei and I will be responsible for protecting you, so it's relatively safe for you to stay here. Don't try to explore the dangerous places outside. When you become an inner palace disciple, this responsibility will automatically fall on you. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three nodded. We will work hard to become an inner disciple. Hearing this, Ren Zimei smiled faintly. I feel that you are very familiar with each other. I always feel that one day you will become an inner disciple of the inner palace. Although it's still a little far away, I believe that you will succeed in the future. At the same time, the other injured disciples also started to laugh. I also think that these guys have the potential to become inner palace disciples. After all, they had just joined the outer palace and were already tricked into coming here. It can be seen that they are extremely hated in the outer palace. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three could not help but look at each other. Their expressions were a little awkward. It had to be said that their popularity in the outer palace was a little too bad. At this time, Ren Ziheng laughed and scolded, "Come on, you were also very arrogant when you were in the outer palace. There were many people who wanted to teach you a lesson. Yes, that's why I feel that they have the potential to become inner disciples. If they are like those guys who pretend to be obedient, scheming everywhere, there is no meaning at all. Moreover, in my opinion, it is because they have the ability that they are schemed to be schemed against. Have you seen anyone who is not strong enough get schemed against?" The man shrugged indifferently, as if he was not ashamed, but proud. Ren Ziheng shook his head helplessly. "Come on, no matter what you say, you are right." "So, is this also a compliment to us?" Shang Guanxing was startled. She originally thought that the man was mocking them, but after listening to the conversation between him and Ren Ziheng, it did not seem to be mocking them, but praising them. "Haha, that's right, I am praising you." The inner disciples present also smiled and nodded. The originally gloomy atmosphere suddenly became cheerful. Ren Zimei chuckled. To be honest, none of the inner hall's disciples are peaceful people. Things like being cheated happen all the time. However, as long as they can endure it, their development will be equally astonishing. Geniuses were always somewhat out of tune with others. Because of their own excellence, there were people's faces. They had long been used to it. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were a little surprised by the situation in front of them. It seemed that they had found a group of their own here. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. "I think so too. They seem to be much more sincere than the outer hall disciples." Although she had only stayed here for a short period of time, she could feel the sincerity of the inner hall disciples in front of her. This was a completely different feeling from the outer hall disciples. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang, but Bewitching and the others also felt the same. This kind of sincerity was something they could not feel at all in the outer hall. Is this also the difference between the inner hall disciples and the outer hall disciples? Xiaobai wondered. I don't know. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, but at least they don't have any malicious intent towards us. In their current situation, they were no threat to the inner hall disciples at all. The other side indeed had no need to deceive or harm them. Senior brother Ren, senior sister Ren, I feel that the atmosphere here is very different from the atmosphere among the outer hall disciples. Are you all good friends? Shang Guanxing could not help but ask. She had always said what was on her mind, especially after seeing Ren Ziheng and the others joking with each other. She could not help but speak out her doubts. Listening to Shang Guanxing's words, Ren Zimei could not help but laugh. Haha, your feelings are quite sharp. Hee. Shang Guanxing smiled and touched her head. The disciples of the outer palace have always been on their own. They would fight for their own interests. However, everyone is a real family after entering the inner palace. Although there are still some conflicts on weekdays, everyone has a common enemy, which is skeleton. In such a case, even the practitioners who fight to the death on weekdays will cooperate with each other in front of skeleton, so the conflicts will be reduced correspondingly. In front of the foreign race, we are all partners. You may not be able to understand this feeling now, but you will gradually understand when you become an inner hall disciple. Although Pulai Palace is divided into 2 halls, the real center has always been the inner hall. I see. Shang Guanying nodded. In fact, she already understood what Ren Zimei meant. You all sit down and rest first. Ren Ziheng saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were still standing and could not help but speak out. Although the frequency of skeleton appearing here is not high, it does not mean that they will never appear. These guys are all mysterious and can come out of the ground at any time. Moreover, they are very strong. Therefore, we think of ways to rest during the day in order to fully accumulate strength. As Ren Ziheng's voice fell, everyone also made room for Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 sat down like everyone. The inner palace disciples were obviously not wary of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. After introducing the general situation to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, everyone began to talk about their own matters. In this regard, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 remained silent. They just quietly listened to everyone's conversation and learned more information from it. This is really a magical place. I am looking forward to the arrival of this night. I wonder what the fighting skeleton looks like. Shang Guanying's eyes flashed with excitement and curiosity. She was obviously full of anticipation. Looking at Xiren and Shang Guanying's expectant faces, Bewitching couldn't help but say, I'm afraid it won't be a good experience to wait for the skeletons to appear. Everyone is now hoping that the skeletons won't appear at night. From the crowd's discussion, he heard most of them praying that the skeletons wouldn't appear at night. Ren Ziheng and the others weren't weak. Although the other disciples were injured, they hadn't completely lost their fighting strength. However, under such circumstances, almost everyone was praying that the skeletons wouldn't appear. It was obvious how terrifying the skeletons were. Bailey Hongzhuang agreed with Bewitching's words. Although I haven't seen the skeletons in battle, just by thinking about these dead things, we'll always be at a disadvantage if we fight them. They had flesh and blood, but the skeletons couldn't feel any pain. In other words, their fighting strength would decrease after a battle, but the skeletons' fighting strength wouldn't decrease at all. Moreover, there were only so many inner palace disciples, but the number of skeletons was astonishing. After all, we haven't seen them before. This is a rare opportunity. After we return, the next time we come will be when we become inner palace disciples. Xiren smiled faintly, his face still filled with interest. People would always be curious about things they hadn't seen before, even if they weren't good people. Shang Guanying nodded. It wasn't easy to become an inner palace disciple. Even if they had a certain level of confidence in themselves, their cultivation had to be at least at the 7th level of the Purple Realm before they could participate in the advancement test. Just this point alone required them to work hard for a long time. After hearing Xiren's words, Ren Ziheng couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. I hope you don't see the skeletons, because after seeing them once, you won't want to see them a second time. If that happens, you might not even have the thought of becoming an inner palace disciple. That's not a good thing. The skeletons are actually that terrifying? Xiren was slightly stunned, his face filled with disbelief. In his opinion, the skeletons were just another kind of special monster beast. The only difference was that the process of dealing with them was a little more disgusting than dealing with monsters. Other than that, the experience should be similar. Not bad. Ren Ziheng nodded. That's the existence of nightmares. Only dawn can bring us a glimmer of hope. The night is always the most terrifying. At this point, Ren Ziheng's gaze deepened a little. Staying in this training ground, almost everyone had a different kind of expectation towards dawn. Nighttime was when the gates to hell opened. After seeing Ren Ziheng's serious expression, Xiren's curiosity lessened a little because he could see that Ren Ziheng was trembling with disgust from the bottom of his heart when he mentioned the incubus. If one did not fear something to a certain extent, one would not reveal such emotions. He knew that Ren Ziheng was a cultivator at the 8th level of the Purple Realm, yet he was still so afraid of the skeleton. If they were in his shoes, the situation would be even worse. After seeing the complicated look in Xiren's eyes, Ren Ziheng smiled again and said, "You don't have to be too nervous. Generally speaking, we won't have a skeleton army here. If you want to really see it, you have to wait until you become an inner hall disciple. At that time, I'm afraid you have to see it. Senior brother Ren, have there been outer hall disciples coming here before? Bewitching asked slowly. Since they had been tricked into coming here, it was likely that similar things had happened before. Perhaps there would be some daring masters who would deliberately come here to find out what was going on. Ren Ziheng nodded. There have been outer hall disciples coming here before. Although it is rare to see you being tricked like this, it has happened several times. This kind of thing can only happen to the disciples who have just joined the Punlai Palace. Other disciples have long known the difference between the two teleportation arrays and will not be tricked at all. However, there are not many people like you who have just arrived at the Punlai Palace and are hated by others. Listening to the laughter in Ren Ziheng's words, Di Beichen and the other three felt a burst of helplessness in their hearts. Ren Ziheng did not know the situation of the four of them in the outer hall. It could be assumed that everyone present in the outer hall did not make as much noise as them. Then did they leak the news later? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. This news really brought too much shock to everyone. Once it was spread, it would be really explosive news. She didn't believe that no one had spread it for so long. No. Ren Ziheng shook his head. At this time, Ren Zimei said another sentence, but it made the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three change. Because those guys were not lucky enough, they couldn't hold on until it was time to go back, so you four newcomers better pray that you don't encounter the skeleton army. Although we will find ways to protect you, many times we can't even take care of ourselves. You can understand by looking at everyone's injuries. Ren Zimei's face was solemn and serious. I'm not joking with you. In this place, the slightest carelessness can cost you your life. It's more tragic than any of the environments you've experienced before. Watching your family and friends fall and become a member of the skeleton army is something you can't imagine. Looking at Ren Zimei's serious expression, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's expressions turned serious. Ren Zimei's words were not meant to scare them. They were from the bottom of her heart. Just thinking about it was enough to know how terrible it felt to see one's family and friends turn into an army of skeletons. Zimei, there's no need to say too much now. Ren Ziheng waved his hand, indicating that Ren Zimei did not need to continue speaking. He turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three and said, "Curiosity killed the cat. So, you should stay here obediently. Do not run around, or else you will have to bear the consequences." Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three nodded slightly. With just a few simple sentences, they already understood a lot of information. In short, this place was not a place that everyone liked to come to. Even if Ren Ziheng and the others understood this place very well, they were still filled with an indescribable sense of rejection and fear. Before their strength reached a certain level, they would be asking for trouble if they went out rashly. This place is so terrifying. No cultivator has ever come out alive. No wonder Li Xinkai and the others were so confident. They must have thought that we would never be able to leave this place. Shang Guanying's expression was ugly. Her eyes were filled with anger. Those damn bastards wanted to use this opportunity to keep them here forever. Senior brother Ren and senior sister Ren made it sound so serious. I'm afraid this is really a place of no return. That's why Li Xinkai and the others are willing to give it a try, Wen Xiren said slowly. Damn it. Shang Guanying clenched her fists. As long as I can go back, I will definitely make those bastards pay. It's best if I throw them here to experience it. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. Their hearts were heavy. According to Ren Ziheng and the others' description, this place was simply like hell. There's still half a month before the next teleportation array opens. Whether we can survive this half a month is also a problem. Bailey Hongzhuang said in a low voice. She noticed that Ren Ziheng, who was at the 8th level of the Purple Realm, was also injured. She had fought with Gao Hanchun before, so she knew the strength of an 8th level Purple Realm cultivator. Ordinary monsters were no match for him, but these skeletons were able to injure Ren Ziheng. Just this point alone was enough to determine how powerful these skeletons were. Even though Ren Ziheng and the others kept saying that the frequency of skeletons appearing here was very low, she could see that everyone was not so sure. Most of them were praying. This proved that they were not absolutely safe here. It was just a little safer. If they were unlucky and encountered an army of skeletons, although there were many cultivators in front of them, they were afraid that they would not be able to fight. Otherwise, everyone would not be so nervous. Looking at the dignified appearance of Bailey Hongshuang, Shang Guanying's face could not help but show a touch of worry. Now she gradually felt a sense of crisis, and her eyes could not help but look up at the sky. It was already afternoon, and soon the night would gradually fall. Come to think of it, when night fell, everyone had to be vigilant against the skeletons that could appear at any time. At this time, the man who had said that he was often disliked came to Bewitching's side with a curious look on his face. "Newcomer, what's your name?" Bewitching looked at the newcomer in surprise and said, "My name is Bewitching." "Oh." The man nodded. "My name is Chu Jinfeng." "So it's senior brother Chu." Chu Jinfeng waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite. By the way, I heard that there are 4 cultivators in the outer palace that Master Long has taken a fancy to. Do you know about them?" As Chu Jinfeng's voice fell, many of the inner palace disciples' eyes flashed with curiosity. "We also heard about this news. Master Long is experienced and knowledgeable. His vision is also very high. I'm afraid the people that Master Long has taken a fancy to are not simple." "That's true. Master Long's demon pet egg isn't that easy to obtain. Unless you perform extremely well in the outer palace, or you perform extremely well in the advancement assessment, it's only possible. Otherwise, you have to achieve a certain result in this training ground before you can obtain a demon pet egg. My achievement points have always been saved up, in order to be able to exchange for a good demon pet egg." The 4 new guys actually got a demon pet egg as soon as they arrived. Speaking of which, it's really infuriating to compare people to death. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Their eyes were filled with envy. Even the inner palace disciples couldn't help but be envious of the newcomers' treatment. "I heard about it before. Originally, I wanted to see what kind of geniuses they were. However, they were always healing, so I couldn't see them. It's a pity." Chu Jinfeng sighed. Then, he looked at Bewitching curiously. "Newcomer, you should have heard about this matter, right?" Listening to everyone's discussion about them, Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3's expressions were somewhat complicated. They were already well-known figures in the outer palace. They didn't expect that many disciples in the inner palace would have heard of their existence. Bewitching quietly glanced at Bailey Hongshuang and the other 2. The 3 of them shook their heads. It wasn't easy for them to not be ostracized here. If they spoke about this matter, wouldn't it cause trouble again? "I heard about it." The commotion caused by this matter was extremely shocking. Bewitching nodded. However, the 4 of them seemed to have been in seclusion in the house. There were no signs of them coming out. Although we were curious, we didn't have the chance to see them. Chu Jinfeng nodded. He wasn't surprised by Bewitching's words at all. "I heard that more than 200 disciples working together couldn't take the lives of the 4 of them. If this news spread, it would be a legendary existence. Not to mention the 100 or so disciples who died, the remaining few disciples must have hated them to a certain extent. It's normal for them to not be willing to come out. As long as it's not some guy who wants to see the world in chaos, they shouldn't choose to come out at this time." "That's right, I heard that the surviving disciples of the outer hall experienced a decline in their cultivation. Do you know what happened to them?" Chu Jinfeng sighed. "I originally wanted to know more about the aftermath, but I was dragged here by Ren Ziheng and the others. I won't be able to return for a while. As outer hall disciples, you should know better." Seeing Chu Jinfeng's curious look, Ren Ziheng felt a little helpless. "You don't have to care about him. This guy is obviously a man, but he likes to gossip so much. You make it sound like you're not curious." Chu Jinfeng curled his lips. "Our Punlai Palace has not had such an interesting thing happen in a long time. Of course, we have to understand it. I feel that those fellows might become our inner palace disciples very soon. It's not a bad thing to get to know them in advance." A faint smile appeared on Renzimei's face. "Speaking of which, I'm also a little curious about this matter. If you know anything, please tell us." Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3 looked at each other and felt a little awkward. They never thought that the inner palace disciples would be so curious about them. However, they did not know how Ren Ziheng and the others would react when they found out that the 4 cultivators they were interested in were right in front of them. It's said that those disciples can't recover their strength. They can only cultivate again, Bewitching said slowly. Chu Jinfeng and the others sighed when they heard that. I've already guessed that this would happen. Since those 4 newcomers could cause such a huge commotion, they must have quite a temper. Being attacked by over 200 cultivators, anyone would probably die of frustration. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to help them recover their cultivation. These 4 newcomers seem to have quite the character. Haha. Ren Ziheng and the others also nodded. This kind of result was really not unexpected. As long as we can return safely this time, I'll go to the outer palace to meet those 4 newcomers. The outer palace is not suitable for them. It's better for them to come to the inner palace as soon as possible. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 smiled faintly. They only felt curiosity from Chu Jinfeng and the others' conversation. They did not feel any rejection or hostility. They only hoped that this would continue in the future. At this moment, Chu Jinfeng looked at the wound on his arm and could not help but curse, these skeletons are more than a little annoying. It's just a normal wound, but the recovery speed is so slow. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the wound on Chu Jinfeng's left arm with her sharp eyes. Her eyes instantly widened as shock filled them. She saw that the wound was very deep. It reached the bone and revealed fresh red flesh. She could even vaguely see some white bones. Most importantly, there was a faint black color at the edge of the wound. According to her judgment, Chu Jinfeng had already used healing medicine. However, there were no signs of recovery after so long. It was very strange. Senior Chu, can I see your wound? Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask. Hearing this, Chu Jinfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. Obviously, he did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to make such a request. I feel like your wound is different from the ones we usually get. It hasn't healed after so long. Is there a problem? Bailey Hongzhuang explained. I didn't expect Junior Sister's eyes to be so sharp. You actually saw through the problem with a single glance. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's explanation, Chu Jinfeng chuckled, this wound is indeed difficult to heal. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately walked to Chu Jinfeng's side and carefully looked at Chu Jinfeng's wound. Her discovery was even more obvious. That layer of faint black gas was still preventing the wound from healing. Even if no healing medicine was used, the wound would not show signs of healing after such a long time. From this, it could be seen that there was a problem. While Bailey Hongzhuang was paying attention to the wound, Di Beichen, Wen Ziren and Shang Guanying were also surrounding the wound. They were all curious about this problem. This wound was left by the skeletons? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Chu Jinfeng nodded, that's right. This is also one of the disgusting methods of these skeletons. As long as one is injured by these skeletons, the edge of the wound will be contaminated with this kind of black gas and will not heal for a long time. Hearing Chu Jinfeng's words, the shock in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes deepened. I didn't think that the skeleton's attacks would have such a characteristic. No wonder everyone's injuries are so severe. Indeed, if it weren't for the fact that our injuries wouldn't heal, we wouldn't be in such a situation. A trace of helplessness appeared on Ren Zimei's face. However, regarding this, the doctors of Punlai Palace have already tried their best, but in the end, there has been no improvement. I wonder if the disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate know how to solve this problem. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. The 100 Flowers Gate's position on Punlai Island was extraordinary. It could be said that there were the most excellent pharmacists and doctors gathered there. Chu Jinfeng shook his head, this problem is also a headache for the 100 Flowers Gate. In fact, although the 3 factions normally work together, they are very united in dealing with the skeletons. The 100 Flowers Gate has always been researching how to deal with the existence of the black gas, but after so long, there has been no effect. I didn't think it would be so troublesome. Even the 100 Flowers Gate can't do anything. Shang Guanying frowned. This kind of situation that hindered the healing of injuries was too troublesome. Bailey Hongzhuang's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. she said in a deep voice. So, if a cultivator is seriously injured, the injury that can be treated is very likely to be blocked by the black qi and cannot be healed. In the end, they can only lose their life? How do you know? Ren Ziheng was somewhat surprised. Normal people only knew that injuries were difficult to heal and didn't think of the various problems that would follow. He didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang had thought of all of this. Seeing Ren Ziheng's curious expression, Bewitching couldn't help but explain, Hongzhuang is a doctor, so she is more familiar with this situation. Following Bewitching's words, everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a trace of surprise. I really couldn't tell that Junior Bailey was a doctor. Chu Jinfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. After sizing her up, he smiled and said, but after hearing what you said, I really feel that you do have the temperament of a doctor. Ren Ziheng and the others nodded. Generally speaking, most doctors would join the 100 Flowers Gate. Very few doctors would join Punlai Island. This was because doctors mainly developed their medical skills, not their strength. In this kind of situation, compared to a group of cultivators who only focused on cultivation, doctors would obviously be at a disadvantage in terms of combat strength. Therefore, the doctors that everyone saw on Punlai Island would never participate in battles. They didn't expect that a doctor would appear in their training team. It was really interesting. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, I've only dabbled in it a little. Hearing this, Ren Ziheng and the others also revealed a smile. That was more like it. If Bailey Hongzhuang really had amazing attainments in this area, then they would be truly shocked. You've tried many methods, but no matter what method you used, it was all useless for this injury? Bailey Hongzhuang slightly raised her eyebrows. Her eyes rippled with deep thought. This power of darkness was really strange. She had never come into contact with it before, so she couldn't make a judgment. It's basically useless. Ren Ziheng saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was very concerned about the condition of the injury. He only thought that the doctor would have a certain curiosity about the situation that she had never seen before. He didn't mind introducing it to Bailey Hongzhuang. However, a kind of healing medicine made by the magic refining tower has some ways to treat this wound. At least the healing speed is a bit faster than ordinary healing medicine. Although it can't heal as quickly as ordinary wounds, it's much better than other healing medicines. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. The other three also looked at each other. If they didn't judge wrongly, the healing medicine that Ren Ziheng mentioned should be the healing medicine made by Bailey Hongzhuang. Previously, they had sold the prescription of this healing medicine to Steward Qin in exchange for the Purple Dragon Emperor ginseng. Steward Qin had used this prescription to make a profit, but he did not expect to hear about this healing medicine from the mouths of others. Are you still in this situation after using that healing medicine? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. She was very familiar with the effect of the healing medicine she made. Its healing speed would be much faster than ordinary healing medicine. However, Chu Jinfeng's healing speed was so slow. If he had already used her healing medicine, then the destructive power of this black gas was a bit too terrifying. That's not it. Chu Jinfeng waved his hand. That healing medicine is a hot seller in Punlai Palace. It's not easy to get it on normal days. The healing medicine that I snatched before has been used up. Now I'm only using ordinary healing medicine. It's strange to say that it's all healing medicine. Even if the effect is better, it shouldn't be so obvious. However, the healing medicine of the magic refining tower is much better than ordinary healing medicine in restraining this black gas. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Most of the ingredients of the healing medicine were similar. If the healing medicine she refined had an excellent effect, then some of the ingredients must have a suppressive effect on this black gas. In just a short moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's mind flashed with various elements, and she already had a certain idea in her heart. Speaking of which, I don't know how the Demon Training Tower came up with the prescription for this healing medicine. Now, both our Punlai Palace and the Crimson Moon sect are trying to buy it from them. However, this price is really expensive. Chu Jinfeng sighed. Ren Ziheng couldn't help but chuckle. Compared to us, the 100 Flowers Gate is even more anxious. The 100 Flower Gate had been trying to figure out a way to deal with the black gas, but they hadn't been able to come up with anything. Instead, the healing medicine from the demonic refining tower was effective. Previously, 100 Flowers Gate had been in an awkward position because of this matter. Haha, that's true. Everyone present could not help but laugh softly. The Devil Refining Tower was usually in existence that did not make a sound. However, no one dared to underestimate the strength of the Devil Refining Tower. However, the 100 Flowers Gate had always boasted of being powerful. Who would have thought that they would be slapped in the face by the Devil Refining Tower? Shang Guanying and the others looked at each other. They really didn't think that the healing medicine that Bailey Hongzhuang had taken out would make the Mo Refining Pagoda famous. It seems like this business deal, Steward Qin had made a big profit. Senior brother Chu, are you talking about the healing medicine that was promoted by the Magic Tower a few months ago? That's right. Chu Jinfeng nodded. It seems like you guys have heard of it before. However, that healing medicine is indeed in high demand on Punlai Island. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately took out the healing medicine from her bosom and said, coincidentally, I also have this healing medicine. Here. Since this healing medicine can help with everyone's injuries, then everyone should use it first. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang took out 20 portions of healing medicine from her Qianquan bag and gave one to each of the disciples present. She also felt that this healing medicine was very effective, so she made a lot of it and kept it with her. When going out to train, there might not be many serious injuries, but it was inevitable that there would be external injuries. When everyone saw Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, they could not help but be stunned. For a moment, they seemed to be unable to regain their senses. This scene was clearly out of Chu Jinfeng's expectations. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise and said, your healing medicine is the healing medicine from the Magic Tower? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, it should be. When these words came out, Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei could not help but look at each other. They were somewhat in disbelief. This new junior sister was a little too generous, wasn't she? Junior sister Bailey, this healing medicine is not cheap. Furthermore, there is a price but there is no market. It is not easy to get a few portions and you are giving it to us just like that? Chu Jinfeng could not help but be speechless. Although he had always been a reckless person, but he really could not do something like taking advantage of others. It was not only Chu Jinfeng, the other disciples present also did not take out any healing medicine. The new junior sister did not understand the market well enough and was so generous. If they took advantage of her like that, it would be very embarrassing. Although they really needed the healing medicine now. That's right, the time is not early anymore. It will not be long before it is night time. Although this medicine can't heal everyone's injuries immediately, it's still good to be able to speed things up a little. It'll also be safer at night. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the crowd, and after seeing the complicated look on everyone's face, she understood what they were thinking and immediately began to explain. The four of us are newcomers to the Punlai Palace. We came here by accident. Fortunately, our senior brothers and sisters did not mind and told us a lot of things. I'm afraid we'll have to keep bothering you for the next 10 days. Compared to your friendliness, this is really nothing. The four of us aren't strong. If the skeleton army appears, not only will we not be able to help, we will also be a burden to everyone. So, senior brothers and sisters, don't worry about anything else. This is the only thing we can do right now. At this moment, Bewitching's voice sounded. After seeing the sincere eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, Ren Ziheng and others were silent for a moment, then they all showed a smile on their faces. Junior brother and junior sister, I was wondering why I felt that you guys were very compatible when I saw you guys. You guys are really to my liking, haha. Chu Jinfeng laughed loudly, since you guys said so, then I won't be polite. Don't worry, if you encounter danger, I will never ignore your safety. Thank you, senior brother. Bewitching cupped his hands and said. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with a faint smile. The cost of making these healing medicines was not high. With everyone's help, her speed of making them was extremely fast. It didn't take much effort at all. At this moment, she took out the healing medicine. First, it was because everyone's attitude towards them was very friendly. Second, it was because they were now a team. If everyone's injuries could be healed, then once they encountered the skeleton army, at least their fighting strength would increase by a bit. Of course, there was another reason. She wanted to see how much better the healing medicine she made was than the general healing medicine. Bailey Hongzhuang had a certain curiosity about all the diseases that she had never seen before. She had a faint hunch that in the future, she would inevitably have an intersection with this skeleton army. If this injury could be reversed, it would be a good thing for them. Chu Jinfeng sprinkled the healing medicine on his injured arm. As the healing medicine was sprinkled, he quietly frowned, but he didn't say anything. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were always locked on Chu Jinfeng's wound. She found that after the healing medicine was sprinkled, the black gas around the wound quietly faded a little. Although it couldn't completely dissipate the black gas, the reduction of the black gas proved that the effect of inhibiting the healing of the wound was weakened. It was precisely because of this that the speed of recovery of the injury was faster. After Chu Jinfeng saw the change in the wound, the smile on his face couldn't help but widen a little. It is indeed this healing medicine. I didn't expect Junior Sister to have a lot of it. This thing is very popular in the Punlai Palace. Where did you buy it? As soon as these words came out, everyone also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with some curiosity. Although the amount of healing medicine made by the magic refining tower was not small, there were also many practitioners on the Punlai Island who needed it. Their Punlai Palace could be considered one of the big families. However, everyone still had to rely on robbing. If they were late, they would have nothing left. Before I joined the Punlai Palace, I stayed in the magic tower for a while. At that time, the healing medicine was not as popular as it is now. The price was not high. I thought the effect was good, so I bought a lot. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone understood. So that's how it is. I've also heard that this healing medicine is relatively easy to buy in the magic refining tower. However, we simply don't have the time to go to the magic refining tower. What a pity. Chu Jinfeng sighed. Junior Sister, you can be considered smart. Now, the price of healing medicine has increased by several times. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and took it as a tacit agreement. After everyone used Bailey Hongzhuang's healing medicine, the recovery speed of the injury was faintly faster. At the same time, everyone was more friendly to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. This was how people got along with each other in this world. When someone took the initiative to show goodwill, everyone's relationship became closer and closer. Hongzhuang, I really didn't expect your healing medicine to have such a good effect. No wonder Steward Qin wanted to do business with you. Just from the previous transaction, he has already made a lot of money. When Xianxia nodded, Steward Qin is really making a fortune in silence. All the major powers are buying healing medicine from him. Just thinking about it, the amount is astonishing. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Steward Qin has indeed made a lot of money through this healing medicine, but to me, these are not as important as the Purple Dragon Emperor Ginseng. Perhaps in the eyes of others, she had made a loss, but to her, this deal was definitely worth it. As long as Bewitching could be safe and sound, not to mention a healing medicine formula, even if it was anything else, she was willing to do it. Bewitching turned his gaze away, his eyes full of gentleness and affection. He chuckled and said, "My wife has a deep affection for me, I can only repay it with my entire life." Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Bewitching. That's right, you might not be able to repay it in your entire life. Isn't that just right? I wish to be with my wife for the rest of my life. When Xiran and Shang Guaninging looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's sweet appearance and couldn't help but tremble. They just wanted to shake off all the goosebumps on their bodies. You two are already an old couple, why are you still so mushy? Bewitching glanced at Beichen and shook his head. You and Ying are called an old couple. My wife and I are newlyweds. When the last ray of light disappeared and the curtain of night slowly fell, Ren Ziheng and the others all had a serious expression on their faces. Their attention had been focused on their surroundings and even their feet. Sometimes, these skeleton armies will suddenly emerge from the ground, and if you are caught off guard, you will be pulled down directly. They might even break your legs, so everyone will be alert and pay attention to everything at night. After all, if you are not careful, you will lose your life. You have to be careful. Ren Ziheng reminded. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three also stood up and carefully observed their surroundings. Even though it was their first time spending the night here, after seeing how cautious everyone was, they naturally paid attention to their surroundings like everyone else. The night was deep, and the surroundings were quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. However, no one present relaxed because of this silence. They had stayed here for too long, and they never thought that they could get away with this temporary peace, because this moment of luck could lead to their death in the next moment. Master, I didn't expect everyone to be so nervous. Xiao He sat on Bailey Hongshuang's shoulder and could not help but look around. Just the atmosphere of the crowd made her feel a little heavy. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. These skeletons shouldn't be simple, and the way they appear is unpredictable, so it's only right to be on guard. When she thought of the skeleton army suddenly emerging from the ground, Bailey Hongshuang felt her scalp go numb. This feeling of appearing and disappearing unpredictably was the most difficult to grasp. As long as they were not careful, it would not be easy for them to get up again. Is the situation of them suddenly emerging from the ground very similar to what we encountered in the desert world? Xiaobai could not help but ask. In that case, the benefits of our experience in the desert world are really not small. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows slightly, her bright phoenix eyes twinkled with a little bit of starlight, and looked at Bewitching with a smile. Indeed, every kind of experience in the desert world is very beneficial to us. Bewitching smiled faintly, thinking back to the time when they were just in the desert world. They were often caught off guard by the sneak attacks of the demon beasts, but later on, their perception and judgment continued to improve. Even if the demon beasts were still elusive, they could already perceive them in advance. It was precisely because of this that the probability of being sneak attacked by the demon beasts continued to decrease, and the danger also continued to decrease. This kind of growth, thinking about it, would be a great help in this place where the skeletons were everywhere. Before, when they were in the desert world, they didn't feel that it would be particularly helpful, but according to the environment in front of them, it was really a great help. Many times, you think that the things you have mastered are not very useful, but you don't know when it may be of great use. In this kind of cautious situation, time undoubtedly passed very slowly, and being on guard against the possible appearance of the skeleton army at any time, it was inevitable that people would feel worried. And in this incomparably quiet time, Bailey Hongshuang and the others seemed to be able to faintly hear the sound of fighting coming from the distance. At their level of cultivation, whether it was eyesight or hearing, they were far superior to ordinary people. Just by listening to the faint sound of fighting, they could imagine how fierce the battle in the distance was. Ren Ziheng and the others naturally also heard the rustling sound, and couldn't help but frown tightly. The skeleton army has already appeared over there. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Ren Ziheng wanted to set out to help. Seeing Ren Ziheng's almost subconscious action, Ren Zimei couldn't help but say, "Big brother, don't think about helping. Our mission this time is to take care of the injured disciples. Now that everyone is injured, it is naturally the best that there is no skeleton army here for the time being. If you leave, if something happens here, how are you going to explain it?" Hearing this, Ren Ziheng sighed. In the end, he dismissed the thought in his heart. Not only Ren Ziheng, but Chu Jinfeng and the other disciples also had expressions of unwillingness on their faces. If not for the fact that they were injured and their fighting strength had greatly decreased, they would not have stayed here. However, if they went in their current state, they would only be giving up their lives. Right now, as long as I see these skeletons, I wish I could kill them all. Even after they died, they still come out to cause trouble. It's really disgusting, Chu Jinfeng said angrily. After staying here for a long time, he had developed an instinctive hatred for the skeleton army. Just by looking at them, he could not help but destroy them all. Everyone sighed deeply as they nodded their heads. Their eyes were filled with disgust towards the skeleton army. Who knew how many cultivators would be injured during this night? After this night, I'm afraid our team will grow a little stronger tomorrow. Ren Zimei sighed faintly. It was one thing for those inanimate creatures to die, but seeing her companions injured like this, she didn't feel too good. The night passed slowly under everyone's vigilance. Until a trace of light appeared on the horizon, Ren Ziheng and the others breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground in relief. Although they wanted to fight with the skeleton army wholeheartedly, the disciples here were all injured, so it was best if the skeleton army did not appear. It's daybreak, the skeleton army will not appear, you can also rest for a while. Ren Zimei said to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also sat on the ground. Although they did not engage in any battle for the whole night, they had been mentally tense for the whole night, so there was a certain amount of exhaustion. My God, every night has to be spent like this, it's really not an ordinary exhaustion. Shang Guanyin couldn't help but sigh. Even if they were facing monsters, they didn't need to be so cautious to this extent. Since we have already come to this place, then let's stay here at ease. The earlier we understand, the more mentally prepared we will be when we become inner hall disciples in the future. Xiren said with a chuckle. Shang Guanyin nodded. Even if nothing happened for the whole night, this feeling of being ready for battle made her feel a burst of helplessness. Even when they were chased by Gao Hanchun before, they were not so nervous. She was really curious about the situation when the skeleton army appeared. After everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they began to cultivate by themselves. In this place, as long as the sky was bright, it meant that there would be no more danger, everyone could relax and cultivate. Because during the day, they would only encounter disciples of the same sect, and in such a place, there would be no conflict at all between disciples of the same sect. Bailey Hongzhuang checked Chu Jinfeng's wound again and found that the black qi on the wound had quietly dissipated a little. The wound that was originally deep enough to see the bone had healed a lot, but it would take 2 days to completely heal. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood a little more in her heart. If it was an ordinary injury, as long as the healing medicine was used, the practitioner's movement would not be affected for a day. On the other hand, the injuries left behind by the skeleton needed 3 days to heal, and the gap between the two was apparent. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was extremely interested in the recovery of this injury, Chu Jinfeng couldn't help but smile and say, "Junior Bailey, it seems that you are also very interested in this medical skill." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "I've never seen such an injury before. I'm very curious." Anyone who knows medicine would be very curious when they see this kind of injury for the first time. Chu Jinfeng chuckled. "If junior sister Bailey can come up with a cure, that would be amazing. If I want to cure this injury, I have to find a way to break this black gas. However, I don't have any clues right now." Bailey Hongzhuang furrowed her brows as she pondered. This injury was just an ordinary injury, the only difference was the black gas. If she could find something to get rid of this black gas, then this problem would naturally be solved. However, this black gas seemed to be a very special existence. To get rid of this black gas, she really couldn't think of anything. Bailey Hongzhuang only dabbled in medicine a little. It must be known that the existence of this black qi had made the 100 Flowers Gate's many alchemists and doctors difficult to deal with. The pharmacists and doctors of the 100 Flowers Gate were all focused on this area. Even they had no other way. Bailey Hongzhuang was actually so serious in researching a way to break it. She was overestimating herself. However, seeing Bailey Hongzhuang so serious in her thoughts, Chu Jinfeng couldn't bear to discourage her. Since Bailey Hongzhuang was so interested in the black gas, he would let her slowly research it. After all, they had nothing else to do here. Of course, if Chu Jinfeng knew that the healing medicine that he highly praised was made by Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him, he would never have such thoughts again. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the black gas lingering around the wound and thought of a way to break it. All kinds of medicinal ingredients flashed through her mind, but she dismissed them in the end. However, she had a few guesses in her mind. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughtful expression and couldn't help but ask, "Wife, have you thought of a way to break this black gas?" Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, "No. Even now, I still don't understand the black gas well enough. As for a way to break it, I don't even know." Even though she was very confident in her medical skills, but the entire Punlai Island had so many pharmacists and doctors who couldn't think of a solution. If she could think of a solution in such a short time, it would be too inconceivable. She didn't understand the true strength of the 100 Flowers Gate, but as a famous power, they must have real strength. She definitely wouldn't underestimate them. Since they couldn't think of a way to break it after so long, it proved that it was extremely difficult. However, your medicine seems to have some special suppressive effect on the black gas? Bewitching asked. Just this point alone made Bailey Hongzhuang better than those doctors and pharmacists. That's right. That's why I have some guesses in my mind. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. However, if my judgment is correct, even if my conjectures can suppress the black gas to a certain extent, it's still impossible to completely eliminate it. She had already carefully studied the characteristics of her healing medicine. Although it had some suppressive effects, it could only suppress it. It could be said that it treated the symptoms but not the root cause. If she wanted to truly remove this black gas, it was obvious that she still couldn't find the thing that could truly counter it. Is it possible that there is no way to break this black gas? Shangguan couldn't help but ask. Nowadays, she was very interested in the art of poison. Medicine and poison were inseparable. Therefore, when Bailey Hongzhuang mentioned this point, she also seemed to be very interested. Hearing his words, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and said in a deep voice, "Everything in the world has its own antidote, just as no matter what kind of poison it is, you can find the antidote. The problem is whether you can find the antidote or not. Since this black gas exists, it means that there must be something that counters this black gas. However, there are millions of things in the world. Finding this thing isn't easy." Every time she encountered a new illness, Bailey Hongzhuang would spend a lot of time thinking about it. It was all for the sake of finding this substance. Only by understanding enough medicinal herbs would one be able to find the corresponding substance in the shortest time possible. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had never seen this black gas before. She didn't even understand its characteristics, let alone something that countered it. The only thing she could do now was to understand it in advance. If she could make some progress, it would be for the best. That way, they would have more ways to deal with it when they came here to train as inner disciples. So that's how it is. Shangguan Ying's face flashed with understanding. I feel that the world of medicine is also very magical. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. There are many things that exist in this world that are very magical. Back then, I was very interested in this mutual generation and restraint, so I put a lot of effort into my medical skills. Just as Ren Ziheng had expected, a few more cultivators who were seriously injured came over one after another today. Just by looking at the injured cultivators, Bailey Hongzhuang could feel how tragic the battle last night was. The seriously injured cultivators even had their legs broken. Most importantly, from the part of the wound, it seemed that they were torn apart. Shangguan Ying couldn't help but frown after seeing this scene. The feeling of having one's leg broken was enough to make her scalp tingle. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but look at each other. It seems that this skeleton is very strong. I'm afraid that he was caught off guard and was very strong. Before the cultivator could react, his leg had already been broken. Bewitching said in a deep voice. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She finally understood why Ren Ziheng and the others were so careful last night. Being caught off guard was probably the most difficult thing to accept. What a terrible injury. Shangguan Ying looked at the injuries and couldn't help but shiver. Although they would also get injured in battle, but compared to this kind of injury, the injuries left by swords and sabers were obviously much easier to accept. Ren Ziheng and the rest immediately went to help the injured cultivators over. Everyone's expression revealed some helplessness and heaviness. However, it was fortunate that their lives were not harmed. As long as they consumed some medicinal pills that could regenerate broken bones, they would still be able to recover. However, they would need to recuperate for quite some time after returning this time. The cultivator with the broken leg seemed to be used to this. He even had a smile on his face. Ren Ziheng, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Ren Ziheng looked at the man helplessly. Jing Tianlang, it seems that you were very unlucky last night. Don't mention it. Jing Tianlang waved his hand, his face full of annoyance. Those skeletons are getting more and more despicable. Their sneak attacks are hard to guard against. I'm really unlucky this time. Since you're already here, you should rest well. Ren Ziheng sighed. Looking at your situation, I'm afraid that you'll need to recuperate for at least a month when we return this time. That depends on the situation. You guys were pretty lucky last night. You didn't encounter those annoying guys. Jing Tianlang looked at the people around him who were safe and sound and smiled. Jing Tianlang sat down at the side as if he was very familiar with the disciples around him. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three could not help but look at each other. Compared to the outer palace disciples who did not know each other, the inner palace disciples were obviously much more familiar with each other and clearly knew each other. Jing Tianlang quickly noticed the unfamiliar faces of Bailey Hongshuang and the other three, and his eyes couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. When did we add a few new disciples to the inner hall? Then why are they staying here? Why don't they go to the front? The four of them are new outer palace disciples. They were tricked by someone and went to the wrong teleportation formation and accidentally came here, Chu Jinfeng explained with a smile. Every time he thought about how Bailey Hongshuang and the other three were tricked by someone, he found it funny. Hearing Chu Jinfeng's words, Jing Tianlang could not help but be stunned. Outer palace disciples? Ren Zimei nodded. These four are hotheads. I'm afraid they don't know the twists and turns of the outer palace. Someone deliberately tricked them and they came here. Now they can't leave and can only stay here. As soon as she said that, Jing Tianlang could not help but laugh. Haha, you four newcomers are quite interesting. When we get back, we must teach those people who tricked you a lesson. They clearly want you to die here. Any cultivator who had stayed in the outer palace for a period of time would know how terrifying the training grounds of the inner palace disciples were. If one was not strong enough, only death would await them. However, those people deliberately tricked Bailey Hongshuang and the other three to come here. It was obvious that they wanted to kill them. As long as we go back, those people will definitely have a hard time, Bewitching slowly said as his deep eyes flickered with a sharp light. He did not need to think to know that those people were determined that they would not be able to return alive. When they returned alive, he would personally send them to hell. As for Li Xingkai, the little bit of friendship they had before was completely gone after this incident. Since they wanted to kill them, only one of them could survive. Hearing the murderous intent in Bewitching's words, Jing Tianlang was a little surprised. He did not expect this new disciple to be so confident. It was as if he wanted to kill them when they returned. With this kind of temperament, if he had the strength, it would be confidence. If he did not have enough strength, it would be arrogance. However, Jing Tianlang took a deep look at Bewitching. He felt that Bewitching was showing confidence. Haha, I admire such a vengeful personality. I hope you can return alive and give them a surprise. We will. Bewitching. Although this training ground was full of danger, he never thought that they would lose their lives here. Seeing Bewitching's confidence, Jing Tianlang raised his eyebrows and looked at Ren Ziheng and the others thoughtfully. Ren Ziheng and the others also smiled faintly. They could all see that Bailey Hongshuang and the other three were not ordinary people. As long as they were geniuses, they would always have some pride. In the next few days, everyone's luck was extremely good. They passed the night peacefully and did not encounter the skeleton army. With the continuous addition of injured disciples, the team of Bailey Hongshuang and the others was also constantly growing. From the initial 20 people, it had become a team of 40 people. Some of the cultivators who were not seriously injured left directly after recuperating here for a few days. Obviously, they did not intend to wait for the teleportation formation to open this time. As for some of the more seriously injured cultivators, they could only stay here and wait to go back and recuperate. During this process, Bailey Hongshuang and the others also understood that the disciples of the inner hall of Punlai Palace had their own arrangements before each experiential learning. This time, it happened to be Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei's turn to take care of the injured disciples. Next time, it would be other cultivators' turn. Because the injured disciples' combat power was weaker, if there was no one to protect them, once they encountered the skeleton army, only death would await them. The number of cultivators in the inner hall was not many. Compared to the skeleton army here, it was already very small. If there were still such a large number of casualties, then it would not be long before there would not be many cultivators left in the inner hall of Punlai Palace. Among these injured cultivators, there were also some people who were seriously injured. After seeing these seriously injured cultivators, Bailey Hongshuang went to help without saying a word. If it was a normal day, the injuries of others had nothing to do with her at all. Bailey Hongshuang also had no intention to help. However, now everyone was fighting against the skeleton army that threatened the Xianxia continent. In this regard, they should have been allies. What's more, after seeing the inner hall disciples helping each other, Bailey Hongshuang and the others were also deeply affected by this atmosphere. As an individual, the influence of this atmosphere was often huge. In such an atmosphere, everyone was willing to think for each other. Everyone originally had some doubts about Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills, but after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's skillful technique, everyone's heart also surged with some feelings of appreciation. They were often injured, so they had a certain understanding of how to deal with injuries. However, it was much more convenient for Bailey Hongzhuang to deal with it. During this process, Bailey Hongzhuang did not hesitate to use her healing medicine. Therefore, everyone accepted Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three from the bottom of their hearts. They only hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three could pass the advancement test as soon as possible and become a member of their team. Junior brother D, your luck is really not bad. Junior sister Bailey has already been deceived by you at such a young age. If you hadn't acted early, I can guarantee that you would definitely have many love rivals in the inner palace. Chu Jinfeng patted Dibachen's shoulder. His eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang, who was treating his injuries not far away. Not only was Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance outstanding, but she was also very easy to get along with. She did not have the affectation of an ordinary woman. She was simply every man's dream lover. According to their judgment during this period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were also very outstanding. At the very least, she was not inferior to the doctors they usually see. Hearing Chu Jinfeng's words, Dibachen could not help but smile. I won't hide it from senior brother Chu. Actually, I also think that my luck is very good. To be able to meet Bailey Hongzhuang was the luckiest thing in his life. Looking at Dibachen's expression, Chu Jinfeng couldn't help but say helplessly, you are really not modest at all. For this kind of thing, if I'm modest, wouldn't it be hypocritical? Dibachen grinned. After these days of getting along, he and Chu Jinfeng had become familiar with each other. He found that Chu Jinfeng himself was also a person who liked to joke very much, but he was broad-minded, far from an ordinary narrow-minded person, so he didn't care about jokes at all. Chu Jinfeng nodded, that's also true. Recently, many people have been envious of your good fortune. What's the use of envying me? Dibachen raised his eyebrows, there is only one Bailey Hongzhuang in the world, and she is already my wife. Even if you wait until the next life, you won't have a chance. Dibachen swung Chu Jinfeng's hand away from his neck, and then patted Chu Jinfeng's shoulder. Senior Chu, you are not young anymore. Instead of envying me, you might as well take good care of this Taoist companion, so that you don't have to idle around all day. Seeing Dibachen preaching to him in a serious manner, Chu Jinfeng couldn't help but be surprised. Yo, you brat, do you know that I am your senior? In terms of time spent in Punlai Palace, you are naturally my senior, but in terms of feelings, I am your senior. Dibachen chuckled. Okay, I can see that you are deliberately showing off. You might as well go away, so as not to make others jealous. Chu Jinfeng directly pushed Dibachen aside. He was much older than Dibachen. He didn't expect to be laughed at by Dibachen for being alone. He was really bitter in his heart. After seeing Chu Jinfeng's sad appearance, Wen Xiren couldn't help but come over and said with a smile, Senior brother Chu, I think you don't need to feel empty and lonely. This senior sister Ren is not bad. If you work harder, won't you have a beauty in your arms in the future? Recently, he found that Chu Jinfeng and Ren Zimei had a lot of interaction between them. According to his judgment, they were a couple, and they were just short of breaking the window paper. Listening to Xiren's words, Chu Jinfeng raised his eyebrows and said, You think I have hope? Xiren nodded, Of course, I can see it at a glance. Senior Chu, you have to work harder and strike the iron while it's hot. If you delay it for too long, the final result will be uncertain. I thought I had hope, but I haven't succeeded. Chu Jinfeng spread out his hands. If he could succeed, he would have succeeded a long time ago. Until now, he hadn't succeeded. God knows what the problem was. Shangguaninging saw that Xiren didn't want to chat with Chu Jinfeng and actually came up with a bad idea. She couldn't help but pinch Xiren's waist. Xiren, don't come up with random ideas here. I'm helping senior brother Chu. How can you say that I'm giving advice? Wen Xiren said seriously. Junior sister, let me listen to Xiren's idea first. If it succeeds, I will treat you to a meal after we go out. Chu Jinfeng smiled brightly. Seeing this, Shangguaninging was helpless. Sure enough, when two men got together, nothing good would happen. Compared to Bewitching, when Xiren liked to come up with random ideas. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Shangguan Yingying suddenly came to her side, she couldn't help but laugh and tease, "Yingying, what's wrong? Did Xiren make you angry again?" "I don't have anything to be angry about. I'm just afraid that he will come up with bad ideas and make senior sister Ren unhappy." Shangguan Yingying's face showed a touch of helplessness. She had a very good impression of senior sister Ren. Since they came here, senior brother Ren and senior sister Ren were very kind to them. Now, she didn't know what bad ideas Xiren and Chu Jinfeng were coming up with. She now found that Chu Jinfeng and Xiren were the same kind of people. How is it related to senior sister Ren again? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. She knew that Chu Jinfeng was very close to Bewitching and Xiren recently. But it was fine if the three of them were chatting, but now it was related to senior sister Ren. Isn't it because, Shangguan Yingying whispered the reason to Bailey Hongzhuang. After listening to all this, Bailey Hongzhuang showed a look of understanding. Since senior brother Chu has such thoughts, if Xiren can help to fulfill the beauty of the two, this is also a good thing. If it's a good way to pursue, I naturally agree. But I look at Xiren and I'm afraid that he will come up with bad ideas. If it doesn't succeed, it will destroy the relationship between senior sister Ren and senior brother Chu. Wouldn't that be terrible? Shangguan Yingying felt a wave of helplessness. She had been with Wen Xiren for so long, so she understood Wen Xiren's bad ideas very well. It was fine if he made her angry, but if he made senior sister Ren angry, then it would be troublesome. Don't worry, Xiren should have a sense of propriety. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Xiren usually deliberately makes you angry. He won't come up with bad ideas on other people's matters. After being together for so long, she also understood that Xiren liked to deliberately tease Shangguan Yingying, so he deliberately messed up some things for fun. However, when it came to other people's affairs, Xiren was still very steady. I hope so. Shangguan Yingying pursed her lips, obviously not believing Xiren. When will our Xiren be as steady as Bewitching? I'm just afraid that if Xiren really becomes like that, you won't be used to it. I won't. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and saw Wen Xiren and Chu Jinfeng engaged in a heated discussion. Chu Jinfeng's face revealed a rare hint of embarrassment. Later, he even pulled Bewitching over. In the blink of an eye, 13 out of 15 days had passed. In 2 days, everyone could return to Punlai Palace through the transmission array. Perhaps they thought that after returning to Punlai Palace, everyone could rest at ease. Everyone was in a very good mood and the atmosphere became more and more cheerful. With less scheming, even Bailey Hongzhuang and the others felt very comfortable getting along with each other. Night fell again. Bailey Hongzhuang and others were now very familiar with observing the situation around them. For 13 days in a row, they spent their nights like this, so now they had become accustomed to this situation. Time passed by little. More than 40 cultivators in the inner hall gathered together. Every time they passed peacefully, everyone felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. Their injured team really couldn't afford any more trouble. They just wanted to go back to Punlai Palace to recuperate. They would come back here to participate in the battle after their injuries were completely healed. In my opinion, the skeleton army should not appear tonight. After today, we can go back and rest. This time, I will recuperate for a while after I go back. I am not far from breaking through. I plan to go to the cultivation area to take the opportunity to break through this bottleneck and then come back. Haha, in that case, I have to congratulate you in advance. Everyone lowered their voices and chatted. From time to time, they would pay attention to their surroundings. Compared to the tension from a few days ago, everyone had relaxed a little in these 2 days. They only felt that the skeleton army would not appear. However, after seeing such a calm scene, Bailey Hongzhuang frowned quietly. For some reason, she had a faint ominous premonition in her heart. Bewitching, I keep feeling that something is not right tonight. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head to look at Bewitching. Her delicate jade-like face was a little complicated. She carefully observed the surroundings and found that there was nothing special. But for some reason, the ominous premonition in her heart could not dissipate. Bewitching's eyes also deepened a little. Actually, I also have a feeling of uneasiness. It seems that something is going to happen. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. The feeling in their hearts could not help but become stronger. As far as the current situation was concerned, no one felt that there was any problem. But this was their intuition. Although this intuition could not be supported by any reason, it was often unexpectedly accurate. Thinking back to when they were training in the desert world, they often had this feeling. Every time they were ambushed, they would almost always have this kind of intuition. There was no evidence to support them, but the final result every time told them that their judgment was not wrong. Looks like something might happen tonight. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. They had been safe and sound for the past 10 days. They were not far from leaving this place. She did not expect that tonight might give them a surprise. Be prepared and be extra careful, Di Beichen said in a deep voice. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and told Shang Guanying and Wen Ziren their thoughts. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Shang Guanying and Wen Ziren were also very surprised. How did you know? It's just a hunch. I can't guarantee that it's completely accurate, but it's always good to be more careful. Ziren nodded. There was enough trust and tacit understanding between them. There was no need for any explanation and they would choose to believe him. Senior Chu, something might be wrong tonight. Everyone must not be careless. Di Beichen looked at Chu Jinfeng and said with a serious expression. Even though he knew that the possibility of everyone believing him was very small, in the face of danger, he still had to remind everyone. Chu Jinfeng was slightly stunned. How did you know? This is my hunch, Di Beichen said. Di Beichen had only just arrived at this training ground. He had never even seen the skeleton army before. Yet, he had a premonition. This was too unbelievable. Looking at Chu Jinfeng's incredulous expression, Di Beichen couldn't help but explain, whether this premonition is accurate or not, it's always good for everyone to be more careful. If my premonition is wrong, then it's undoubtedly better to have a safe night. Hearing this, Chu Jinfeng nodded, you're right. It's always good to be careful. The next moment, Chu Jinfeng directly said to Ren Ziheng and the others, I think there's something unusual tonight. Everyone should be alert and be more careful. He didn't mention Di Beichen. After all, Di Beichen was still a newcomer. He was afraid that no one would believe him. On the contrary, if he said it, everyone would undoubtedly believe him. In the end, even if nothing really happened, he only needed to make a joke to cover up this matter. Seeing that Chu Jinfeng chose to believe him, Di Beichen's eyes brightened. He could understand the deeper meaning of Chu Jinfeng's choice. Chu Jinfeng, I rarely hear that you have a premonition. Ren Zimei couldn't help but chuckle, if your premonition is wrong, then you have to treat everyone to a meal. No problem. Chu Jinfeng laughed, then what if my premonition is right? Ren Zimei was slightly stunned, if your premonition is right, then everyone will thank you. Chu Jinfeng shook his head and joked, that won't do. If my premonition is right, then let me treat you to a meal. How about it? As Chu Jinfeng's voice fell, everyone present couldn't help but sigh. Everyone knew about the unclear relationship between Chu Jinfeng and Ren Zimei, but they didn't expect Chu Jinfeng to be so straightforward at this time. However, if these two could really become a couple, everyone would be happy to see it. Ren Zimei looked at Chu Jinfeng in surprise. She, who had always been straightforward, suddenly stopped at this moment. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Okay, I promise you. Ren Zimei raised her chin and said. It's a deal. Ren Ziheng shook his head when he saw this scene. Chu Jinfeng usually had a sloppy personality, but he also knew that this guy was serious about what he said at this moment. Since the bet has been agreed upon, let's pay attention to our surroundings. It's rare for Chu Jinfeng to have such intuition. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone put away their joking expressions and carefully looked around. They knew very well that Chu Jinfeng wanted to pursue Ren Zimei, but he would not find such a reason to pursue her. Since he said so, perhaps he really did have some intuition. Junior brother Di, I'm betting everything on your intuition, Chu Jinfeng said in a low voice. Di Beichen smiled faintly, Brother Chu, I don't know whether I should hope that my intuition is accurate or that he is inaccurate. Chu Jinfeng's expression was somewhat complicated. In this case, it would be best if the skeleton army did not appear. However, if that happened, they would lose the bet. As soon as the crowd finished speaking, they suddenly heard a series of rustling sounds. Hearing this sound, Ren Ziheng and the others could not help but change their expressions because they were not unfamiliar with this sound at all. Every time the skeleton army appeared, it would sound like this. Chu Jinfeng, I didn't expect your intuition to be so accurate. Jing Tianlang could not help but say. Chu Jinfeng's face also flashed with a strong sense of surprise. Although he chose to believe Bewitching, he did not believe that Bewitching's intuition was accurate from the bottom of his heart. He just regarded Bewitching as a brother, so he did not want to disrespect Bewitching. However, all of this was actually accurate. At this moment, Chu Jinfeng felt a little unbelievable. Bewitching, a newcomer who had never seen a skeleton army, actually had such an intuition. Ren Zimei also looked at Chu Jinfeng in surprise and said, Chu Jinfeng, although I have no interest in eating with you, but seeing that your hunch is very accurate, I will eat with you. But first of all, you have to survive. Hearing this, Chu Jinfeng laughed loudly, don't worry, we will definitely eat this meal. The moment the rustling sound was heard, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others felt the ground soften. Then, skeleton arms stretched out from the ground, as if they wanted to directly break everyone's feet. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately rushed out. Fortunately, they were already mentally prepared. The rustling sound was extremely soft. If they had not been paying attention before, just a few words of conversation would have been enough to cover this sound. However, everyone was already prepared, so no one was hit. Damn it! This skeleton army has now set foot in our place. It is probably impossible to find a safe place here in the future. There is no safe place in this training ground. These disgusting guys are everywhere like cockroaches. They are extremely disgusting. Compared to the people who already knew about it, the eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were completely attracted by the skeletons that suddenly appeared from the ground. Even if they had heard about the appearance of the skeletons before, now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they still felt an unspeakable sense of shock. In their line of sight, the white skeletons with a little bit of black gas and 2 red flames flashed in their eyes. At this moment, they were constantly attacking everyone. Skeletons kept crawling out from the ground, like corpses crawling out of a mass grave. They could even hear the sound of bones moving, which was really shocking under the moonlight. These monsters look really scary. Shang Guanying's face was filled with shock. A skeleton that could move had really refreshed her understanding of it. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she only felt that all of this was like a nightmare. It made her hair stand on end. Even though the 4 of them were filled with indescribable shock, their speed was very fast. Their sharp swords had already appeared in their hands, and without hesitation, they attacked the attacking skeleton. Chu Jinfeng reminded Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 as he fought with the skeleton army. These ordinary skeletons aren't strong, but they're like locusts. Their numbers are shocking and they can take a beating, so we have to destroy their spiritual fire as quickly as possible. After the skeleton army appears, a skeleton general might appear. Once the general appears, retreat immediately and leave it to us. Do you understand? At this moment, Chu Jinfeng had already put away his usual joking expression. His handsome face was full of solemnity and seriousness. The appearance of this skeleton army was never a joke. Although there were many cultivators in their team, most of them were injured. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives. Understood. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 responded in unison. Ding ding ding, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the skeleton that was charging towards her. Her ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a cold and deep light. She attacked with the colored glazed sword in her hand without hesitation. However, after exchanging blows with the skeleton, her eyes could not help but flash with a hint of surprise because the strength of the skeleton had exceeded her expectations. It had just reached the purple realm, but its strength was comparable to a 3rd or 4th level purple realm cultivator. If it was a high-level skeleton, its strength would be even more terrifying. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but think of Jing Tianlong's leg injury. He must have been caught off guard and broken his leg with such a strong force. Bailey Hongzhuang subconsciously looked in Jing Tianlong's direction. He had already broken a leg, so it was extremely inconvenient for him to fight now. She then realized that Ren Ziheng was carrying Jing Tianlang on his back. There were other cultivators around them, forming a small circle to deal with the skeletons that appeared around them. Although Jing Tianlang was injured, he and Ren Ziheng worked together to fight the skeletons. Obviously, the inner palace disciples were used to helping each other. There was a certain level of tacit understanding between them. Bailey Hongzhuang held the colored glaze sword in her hand and channeled her primary energy into it. After receiving Chu Jingfeng's reminder, she no longer wasted time fighting the skeleton. Instead, she attacked the skeleton's head directly. As long as the flame was dealt with, the skeleton would fall down and never stand up again. During the fight, she also realized that no matter if the skeleton's arm or leg was broken, it would quickly recover and connect the bones again. Such an eerie and strange scene was really creepy. Most importantly, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that the area of the ground was constantly expanding. Although they had dealt with many skeletons, the number of skeletons that appeared from the ground seemed to be endless. Moreover, the number seemed to be increasing. Oh my god, how many skeletons are coming? Xiren was astonished when he saw the number of skeletons that were continuously emerging from the ground. And skeletons' number was still increasing. More and more? When Xiren couldn't help but frown, to what extent? Although Ren Ziheng and others also introduced a lot of things about the skeleton army to them before, everyone just mentioned it briefly and didn't tell them too much in detail. According to his judgment, he was afraid that Ren Ziheng and others were worried that they would be afraid of the skeleton army after knowing too much and would not be willing to join the inner hall in the future. Everyone calls these guys locusts. Can you imagine what kind of realm it is? Ren Ziheng said aloud. Hearing this, Xiren's eyes flashed with a touch of fear. He already knew that the number of the skeleton army would be far beyond his imagination. Newcomers, you have to save some physical strength. The skeleton army will not leave until dawn, so you have to be prepared for a long-term battle. Jing Tianlang reminded. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three couldn't help but look at each other. They also understood the general situation in their hearts. So far, it had only been a few minutes, but there were already so many skeletons in the army. Now, it was just nightfall, and there were still a few hours before dawn. Just thinking about this number, it was already a huge existence. Oh my god, there are so many skeletons. No wonder they are called locusts. Shang Guanying exclaimed out loud. She still felt a little incredulous. The moonlight sprinkled on the ground, adding a touch of silver to the black ground. The ground where Bailey Hongzhuang and others were before seemed to have turned into a swamp. Skeletons crawled out of it one after another. The eerie white bones had a bit of a terrifying aura, and the fiery red spiritual fire was even more indescribably strange. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from the skeletons. Some of the skeletons even had their legs broken by the other skeletons while they were walking. However, these skeletons didn't feel any pain at all. They just numbly reattached the bones to their bodies. Sometimes they even reattached the bones to their bodies, but these skeletons were unaware of it. The whole land seemed to have sunk into a gloomy and cold atmosphere. The huge number of skeletons kept increasing. The 40 disciples of Punlai Palace looked weak among the hundreds and thousands of skeletons. It was a good thing that everyone's cultivation was very strong. Dazzling origin energy burst out continuously, and the skeleton quickly fell down. For now, these skeletons did not pose much of a threat to everyone. However, the solemn expression on everyone's faces did not change. This was because they knew that this was only a temporary respite. As the battle dragged on, the number of skeletons would increase, and once their strength weakened, the chances of them getting injured would greatly increase. Master, isn't the number of skeletons a little too terrifying? Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with astonishment. Just how many skeletons are there here? Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. She was also very surprised by this. This place should be a gathering place for the undead. Perhaps it used to be a mass grave. Such an existence is really strange. I find it hard to imagine how such a place could exist. According to what Ren Ziheng and the others had said, the number of skeletons they had dealt with every day was not small. But even under such circumstances, there were still so many skeletons. This was a little too shocking. The world is so big, nothing is too strange. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang had their backs against each other as they dealt with the skeletons that were constantly rushing towards them. These eerie white skeletons, coupled with their strange appearance and faint sinister laughter, made them want to bury all of these guys in the ground for a long time. I've really learned something this time. Even after death, they can still maintain such a fighting strength. This is enough to prove that these skeletons were very strong when they were alive. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her phoenix eyes. When she thought of the underlying reason, she felt very scared. Experts were indeed experts. Even after death, they still had such a terrifying fighting strength. With so many experts, I really don't understand why they would die in a place like this. Bewitching also had some doubts in his heart. Generally, experts who had reached this level of cultivation would die in a grand manner. Many experts would choose to pass on their skills before they died. This was the origin of the ancient ruins. Of course, some experts who were killed directly did not have the time to prepare all of this. However, the strength of the skeletons here was so strong that it could be assumed that none of them were simple. It was really shocking that all of them had died here. There must be a reason. It's just that we haven't come into contact with that level yet. Bailey Hongzhuang's willowy eyebrows twitched slightly. There was still a trace of pondering between her eyebrows. The Xianxia continent of 1,000 years ago had obviously changed a lot compared to 1,000 years later. However, she had not found any accurate records in the books before. Thinking about it, the appearance of these skeletons must have been in the middle of the years. At least, she did not have any contact with these skeletons at that time. Bewitching nodded slightly. We will know one day. While Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were talking, the number of skeletons under their feet was constantly increasing. Compared to the efficiency of the other disciples, their efficiency in dealing with the skeletons was not slow. Bai Shi, Xiaohe, and Xiaobai did not make a move because Bailey Hongzhuang had realized that it was useless no matter how many skeletons they killed. Their real goal was to persevere and fight until dawn. This was going to be a protracted battle because the number of skeletons was not something they could deal with in a short period of time. Xiaohe, Xiaobai, and White Lion were saving some energy now. When the time came, they would have a chance to catch their breaths. The three newly born little fellows were also staying in the chaos ring. Although they really wanted to help their master in battle, their current strength was still a little too weak. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had prepared a lot of food to feed the three newly born contracted beasts. Because the three contracted beasts' ranks were already very high, their cultivation was not low when they were born. However, it would still take some time to nurture them to the point where they could fight side by side with Bewitching and the others. It was because the higher the rank of a contracted beast, the higher the starting point. Therefore, the time needed to feed them would be reduced by a lot. This was why countless experts would scramble for high-ranked contracted beasts. In comparison, Bai Shi was a special existence. Bailey Hongzhuang had also asked White Lion about this. Perhaps it was because White Lion's growth had countless possibilities, so it needed to rely on its own strength to cultivate step by step. It was precisely because of this that there were very few beast kings. If they did not have good luck during their growth process, then they might be in danger when they were very weak. Although it could exude the aura of a beast king and make ordinary monsters not dare to approach, it could be said that any problem could happen during its growth process, so everything was uncertain. Ren Ziheng and the others were originally very worried that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three would not be able to deal with these skeletons that suddenly appeared because these skeletons were not only numerous, but their combat strength was also not bad. Even if these skeletons could no longer use any martial arts after they died, their original strength was still there, so it was not easy to deal with them. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were just newcomers who had just joined the Punlai Palace. Their strength was only at the 5th level of the Purple Realm. Although they were stronger than these skeletons, it was still not easy to deal with such a large number of skeletons. However, after some observation, they found that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three did not have the slightest difficulty when facing the skeletons. On the contrary, their speed of dealing with the skeletons was not much slower than the senior disciples. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes could not help but light up, and they were surprised. I really didn't see that junior brother D and the others' combat strength was not bad. When I first came to this training ground and encountered these skeletons, I couldn't help but be flustered. I didn't expect them to adapt so well. Chu Jingfeng's eyes were filled with amazement and admiration. He had long felt that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three would definitely become a member of the Punlai Inner Palace in the future, but their current performance had already made him very satisfied. Jing Tianlang took the opportunity to take a look and then nodded. These four newcomers' abilities are indeed not bad. It seems that the newcomers nowadays are really stronger than the previous. Since they have such combat strength, we don't need to worry for a short time. I just hope that there won't be any other annoying guys. Ran Ziheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He had originally thought that he would be able to return after spending these 2 days safely, but he hadn't expected that something like this would happen today. Now, the only thing he could hope for was that only the skeleton army would appear tonight, and nothing else would appear. Otherwise, their team would definitely suffer a lot of damage. I don't think so. Ran Zimei frowned. This is the outer area. Normally, there are not many skeleton armies. It's just that we happen to encounter one. If something else were to appear, then our luck would be too bad. Of course not. Chu Jinfeng smiled faintly. I'm still waiting to treat you to a meal when we get back. Ran Zimei faintly glanced at Chu Jinfeng. You'd better be careful when facing the enemy. If you're not careful, you'll have to stay in bed to recuperate. Hearing Ran Zimei's words, Chu Jinfeng couldn't help but grin. Zimei, I know you care about me the most. Don't try to take advantage of me with your words. Ran Zimei said coldly. Seeing how fast Chu Jinfeng dodged, Ran Zimei could not help but snort. She could only let it go for now. Don't joke around at a time like this. Be serious. I felt that something was wrong when the skeleton army suddenly appeared here today. Anything can happen in the future. We can't let our guard down. Ran Ziheng was undoubtedly much more mature and steady. Ever since the appearance of this skeleton army, his brows had been tightly knitted. He felt that the skeleton army's appearance today was a little strange. One had to know that this was the outer area of the training ground. Usually, the skeleton army would rarely appear. That was why they had set this place as a place for injured disciples to recuperate. However, an army of skeletons suddenly appeared here today. Could it be that the range of skeletons was constantly expanding? Or was it because the skeleton army also had their own consciousness and knew that they would be staying here, so they deliberately came to cause trouble? Between the two possibilities, no matter which one it was, Ren Ziheng did not think it was a good thing. He only hoped that he had guessed wrong and the skeleton army's sudden appearance this time was just a coincidence. Hearing Ren Ziheng's words, Ren Zimei and the others stopped joking. In fact, they had never felt relaxed. Every time the skeleton army appeared, there would be a certain number of casualties. As cultivators who had recovered from their injuries, they needed to take care of the injured disciples. It was their responsibility. Countless skeletons kept climbing out from the ground. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other cultivators seemed to be filled with endless attraction to them. They rushed forward dauntlessly, only wanting to make Bailey Hongzhuang and the others a member of the skeleton army. Yuan power kept pouring out from her body. Her figure flashed and quickly dealt with the skeletons in front of her. Vaguely, the skeletons also exerted a certain amount of pressure on her. This was because there were too many skeletons. They did not seem to be fast, but once they were surrounded, the skeletons' hands continuously tore at their bodies. The slightest bit of carelessness would leave behind wounds. Therefore, under such circumstances, they had to speed up their attacks. Once the skeletons got close to them, the situation would only get worse. I finally know why the Inner Palace disciples would be injured by these skeletons despite having such a high cultivation base. There are simply too many of them. One must be fast enough to kill them all. However, after an entire night, anyone who reached the end would feel tired. As long as they were slightly careless and got injured, the situation would only get worse and worse. In the end, they would be drowned by the skeleton army. Just thinking about it was an extremely torturous scene. It was especially hard for anyone to accept dying in this kind of despair. A helpless expression appeared on Shang Guanying's face. I feel like we've returned to the scene a month ago when we were besieged by over 200 Outer Palace disciples. I just said that I don't want to experience that feeling again. I didn't expect it to happen again so soon. Hearing Shang Ying's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two looked at each other. The scene in front of them was exactly the same as what they had experienced before. However, at that time, they could still hope that Master Long and the others would appear quickly. But in this training ground, they could not count on anything. The only thing they could count on was themselves. From this situation, we can see why the disciples of the inner palace are so powerful. If it were anyone else who had to fight like this every night, the speed of their strength improvement would not be slow. Xiren clicked his tongue. Before witnessing this scene with his own eyes, he had never thought that the training ground of the inner palace would be so terrifying. It was a little too shocking. The intensity of the training was simply regardless of whether the cultivator could withstand it. Those who could withstand it would become stronger and stronger. Those who could not withstand it would only end up dying there. Not only that, the reason why the relationship between the disciples of the inner palace is so trusting and harmonious is also inseparable from this group battle. Everyone relies on each other in life and death, so naturally, they would put aside all the conflicts, Bewitching said in a deep voice. Although he had yet to go to the training grounds of the Outer Palace disciples, he believed that the training grounds of the Outer Palace disciples were definitely not as dangerous as this place. Only a small team would be needed to deal with any problems. Hence, the conflicts between the Outer Palace disciples and the Outer Palace disciples were endless. While they were talking, the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were not idle at all. In the process of fighting, they gradually gained some understanding of the fighting style of the skeletons. When they acted, their eyes and hands were sharp and their hands were fast, quickly harvesting the spiritual fire of the skeletons. However, gradually, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others heard that the movements coming from all around them were getting louder and louder. When they took a closer look, they realized that not only were there skeletons constantly drilling out of the ground in front of them, but there were also skeletons that were beginning to appear around them. Sensing their vitality, the skeletons were also constantly approaching. This situation doesn't seem right. The number of skeletons seems to be increasing. Why are there suddenly so many skeletons around us? Are they trying to surround us? Damn it, this place is usually safe. Why are there suddenly so many skeletons? And from the sound of it, it seems to be increasing. After hearing the sounds, the disciples of the inner palace seemed to understand the situation. Although the movements of the skeletons were loud, the footsteps were very heavy, and they could faintly hear the crisp sound of bones. At this moment, the sounds were clearly coming from all directions. With their daily combat experience, the number of skeletons was definitely not small. The faces of Ren Ziheng and the others quickly changed. They immediately shouted, "Everyone, gather together first. This place is too dangerous. We have to think of a way to escape." They knew very well how terrifying the impact of the locust-like skeleton army was. Once they were surrounded, they would only end up being swallowed. Now that they had not figured out the specific situation, they could no longer stay on their own. Only by gathering together would they have a higher chance of survival. Hearing Ren Ziheng's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not delay. While clearing the skeletons along the way, they approached Ren Ziheng and the others' direction. The number of skeletons is indeed increasing. Just by listening to the commotion, I'm afraid that a few more holes like this have appeared in the surroundings. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was very dignified. The skeletons that appeared in this pit were already enough to make them tired. If there were more, then the situation would be very bad. According to Chu Jinfeng, it wasn't that the appearance of multiple pits had never happened before. It was just that the probability was very small, and the last time it happened, it could be said that they suffered heavy losses. None of them expected such a situation to happen in the periphery today. Just thinking about it gave Bewitching a bad premonition. In the face of such a large skeleton army, they might really be drowned by it. Soon, the inner palace disciples had gathered together. Fortunately, the skeletons had not appeared for long, so everyone was in good condition. Even if they were injured, it was only a minor injury. Ren Ziheng, I feel that something is wrong. I'm afraid there are skeletons coming from all directions. We have to find a way to escape. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid it's not good. Jing Tianlong's face was solemn. The current situation was not a joke. If they were not careful, they would be wiped out. Ren Ziheng nodded, but with our current position, we can't determine which direction is the safe way to escape. Currently, everyone was in a concave area. There were no trees around, so they could not determine the situation of the skeletons above. They could only make a judgment after understanding the situation. Who has a flying contracted beast? Fly up and take a look. Help us check out the path of retreat. Jing Tianling shouted. Many of the inner palace disciples had their own contract beasts, but everyone's plan was the same as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. They did not intend to release their contract beasts before. They would only release their contract beasts when they were about to be unable to hold on any longer. This often gave them a chance to breathe. However, after hearing Jing Tianlong's words, the disciples present could not help but look at each other in dismay. They did have contracted beasts, but flying contracted beasts were very rare among all contracted beasts. They did not have such a contracted beast. After seeing everyone's expression, Jing Tianlang and the others could not help but look terrible. If they did not have a flying contracted beast to help them check the direction, they could only rely on luck. If they made a mistake, they might directly walk into the center of the skeleton army. That would be terrible. At this time, Bewitching said, "Wait, my contracted beast can check the situation." Hearing Bewitching's words, everyone could not help but be startled. They did not expect Bewitching, who was just a newcomer, to have a contracted beast with the ability to fly. Obviously, it was beyond everyone's expectations. In the next second, the mystical fire devil rock flew into the air under Bewitching's signal. Its gray body with some red light attracted everyone's attention. Seeing Bewitching's contracted beast, the discerning cultivators immediately recognized the type of contracted beast. Mystical fire devil rock. It's a mystical fire devil rock. My god, the mysterious fire monster rock is the best of the best among the contracted beasts. Even in the entire inner temple, there is only one person who has a mysterious fire monster rock. I did not expect that the newcomer Bewitching would have a mysterious fire monster rock as his contracted beast. Everyone's eyes lit up the moment they saw the dark fire monstrous rock. Among all the contracted beasts that cultivators were looking forward to, the dark fire monstrous rock was definitely one of the top few contracted beasts. Not only did the dark fire monstrous rock have the ability to fly, but it was also very powerful in battle. Moreover, it had great potential for development and could grow alongside the cultivator. However, the dark fire monstrous rock was rarely seen, let alone a cub of the dark fire monstrous rock. Almost every cultivator who had a dark fire monstrous rock was an object of jealousy. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also knew how rare it was to have a contracted beast of the dark fire monstrous rock. Its appearance had attracted everyone's attention. Fortunately, the berserk earth-splitting tiger and the deep-sea demonic dragon were not released. Otherwise, everyone would be scared to death. Xiaohe could not help but say. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. In comparison, if you and Baisher were released, everyone would be even more shocked. The dark fire monstrous rock's grade was extremely high, so it was naturally difficult to see it on a normal day. However, contracted beasts that had reached Purple Realm Level 5 and Purple Realm Level 6 were even rarer. After all, it wasn't an easy task to nurture a contract beast. The amount of energy and expenditure required was terrifying. Although the dark fire monstrous rock had just been born, it was already very close to Bewitching. When it knew that Bewitching was busy fighting, it had already wanted to come out and help. However, it never had the chance. Now that it finally had the chance to show off, it was naturally very happy. The dark fire monstrous rock rose into the air. After looking around, it truthfully reported the situation to Bewitching. After hearing the dark fire monstrous rock's report, Bewitching's expression suddenly turned ugly. Ren Ziheng and the others saw the change in Bewitching's expression and could not help but ask, "Junior brother D, what's the result? There are 4 similar pits around us, and these skeletons are continuously crawling out of them. We are currently at the center of these pits." Bewitching's expression was grave. "We must retreat as soon as possible. If we delay any longer, we will be surrounded." Even if they were to retreat now, it would be very difficult for them to do so because the speed at which the skeletons were emerging was simply too fast. Following Bewitching's words, everyone's heart sank. Adding the 4 craters to the current one, there were a total of 5 craters. Normally, they were already exhausted from dealing with one pothole. Now that there were 5 potholes, they were completely dead. Then which direction should we retreat in? Bewitching pointed in a direction and said, "This way. The potholes here are the first to appear, and the pressure to evacuate from here is the lowest. We have to speed up." Ran Ziheng nodded. "Zimei, Chu Jinfeng, the 3 of us will open up a path in front. Don't be stingy with the adaptation of your essence force. We must open up a path as quickly as possible." "Understood. The rest of you, follow closely behind us and pay attention to the surroundings." "Understood. Jing Tianlang, you guys follow behind the 3 of us. Once the 3 of us run out of essence force, you guys immediately replace us." "No problem." Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were newcomers. Even though they had shown good fighting strength, the inner palace disciples had always taken it upon themselves to protect their juniors. After all, their cultivation was the weakest in the team. Therefore, the 4 of them were arranged to be in the center of the team, which was the safest position. Ren Ziheng, Ren Zimei, and Chu Jinfeng were at the front with all their might. The elemental energy in their bodies surged out endlessly as they unleashed their martial skills one after another. Previously, everyone wanted to conserve their elemental energy, so the battle waves were not big. Now that they did not plan to conserve their elemental energy, every time they unleashed a martial skill, it would cause a large area of destruction. Once they unleashed their skills, they would directly clear the obstacles in front of them. Under such circumstances, everyone's speed of retreat was extremely fast. The light kept flashing as the 40 over people gathered together and moved forward rapidly. The skeletons behind them were also constantly chasing after them. The cultivators at the back of the team were also under a lot of pressure. While clearing the obstacles in front of them, they also needed to clear the obstacles behind them. Throughout the entire process, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also noticed the tacit understanding between everyone. From the beginning to the end, Ren Ziheng only said a few simple words and everyone completed the process of retreat very well. It was as if they had done this many times before. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 followed the team from beginning to end. From time to time, they would take care of the skeletons that appeared around them. Their path of retreat was already very difficult. They had to pass through the 2 new pits that appeared. Only then could they find a safe place behind them and concentrate on dealing with the skeleton army. As long as the back was safe, at least they still had a glimmer of hope. However, the number of skeletons that appeared next was a shock to everyone. The number was a little too terrifying. Even though Ren Ziheng and the others' speed of clearing the skeletons was already very fast, the waves of skeletons were even more terrifying. The skeletons in the 6 pits gathered together, it was simply thousands of them. Most importantly, they realized that the ground under their feet was gradually softening, as if it would turn into a swamp at any time. Suddenly, a scream came from behind Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and only then did she realize that a cultivator was directly pulled into the swamp-like ground by the skeletons. How could this be? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be stunned, but her reaction speed was also extremely fast. She and Bewitching acted almost at the same time, directly grabbing the hands of the practitioner and pulling him out of the swamp. Rip, a tearing sound accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream suddenly sounded. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching found that the cultivator's legs had been directly pulled off. Taking a closer look, they could see the bloody legs in the pit being held by the skeleton's arm. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful face quickly surged with shock. This was simply too terrifying. Bewitching didn't hesitate to carry the cultivator on his back. He said to Bailey Hongzhuang, "Let's go quickly. This land is going to change soon." After flying for some distance, Bailey Hongzhuang finally stepped on solid ground again. When she turned around, she found that behind them, the swamp had gradually turned into a new pit. "Oh my god, this is too terrifying. We are going to be completely surrounded." Shang Guanying's face was full of fear. The sudden scene before made her feel a little scared. This was really too terrifying. At this moment, she finally understood why Ren Ziheng and the others said that it was best not to see the skeleton army. Because once they saw it, they might not be able to see tomorrow's sun again. How can this be? Why are there so many pits? Chu Jingfeng couldn't help but curse. Even if he had stayed in this training ground for a long time, it was the first time that so many pits suddenly appeared. This was completely not giving them any chance to survive. I don't know what is going on either. This has never happened before. Ren Ziheng was also a little stunned. Usually, there would only be one pit in each place. He didn't expect that all the pits would gather here today. Judging from this trend, they were doomed. An indescribable pressure spread in everyone's hearts. None of them were fools. Under such a situation, they were basically left with only one possibility, and that was death. However, none of them were willing to say this out loud. It was as if as long as they said it, they would completely lose all hope. It's useless to think about that now. Let's do our best to escape. We'll hold on for as long as we can. As long as we can hold on until dawn, we'll be victorious, Ren Zimei said in a low voice. However, there was a hint of misery in her voice. These words were only meant to comfort himself. That's right. We can't give up until the last moment. There is always a way out. Ren Ziheng nodded. Everyone was still retreating quickly. If they didn't leave this area quickly, they would really die. In the process of evacuation, the number of injured practitioners was constantly increasing. Bewitching was always carrying an injured practitioner, and Bailey Hongshuang was also supporting another injured person. A tragic atmosphere was quietly spreading. Ren Ziheng and the others were trying their best to open a path. Everyone understood that whether they could survive or not depended on whether they could rush out or not. Finally, when Ren Ziheng and the others Xianxia was almost exhausted, they successfully walked to a safer area. In front of them, there was a cave, and the cave entrance was very narrow. It could only accommodate a few practitioners standing here. After seeing the cave, Ren Ziheng and the others' eyes couldn't help but light up. He said, "Everyone, quickly enter the cave." Bailey Hongshuang and the others rushed into the cave, and the injured practitioners finally got a chance to catch their breath. There is still a long time before dawn. The only thing we can do is to guard the entrance of the cave. As long as we don't let these skeletons enter the cave, we will have a chance to survive. Ren Ziheng's face was solemn and serious. This was the biggest challenge he had encountered when protecting the injured disciples. Upon hearing Ren Ziheng's words, Bailey Hongshuang and the others looked at each other and agreed. Based on the current situation, this was the best way. Only then would they have a chance of survival. Every inner palace disciple was not weak. As long as every cultivator held on for a certain amount of time, the other cultivators would quickly recover their origin energy. They could still hold on until dawn. Let's do that. Jing Tianling nodded. The three of you have been leading the way for so long. You've used up a lot of your origin energy. It's our turn now. Upon hearing Jing Tianlong's words, Ren Ziheng thought about his current situation and did not force himself. Alright, you guys hold on for a while. After saying that, Ren Ziheng found a place to sit down in the cave and began to consume pills to recover his origin energy. Under such circumstances, having sufficient origin energy was undoubtedly the most important thing. Bailey Hongshuang had already consumed pills to replenish her origin energy. Ren Zimei began to arrange for the next round of cultivators to continue guarding the cave. She included all the cultivators who had combat strength. Not long after, Ren Zimei's gaze fell on Bailey Hongshuang and the other three. When the time comes, the four of you will fight the skeleton army together. Are you confident? If not, I'll arrange for you to fight with the other senior brothers and senior sisters. In such a situation, as long as you have some combat strength, you have to use it. You understand, right? Ren Zimei was a little helpless. Logically speaking, Bailey Hongshuang and the other three were newcomers and did not have much experience in dealing with the skeleton army. As their senior sister, she had previously said that she would protect them well. However, they were now forced to face the difficulties. Although the inner palace disciples' cultivation was stronger than Bailey Hongshuang and the other three, they were originally a gathering of injured people. Their combat strength was not comparable to their peak. In comparison, Bailey Hongshuang and the other three were in the best condition in their team. Senior Sister Ren, don't worry. The four of us won't have a problem. Bailey Hongshuang said. Although the skeleton army was terrifying, the cultivation of the four of them was not bad. As long as they stood at the entrance of the cave, they could still do it. Ren Zimei smiled when she saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were not afraid of death at all. On the contrary, they were very cooperative. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were undoubtedly much better than the Outer Palace's cultivators who had no ability and were arrogant. It was no wonder that everyone was so close to them. That's good. Anyway, we're all in the cave. If you can't hold on, we'll go and help you. Thank you, senior sister. Bailey Hongzhuang circulated her heaven-defying mental cultivation method to recover the elemental energy in her body. She held 2 spirit stones in her hands, which was the only way for her to recover quickly. Her cultivation technique was originally of the highest grade, so her speed of recovering essence energy was much faster than ordinary cultivators. Although Bewitching's cultivation technique was not as good as Bailey Hongzhuang's, he was now a heavenly mandate body. The speed of his elemental energy absorption was also very shocking. After spending some time, Bailey Hongzhuang's elemental energy had recovered to its peak state. This was also because her elemental energy consumption was not large. After opening her eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but look at the situation outside the cave. At a glance, the outside of the cave was densely packed with eerie white bones. The bright red flames that leaped about were indescribably eerie. From afar, the red flames looked as if they were burning the entire area. Jing Tianlang and the others had already been replaced. At this moment, it was the other 3 inner palace disciples' turn to resist the advance of the skeletons. Outside the cave, the skeletons' bones had already piled up into a mountain. Faced with such a large number of skeletons, they had no other choice but to use their martial skills. Relying on their own strength, they would not be able to deal with the endless stream of skeletons. Once the skeletons broke through their line of defense, their companions behind them would suffer. Therefore, the 3 cultivators took turns to use their martial skills. Every time a cultivator used a martial skill, the other 2 cultivators would hold on to spiritual stones in their hands and try to recover as much of their yuan power as possible. Moreover, everyone had a tacit understanding. They did not immediately use their martial skills after one of them had finished using his martial skills. Instead, they waited for more skeletons to charge before continuing to use their martial skills. Although it did not seem like much time had passed, as long as they accumulated the time, they would at least be able to withstand a few more waves of attacks. As long as they could hold on long enough, they would have the hope of leaving this place alive. After Bailey Hongzhuang saw the methodical attack of the inner palace disciples, she couldn't help but feel admiration in her heart. However, the terrifying number of skeletons still made people's hearts heavy. Junior sister Bailey, have you recovered your yuan power? Ren Zimei could not help but ask when she saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had stood up. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded when she heard that. I've recovered. Then, junior sister, do you still have any healing medicine on you? Everyone's injuries are quite serious. Given the current situation, Ren Zimei was a little helpless and found it hard to speak. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang had joined their team, they had taken advantage of Bailey Hongzhuang. Just the healing medicine that Bailey Hongzhuang had given them would be worth a lot if they were to sell it. Now that she had asked Bailey Hongzhuang for help, even she felt that she had gone overboard. However, under such circumstances, she had no other choice. I still have some healing medicine here. Everyone, please use it first. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood and said, I was planning to bandage everyone's wounds anyway. Junior sister Bailey, we'll definitely return these to you when we get back. Ren Zimei could not help but speak up. Bailey Hongzhuang's understanding made her heave a sigh of relief. However, they could not openly take advantage of Bailey Hongzhuang just because she did not bicker. She only thought of returning to Bailey Hongzhuang when they got back. Senior sister Ren, Bailey Hongzhuang's. Bailey. Furthermore, these are just healing medicine and not some amazing treasure. I only hope that everyone can hold on until dawn arrives. The current situation was so unfavorable. As long as these injured cultivators could recover a little, it meant that their chances of survival would increase. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's sensible appearance, Ren Zimei's gaze changed a little. Then, she patted Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder and said, as long as we can survive until tomorrow, you will be my good sister in the future. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. We will definitely survive. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang began to bandage the wounds of the injured cultivators. They had already done some simple treatment before, but for some of the more serious injuries, everyone could only endure it. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on the cultivator whose legs were directly torn off. At this moment, his wounds were still bleeding, and his face had become very pale. After taking a closer look, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that he had already taken healing elixirs and blood-replenishing elixirs. He would not lose his life, but the process was very painful. If it were not for the fact that the injuries were left by the skeleton, and there were still some black gas around the edges of the wounds, which constantly suppressed the healing of the wounds, the cultivator's current situation would be much better. Bailey Hongzhuang sprinkled the healing elixirs on the cultivator's wounds, and used silver needles to help the cultivator poke a few acupuncture points, alleviating some of his pain. As long as they could endure through tonight and be safe tomorrow, the cultivator would be able to grow new legs after returning to Punlai Palace and taking the elixir for bone regeneration. However, he would need some new adaptation process in the process. After seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that she had to prepare more elixirs for bone regeneration in the future. Although they were often injured, such serious injuries were rare. However, in the training ground of the inner palace disciples, this kind of situation happened too frequently. Junior Sister Bailey, thank you very much. The cultivator could not help but thank Bailey Hongzhuang after feeling that his pain had lessened a little. Senior brother, you are welcome. Not only do I want to thank you for bandaging my wounds, but I also want to thank you and Junior Brother D for saving my life. If you didn't pull me up, I would be dead now. The man sighed. He was so close to losing his life. Compared to that, his current injuries were nothing. We're teammates. That's what we should do. At this moment, Bewitching had already walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. His elemental energy had already recovered, but based on the current situation, it would not be long before they had to make a move. I will remember this kindness in my heart. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. The other injured disciples nodded after hearing the man's words. Although they didn't say it out loud, they had already decided in their hearts that if Bailey Hongzhuang and the others needed help in the future, they would definitely not refuse. When Bailey Hongzhuang was helping to bandage the wounds, Bewitching went to Bailey Hongzhuang's side to help. It wasn't that he hadn't helped Bailey Hongzhuang with this kind of thing before. The more times he did it, the more proficient he became at it now. After Bailey Hongzhuang roughly treated the injuries of the injured disciples, the people who took over the battle became them. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's replacement, the cultivators who were previously holding on quickly retreated and sat aside to recover their yuan qi using spirit stones. At this level of cultivation, everyone had a lot of yuan qi stored in their bodies. However, to deal with the skeleton army, they had to use powerful martial skills to achieve good results. Therefore, the consumption of their yuan qi was extremely fast. Facing the densely packed skeletons in front of him, Ziren couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. I really couldn't imagine such a scene even in my dreams. It's hard for me to imagine being drowned by these disgusting fellows. Even though they had faced many situations of being surrounded before, the scene in front of them was undoubtedly the most disgusting one. The consequences of being surrounded were also the most unbearable. Let's take turns to use martial skills. Every moment counts. Bewitching said in a deep voice. Their goal was not to clear the numerous skeletons in front of them, but to delay until dawn. However, the night seemed to be exceptionally long. They had never felt that the night was so difficult to pass. Boom! As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang used her martial skill, a huge vacuum area appeared in front of them. All the skeletons that rushed forward were swept away in an instant. However, the skeletons behind did not feel anything and continued to charge forward. Skeletons were inanimate objects. They did not have any spiritual consciousness and only had the instinct to fight. Therefore, no matter how many skeletons fell in front of them, it did not affect them at all. The four of them had always been fighting together, so their coordination was extremely good. When they took turns to use their martial skills, they found the martial skill that had the best effect and saved the most yuan qi. In such a time of a race against time, as long as they could hold on for a little longer, it would be good. Big brother, how are you guys recovering? Ren Zimei looked at Ren Ziheng with a hint of worry in her eyes. They only had a total of more than 40 cultivators, and the number of cultivators who were seriously injured was not small. In total, there were only 10 waves of people who could withstand the attack. However, there were simply too many skeletons. Even though they were rich in essence energy, each wave of skeletons couldn't last for very long. Under such circumstances, the longer they lasted, the less essence energy they could recover. Therefore, the frequency of them constantly changing people increased. After a few more rounds like this, the situation would become even worse. Hearing Ren Zimei's words, Ren Ziheng opened his eyes. His handsome face carried a grave and worried expression. I've recovered quite a bit, but there's still a certain distance before I can fully recover. In reality, with their current circumstances, it was utterly impossible for them to completely recover their origin energy. Ren Zimei nodded. In her heart, she had a certain understanding of the situation. At this time, it was better for them not to say such words to destroy everyone's confidence. At this time, Ren Ziheng looked at the situation at the entrance of the cave and found that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were resisting the attacks of the skeletons. He took a closer look and found that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had a tacit understanding of each other. Moreover, the effect of this attack was not bad. He could not help but have a look of admiration in his eyes. Ren Ziheng nodded his head. Previously, there had been cultivators from the outer palace who had accidentally stumbled upon them. However, these outer palace disciples did not have sufficient strength and thought highly of themselves. Hence, they did not pay any attention to Ren Ziheng's advice. Under such circumstances, these outer palace disciples would often suffer the consequences of their own actions and lose their lives in the end. As senior brothers and sisters, the most they could do was give them some moral advice. However, if the other party was unwilling to pay attention to them, they would naturally not care. After all, their lives were their own. They had no obligation to protect the outer palace disciples. In comparison, they did not see any arrogance in Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. On the contrary, they were very humble. Just this point alone was enough to give them a good impression. Speaking of which, this time, the 4 of them had accidentally stumbled into this cave and helped us a lot. However, this is not good luck for them. Ren Ziheng shook his head and sighed. Although he had always said that they would definitely be able to hold on until tomorrow morning, judging from the current situation outside the cave, it was not very optimistic. Even he did not have enough confidence in their ability to hold on until the very last moment. He just could not show it. The fellow who had tricked them is really a little abominable. If we can go back and help teach him a lesson, that would be good too. Ren Zimei raised her eyebrows. Up until now, she had not been able to help Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. If she could help them vent their anger, that would be good too. So, we must hold on until tomorrow morning. Ren Ziheng patted Ren Zimei on the shoulder. Help me take good care of everyone. Ren Zimei nodded. Leave the problem of these injured people to me. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 took turns attacking the skeletons that were constantly charging towards them. Under their battle prowess, the skeletons were destroyed very quickly. In front of their cave, densely packed skeletons had already fallen. However, the army of skeletons in the distance was still in groups and did not seem to have decreased in number. Looking at the scene before them, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but feel that the number of skeletons in the army was just too terrifying. No matter how many skeletons they had destroyed, the army of skeletons in the distance continued to gather. It was as if they would never be able to kill them all. Just looking at it was enough to make one feel exhausted. However, the moonlight was still bright. There was still a long time before dawn. Now, they could no longer hope for the dawn to come quickly. They could only hope that they could hold on for as long as possible. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They didn't spend any effort to use other martial skills. They just kept using the same one, almost numb. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the skeletons in front of her. She was really curious as to why these skeletons had become like this and why they still had such combat strength. Along the way, she had also paid attention to the surrounding environment. However, this place was filled with pitch-black soil, and there were very few plants. Originally, according to his judgment, the source of the black gas that wanted to resolve the injuries caused by the skeletons should be these skeletons. There weren't any plants growing here, and there was nothing else on these skeletons other than their white bones and liveliness. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she thought about it. Was there nothing that could suppress the black gas? According to her understanding, this shouldn't be possible. However, she didn't think too much about it. If it was so easy to discover, the doctors of the 100 Flowers faction would have already found a way to deal with the black gas. Since there wasn't any progress after so long, it proved that this thing was indeed very difficult to find. At the very least, she probably wouldn't be able to find it in a short period of time. If they had the chance to come to the training grounds of the Inner Palace disciples in the future, perhaps she would be able to find a way to deal with it. Ren Ziheng and the others were ready to provide support after seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had held on for a while. However, when they noticed the situation of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, they couldn't help but be surprised. According to their judgment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were only at the 5th level of the Purple Realm. There was a certain gap between their cultivation base and theirs. Logically speaking, it was already pretty good that they could hold on for so long. However, based on the current situation, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three still had some strength left and hadn't exhausted the Yuanli in their bodies. Seeing this, Ren Ziheng and the others couldn't help but look at each other. It seems that we've underestimated the fighting strength of our juniors. Chu Jinfeng nodded. The Outer Palace disciples are getting stronger and stronger. If it were me at the 5th level of the Purple Realm, I wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Looking at their situation, they should be able to hold on for a while longer. You guys should hurry up and recover more Yuanli. Ren Zimei couldn't help but say. In this kind of race against time, every moment of perseverance was good. Ren Ziheng and Chu Jinfeng didn't waste any more time and immediately continued to use the spiritual stones to recover their Yuanli. After a period of time, Ren Ziheng and Chu Jinfeng couldn't help but open their eyes. Both of them had some doubts in their hearts. It had been a while since this incident. According to their judgment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three shouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. However, until now, they hadn't heard any news of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three wanting to change people. They couldn't help but open their eyes to see what was going on. When they saw this, they couldn't help but be even more surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were still holding on and had no intention of backing down. Judging from the forced performance, Ren Ziheng and the others could see that they were not forcing themselves. Instead, they really had the ability to continue persevering. This made them gasp in amazement. One had to know that even if their cultivation was higher than Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, they could only hold on for so long. Some people couldn't even hold on for so long. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three who were only at the 5th level of the Purple Realm were able to hold on for so long. It was a little too special. At this moment, not only Ren Ziheng and Chu Jinfeng, but even Jing Tianlang and the others couldn't help but be attracted by Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. How did the four of them do it? Chu Jinfeng couldn't help but be stunned. He thought about it and didn't think that cultivators at the 5th level of the Purple Realm could hold on for so long. Ren Zimei nodded and carefully observed the situation of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Not bad, their endurance seems to be stronger than ordinary cultivators. Not only that, if I'm not wrong, they should be strictly controlling the output of their primary power and conserving every bit of it. That's why they're able to achieve this, Jing Tianlang analyzed. He had been paying attention to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three for a while. He noticed that every time they used their martial skills, their primary power output was basically the same, and the difference was extremely small. This was what shocked him the most. Just this control alone was not something that ordinary people could achieve. Even if his cultivation was stronger than Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest, he knew very well that in terms of control, he was definitely not as good as Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest. This kind of problem wasn't obvious on normal days, but when two cultivators of similar strength engaged in a white-hot battle, this difference would be reflected. If he asked himself honestly, if his cultivation was the same as Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, he would definitely be the loser in a life-or-death battle. This was because whether it was endurance or control, he could not compare to them. How did they do it? Ren Zimei could not help but look at Jing Tianlang. She had rarely seen such a situation before. Ren Ziheng pondered and said they should be specially trained in this aspect. Without this training, ordinary people would not be able to do this at all. However, he could not understand why Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had the time to train like this. Most cultivators only wanted to improve their cultivation and were not willing to spend time on such things. However, he had to admit that in certain special circumstances, endurance and control would play a huge role. While everyone was discussing Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's battle, they were still focused on dealing with the skeletons. In fact, the reason they had such endurance was entirely due to their experience in the oceanic world. Because they had been facing the attacks of demon beasts for a long time, their endurance was constantly increasing under such torture. Sometimes, even they themselves did not notice their own improvement. As for their control, it was also subtly improved in the process of the battle. In fact, they did not realize that they had improved in this aspect until they heard Ren Zixing and the rest's conversation. The four of them could not help but look at each other in amazement. Hongzhuang, this is all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, we probably wouldn't have improved so much. Shangguan Yingying's eyes lit up. She was pleasantly surprised by the quiet improvement. Now that she thought about it carefully, if it was her previous self, she would not have been able to last so long. Xiren was also shocked, but then he felt very happy. That's right. I didn't realize it myself. My control seems to be much stronger than before. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Most of the time, this kind of subtle improvement was something that they said they couldn't find. When they found it, it proved that the improvement was not small. In that case, we've improved Hongzhuang. It seems that I shouldn't curse those monsters in the ocean world anymore. Without them, I wouldn't have improved so much. Shangguan Yingying's face had a hint of joy as she chuckled. After holding on for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three retreated from the cave and were replaced by Ren Ziheng and the other two. At this time, many cultivators in the cave had their eyes on Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Junior sister Bailey, I didn't realize that your combat power was so strong. I underestimated you before. Ren Zimei smiled, but there was a flash of appreciation in the depths of her eyes. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three smiled faintly. Senior sister, you flatter us. Our cultivation is the weakest here. Ren Zimei waved her hand. You just came to Punlai Palace. This level of cultivation is very normal. Cultivation can be improved, but combat power is not so easy to improve. These were two completely different aspects. At least from the strength that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had shown, their combat power was definitely much stronger than ordinary 5th-level Purple Realm cultivators. The disciples of Punlai Palace all had their own strengths, but she was sure that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were stronger than the other disciples of Punlai Palace. But thinking of this, Ren Zimei also understood why Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were set up when they just came to Punlai Palace. It was because their performance was too outstanding. In such a competitive environment, no matter who performed too well, it was easy to be targeted collectively. But he also knew that as long as Bailey Hongzhuang could persevere in such a situation, their achievements would be far beyond other cultivators. Listening to Ren Zimei's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' faces were filled with a faint smile, but they didn't say anything else. Senior sister, we're going to restore our primary power first, Bailey Hongzhuang said. In the previous battle, the primary power in their bodies had been exhausted. In this situation, it was undoubtedly very dangerous, so they had to restore their primary power as soon as possible. Ren Zimei nodded. You guys should go. Thank you for your hard work. Then, the four of them sat on the ground in the cave and quickly took out spirit stones to recover their force. The power of the spirit stones quickly entered the bodies of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others through the circulation of the cultivation method, filling up their almost dried-up dantian. Among them, Bewitching recovered his origin energy the fastest. The spirit stones in his hands quickly turned into powder. Immediately after, he took out 2 more spirit stones to recover his origin energy. Ever since he transformed into the physique of destiny, his affinity with origin energy had increased a lot. Whether it was his recovery speed or cultivation speed, it was far from what ordinary cultivators could compare to. Bailey Hongzhuang was second in terms of speed. That was because the heaven-defying mental cultivation technique was much stronger than ordinary cultivation techniques, and the circulation of her elemental energy was much faster. When Xiren and Shangguaning's speed was about the same. The two of them also cultivated the top cultivation methods of the Xianxia continent, which allowed them to quickly recover their elemental energy. This was something they often used in the oceanic world. This was because none of them knew when they would face another wave of attacks. Because of the outstanding performance of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, everyone had been paying attention to them. Even if their cultivation was stronger than Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, they could not compare with Bewitching in terms of the speed of absorbing elemental energy because the gap between them was too big. If it was Xiren and Shangguaning's speed, everyone would not find it strange because their elemental energy absorption speed was not much different from theirs. However, Bewitching's speed was a bit too heaven-defying. If the control and endurance shown by Bewitching and the others before was not enough to make everyone envious, after all, it could only achieve unexpected results under some special circumstances. However, the speed of recovery now made everyone envious. The speed of elemental energy absorption meant the speed of the practitioner's cultivation. The faster the absorption speed, the faster the practitioner's strength would increase. Everyone looked at the unusually young faces of Bewitching and the others and gradually understood in their hearts. It was no wonder that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three could reach such a cultivation at such a young age. They were definitely not ordinary people before, otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have such an outstanding performance. Ranzime and the others looked at each other. They already knew in their hearts that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's identities were not simple. Being able to reach this step was enough to prove their means. Although everyone was very envious, no one said anything. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three gave everyone a very good impression. Although everyone was envious, they were not too jealous. In this Punlai inner palace, there were countless outstanding practitioners. It was not like they had never seen such abnormal geniuses before. Bewitching's elemental energy recovery speed was extremely fast. With the help of the destined land's affinity with elemental energy, he did his best to recover his elemental energy. Time quietly passed by in this quiet atmosphere until a cry of surprise sounded out and completely broke the silence. Look! There's a lich there! An inner palace disciple could not help but exclaim, and his originally calm face became ugly almost immediately. As the disciple's voice fell, everyone who was cultivating could not help but open their eyes and stand at the entrance of the cave to observe the specific situation. It really is a lich. I didn't expect a lich to appear tonight. Oh my god, liches rarely appear. How can a lich appear in the outer region? Aren't we doomed? Damn it. Chu Jinfeng secretly snorted, and his handsome face quickly surged with a dignified look. Why is this lich here? Is this an activity specially organized by the skeleton army? Ran Ziheng's expression became extremely ugly. This was truly a case of one wave rising after another. They were already barely holding on against the continuous attacks of the skeletons. They didn't know how long they could hold on. However, the appearance of the lich made things worse. How could this be? Ranzime's face was filled with disbelief as her face gradually paled. If that's the case, wouldn't our situation be even worse? With such a huge commotion, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three exited their cultivation state one after another. They looked doubtfully at the group of people with solemn expressions. Bewitching and the others looked at Ren Ziheng and the others. They only knew about the skeleton army and the skeleton generals, but they had never heard of the lich. However, at this moment, just by looking at the ugly expression on everyone's face, they knew that the lich was definitely not something easy to deal with. The lich and the skeleton army are all skeletons, but their fighting strength is somewhat different. The lich's fighting strength can't even be compared to the skeletons, but every time they appear, they will bring us a lot of trouble. Because the lich can chant, once they chant, the strength of the skeletons will increase. In this way, we will have to use more strength to deal with the skeletons. Based on our current situation, just dealing with these ordinary skeletons is already not easy. If the skeleton's strength increases, I'm afraid we won't be able to last until tomorrow morning. Ranzime said in a deep voice. Their situation was already not optimistic, and they didn't expect this to happen. It seems that these guys were prepared to leave their lives here. Listening to Ren Zimei's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had a better understanding of the lich. Looking at the direction where everyone pointed, they discovered the uniqueness of the lich. The lich stood in the middle of the skeleton army and didn't seem to have the slightest intention of attacking. He just stood there motionlessly and wore a layer of cloak on his body. However, the cloak was also somewhat shabby and emitted a foul smell. Are these lich staying in the middle of the skeleton army to be protected? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask after observing the situation of the lich. Ren Zimei nodded, the strength of these lich is very weak. If they directly face us, they will die. However, every time the lich appears in the middle of the skeleton army, they won't come out to attack at all. This is the most troublesome part. Once the lich appears, it means that the skeleton army will attack in a large scale. If there is only 1 or 2 holes, the lich won't appear at all. It seems that our situation tonight is really bad. At the end, Ren Zimei couldn't help but sigh. This situation really made her feel like the heavens wanted to kill her. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other in dismay. They didn't think that the skeleton army would have such a different situation. This degree of difficulty was simply unimaginable. Just as everyone was discussing, a low chanting sound rang out. In this silent night, there was a hint of desolation and sorrow. However, after this sound rang out, the spirit fire in the skeleton's eyes became brighter. At the same time, the disciples who were in charge of defending the skeleton army suddenly felt the pressure. Damn it, the lich has already started chanting. Chu Jinfeng's words, the liches, the skeleton's a level, the spirit's strengths, our spirit's energy consumption will increase. One of you, come and help us. The cultivators at the entrance of the cave could not help but shout. However, this calm situation did not last long before it was once again broken by a heavy voice. No, if this continues, we won't be able to hold on. Jing Tianlang, who was guarding the cave entrance, couldn't help but say, now there are a total of 4 liches, the strength of the skeletons has increased again. Our spirit energy consumption is too fast, if we don't deal with these liches, I'm afraid we will die. Hearing Jing Tianlang's words, everyone opened their eyes and looked at the situation outside the cave. In their line of sight, they saw the 4 liches standing in the middle of the skeleton army, chanting in a low voice. When the attacking skeletons heard the chanting, it was as if they were injected with chicken blood, whether it was the attack speed or strength, it was much higher than before. Didn't there only 2 liches before? Why are there 2 more now? Ren Zimei couldn't help but be surprised. When 2 liches appeared, she already felt that the situation was very bad. She didn't expect 2 more liches to appear now. Bailey Hongzhuang walked to Ren Zimei's side, her beautiful face revealed a trace of surprise. Senior sister Ren, could it be that the strength of the skeletons will increase with the number of liches? Ren Zimei nodded, her eyes revealed an unprecedented seriousness. The chanting power of the liches can be stacked, the more liches appear, the more the attack power of the skeletons will increase. This situation, even if I have been training here for a long time, it is the first time I have encountered such a situation. Now we can only continuously use martial arts to block the attacks of the skeletons, there is no time to rest in between. However, our spirit energy is already not at its peak state, and we need to continuously use martial arts. The speed of everyone's rotation will be greatly increased, and the time to recover spirit energy will become shorter and shorter. We can't go on like this. Ren Zimei anxiously stomped her foot, her eyes couldn't help but turn to Ren Ziheng. Big brother, what should we do now? The previous method couldn't be continued. If they didn't think of another way, sooner or later they would be drowned by the skeleton army. Ren Ziheng's eyes flickered with thoughts. Since that's the case, I'm afraid we can only think of a way to deal with these liches. Otherwise, with our current situation, we won't be able to hold on. After hearing Ren Ziheng's words, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. Dealing with the liches was indeed the best method. However, these liches were in the center of the skeleton army, so it wouldn't be easy for them to deal with them. Jing Tianlang, Chu Jinfeng, what do you think? Ren Ziheng asked. Jing Tianlang and Chu Jinfeng were also very stern. They looked at each other and nodded, that's the only thing we can do for now. According to the location of these liches, we can only force our way through. Ren Ziheng said in a deep voice. Then, he looked at the crowd with a solemn gaze. This is the only way now. Is everyone willing to fight a bloody path with us? Bewitching and Wenziren looked at each other and said, "We'll join as well." In the group of inner palace disciples, there were many injured cultivators. Although the two of them were slightly weaker than the others, at least they were not injured. The combat power they could unleash was not any weaker than the others. Seeing that Bewitching and Wenziren were about to join the group, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguaninging looked at each other. The two of them were about to join the group, but they were stopped by Bewitching and Wenziren. "It's too dangerous to go out now. Ziren and I will go out. The two of you stay here and help guard the cave." Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with concern. Under such circumstances, it would be inappropriate for him and Wenziren to not stand out as men. However, there was no need for Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguaninging to go out. It was impossible for all of them to go out. Some of them had to stay behind to guard the cave. Therefore, it was best for Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguaninging to stay here. At least for a short period of time, the cave was much safer than the outside. When Ren Ziheng and the others heard that Bewitching and Wenziren were about to join the group, they could not help but have a look of admiration in their eyes. They knew very well that once they left the cave at this time, they could lose their lives at any time. Now that they were ready to go out, they were already prepared to die. Junior D is right. Junior Sister Bailey, Junior Sister Shangguan, you two should stay in the cave. We need more people inside. Ren Zimei could not help but say. She understood what Bewitching and Shangguaninging were thinking. During this period of time, she had already known that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were two perfect couples. Bewitching and Wenziren had decided to go out in order to help Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguaninging gain a chance to survive. At this moment, she couldn't help but admire Bewitching. At least they were real men. Ren Ziheng nodded. You guys stay in the cave. We will do our best to kill the lich. Bewitching, be careful. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching worriedly. If the four of them were together, she could still guarantee their safety. However, if Bewitching and Ziren left, the situation would become much more complicated. However, under such circumstances, she also understood Bewitching's thoughts. She could not reject him. Bewitching nodded and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang affectionately. Don't worry, I will definitely come back safe and sound. You must keep your promise. Bailey Hongzhuang emphasized. Definitely. Shangguaninging also looked at Ziren worriedly. Ziren, you have to be careful too. These skeletons are not easy to deal with. Don't worry, I understand. After Ren Ziheng and the others made the decision to kill the lich, everyone quickly got into formation. The original team immediately split into two. Half of them stayed in the cave to continue guarding, while the other half went out to kill a bloody path. Their target was the lich. Big brother, after you guys go out, you have to speed up. There are not enough people in the cave. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. Shangguaninging couldn't help but remind. In the next second, Ren Ziheng turned to Bewitching and the rest and said, Everyone, let's set off once you're ready. Let's go. Everyone said without hesitation. Immediately after, Ren Ziheng led the group out of the cave and used their martial arts to attack the lich along the way. The group of skeletons became even more agitated when they saw Ren Ziheng and the rest rushing out. They attacked them crazily and chaotically. Ren Ziheng was also very ferocious. The moment he used his martial arts skills, he cleared the skeletons in front of him. His goal was very simple. He just needed to get rid of the lich in the distance. The lich was about 1,000 meters away from everyone. If it was under normal circumstances, 1,000 meters would be covered in the blink of an eye. However, under the current situation, 1,000 meters was extremely slow. Just moving 10 meters forward took a lot of effort. This was because the speed of the skeletons was simply too fast. Most importantly, everyone had a limited amount of elemental energy in their bodies. They couldn't use their elemental energy without restraint. If they couldn't reach the lich, their elemental energy would be depleted, and they could only die here. The lich is really annoying. It's because of the existence of these lich that the skeleton's strength has increased a lot. It's really troublesome to deal with them. Chu Jinfeng cursed the lich as he cleared the skeletons around him. He hated the lich the most. It clearly didn't have much fighting power, but it could make a huge impact on the battle. Every time a lich appeared, it was enough to give everyone a headache. Today's situation was undoubtedly the most troublesome one. We have to rush over quickly. If the lich starts to retreat, we'll be in real trouble. Ran Ziheng said in a deep voice. In their team, he, Jing Tianlang, and Chu Jinfeng were the strongest. It was a pity that Chu Jinfeng's leg was severely injured and couldn't fight alongside them. He could only stay in the cave to command the situation. Chu Jinfeng nodded. His handsome face was dyed with a touch of seriousness. He said to everyone behind him, "Let's try to speed up and think of a way to rush over as soon as possible." All right. Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying stood at the entrance of the cave, paying attention to the situation of the small team rushing out. Under such circumstances, the two of them were unable to calm down and recover their elemental energy. If Bewitching and Shang Guanying were to encounter any danger, they would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Xiren and the others aren't moving very fast. These skeletons are too strong. It's going to be very difficult for them to kill their way out. Shang Guanying furrowed her brows. She could only see the radiance of the martial skill being constantly displayed. However, the speed at which they were advancing was not fast enough. When she thought of the consumption of origin power, she could not help but feel apprehensive. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly as a complicated light flashed in her eyes. Indeed, according to this situation, I'm afraid that it will take at least 15 minutes to break through. However, with their Yuan Qi, even if they kill the lich, it will be difficult for them to rush back. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Jing Tianlang looked at her in surprise, because Bailey Hongzhuang's judgment was exactly the same as his. The real situation might be even worse, Jing Tianlang said in a low voice. You're not wrong, but you don't know enough about the lich's special traits. Jing Tianlang said slowly, once the liches notice that someone is approaching and attacking them, their chanting will increase. This means that Ren Ziheng and the rest will have to endure even more damage. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying's faces couldn't help but change. They really didn't know that the lich had such characteristics. As a result, the pressure on Bewitching and the others would inevitably increase. If this goes on, won't it be very difficult for them to kill the liches? Shang Guanying's face was filled with confusion. In fact, it wasn't difficult at all. It was simply impossible. This was because they had too few people. If they had enough people, they might still have a chance to kill the liches. However, with such a long distance and the lich's superimposed strength, it would be very difficult for them to reach the liches. Jing Tianlang's expression was solemn and helpless, but we don't have any other choice. This is the only way we can try. As long as we can kill the liches, we might be able to hold on until dawn. The night seemed to pass very slowly. Everyone felt that a long time had passed, but in reality, only half of the night had passed. There were still a few hours left, and it was easier said than done to hold on. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart gradually sank. She understood from Jing Tianlang's words that Bewitching and the rest were basically sending themselves to their deaths. Even if they were to explode with shocking combat strength, they would only be able to kill the liches at most. It would be impossible for them to return. Therefore, long before Ren Ziheng and the rest set off, they were already prepared to die. Perhaps they were already used to such tragic scenes. Death was unavoidable at such a time, and the only thing they could do was to minimize the death rate as much as possible. Ren Ziheng and the rest could accept all of this calmly, but it didn't mean that Bailey Hongzhuang could accept all of this. She definitely couldn't accept that Bewitching was in any danger. If Bewitching didn't make it back, she couldn't accept the result. Bewitching and the rest tried their best to move forward. The surrounding skeletons' attacks were very strong, and everyone had to split up to attack. Even with Ren Ziheng and the rest opening a path in front, the surrounding skeletons were still constantly closing in, making them extremely helpless. However, under such circumstances, everyone gradually approached the lich's location. However, just as everyone was getting closer and closer to the lich's location, the lich's chanting suddenly became louder. Hearing this loud sound, Bewitching couldn't help but frown. Just hearing this sound made him extremely uncomfortable. Immediately, Bewitching discovered the surrounding skeletons' attack power. What's going on? These skeletons have become stronger again. Xiren's expression changed. Originally, these skeletons' strength was only at the 3rd level of the Purple Realm. After increasing their strength, they had reached the 4th level of the Purple Realm. Now, their strength had reached the 5th level of the Purple Realm. Previously, he could use a wave of martial arts to defeat these skeletons, but now that the skeleton's strength had reached the same level as him, it was much more difficult to deal with them. The closer we get to the Lich, the stronger its chanting will become. So we need to get rid of these Lich as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be even more troublesome. Ren Ziheng heard the conversation between Xiren and Wen Jinfeng. Chu Jinfeng frowned. We're still 400 meters away from the Lich, but these skeletons have already realized what we're trying to do. They're surrounding the Lich to protect him. We can't go on like this. These skeletons are so strong that it'll be difficult for us to break through. That's right. I don't have enough elemental energy in my body to deal with these Purple Realm 5th level skeletons. Even if I use it once, it won't be enough to kill them. It'll be difficult to push forward. As the skeleton's strength increased, everyone began to feel the difficulty of pushing forward. Every few steps forward became extremely difficult, and their elemental energy consumption increased. If this continued, there were only 2 possibilities left. One was that they'd successfully reached the Lich and killed it, but they'd already lost the strength to go back. The other was that they'd go back now and could temporarily preserve their lives, but in the end they could only wait for death in the cave. No matter which scenario it was, no one wanted to see it happen. Not good. These skeletons' strength has increased. Big Brother and the others are in trouble. Ren Zimei had been observing the situation outside the cave entrance. When she saw the group slow down, her face couldn't help but turn ugly. That's right. These skeletons' strength has increased to Purple Realm 5th level. Let's not even talk about them moving forward. Just stopping these skeletons from getting closer is already very difficult. The cultivator guarding the cave entrance said with a gloomy face. Ren Zimei anxiously paced back and forth. This can't go on. If we can't get rid of these Lich, we'll all die here sooner or later. Even though everyone knew that there was a possibility of dying at any time after coming to this training ground, they still found it hard to accept when this scene really happened. Hong Zhuang, what should we do? Shangguan Yingying's face was filled with anxiety. If this goes on, will Xiren and the others not be able to come back? Thinking of this possibility, Shangguan Yingying's pretty face turned pale. She couldn't accept this possibility. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a complicated light. Thousands of thoughts were running through her mind. This situation could not continue to develop like this. Otherwise, everyone would be finished. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang sat on the ground at the entrance of the cave. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's sudden actions, Ren Zimei and the others were all puzzled. They didn't know what Bailey Hongzhuang was planning to do. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly took out a zither and placed it on her knees. To everyone's surprise, she began to play. Bailey Hongzhuang's melodious music poured out from between her fingers, easing the originally tense atmosphere a little. However, everyone still looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion, not knowing what she was trying to do. However, very soon, everyone understood why Bailey Hongzhuang was doing this. It was because they realized that the zither music contained the fluctuation of elemental energy. The sound of the zither was Bailey Hongzhuang's only area of effect attack. Poison was no longer effective against these skeletons who had long since died, so Bailey Hongzhuang was left with only this one large area of effect attack. Regardless of the outcome, Bailey Hongzhuang could only give it her all and give it a try. She does not usually use this technique very often because she does not have many opportunities to engage in group battles. Furthermore, using the musical assassination technique consumes her yuan power very quickly, so she needs to conserve some energy to protect herself. However, in the current situation, she does not need to worry about her own safety. She only needs to focus on getting rid of these obstructing skeletons. As Bailey Hongzhuang's zither music filled the air, Bewitching and the others who were fighting against the skeletons could not help but turn around to take a look. When they saw Bailey Hongzhuang playing the zither, a gentle light flashed across Bewitching's eyes. He understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was worried about him. The current situation was indeed extremely disadvantageous for them, but they have not lost hope yet. As long as it is not the last moment, they will not give up. the attack power of Bailey Hongshuang's zither music had clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. The cultivators who were initially standing at the entrance of the cave to stop the skeletons from approaching could only watch as Bailey Hongshuang's zither music continued to play. Layers upon layers of invisible sound waves immediately blocked off the skeleton army. Even though they were advancing dauntlessly, the semicircular arc was like a barrier which prevented them from getting any closer. Seeing this, they could not help but stop their attacks. Even if the three of them were to join forces, the effect might not be as good as Bailey Hongshuang's. I never thought that junior sister Bailey would know this technique and the effect would be so good. Renzi's beautiful eyes lit up. She had heard of this zither music technique before, but very few people know how to use it. Up until now, this was the first time she had seen someone use it with her own eyes. However, looking at the effect now, she had to admit that the effect was really excellent. The combat power of one person was enough to fight against 4 cultivators. This was a little too shocking. Jing Tianlang also had a look of amazement on his face. The 4 new junior brothers and sisters had given them quite a surprise. In this situation, even they were helpless. They didn't expect Bailey Hongshuang to have such a trick up her sleeve. The worry in Shang Guanying's eyes did not fade away. She did not know why Hongshuang was doing this. In fact, the cultivators in the cave were completely capable of stopping the attacks of these skeletons. The ones who were in real trouble were Xiren's team. However, Shang Guanying soon understood why Bailey Hongshuang did that. This was because she realized that Bailey Hongshuang's zither music attack had gradually changed from an arc to a straight line attack. This straight line attack was clearly aimed at the skeletons surrounding Bewitching's team. Bailey Hongshuang steadied her mind and tried her best to control the direction of her zither music attack. Currently, she could only use Xianxia's method to help Bewitching's team. Only by reducing the pressure on them would they be able to reach the lich faster and complete their mission of killing the lich. Heavens, the attacks of this musical technique can change directions at will. Isn't that a little too shocking? I've never seen anyone use musical techniques before, but I've heard that they're extremely special. Now that I've seen it today, the range of damage is truly shocking. Based on that, junior sister Bailey's attainments in musical techniques should be extremely impressive. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to reach such a level. Everyone stared at Bailey Hongshuang in surprise. As disciples of the inner palace, they had seen quite a bit of the world and had heard of various strange techniques. However, Bailey Hongshuang's group of 4 had surprised them time and time again. They could not help but sigh in admiration. Bewitching and the others constantly dealt with the skeletons in the surroundings, but to their surprise, they discovered that the pressure on them had suddenly lessened for some reason. The skeletons in the surroundings were actually unable to get close to them. Everyone could not help but be stunned when they saw this. They had no idea what was going on. What's wrong with these skeletons? Chu Jinfeng's eyes flickered with surprise. Earlier, he had felt that the skeletons were extraordinarily difficult to deal with. Why did it become so much easier in just a short while? Ren Ziheng looked back in Bailey Hongshuang's direction in deep thought. He said, could it be junior sister Bailey? It's Hongshuang's musical techniques that have helped us block the attacks of the skeletons. Let's use this opportunity to advance quickly. It'll be even more difficult if we miss this opportunity, Bewitching said. He understood that Bailey Hongshuang had used this method because she was worried about them. She wanted to help them reach the location of the lich as soon as possible. However, he also knew that due to the large range of the musical techniques, Yuan energy would be depleted very quickly. It could not be maintained for too long, so they had to race against time. The eyes of all the inner palace disciples present lit up when they found out that Bailey Hongshuang's help was the reason for the turn of events. They felt gratitude towards Bailey Hongshuang. Originally, they had almost no hope of returning alive. However, Bailey Hongshuang's actions had undoubtedly given them a glimmer of hope. Then let's move forward at full speed. Ren Ziheng immediately made a decision after understanding everything. Let's kill our way out. As Ren Ziheng's voice fell, everyone rushed forward without hesitation as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The current situation was the best they could hope for. If they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to deal with the lich, they wouldn't be able to return alive. As the group moved forward, they unexpectedly discovered another thing. This was because they realized that the attack power of these skeletons had actually weakened a little. Originally, under the amplification of the Lich's chant, the skeleton's combat strength had already risen to the 5th level of the Purple Realm, which was very difficult for them to deal with. But now, these skeletons' combat strength had actually decreased to the 4th level of the Purple Realm, which surprised everyone. The chanting power of these Lich's chant has clearly not weakened. On the contrary, it's constantly increasing. Why is the strength of these skeletons decreasing? Chu Jingfeng's eyes were filled with doubt. The situation that had happened today was really strange. It was hard for him to understand. Although liches didn't appear often, it wasn't like they hadn't seen them before. Hence, they had a certain understanding of the characteristics of liches. The liches had never had any effect on the skeleton's strength. However, it was really strange that the skeleton's strength had suddenly decreased. It was a situation that they had never encountered before. However, under such circumstances, they didn't have the time to think about it in detail. All they wanted to do was to get rid of the liches as soon as possible. Xiao He and Xiao Bai sat on Bailey Hongshuang's shoulder and watched the small team ahead worriedly. They're getting closer to where the liches are. However, those skeletons are also protecting the liches with their lives. It's going to be another huge battle. Blacka's face was filled with worry. Tonight's situation could be said to be a frightening night. It was as if all of their escape routes were sealed. But these liches are really interesting. They don't seem to have any intention of leaving. Are they going to stay there forever? Xiao Bai couldn't understand. He had never seen something like this before, so he really didn't understand the characteristics of it at all. I think both the liches and the skeletons are inanimate objects. Naturally, they wouldn't have high intelligence. It's not a bad thing for them to be willing to be targets. At this moment, Jing Tianlang and the others who had been paying attention to the situation outside also discovered the changes in the skeleton's strength. The skeleton's strength has decreased, so everyone is moving faster. Jing Tianlang said as he shifted his gaze to Bailey Hongshuang. From the beginning to the end, the others and the liches didn't change at all. However, the skeleton's strength suddenly decreased. After thinking about it, there was only one reason left: Bailey Hongshuang. He quickly figured it out. It must be that Bailey Hongshuang's music and the liches chanting were both sonic attacks. There was an effect of the two of them cancelling each other out. That was why this happened. This was undoubtedly a huge discovery. In the past, he didn't know any other way to deal with a lich's chanting apart from killing it. Now, Bailey Hongshuang had given him the answer. If there were a few cultivators in their team who knew how to play the zither, wouldn't that mean that they could cancel out the lich's buff and fight for a better situation for everyone? Bailey Hongshuang's performance today had truly opened a new door for everyone. It wasn't that the liches couldn't be redeemed, it was just that they hadn't found a way to do so before. Under such circumstances, Bewitching and the others pushed their strength to the limit and finally succeeded in approaching the lich. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the cultivators in the cave could not help but flash with intense excitement. Whether or not they could survive the night depended on whether the lich could be taken care of. As long as the lich was taken care of, they would still have a chance of survival. Bailey Hongshuang's charming face gradually turned pale. Although she hadn't been using her music for a long time, she didn't conserve any of her elemental energy. She didn't hold back at all and used all her elemental energy without holding back. There were simply too many skeletons. In order to ensure that she could be of the greatest help to the team, her elemental energy was gradually reaching its limit. Upon hearing Xiao Hei's words, Shang Guanying finally noticed the change in Bailey Hongshuang's expression. A look of worry immediately surfaced in her eyes. Hongshuang, how are you feeling? Bailey Hongshuang shook her head. She immediately took out a few pills to recover her yuan energy and swallowed them. She said, I can only hold on for as long as I can. The rate at which my yuan energy is being consumed is simply too fast. The more skeletons she faced, the faster her yuan energy would be consumed. She knew very well that she would not be able to hold on for long under such circumstances. However, she could only try her best to hold on under such circumstances. After all, the longer she held on, the greater the chance of everyone surviving. Ren Zimei and the others also noticed the situation after hearing the conversation between Shang Guanying and Bailey Hongshuang. they could not help but feel worried. It was because of Bailey Hongzhuang's zither technique that they were able to turn the situation around. If Bailey Hongzhuang could not hold on any longer, wouldn't the situation become even worse? What should we do? Ren Zimei could not help but look at Jing Tianlang. They could not let the situation return to how it was in the beginning. Jing Tianlang muttered to himself for a moment. His gaze then landed on the inner palace disciples who could not fight due to their injuries. Everyone, quickly channel your Yuan energy into junior sister Bailey's body. Help her hold on. In the next second, Jing Tianlang looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Junior sister Bailey, when everyone channels their Yuan energy into your body, don't resist. There shouldn't be any problems. What do you think? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Jing Tianlang with a complicated gaze. This method could be said to be a huge test for the recipient. If someone did not have good intentions when channeling their Yuan energy into her body, there was a possibility that she would be severely injured. Therefore, although this method could be used, almost no one would choose to take such a risk on a normal day. Ren Zimei could not help but frown when she heard Jing Tianlang's suggestion. This method is too dangerous for junior sister Bailey. Currently, there's no other way except for this method. Jing Tianlang emphasized. He then looked at the people behind. This is the only way for us to survive. I hope that everyone can work together to help the team in front kill the liches. No matter who has bad intentions, the only outcome is that we will all die here. I believe that everyone knows what to do. The expressions of the cultivators present turned serious. Then they all nodded. Now that they were all in the same boat, they were all in the same boat. If there was even the slightest problem, they would be wiped out. Shang Guanying's brows furrowed. No, this method is too risky. What if someone has bad intentions? Wouldn't Hong Zhuang's life? She would be in dangers in the end. If this method was used by a trustworthy person, she wouldn't feel anything. But now, they were just friends who had only been together for a short period of 10 days. It was far from the level of trust. Wasn't this taking Bailey Hongzhuang's life as a joke? Jing Tianlang's face flashed with coldness and seriousness. Now that everyone's lives are hanging in the balance, there's no other way. If everyone dies, do you have any other way to survive? I don't agree with that either. Shang Guanying was a little angry. It's easy for you to say that. The one who's taking the risk is Hong Zhuang, not you. Of course you're speaking with such a strong sense of righteousness. Shang Guanying's impression of Jing Tianlang was only SOSO. Now that she saw Jing Tianlang letting Bailey Hongzhuang take such a risk for everyone's survival, she couldn't help but feel disgusted. This kind of guy, on the surface, seemed to care about the big picture, but in fact, he was letting others take the risk. Bewitching and Xianxia were already in danger outside, and now he was letting Hong Zhuang take the risk. She had to protect Hong Zhuang when Bewitching wasn't around. Seeing Shang Guanying so stubborn, Jing Tianlang's eyes became gloomy. Do you know what the situation is? What does it have to do with you whether I know what the situation is? I'd rather die here than let Hong Zhuang take the risk. So what? Shang Guanying's face was cold. This kind of threat had no effect on her. Others thought that they were dead for sure, but she knew very well that with the existence of the Chaos Ring, they still had a chance to survive. In this situation, they didn't need to take the risk at all. If Bailey Hongzhuang was in danger, then she wouldn't be able to answer to Bewitching and Xianxia. You're an unreasonable woman. Jing Tianlang's face was livid. He looked at Shang Guanying angrily. He felt that this woman didn't have any sense of the big picture. In this situation, she should have put aside her own life and death, but Shang Guanying was still here. It was ridiculous, seeing Jing Tianlang and Shang Guanying quarreling with each other. Ren Zimei couldn't help but say, "Stop quarreling. The situation is indeed very dangerous, but there's no point in arguing like this." Jing Tianlang and Shang Guanying glanced at each other coldly when they heard this. Only then did they withdraw their gazes. It was obvious that they could not be bothered to waste their breath on each other. Bailey Hongzhuang played her zither as she listened to the conversation between Shang Guanying and Jing Tianlang. She had mixed feelings. She knew that Shang Guanying was protecting her because she was worried that she would be in danger. However, in this situation, there was no other way. She couldn't tell if Jing Tianlang was doing this out of a sense of righteousness or selfishness. None of that mattered now. The only thing she needed to think about was whether everyone was trustworthy. If she took such a risk, once there was a crisis, the consequences would be irreversible. Could she really leave her back to these people? Junior Sister Bailey, I want to assure you that I have no intention of harming you. If I do, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Ren Zimei looked seriously at Bailey Hongzhuang. Whether it's my brother or junior brother D, they're all in a very dangerous situation. Without your help, they won't be able to make it back even if they kill the lich. Ren Zimei's eyes shone with sincerity. She and Ren Ziheng had always depended on each other for survival. She really didn't want anything to happen to him. She didn't have any ill intentions towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Although she knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was the one who had to bear the risk and not her, she really couldn't think of any other way at this moment. Shang Guanying frowned. Almost all the pressure was on Bailey Hongzhuang now. This made her very unhappy. Even though she knew in her heart that this was indeed the best solution, it was better to be safe than sorry. Everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Ren Zimei. They didn't know what decision Bailey Hongzhuang would make. Jing Tianlang also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's decision would undoubtedly affect the overall situation. Bailey Hongzhuang saw the sincerity and seriousness in Ren Zimei's eyes. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, okay. Now that they were grasshoppers on the same rope, no matter who got into trouble, it wouldn't be good for them. Agreeing to Ren Zimei's plan was indeed a little risky, but if it succeeded, it would be a friendship. Ren Zimei was pleasantly surprised when she saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had agreed. Although she said it sincerely, she was still worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would reject. In fact, most people would choose to reject this kind of thing instead of accepting it. Thank you, Junior Bailey. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and said, we are all doing this for the people we care about. Ren Zimei's eyes couldn't help but be filled with admiration when she heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. She and Bailey Hongzhuang were now on the same side. In the next moment, Ren Zimei turned to the cultivators and said, helping the team kill the lich is the only way for us to survive. However, we can't let Junior Sister Bailey bear the risk alone. So, why don't we all share the risk? If there really is a problem, we will be able to immediately determine who is behind it. No matter who did it, we will take his life. Ren Zimei's expression instantly became serious. Her sharp and serious gaze swept over everyone, full of threat and dominance, not allowing a trace of resistance. This team was originally led by Ren Ziheng. Now that Ren Ziheng was not here, as Ren Ziheng's sister, she had to carry everyone. She absolutely could not allow any problems to occur here. Following Ren Zimei's words, the cultivators present could not help but look at each other. Their expressions were tinged with a hint of seriousness. Ren Zimei is right. Since we have to bear the risk, we can't let Junior Sister Bailey bear it alone. All of us have to join in to minimize the risk. If anyone has any disloyalty, the others will gang up on them. No matter who has any private conflicts, at this moment, everyone should let go. At this moment, the crippled cultivator who Bailey Hongzhuang had helped to treat earlier spoke out. Seeing that someone had agreed with her suggestion, Ren Zimei's face lit up with a satisfied smile. That's right. What are we still thinking about? If we fail, all of us can only wait for death here. Instead of waiting for death here, why don't we give it our all? Shang Guanying, who was originally very displeased, felt a little better after hearing Ren Zimei's suggestion. At least Bailey Hongzhuang would not have to bear all the risks alone. Not only that, with this method, even if the other cultivators had any ill intentions, they would not dare to make a move. If they did, they would be discovered immediately, which was tantamount to suicide. This method seemed to make everyone bear a certain amount of risk, but in reality, it reduced the risk to the minimum. That's more like it. Shang Guanying nodded. Her impression of Ren Zimei improved a little. At least she could see that Ren Zimei did not have any ill intentions. This method is much better than what you came up with. Shang Guanying snorted coldly. She looked at Jing Tianlang with displeasure. Whenever she thought of Jing Tianlang's arbitrary attitude, she felt a wave of displeasure. Seeing Shang Guanying's reaction, Jing Tianlang's face showed a hint of displeasure, but he was too lazy to say anything. Since everyone agrees, then let's do it this way. I will stand behind junior sister Bailey. Everyone, one by one, channel your origin energy into the body of the cultivator in front of you, and help junior sister Bailey continue to perform the zither technique. Renzime looked at the people behind her. Although they were seriously injured and could not fight, channeling their yuan qi was not a problem. Hearing this, everyone nodded and said, okay. In the next second, the cultivators who were sitting down to recuperate began to move. One by one, they lined up. Jing Tianlang, you and Junior Shangguan will be responsible for the situation outside. However, at a time like this, don't make a fuss. In the end, it won't be good for anyone. Renzime looked at Jing Tianlang indifferently. At a time like this, she was too lazy to talk nonsense. In fact, she understood that Jing Tianlang was thinking of a solution for everyone. However, Shangguan Yingying was not wrong to think from Bailey Hongshuang's perspective. Hearing the warning and dissatisfaction in Renzime's voice, Jing Tianlang frowned and said, I understand. Seeing this, Renzime did not waste any more time and placed her hands on Bailey Hongshuang's back. Junior sister Bailey, get ready. I'm going to start now. All right. Bailey Hongshuang nodded lightly and relaxed her body, not rejecting the influx of Renzime's origin power. The essence energy in her body was indeed almost depleted. Even if she consumed medicinal pills, the replenishment speed was far from being able to keep up with the rate of depletion. If this continued, she would have no choice but to stop. Then, Renzime's yuanqi flowed into Bailey Hongshuang's body through her hands, without encountering the slightest hindrance. After noticing this situation, Renzime was relieved. As long as Bailey Hongshuang could control her body and not resist, it was a good thing. Following Renzime's actions, the other cultivators in the cave did not waste any more time. They followed suit and began to transfer their essence force to the cultivators in front of them. When Renziheng and the rest felt the effects of Bailey Hongshuang's musical technique gradually weakening, they understood that Bailey Hongshuang was unable to hold on any longer. The consumption of their primary energy from killing the skeletons was already extremely shocking. What's more, Bailey Hongshuang had single-handedly solved such a huge problem for them, everyone could only brace themselves and try their best to get closer to the liches. They only had a slim chance of survival. Even if they couldn't make it back, they could at least kill as many as they could. However, as the pressure on everyone gradually increased, the effects of their musical technique suddenly returned to how it was before. It even showed signs of strengthening. Everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled. They couldn't understand how Bailey Hongshuang had managed to do this. Junior brother D, your wife is really extraordinarily powerful. Chu Jingfeng exclaimed to Di Beichen as he killed the skeletons in front of him. Earlier on, when he found out that Bailey Hongshuang was a doctor, he was already full of admiration for her. This was because Bailey Hongshuang was not only outstanding in appearance, but she was also quite powerful. Moreover, she was also a doctor. Compared to ordinary cultivators, she was already much stronger. However, Bailey Hongshuang was actually able to use her musical technique. This was simply too shocking. So many of them had only managed to reach this stage. Bailey Hongshuang had actually solved such a huge problem for them with her own strength. How could they not be amazed? Following Chu Jinfeng's words, the other disciples in the group also nodded their heads in agreement. This method was truly impressive. Hearing Chu Jinfeng's praise, Di Beichen couldn't help but smile. He felt a wave of pride in his heart. My wife has always been very powerful. I'm also convinced. Ranziheng looked at the situation in front of him and said, let's think of a way to deal with these 4 liches one by one. While junior sister Bailey can still help us, let's end this quickly. As soon as he said that, all the cultivators in the group nodded. Alright. Let's end this quickly. Di Beichen and the others went all out. Previously, they had been somewhat restrained, but now, they could no longer care about the consequences. After all, if they could get rid of one more lich, the pressure they faced would lessen. If they could get rid of the 4 liches as soon as possible, they might still have a chance to survive. As Di Beichen and the others unleashed their full combat power, the speed at which the skeletons were being cleared also increased. When the lich discovered the actions of Bewitching and the others, his chanting voice became sharper and sharper. Now that there were skeletons behind them, even if they wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy. Therefore, they could only chant like crazy to prevent Bewitching and the others from getting close. When the skeletons heard the chanting, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. However, when the disciples of Punlai Palace heard the chanting, they only felt a headache. In the cave, Shangguaniying couldn't help but cover her ears. She frowned and said, "This lich's voice is getting more and more ear-piercing. I feel uncomfortable in my body. This is what happens when a lich is in danger. Unless you kill him, his voice won't disappear." Bailey Hongzhuang furrowed her brows when she heard the sound. Such an ear-piercing sound could make one's scalp go numb, as if it could directly pierce one's soul. Even though they had already used their elemental energy to cover Shuang-er, the extremely penetrating sound continued to drill into their ears. If it were an ordinary person, their body would probably explode under such a sharp and piercing sound. The power of the sound wave could not be seen or touched, but its influence was extremely terrifying. If they could feel such discomfort from such a distance, Bewitching and the others who were fighting would definitely feel even more discomfort when faced with such a sound. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang's deep and dark phoenix eyes could not help but reveal a trace of sharpness. Ever since she had learned the art of zither music, she had not encountered many cultivators in this field. She did not expect that the first time she would compete with the other party in the art of zither music would be against a group of inanimate objects. Since it had already come to this point, then she would have a good fight with the other party and see who was stronger. Following that, Bailey Hongzhuang's zither music changed. The originally pleasant zither music suddenly became sharper. It was not as gentle as before, but was instead filled with sharpness and sternness. Feeling the change in the zither music, everyone could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. They did not know if there was any special reason for her sudden change in the zither music. However, everyone quickly understood the reason behind the change in the situation. This was because, following the change in the zither music, they suddenly realized that the sound that made them feel extremely uncomfortable had gradually weakened. Furthermore, they clearly noticed that the lich was still singing with all his might, and there was no sign of it weakening at all. As such, there was no other possibility other than Bailey Hongzhuang's zither music that could cause such a change. Shangguaniying's eyes lit up. She could not help but exclaim in her heart. She did not know that Bailey Hongzhuang's zither music was actually so powerful, and that she could even use such a method. Jing Tianlang also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. The effect of the zither music really surprised him. Just the effect from before was already very shocking. He did not expect the zither music to have other changes. Boom! Under Bewitching's all-out attack, a lich died at his hands. Ren Ziheng and the others couldn't help but give Bewitching a thumbs up when they saw how quickly he dealt with the lich. Originally, Bewitching's strength was not the strongest in their team. Everyone was already very glad that they did not fall into any danger along the way. Who would have thought that Bewitching would not only not be a burden to the team, but on the contrary, the fighting strength that he displayed was simply astonishing. Before this, no one had seen Bewitching in action, so they weren't sure. But now that they had seen Bewitching in action, they understood that Bewitching definitely had the ability to fight above his level. If anyone underestimated Bewitching because of his cultivation, they would definitely be the one to suffer in the end. Not only Bewitching, but also Xiren's fighting strength was just as strong. This could not help but give Ren Ziheng and the others a misconception. It was as if these two disciples were not disciples of the outer palace, but disciples of the inner palace. This was because there was no sense of disharmony at all when they worked together. Listening to Chu Jinfeng's words, Bewitching's lips curled into a smile as he said, "This is all thanks to everyone's cooperation. I was just lucky." Just like what he had heard, the lich's combat power was not very strong. It was just that the surrounding skeletons protecting the lich were very strong. Not only that, when he was about to launch a fatal attack on the lich, he was met with the lich's desperate counterattack. The sound was abnormally sharp and ear-piercing, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Seeing Bewitching being so humble, Chu Jinfeng shook his head and smiled, "Junior brother D, you're being too humble. Just from the fact that you were able to kill the lich, it already proves that your mental strength is not weak. Chu Jinfeng was very clear that if one's mental strength was not strong enough, it could very well damage one's mental strength. Therefore, even they had to be extra careful when dealing with the lich. Bewitching's success had already exceeded their expectations. Ran Ziheng and the other cultivators also nodded. Generally speaking, this was not something that a first-time cultivator could do. Even they had to gradually understand the lich's characteristics before making a move. Did you guys notice that although the lich's chanting strength did not decrease, the influence on us has decreased by a lot? At this moment, a cultivator's astonished voice sounded. If it was any other day, just the sharp and ear-piercing sound when dealing with the lich would have given them a splitting headache. However, he clearly felt that the influence had decreased by a lot. Following this cultivator's words, everyone finally reacted. After thinking about it carefully, they realized that it was indeed the case. Instantly, their expressions became strange. That's right. If it was any other day, I wouldn't be able to accept being so close to the lich for so long. But now, it's actually able to persevere. It's really surprising. Bewitching quietly turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was sitting at the entrance of the cave and playing the zither. The smile and pride in his eyes deepened. If I'm not wrong, this should be related to my wife's zither music. Her zither music has also become sharper. Once this was said, everyone was slightly stunned. Then, a look of understanding appeared on their faces. I was wondering why the music suddenly changed. So it's because of this. Chu Jinfeng's face was full of admiration. Previously, we were helpless against this lich. I didn't expect that there would be such a way to restrain it. It's really amazing. Ran Ziheng agreed. Indeed, if there was someone who could help us restrain the lich's influence, then our situation wouldn't be so bad. If we can return alive this time, we'll really have to thank junior sister Bailey. The cultivators present were overjoyed. They had joined this small team with the determination to die. They did not expect that they would still have a chance to live. Naturally, they were overjoyed. After one of the liches was slain, the other 3 liches felt a strong sense of danger. Immediately, they increased the intensity of their incantations. Meanwhile, the surrounding skeletons quickly surrounded the 3 liches to protect them, preventing Bewitching and the others from breaking through their defensive line. However, while the liches were chanting with all their might, the influence of Bailey Hongzhuang's zither music was also increasing. After the 2 sound waves collided, they cancelled each other out. Bailey Hongzhuang's 10 fingers fluttered in the air as the sound of the zither poured out from her hands. There was an endless stream of elemental energy flowing into her body from behind, supporting her to complete everything she wanted to do. Under such circumstances, she was not stingy with her elemental energy, so the effect was very good. In her line of sight, she noticed that Bewitching had successfully killed a lich, and her eyes couldn't help but reveal a joyful smile. Even if she couldn't fight side by side with Bewitching, she was still on the same side as Bewitching. Master, the increase in strength of these skeletons has been suppressed, and the influence of those lich has also been suppressed. You are really amazing. Xiao Hei stayed beside Bailey Hongzhuang, her round and bright eyes were filled with excitement. Previously, everyone was clearly in a hopeless situation, but she didn't expect that because of her master's actions, there was a possibility of turning the situation around. It was really amazing. As long as we can hold on for a while, I believe that Bewitching and the rest will be able to kill all the lich and return. Xiao Bai's eyes were fixed on Bewitching and the rest who were fighting with the lich. Now that Bewitching and the rest had started to deal with the second lich, she believed that it wouldn't take long for them to finish off the second lich. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly. Fortunately, everyone is gathered together and has abundant elemental energy. Otherwise, I won't be able to do it alone. Originally, when Bailey Hongzhuang agreed to Ren Zimei's suggestion, she was a little uncertain in her heart, but after seeing that there were no problems until now, Bailey Hongzhuang was completely relieved. At this time, the most worried thing was the others. As long as everyone was willing to work together to overcome this crisis, there was still hope. Do your best, Hongzhuang. Shang Guanying looked at Bailey Hongzhuang excitedly. Your musical skills are the bane of liches. In the past, she also knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was good at music, but most of the time, using music was not as simple and straightforward as directly using it. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang did not use it much, and she did not think that it was very powerful. However, today's scene changed Shang Guanying's impression of him greatly. Under such circumstances, no one's moves were as good as Bailey Hongshuang's zither technique. Facts had proven that no matter what kind of move it was, it had a very powerful effect. It was just that the effect was different because of the strange environment. Jing Tianlang looked at Bailey Hongshuang and said, "It's all up to you now. I hope you can maximize the effects of your music." Bailey Hongshuang glanced at Jing Tianlang indifferently. She did not have a good impression of Jing Tianlang's previous attitude, but she also knew that the reason he did this was to ensure everyone's safe return. "I will do my best," Bailey Hongshuang responded. Hearing this, Jing Tianlang's eyes changed slightly, but he did not say anything and turned to look at the front again. In fact, all of this did not take very long, but under such a depressing situation, it felt like time passed abnormally slowly. A cool breeze blew, and in this dark and quiet environment, there was a trace of a sweet and fishy smell. It blew away Bailey Hongshuang's hair, faintly revealing her beautiful face. Her black hair was gloomy, and her white face was like a lotus flower emerging from the water, with an astonishing sense of beauty. A pair of pitch-black bright phoenix eyes flickered with specks of starlight, like resplendent pearls, and revealed a firm and domineering aura that made people sigh in their hearts. The sound of Bailey Hongshuang's zither was constantly changing. Whether it was the Lich or the skeleton army, she still didn't have enough understanding. Therefore, she could only constantly use various zither techniques to judge what kind of effect it would have. Maybe after these methods, there would be a method that would have the best effect on the skeleton army and the Lich. After Bailey Hongshuang's zither music gradually changed, everyone discovered that the influence of the Lich's chanting had returned to its original state, but the speed of the skeleton army had been suppressed and reduced by a little. Bailey Hongshuang's clear eyes constantly gazed at everything in the distance, observing the changes of the skeleton army and the Lich. She discovered that the situation had indeed changed, and she couldn't help but be astonished. In the past, when she was learning zither music techniques, she also knew that different zither music would have different effects, but she didn't expect that it would be so miraculous when dealing with the skeleton army. If she could use it properly, it would be of great help to everyone. After understanding this point, Bailey Hongshuang changed the zither music back to the second type. At least when everyone was dealing with the Lich, the second type of zither music would achieve the best results. Because after blocking the sharp chanting of the Lich, everyone's mind would be less shaken when killing the Lich. Under the help of Bailey Hongshuang's zither music, the pressure on Ren Ziheng's team was undoubtedly reduced by a lot. Compared to the situation that everyone had expected, the current situation was much better. Although there were unavoidable injuries, at least no one died, and this was already the best situation. Bang bang bang. Bewitching and the others continued to display their martial skills, blasting the skeletons in front of the Lich into dust. Countless skeletons rushed towards them, but everyone had already formed a formation to help each other. Not only were they protecting themselves, they were also doing their best to protect their teammates. Shortly after, the space in front of them was cleared and the Lich was exposed to Ren Ziheng. Ren Ziheng's figure flashed as the essence force in his body surged out, attacking the Lich without hesitation. A strong gust of wind blew the Lich's cloak. When the hooded Lich saw Ren Ziheng approaching, its body kept retreating, and its voice became sharper. However, he also realized that his chanting had been suppressed. He was unable to make the cultivator in front of him lose his ability to attack. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the Lich's chanting stopped abruptly. His cloak was torn apart, revealing his skeletal torso. Seeing that the second Lich had been dealt with, everyone's faces lit up with joy. They had completed half of the quest. If it was any other day, a team of 40 or so people would not be able to withstand their attacks. However, they had been attacking for so long without any results, which made the skeletons extremely angry. The Lich's sharp chanting stimulated the skeletons, and the army of skeletons began a new wave of attacks. Bailey Hongshuang had become the main force in the cave. The injured practitioners were now channeling their yuan qi into Bailey Hongshuang's body. If someone ran out of yuan qi, he would immediately retreat from Bailey Hongshuang's back and recover his yuan qi on the other side. This was the only way they could continue to persevere. In the cave, Shang Guanying and Jing Tianlang cleaned up some of the surrounding skeletons from time to time. In order to help the team in front to the greatest extent, Bailey Hongzhuang's sound wave attack had changed into a straight-line attack, and the attack at the cave entrance was fan-shaped, so it was inevitable that some of the skeletons would be missed. However, these skeletons were nothing to them, so the two of them dealt with them quickly. Not long after, the third lich was successfully dealt with, and everyone saw the hope of success. However, the team also paid a certain price when dealing with the third lich. There were simply too many skeletons around, and the practitioners would be scratched by these skeletons if they were not careful. At this moment, if one looked carefully, one would notice that almost every practitioner had some sort of injury on their body. The edges of their bodies were emitting bits of black gas, which carried a fishy smell. There's only one left. Ren Ziheng wiped the sweat off his face. With 3 lich dead, the strength of these skeletons has decreased. Chu Jinfeng nodded, but his face was still not optimistic. However, we have already expended a lot of energy. If we don't deal with them quickly, I'm afraid we will be in danger. Let's give it our all. Ren Ziheng's eyes flashed with a serious look. Now that they had received all the help they could get, there was no other possibility of receiving any more help, so they could only rely on themselves. Chu Jinfeng, Bewitching, Wen Ziren. Ren Ziheng turned to look at them. We will deal with the fourth lich, and the rest of you will be responsible for stopping these skeletons from approaching. Is there a problem? No problem. Almost at the moment Ren Ziheng announced his decision, everyone nodded and agreed without hesitation. In the next second, everyone surrounded Ren Ziheng and the others, using their own strength to help Bewitching and the others open up a path, so that they could maintain a certain amount of strength to deal with the liches. Now that there was only one lich left, it knew that it was in a very dangerous situation, so it struggled with all its might. All the skeletons surrounded the lich. As Bewitching and the others got further and further away, Bailey Hongzhuang found that the effects of the zither technique had weakened. Suddenly, the zither music became dull and oppressive again. There was only one lich left, and its influence on everyone's minds had been greatly reduced. She believed that everyone would be able to bear it. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang decided to use this method to weaken the skeleton's fighting strength to the greatest extent. When the fourth lich saw Bewitching and the others approaching, he screamed crazily. That sharp voice was almost able to pierce through people's eardrums, causing Bewitching and the others to involuntarily stop their movements. Even with their ears covered with elemental energy, they still couldn't block out this extremely penetrating sound. It was as if the blood in their body was about to explode along with this sound. Many practitioners subconsciously covered their ears. This sound gave them a splitting headache and even made them forget where they were. Bewitching only felt that the blood in his body was constantly boiling and agitating. Those weak blood vessels were constantly jumping, but they were emitting a power that made people's hearts palpitate. He tried his best to calm down his blood, but compared to the chanting of this lich, the effect of his efforts was extremely insignificant. How can this be? Bewitching's eyes flashed with a frightened light. The previous 3 liches weren't this powerful. Compared to the lich he had dealt with before, this lich in front of him was simply an existence that defied the heavens. He even felt that these 2 liches weren't even the same species, because the difference in strength was just too great. Not only Bewitching, but Ren Ziheng and the others were also looking at this lich in shock while trying their best to control themselves and not explode directly from this power. We have never encountered such a situation before. How can this lich's fighting strength be so strong? This is too scary. If this continues, I will not be able to control myself and will explode to death. A practitioner cried out in horror. He could even hear the sound of his blood exploding. He didn't dare to make any big movements, for fear that if he moved too much, his life would end here. Looking at the shock and unfamiliarity in the eyes of Ren Ziheng and the others, Bewitching already knew that this situation had exceeded all of their expectations. This won't do. Under this chanting, not to mention dealing with this lich, even surviving is very difficult. Chu Jinfeng's expression was abnormally solemn. Now he only felt that every movement was extremely difficult. How could there be any possibility of fighting? Ren Ziheng and the others looked at each other in dismay. What Chu Jinfeng said was the truth. Almost all of them were in the same situation. They couldn't get close at all. This was because the closer they got, the greater the pressure they had to endure. Then what should we do? Xiran frowned. Why don't we go back? I'm afraid we can't deal with this guy. Bewitching stared at the lich not far away. After a careful examination, he realized that this lich was indeed different from the previous ones. Look, this lich's spiritual fire seems to be brighter than the previous liches, and the color seems to be different as well. After listening to Bewitching's words, everyone took a closer look and immediately noticed the slight difference. Indeed, this lich's spiritual fire is much brighter, and the redness is much denser than the other liches. What's going on? Chu Jinfeng's eyes were filled with astonishment. He hadn't seen liches many times before and had never encountered such a situation. If Bewitching hadn't noticed it, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. When Ren Ziheng said this, everyone present could not help but be stunned. Their expressions immediately became abnormally ugly. If the lich had really evolved, it would mean that it would be even more difficult for them to deal with these skeletons in the future. The casualty rate would definitely increase greatly. Just the first level of the lich was already difficult for them to deal with, and the lich in front of them was simply too difficult for them to deal with. Even getting close to it was abnormally difficult. With their level of cultivation, there was a possibility that they would explode and die before they could even get close to it. This meant that they could only avoid this level of lich and not face it head-on. This was extremely terrifying. Lich can evolve? Xiran's eyes instantly widened. This fellow's influence was already very terrifying. If this fellow could evolve, wouldn't it create a huge problem for everyone? Ren Ziheng nodded. No matter what kind of species it is, there is always the possibility of evolution. Every time there is a certain number of skeletons, there will be a skeleton with extraordinary strength that will evolve. I have seen evolved skeletons before, but I have never seen an evolved lich. However, since skeletons can evolve, it is not impossible for a lich to evolve. This lich is obviously different from the other lich. If we can return alive, we must report this news. This is an incredible discovery, so everyone can be prepared. Chu Jinfeng's face was gloomy, and his voice was even more serious. When the lich saw that Ren Ziheng and the rest had stopped moving forward, it seemed to be very pleased. The chanting from its mouth became louder and louder, as if it already knew that this group of people would not be able to get close to it. Since we can't deal with this lich, let's retreat first. Bewitching's eyes flashed with a wise and deep light. Now that there is only one lich left, its influence has decreased by a lot. In addition, Hongzhuang's zither music can balance it out. If we retreat back to the cave, we still have a chance of survival. At this moment, continuing to delay here would only exhaust the yuan energy in their bodies. It was not beneficial to them at all. On the contrary, it was very likely that they would not even be able to return. Ren Ziheng and the rest also had the same thought in their hearts. Now that they were in a stalemate, their chances of returning to the cave would decrease by a little. They really could not afford to waste time. All right. Ren Ziheng immediately nodded. Let's retreat. As soon as he said that, the eyes of all the cultivators in the group lit up. Then, they all turned around and walked towards the cave. Inside the cave, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also noticed the actions of Ren Ziheng and the others. They could not help but feel puzzled. They've already reached the fourth lich. Why are they retreating? Shangguan Yingying's eyes were filled with confusion. The plan to kill the 4 liches would have succeeded. Why would he choose to give up under such circumstances? Bailey Hongzhuang didn't stop working. When she saw Bewitching and the others returning, she tried her best to clear the skeletons so that everyone could return safely. Something must have happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't have turned back so suddenly, Jing Tianlang said in a deep voice. The fourth lich might be different? Jing Tianlang and Ren Zimei were astonished. This was the first time they had heard of such a theory. That can't be. The liches have always been the same. How can there be a difference? Ren Zimei frowned. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, but her attitude was very certain. This lich is indeed different, at least it's stronger than the previous 3. How do you know? I'm using my zither to resist the chanting of this lich. Every time a lich falls, the effect of the chanting will weaken. The previous 3 liches had the same effect, but this lich is different. According to my judgment, this lich's strength should be equivalent to the combined strength of the previous 2 liches. Bailey Hongzhuang's face glowed with confidence. Even though she didn't know much about the liches, she was certain that her judgment was correct. The reason why they retreated is probably because the chanting is too strong. They can't get close to it. This was the reason why sound waves were so powerful. When she was fighting against the liches, she had already discovered that their chanting had a certain destructive effect on blood. Once a cultivator got close to it, not only would their mind be attacked by the sound waves, but their blood would also be affected. The slightest mistake would cause them to explode. However, skeletons didn't have brains or blood. They were just skeletons, so it didn't affect them at all. Speaking of which, she had to admit that the lich was indeed a very strange creature. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's clear judgment, Jing Tianlang and Ren Zimei couldn't help but look at each other. Logically speaking, they should be the ones who understood the characteristics of the liches better. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance made them feel like they understood the liches better. They couldn't find anything wrong with her analysis. Compared to Ren Ziheng and the others' performance, it seemed like this was the truth. I've been here many times, but I've never even heard of a lich, let alone seen one with my own eyes. Jing Tianlang was still in disbelief. He had never heard of such a situation before. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just like this time, if I hadn't come to the wrong place to train, I wouldn't have known about the existence of this skeleton and the lich. Bailey Hongzhuang was very calm. After seeing the situation with the skeleton army and the lich, she understood that anything could happen in this world. If you think it's impossible, that's just your opinion. But the truth isn't like that. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Jing Tianlang opened his mouth but found himself unable to refute. Indeed, he couldn't say that he was experienced and knowledgeable, but his judgment was definitely correct. If it's really as you say, then the situation is much more complicated. Ren Zimei felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's words were somewhat credible. She knew her brother. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, they would never give up so easily. Hearing Shang Guanying's words, Jing Tianlang and the others' expressions changed. Indeed, the most important thing for them now was to help the team return to the cave. Although the plan to kill all of the liches wasn't completed, the pressure on them had decreased by a lot. Jing Tianlang glanced at the situation of the people behind Bailey Hongzhuang. Everyone was trying their best to channel Yuanli into Bailey Hongzhuang, but the number of people channeling Yuanli into her had decreased by a lot. The cultivators who had used up all of their Yuanli were now closing their eyes in the cave to recover their Yuanli. As for the remaining cultivators, they didn't know how long they could last. Ren Ziheng and the others were already 1,000 meters away. It didn't seem like a very long distance, but in this situation, it wasn't easy to walk back every 100 meters. As Ren Ziheng and the others were preparing to return to the cave, the lich noticed their intentions and was pleased with itself. Its chanting became even sharper. The group slaughtered the skeletons along the way as they approached the cave. However, they realized that the lich had chased after them after knowing that they couldn't kill it. It seemed that it wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill all of them. Damn it, this lich is actually following us and affecting our strength. Chu Jingfeng's expression became ugly. He only hoped that the lich would stay as far away from them as possible. Unfortunately, this guy was sticking to them like a piece of dog skin plaster, which made him extremely depressed. We can't care so much now. Let's do our best to retreat. Once we retreat to a certain distance, junior sister Bailey's zither music will be able to compete with the lich's chanting. The pressure on us will also decrease. Ren Ziheng's expression wasn't any better than Chu Jingfeng's. Originally, they were chasing after the lich, but now it was the lich that was chasing after them. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others in the cave also noticed this situation. Their eyes were filled with surprise. It seems that junior sister Bailey's deduction is correct. This lich is indeed different. Otherwise, it wouldn't be chasing after Big Brother. Ren Zimei's eyes narrowed as she said in surprise. Jing Tianlang originally didn't believe Bailey Hongzhuang's judgment, but after seeing this scene, he had no choice but to believe it. This lich has been following them all this time. Looks like they're in a bad situation. Shang Guanying's eyes were filled with worry. She could feel that Xiren and the others were slowing down. Bewitching endured the pressure of the lich's chanting as he advanced through the encirclement of the skeletons. The chanting became louder and louder, causing the attacks of the skeletons to become more and more powerful. Everyone who was already running out of spirit energy was no different from adding fuel to the fire. Suddenly, the lich's chanting changed, and a swamp suddenly appeared under their feet. The appearance of this quagmire was unexpected. No one had thought that such an unforeseen event would occur under such circumstances. By the time they reacted, several cultivators had already fallen into the quagmire. Bewitching's reaction speed was extremely fast. His years of experience had made him exceptionally sensitive to danger. Therefore, he had reacted the moment the swamp appeared. His feet were wrapped in elemental energy, and he immediately dodged the swamp. "Be careful!" Bewitching and the others had already shouted the moment they discovered the quagmire, reminding everyone of the danger. However, some of the cultivators in the middle of the swamp didn't even have time to react before they fell into the swamp. Chi-chi! A corrosive sound rang out, accompanied by a foul stench. Everyone was shocked to find that the cultivators who fell into the swamp were corroded into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Bewitching reached out to save the other party, but he only managed to save one arm. Looking at the corroded state of the other arm, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. In just a short moment, the cultivators who were fighting side by side with them had turned into corpse water. It was a little too terrifying. Many of them didn't even have the chance to scream before they disappeared after falling into the swamp. Seeing this scene with their own eyes, they couldn't help but be shocked. More than that, they felt an indescribable anger. Their teammates died in front of them just like that, and they didn't even have the chance to save them. How unbearable was that? Almost at this moment, everyone's eyes turned red. Even if they didn't have much contact with each other before, they were teammates who had gone through life and death together. And now, their lives were taken away by these guys who were already dead. Damn it! Xiran looked at the black swamp on the ground and couldn't help but curse. These things are too despicable. What the hell is this thing that suddenly appeared? This isn't a swamp, it's a corpse pool. Ranziheng's expression was extremely ugly. Their situation was already very bad, but they didn't expect that the corpse pool would cause them to lose almost half of their teammates. The team that wasn't big to begin with instantly shrunk, and they didn't even have the chance to save them. Although they didn't fall into the corpse pool, this incident had a huge impact on their morale. Corpse pool? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. It was his first time hearing this name. Ranziheng nodded. Previously, when we were rushing to the cave, a swamp suddenly appeared on the ground. Many skeletons would appear from within and drag the cultivators down, making it impossible to guard against. However, there is something even more terrifying than a swamp, and that is the corpse pool. If you fall into a swamp, as long as you are rescued in time, there is still a chance of survival. But if it is a corpse pond, once you fall in, there is no possibility of survival. Ranziheng shook his head and sighed. The corpse pool is filled with corpse water produced by the corrosion of corpses. It's extremely corrosive. No matter what it is, it can instantly corrode into nothingness. However, the probability of this appearing is not very high. It's just that the scale of the skeleton army this time is too large, so even the corpse pool has appeared. What kind of nonsense is this? Each one is more disgusting than the last. Xiran's face was full of anger and disgust. When he first saw the skeleton army, he felt that these dead things were very disgusting. However, the things he encountered now were more complicated than the last. He could not help but feel a sense of helplessness at the same time. Due to this incident, almost everyone was in low spirits. Their morale had plummeted, and many of them had looks of despair in their eyes. They were already worried about whether they could make it back to the cave. Now that they had lost half of their fighting strength, they could no longer see any hope. In the cave, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others saw that half of the team had been suddenly lost, and the faces of the people who originally had some hope suddenly became very ugly. What was that? Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Jing Tianlang. Why did we lose so many people? In front of her was a sea of skeletons. She could only see that the team had suddenly decreased, but she didn't know why. It seems like a swamp appeared and we fell in. Shang Guanying's face was ashen. Fortunately, Bewitching and Xiran were safe. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. Jing Tianlang shook his head and said, "This isn't a swamp. It's a corpse pool. Once we fall in, we won't even have a chance to save them. The corpse pool wouldn't appear so easily. Now that it suddenly appeared, it might have something to do with the last lich. Ranzime's expression was grave. The lich never chased after cultivators before. This lich is too special. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Ranzime with a slightly surprised look. It seemed that the situation they encountered this time was much more dangerous than the situation Ranzime and the others had encountered before. So to say, they were really lucky. Even with such a small probability, they were still able to encounter them. When they returned, they would have to properly thank those guys who allowed them to come here. This time, they had really seen the world. Bewitching and the others were almost shrouded in a desperate atmosphere. They quickly said, "Everyone, don't lose confidence. We have to fight for this last hope." The probability of them returning alive was already very small. If everyone was so pessimistic, they could only die here together. No matter what, we have to go all out. Even if we die here in the end, we have to bury these skeletons with us. A determined look appeared on Chu Jinfeng's face. At this moment, he also felt that there was no hope of survival. However, he was unwilling to let these skeletons take advantage of him. At the very least, he had to drag enough skeletons down with him. That's right. Even if I die here, I'll make sure these guys die with me. Forget it, I won't be able to live until dawn anyway. I might as well stay here and fight with these guys. For a moment, many cultivators had frenzied looks on their faces. Crazy thoughts were spreading in their minds. Seeing everyone like this, Bewitching's expression didn't become better. Instead, it became more serious. He didn't want everyone to give up hope. No matter how small the possibility was, they had to at least try. Don't despair, everyone. We may still have a chance to survive. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we have to give it a try, Bewitching said. Hearing Bewitching's words, everyone still didn't have the slightest sign of improvement. Seeing this, Bewitching couldn't help but frown. Now that they were surrounded, if they still couldn't unite, then it would really be over. Beichen. Bailey Hongzhuang stood up. When she noticed that Bewitching and the others were in such a situation, she had already predicted what would happen next. Once everyone felt that they had no chance of survival, it was often the easiest choice for people to make. However, whether it was Bewitching or Wen Xiren, it was impossible for them to give up the hope of survival. Similarly, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying would not watch them get into an accident in front of them. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's voice, Bewitching also saw Bailey Hongzhuang. The two of them looked at each other and understood each other's decision. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang directly said to Jing Tianlang and the others, "Under such circumstances, they can't come back alive. We have to rescue them." As soon as she said that, the expressions of the cultivators in the cave changed. Their gazes were very complicated. In their opinion, Bewitching and the others were already dead. There was no chance of survival at all. If they continued to stay in the cave, they might be able to hold on until the next day. However, if they went out, it was very likely that they would all be wiped out. No matter who it was, everyone would have a selfish mentality, especially when facing death. Nothing was more important than one's own life. They can't come back alive. If we go out, we'll just be throwing our lives away. At this moment, a cultivator said with a sullen face. Hearing that, Shang Guanying's face immediately turned pale. They went out to win a chance for us to live. Now that they're in trouble, are we just going to sit back and do nothing? Things have already developed to this point. It's wise to cut our losses in time. Another cultivator agreed. You're all too cold-blooded. Shang Guanying looked at the crowd in disbelief. They were so united before, but now they had become so cold-blooded and heartless. She found it hard to accept the change. This is a choice that everyone often makes. If it's still possible, we'll naturally save them. However, given the current situation, they're already on the path to death. Whether we save them or not, the result will be the same. On the contrary, more people will die. The man glanced at Shang Guanying and said, "If it wasn't for Xiren being in that group, I'm sure you would have the same thoughts as me, haha." The man chuckled. In such an environment, it seemed particularly ironic. Shang Guanying glared at the man. What do you know? I'm not as cold as you. People like you should die. Don't go too far. The man couldn't help but get angry after hearing Shang Guanying's words. Seeing the conflict between Shang Guanying and the man developing in this way, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but raise her hand to stop their conflict. Ying, these selfish people have their own thoughts. We don't need to care too much. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was cold. In the next second, her eyes focused on the man. No matter what reason you put on us, under such circumstances, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, I can't just watch my teammates die in front of us. I admit that a large part of the reason why I'm doing this is because Bewitching is in the team. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. I'm not a hero, but the reason why they're willing to stand out is to fight for some hope for us. Are we just going to watch them throw away their lives like this? Don't you feel the slightest bit of pain and guilt in your hearts when you see them lose their lives because of us? If everyone is as indifferent as you, I'm sure everyone will die. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold. She never thought of herself as a hero or a savior, nor did she have much sympathy. However, after experiencing everyone's unity and sacrifice, she felt that everyone had become a single entity. Regardless of whether these people were trying to increase their strength or to eliminate the skeletons that threatened the Xianxia continent, they were at least contributing to the stability of the Xianxia continent. Sacrifices were often unavoidable, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, they should not give up. Otherwise, they would be too indifferent. At least at this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang was unwilling to see everyone fall like this from the bottom of her heart. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone's expression changed a little. It had to be said that these words had indeed touched the depths of their hearts. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang like this, Jing Tianlong's gaze constantly changed. He never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to say something like this. It had greatly exceeded his expectations. Speaking of which, Bailey Hongzhuang was only an outer hall disciple. This was her first time coming to the training grounds of the inner hall disciples, yet she was able to have such awareness. In comparison, the awareness of the other inner hall disciples was much lower. All this time, Jing Tianlang had never taken Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three seriously. This was because he always felt that the four of them were putting on an act. After all, outer hall disciples did not have many opportunities to come into contact with inner hall disciples. Usually, outer hall disciples would not give up on the opportunity to befriend inner hall disciples. This would bring them a lot of convenience and benefit their lives in the outer hall. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang's previous performance had made him look at her in a new light, he had never thought that the former's awareness could reach such a level. I won't force all of you to follow me, but I hope that those who still have some courage and know how to be grateful can stand out. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at the people present. She did not know how many people would choose to stand up at this time, but she always believed that there would be people who would stand up. Junior sister Bailey is right. She's only an outer palace disciple, yet she's able to think this far. Yet, you all are still so selfish. Don't you feel ashamed? Ren Zimei was the first to step forward. She had the same thoughts as Bailey Hongzhuang. Every time she saw a comrade fall in front of her, she felt terrible. Moreover, her big brother was also in this team. She absolutely could not sit back and do nothing. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't stood up, she would have. In her opinion, if she were to shrink back now, it would be worse than death. They are just women, yet they have such determination. Could it be that a group of men like us can't compare to a few women? Sensing the burning gazes of Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest, the cultivators present had complicated expressions. Under the selflessness of Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest, they could not help but avert their gazes. Everyone knew that they should stand out under such circumstances, but no one was willing to give up their lives just like that. Now that more than half of the night had passed, as long as they persevered a little longer, there would be hope for survival. I'll go with you. At this moment, a cultivator took the lead and stood up. He walked to the side of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, his face full of determination. Seeing the cultivator's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were pleasantly surprised. As long as one cultivator was willing to stand out, it would be great. After the cultivator stood out, the other cultivators gradually stood out as well. There were also their brothers and companions in the group. When no one stood out, they did not have the thought of being the first to stand out because they knew very well that there would be very few people who would be willing to stand out under such circumstances. However, now that someone had taken the lead, they naturally did not mind joining in. Previously, when they were still outer palace disciples, perhaps they were more indifferent. However, when they became inner palace disciples, they had been supporting each other during their daily training. Everything had changed. The reason why humans were different from demonic beasts was that they had emotions. Selfishness was unavoidable in many things, but sacrificing for emotions was the difference between humans and demonic beasts. I'll go too. I'll join too. At most, I'll perish together with these skeletons. Soon, cultivators stood out one after another. Looking at this scene, a touch of joy appeared on Bailey Hongzhuang's face. Fortunately, everyone still had a bit of courage, and was not so cold. Although everyone was struggling and hesitating, in truth, all of this had happened in a short period of time. Bailey Hongzhuang did not have any other thoughts about the other cultivators who did not have the intention to stand out. People who walked different paths could not make plans together. In this world, it was impossible to expect everyone to have the same thoughts as one. However, these people were not worth befriending in the future because leaving one's back to these indifferent cultivators could lead to betrayal at any time. Since everyone is ready, we will go out and kill a bloody path, and help them return to the cave. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was firm and decisive. She believed that nothing was impossible. Junior sister Bailey, what do you plan to do? Ren Zimei looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Although Bailey Hongzhuang was only an outer palace disciple, after everything that had happened, everyone felt that she was their backbone. The only thing we can do now is to fight our way out and meet up with them as soon as possible. I'll be at the front and use my zither music technique to attack these skeletons. The zither music technique will be released in an arc. Therefore, all of you can form a circle with me as the center. This is the most efficient way. However, I'll need your Yuan power to support me. Bailey Hongzhuang looked solemn and serious. At a time like this, they could not afford to make any mistakes. In fact, when they made this decision, their lives were already hanging by a thread. Everyone was a cultivator who had experienced the world. After Bailey Hongzhuang explained the plan, they immediately understood what to do. Therefore, everything went smoothly. Let's go. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, everyone maintained their original formation and quickly set off. At the same time, Bewitching noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's call and understood Bailey Hongzhuang's idea. He immediately led his team closer to the cave. Everyone, don't despair. The cultivators in the cave have come out to meet us. Bewitching's voice sounded. Everyone, who was originally filled with despair, could not help but look in the direction of the cave after hearing Bewitching's words. In their line of sight, they saw Bailey Hongzhuang and a group of cultivators walking out of the cave together. Among them, Bailey Hongzhuang walked at the front of the team. The breeze blew, and her hair fluttered. Her white clothes accentuated her elegant and refined temperament. A guqin was in her hand. Her 5 fingers fluttered, and the sound of the guqin poured out. The surrounding skeletons retreated under the influence of the guqin sound. Around Bailey Hongzhuang, the other cultivators walked forward with her as the center. Seeing this scene, a glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of the cultivators in Bewitching's team. Their hearts were filled with emotions. None of them thought that the other party would be willing to rescue them when they were already in a situation where they were going to die. This kind of gratitude arose spontaneously. They actually came out to meet us? A cultivator's words were filled with excitement, but his expression became a little depressed. With our current situation, it's really too difficult to go back alive. If they come out now, it's very likely that they'll be sending themselves to their deaths. Ren Ziheng and the others could not help but feel excited. The other party's actions were really timely, giving them a glimmer of hope in their despair. Everyone, don't think so much. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we have to strive to survive. Bewitching's voice was slightly heavy. The situation in front of them was indeed very bad, but it was far from the point where they were desperate. Let's not waste time. Let's set off quickly. Ren Ziheng quickly understood all of this. They are already approaching us at full speed. We have to strive to be closer to them. As soon as these words came out, the cultivators present had a look of excitement on their faces. Without saying a word, they followed Renzixing's people and charged forward. Perhaps they saw hope, or perhaps they were moved by the other party's sacrifice. When a person was on the brink of death, their will to live was usually abnormally strong, and the power that erupted from them was not something that could be compared to usual. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other cultivators in the cave looked at each other. They're just sending themselves to their deaths. That's right. It's almost daybreak now. As long as we can hold on until daybreak, we'll be able to survive. These lunatics are willing to throw away their lives, so what can we say? Then let them go. Heroes always feel that they are exceptionally great before they die. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest went out, they went all out. The sharp and smooth sound of the zither continuously flowed out from the gaps between their fingers. Very quickly, the area in front of Bailey Hongzhuang was cleared. Seeing this, everyone quickened their pace and quickly rushed in the direction of Bewitching and the rest. Their elemental energy was not abundant, so they could only conserve their elemental energy and move forward as fast as possible. At the same time, Bewitching and the rest were also trying their best to get closer to Li Hongzhang and the rest. Once they met up, their chances of survival would be greatly increased. Ranzime and the rest followed closely behind Bailey Hongzhuang. With Bailey Hongzhuang clearing the way, they felt that the influence of the skeletons was greatly reduced. Originally, the strength of the skeletons was greatly reduced under the suppression of Bailey Hongzhuang's zither music. After the Lich noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, he immediately set her as his target. The Lich's chanting became louder and louder, constantly controlling the surrounding skeletons to attack Bailey Hongzhuang. He was very dissatisfied. His chanting had always been invincible, but now there was actually someone who could compete with him. After the Lich changed his target to Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching and the rest felt the pressure on them lessen. However, the pressure on Bailey Hongzhuang increased by a lot. Junior Bailey, this Lich seems to have changed his target to you. Ranzime, who was following closely behind Bailey Hongzhuang, noticed this scene and couldn't help but frown. Being targeted by a Lich was not a good thing. She could feel that Bailey Hongzhuang was under a lot of pressure, and the speed of her elemental energy consumption was greatly increased. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression didn't change. It's a good thing that he has shifted his attention to me. Now that he is further away from us, the pressure on us is also less. Originally, the Lich had been following Renzixing and the rest, but when the Lich changed his target to Bailey Hongzhuang, he began to use all his strength to get closer to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a strong desire to fight. She also wanted to have a good fight with this Lich. She wanted to know whether her zither music or the Lich's chanting was better. Moreover, this Lich was different from the other Liches. If she could get closer, she would be able to understand this Lich. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang could still remain calm in this situation, Renzime's eyes couldn't help but admire her. The more it was in this kind of situation, the more one could see the fighting qualities of a practitioner. Even the practitioners in the group who had been fighting with the skeletons for many years couldn't help but be flustered in this dangerous situation. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was able to remain so calm in this training ground of the skeletons. This didn't mean that Bailey Hongzhuang was a newborn calf that was not afraid of the tiger, but it was because she had enough experience in dealing with this kind of danger. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she would also find it hard to believe. However, she couldn't help but admit that after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's confident appearance, even the panic in her heart had dissipated by a lot. She was sure that Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely not be a simple person in the future. Not only that, Bewitching and the rest's fighting qualities were also not simple. The Lich's attention has been completely attracted by junior sister Bailey. Chu Jinfeng could not help but observe the situation after noticing that the pressure on them had been greatly reduced. He saw that the Lich had already abandoned them and was charging towards Bailey Hongzhuang's team. Bewitching nodded slightly. Let's take advantage of the fact that the Lich's attention is not on us and quickly regroup. Won't junior sister Bailey and the rest be in danger? Our speed cannot be compared to the Lich's. Chu Jinfeng furrowed his brows. He was already extremely grateful that Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest had chosen to come to their aid in such a dangerous situation. He really did not want to see Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest in danger. Don't worry, since Hongzhuang has chosen to come to our aid, she has already made plans in her heart. There won't be any problems in the short term. The most important thing for us now is to regroup as soon as possible. Compared to Chu Jinfeng's anxiety, Bewitching appeared to be much calmer. This was because he had already seen Bailey Hongzhuang's confidence when he exchanged glances with Bailey Hongzhuang. There was always a way out. The situation in front of them was far from the point of despair. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out. A cultivator had accidentally fallen to the ground under the attack of a skeleton. The number of skeletons was increasing and they had already surrounded them. Their elemental energy could only support them for a few hundred meters. As the cultivator fell to the ground, the skeleton's attack immediately attacked the cultivator. It really wanted to trample on him. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately wanted to save the cultivator. However, the speed of the skeleton was simply too fast. They did not even have time to react and could only watch helplessly as the cultivator died in the hands of the skeleton. Just as everyone thought that the cultivator was definitely going to die, an unfamiliar energy suddenly exploded. The air was suddenly filled with a bloody aura. Bewitching's aura suddenly increased. With lightning speed, he directly pulled the fallen cultivator behind him. At the same time, he exchanged a blow with the skeleton. Gotcha! Under Bewitching's fist, the skeleton fell to the ground and directly turned into slag. Seeing Bewitching's thunderous actions, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. None of them had thought that Bewitching would have such strength. It seemed that they had underestimated Bewitching. Ren Ziheng looked at Bewitching in shock. Junior brother D, is this the blood aura field? Although he felt that the possibility of this was very small, Ren Ziheng still felt that this was undoubtedly the blood aura field. Because the demon training tower was on Punlai Island, everyone had always been interested in the inheritance of the killing aura. It was just that no one had been able to obtain it in the end. Under such circumstances, they had some understanding of the killing aura. Seeing that Ren Ziheng had guessed his blood aura field at a glance, Bewitching nodded and said, "Not bad. Senior brother Ren has good eyesight." His guess was confirmed by Bewitching. Ren Zixing's amazement in his heart became even stronger. He had long felt that Bewitching's performance was extraordinary. However, he did not know that Bewitching had obtained such an inheritance. He had tried to challenge the demon training tower. However, the difficulty was simply too high. Therefore, he could only choose to return with regret. However, Bewitching was able to obtain the inheritance of the blood aura field. Just this point alone was enough to prove his strength. Previously, Ren Ziheng had always thought highly of Bewitching, but he did not regard Bewitching as a cultivator who could be on par with him. Now, however, it seemed that Bewitching's development potential might be stronger than his. Firstly, Bewitching was still very young, but he had already reached such a cultivation level. Secondly, Bewitching was able to obtain the inheritance of the blood aura field, which proved that his cultivation talent was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Now, Bewitching's strength was not as good as his only because he had cultivated for a shorter time. With the eruption of the blood aura field, Bewitching's cultivation was not far from his. As long as Bewitching was given some more time, it was very likely that he would surpass him. Faintly, Ren Ziheng was certain that Bewitching would definitely be a member of the Inner Palace disciples in the future. Moreover, he would be an extremely terrifying cultivator. Not only Ren Ziheng, but Chu Jinfeng and other cultivators could not help but look at Bewitching in a new light. The blood aura field, that was something that only 1 in 10,000 cultivators could obtain. It was said to be 1 in 10,000, but in fact, it was 1 in 10 million. Junior brother D, I really didn't expect you to have such strength. Just on this point, I can't compare with you. Chu Jinfeng patted Bewitching's shoulder, and his attitude quietly changed a little. No matter where, strength would always be taken seriously. Just on this point, they already knew that Bewitching's position in the Punlai Palace would definitely not be low in the future. Now, they were Inner Palace disciples, and Bewitching was just an Outer Palace disciple. His position was not comparable to theirs, but presumably, it would not be long before Bewitching's position would reach the same level as theirs, or even surpass them. Senior brother, you are too modest. Beichen's expression did not change. His handsome face was still full of determination. He had not used the blood aura field because it consumed his primary energy faster. With all his current primary energy, he could not support it for long. Junior brother D, thank you for saving my life. The cultivator who was saved also recovered at this moment and looked at Beichen gratefully. If Beichen's speed was not fast enough, he would have lost his life. Beichen smiled faintly, it's what I should do. Senior brother, you don't have to mind. Ji Shouyu shook his head. I can't thank you enough. Junior brother D saved my life. I will definitely remember this. Just how dangerous was the situation? If Beichen had not saved him in time, he would have already become a ghost under the hands of the skeletons. Just now, he had almost given up all hope. He didn't think that he would be able to survive. His emotions were extremely complicated. Seeing was, this matters ssssssss. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone did not waste too much time because of this matter. Instead, they continued to try their best to get closer to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. As the crowd got closer and closer to Bailey Hongzhuang, they found that under the sound of the zither, the skeleton's fighting strength had weakened a lot, so they moved faster. Everyone's eyes flashed with the light of hope. As long as they could gather together, there was a rare hope of survival. Oh my god! This lich's chanting is too terrifying. I feel like my head is about to explode. Shang Guanying frowned. Her pretty little face was pale, revealing her pain and discomfort. This lich's chanting is indeed different from other liches. This chanting is far from comparable to the other liches I've encountered before. Ren Zimei also discovered that this lich was not ordinary. Previously, because they were far away, she could not feel it clearly. However, as they got closer, she discovered that this lich's chanting was extremely powerful. Bailey Hongzhuang also looked at the lich in front of her. Previously, she was only able to resist the lich's chanting from a distance. She did not understand the chanting strength of the lich. Only now did she discover that this lich's chanting directly attacked the human brain. Moreover, it also had a certain effect on the blood. There was a slight difference between this sound wave and her zither music attack. Her zither music affected the entire body and did not focus on any particular part. However, she could still achieve this under her control. But when it came to attacking the blood, she was still inferior to him. In a short period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang had already understood why the lich's chanting was beneficial to the skeletons, but had a suppressive effect on the practitioners. Because the skeletons did not have a brain or blood, this attack had no effect on the skeletons. On the other hand, the chanting had a good effect on the strength of the skeletons, which could increase the fighting strength of the skeletons. However, the effect on the practitioners was different. The practitioners' blood and brain had already endured the impact of the sound wave, and their bones had also expanded. This kind of power would only cause the blood and body to surge even more, resulting in a body explosion effect. This kind of skeleton is really mysterious. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but sigh. Not only did the human practitioners have all kinds of wisdom, even the fallen practitioners also had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Bailey Hongzhuang's group slowed down. The skeleton stared at Bailey Hongzhuang from 100 meters away. It was clearly a pair of empty eyes, but she could still see the mischievous smile in them. Bailey Hongzhuang had a feeling that this lich was eyeing her. Do liches have intelligence? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's question, Ren Zimei couldn't help but stare blankly as she said, "It can't be, liches shouldn't have any intelligence. Although they are a higher level than skeletons, there isn't much of a difference." Bailey Hongzhuang faintly glanced at Ren Zimei and retracted her gaze. She did not dwell on this issue. Obviously, Ren Zimei and the others didn't know much about this new lich, so her question was probably meaningless. However, Road had a strong premonition that this lich had a mind of its own. The fact that it was staring at Road meant that Road was its biggest opponent. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed a strange smile on the lich's face. Following that, the lich's chanting suddenly became louder, and the target of this chanting was obviously Road. A sound wave attack directly attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang did not panic. She changed the sound of her zither, and an even stronger sound welcomed the lich's chanting. Zither. Seeing the result of the battle between Bailey Hongzhuang and the lich, the cultivators in the group were all shocked. Everyone, pay attention. Stand within the range of my Zither's protection. Once you step out of the range, you will have to bear the combined effect of the two attacks. There is a high chance that your body will explode and you will die. Bailey Hongzhuang warned everyone. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone realized the importance of this situation. They immediately maintained their distance from Bailey Hongzhuang, not daring to stray too far away. Bailey Hongzhuang's 5 fingers fluttered in the wind. The zither's music poured out faster and faster, causing everyone to be dazzled. At the same time, everyone could feel that the energy in the zither's music was getting denser and denser. Bailey Hongzhuang's spirit energy consumption was also increasing. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were fixed on the lich not far away. This was a battle between her and the lich. Ding ding dang dang, the sound of pearls falling on a jade plate continuously rang out. Compared to Wu Yao's unbearable chanting, Bailey Hongzhuang's zither music was much more pleasing to the ears. As Bailey Hongzhuang's zither music increased in intensity, everyone received Bailey Hongzhuang's protection. The unbearable feeling also lessened by a lot. In an instant, the situation was under control. The surrounding skeletons were also falling down. However, no one felt happy because the lich had successfully slowed down their movement speed, causing them to stay in the same place for a long time. Master, I'm afraid that we can't continue to stay in the same place. The speed of our advancement is too slow. Xiao He frowned. If they didn't get rid of the lich quickly, they would have to stay here forever. Bailey Hongzhuang's zither music didn't stop. Her beautiful face also had a trace of seriousness. She originally wanted to use her zither music to get rid of the lich. However, after having a real battle with the lich, she realized that her skill in this aspect was actually not much different from the lich. It was obviously very difficult to subdue the lich in a short period of time. Bailey Hongzhuang tried to get closer to the lich. However, the lich was very cunning. When it saw Bailey Hongzhuang's intention to get closer, it retreated a bit. It also realized that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was not weaker than it. If the two of them got closer, it wouldn't have any advantage. This lich is very cunning. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. This wasn't a good thing. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyes and looked in the direction of Bewitching and the others. Originally, the distance of 1,000 meters had been reduced to 500 meters. Looking at this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze deepened. It was obvious that she was thinking about something. She couldn't use her zither music to get rid of the lich. The other cultivators couldn't get more than 10 meters away from her. In addition to the layers of skeletons, she had to find another way to get rid of the lich. Hongzhuang, what should we do next? Shangguaninging also noticed the terrible situation. She couldn't help but ask. Now, I can only take the risk and give it a try. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately said. Hearing this, Shangguaninging looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. She didn't know what Bailey Hongzhuang had thought of. However, she didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to actually come up with a solution. What solution do you have? Shangguaninging looked at Bailey Hongzhuang curiously and asked. Destroy with force. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. She could only try this method now. Shangguaninging and the others couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. They didn't understand the true meaning of Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't explain too much. Instead, she looked at Di Beichen, who was 500 meters away, and said, Beichen, I'm going to try the explosives. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Beichen immediately nodded, okay. Pay attention to the distance. Bailey Hongzhuang emphasized, you know the range. Understood. Di Beichen responded without hesitation. Previously, when they were in Wuji Palace, Bailey Hongzhuang often studied explosives with Nangong Wu. In the end, the explosives they developed were very effective. However, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't use them many times. She didn't prepare much in her Qiankuan bag. At this moment, there were only 2 sets of explosives left in her Qiankuan bag. Fortunately, the 2 sets of explosives were quite effective. It should be able to achieve a good effect in the current situation. However, these skeletons were also very strong. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't be sure how far they could go. With a distance of a few hundred meters, she couldn't throw the explosives in the middle of their team. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would affect their own people. Therefore, she could only throw the explosives on both sides of the team. Once it exploded, it would be a circular attack range. Therefore, she had to choose a good location. On one hand, it wouldn't affect their own people. On the other hand, it could also eliminate the skeletons in front of them to a large extent. After everyone heard the conversation between Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, their expressions couldn't help but change. Explosives? Hearing this unfamiliar word, everyone only felt speechless for a while. Explosives could still be effective against low-level cultivators, but against cultivators who had reached the purple realm, explosives had no effect at all. What's more, there were several skeletons of the third level of the purple realm within a 1-meter radius. Even if the explosives were used, they wouldn't be able to deal with a few skeletons. Wasn't that a joke? Those cultivating in the cave had been paying close attention to the situation of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. When they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words, they could not help but laugh. In my opinion, Bailey Hongzhuang is at her wit's end. She really can't think of any other way. She can even think of such a method. Is she dreaming? Explosives? I've only heard of these things when I was still in the red realm. Now that I've reached the purple realm, I'm afraid that these things won't affect me even if they explode next to me. They're too stupid to count on Bailey Hongzhuang. It's fine if she's going to die, but she's going to bring everyone to die with her. They'll regret it later. Everyone shook their heads. They looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others as if they were looking at a group of fools. In this world, heroes often didn't have good endings. Not only the cultivators in the cave, but Ren Zimei and the others were also stunned after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Hongzhuang, are you saying that we should use explosives to deal with these skeletons? After receiving Bailey Hongzhuang's confirmation, Ren Zimei and the others couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know where Bailey Hongzhuang's confidence came from, but at this point in time, they could only do as she said and give it a try. Ren Ziheng and the others' expressions were also very complicated. Previously, they thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's decisions were very reliable, but at this moment, they couldn't help but feel that this suggestion was too unbelievable. Junior D, will the explosives that Junior Bailey mentioned really work? Ren Ziheng's lips twitched. At this critical moment, they really couldn't joke about it. Bewitching smiled slightly. After noticing the complicated expressions on Ren Ziheng and the others' faces, he couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, Hongzhuang's explosives are not the same as ordinary explosives. It should have some effect." The others didn't know, but Bewitching was very familiar with the effects of Bailey Hongzhuang's explosives. Although the opponent's strength had increased by a lot, he believed that the destructive power was still not small. Hearing Bewitching's reply, Ren Ziheng and the others looked at each other. Although they were very confused, they didn't question it again. After all, from the beginning until now, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' performance had proved that they weren't people who would shoot without thinking. Since they said so, they must have some degree of confidence. Move! Bailey Hongzhuang shouted coldly. The explosives in her hands were quickly ignited and thrown out. At the same time, she and Bewitching's teams made the quickest choice. The Lich obviously didn't know what Bailey Hongzhuang was doing. He saw Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly throw a small package in his direction. He was puzzled, but he stood there and didn't dodge. Bailey Hongzhuang threw out the two explosives at the same time, towards the east and west of the team. Set up the elemental energy shield. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly said to everyone. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's voice, everyone in the team didn't hesitate to use their elemental energy to set up layers of protective shields. The multiple layers of elemental energy shield stacked together, emitting a bright light, showing its sturdy strength. At this moment, everyone had already regarded Bailey Hongzhuang as the backbone of the team, so they didn't have any objections to her decision. Everyone in the cave couldn't help but laugh when they saw that the practitioners in Bailey Hongzhuang's team actually set up elemental energy shields. Am I seeing things? It's just a set of explosives, yet they actually need to erect an elemental energy barrier. Could it be that their brains have gone stupid? This is the most interesting thing I've seen since I came to Punlai Island. Don't tell me they want us to watch a joke before they die? What can this little bit of explosives do? I'm afraid it can't even take down 2 skeletons. Everyone shook their heads. Originally, when Bailey Hongzhuang made such a decision, they already thought it was ridiculous. They didn't expect that the people in the team still believed in her so much. They couldn't help but wonder if these people had been brainwashed. In fact, the practitioners in the team were also very confused. However, their trust in Bailey Hongzhuang was built up from the previous incident. Bang! Bang! Pung, pung, pung. The elemental energy ripples from the explosives kept hitting the elemental energy shield, creating ripples. Even though the shield was set up by everyone, it seemed like it could be broken at any time. The sudden movement was out of everyone's expectations. Other than Bailey Hongzhuang and a few others who had some understanding of the effects of the explosives, the rest of the practitioners could not help but be dumbfounded. What is this situation? Did I see wrongly? Is this the power of an explosive? I have never seen such a powerful explosive before. This has completely overturned my understanding. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. This was simply too unbelievable for them. In their line of sight, on both sides of Bailey Hongzhuang, there were 2 huge pits. The surrounding skeletons were directly cleared out by the explosive. Cleared out, that's right. It was actually cleared out, the ground cracked inch by inch. The terrifying pit seemed to have gone through some kind of brutal attack. The lich who had been clamoring earlier was directly turned into nothingness by Bailey Hongzhuang's explosive. The surrounding skeletons that were protecting the lich were also turned into ashes. The place that was filled with skeletons suddenly had such a large empty area. Everyone was somewhat unable to react. Gulp. Not knowing who swallowed a mouthful of saliva, the rest of the practitioners in the group also had the same conditioned reflexes. For a moment, everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with eyes filled with disbelief and unimaginable shock. Looking at the effect in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes revealed a touch of satisfaction. Although the effect was slightly worse than the one she had tested in the Limitless Palace, but the strength of these skeletons was not ordinary. It was normal for the effect to be reduced. Overall, this method of using the explosives was still very successful. Hongzhuang, the power of your explosives is really not ordinary. Shangguan Yingying's eyes were filled with surprise. She knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had a certain level of strength in explosives. But the effect was still much better than what she had expected. Renzi looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a beautiful expression. Junior sister Bailey, you've overturned my understanding time and time again. If it wasn't for the fact that all of this was happening right in front of her eyes, Renzime would find it hard to believe that explosives could have such an amazing effect. She had never seen such a powerful explosive before. Under the continuous shock, she felt that Bailey Hongzhuang really had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. It was obviously impossible, but in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands, it became possible. Jing Tianlang didn't say anything either because he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. There was a faint feeling of excitement in his heart. If they could have more of these explosives, at least when facing the skeleton army in the future, they would have a little more breathing room. They would not be chased until they had nowhere to run. He only wanted to know where Bailey Hongzhuang's explosives had come from. If he could purchase it, then it would be a trump card in this training grounds. At least at the critical moment, he could save his life, but obviously, now was not the time to ask about this. Junior brother D, junior sister Bailey's explosives are too powerful. The corner of Chu Jinfeng's mouth twitched. Who told him that explosives were not powerful? Come out, I'll definitely not kill you, if this kind of explosive landed on his body. Without warning, he wouldn't even know how he died. It was really too scary. Looking at Chu Jinfeng's exaggerated appearance, Di Beichen couldn't help but smile. The power of Hongzhuang's explosives is indeed extraordinary. At this time, it has a very good effect. Previously, he had forgotten that Bailey Hongzhuang still had explosives on her. At this time, the effect of the explosives was indeed excellent. This is called a very good effect? Chu Jinfeng was secretly speechless. This effect is simply heaven-defying. As he spoke, Chu Jinfeng couldn't help but look at Ren Ziheng. Ren Zixing, am I right? If we have more of these explosives, we'll have a much easier time. In this way, once they were surrounded by the skeleton army, they could directly use the explosives to escape. It was much better than being chased until they had nowhere to run. Ranziheng nodded. His gaze was still focused on the large pits on both sides of the road. The effect was too amazing. Until now, he still couldn't react. As far as he knew, explosives could never have such power. Why were the things that Bailey Hongzhuang took out completely different from what they usually saw, not to mention the healing medicine? They usually couldn't even get their hands on it. Bailey Hongzhuang could take out so many at once. Now, with this kind of powerful explosives, just thinking about it, they knew that the price would be sky high. In fact, they hadn't even seen it before. Bailey Hongzhuang also took out the same thing. They were all humans, but the difference was too big. Indeed, the things that junior sister Bailey took out are all amazing things. Ranziheng couldn't help but sigh. He finally knew that junior sister Bailey was completely rich and overbearing. When these words were spoken, everyone in the group nodded in agreement. None of them had seen such a thing before. Today, not only had it saved their lives, it had also broadened their horizons. Xiren couldn't help but chuckle. In fact, he also admired Bailey Hongzhuang because Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in these areas were simply too astonishing. Thinking about it, no matter who it was, when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang's abilities, they would have a feeling of anger. Fortunately, he had long been used to it. The skeletons on both sides of the road have been cleared. Let's hurry over. Although everyone was very surprised by the effect of Bailey Hongzhuang's explosives, they did not forget the danger they were in. Now that the skeletons on both sides of the road were gone, it was the best time for them to hurry. In the next moment, everyone quickened their pace and flew towards Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Without the obstruction of the skeletons, the distance of a few hundred meters could be covered in the blink of an eye. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on the place where the lich was. She didn't expect that the zither technique couldn't kill the lich. In the end, the lich died under the effect of the explosives. It seemed that simple violence was the most effective in the end. Master, the power of your explosives is really not to be underestimated. Xiaohei could not help but sigh when she saw the destructive power of the explosives. Even if they were to unleash their martial arts techniques with all their might, they would only be able to clear out a small group of skeletons. However, the power of the explosives completely ignored all forms of power. Who could compare to the effect of clearing out the skeletons? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I feel that when we become inner palace disciples and come to this training ground again, we must bring more explosives with us. She only had 2 sets of explosives on her at the moment. Once they were used up, they would be gone. However, it was enough to solve today's urgent situation. If she were to come here again in the future, she would bring more explosives with her as a form of security. Master is right. No other method is as simple and violent as this. Xiaobai's eyes sparkled brightly. Previously, when she saw the densely packed skeletons swarming towards them, it had caused her scalp to turn numb. Now that she had cleared out 2 groups of skeletons, she felt much more comfortable. Very soon, Bewitching and his group had arrived beside Bailey Hongzhuang's group. The surrounding skeletons were also quickly catching up to them. However, their speed was still a little slower than Bewitching's group. When she saw Bewitching standing in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang's elegant and refined face could not help but reveal a joyful smile. My dear wife, it's been hard on you. Bewitching smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang and gave her a thumbs up. His expression was filled with pride. Bailey Hongzhuang's performance today was truly outstanding. If she had not come to save them, the possibility of them returning to this place would have been too small. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and glanced at the group behind Bewitching. When she saw that everyone was safe and sound, she could not help but say, let's go back to the cave first. Let's take advantage of the fact that these skeletons are unable to catch up to us and return to a safe place first. Although she had used explosives to clear out 2 areas, the skeletons were not slow. It would not take long for them to completely cover the area again. With their current state of elemental energy, if they were to be surrounded by the skeletons again, it would be extremely difficult for them to return. Thus, they had to seize this opportunity. Everyone nodded. They also knew that now was the time to seize the opportunity. Immediately, the 2 teams merged together and rushed towards the cave. When everyone in the cave saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had successfully regrouped, their expressions changed. This was something that they thought was impossible, but they actually succeeded. In comparison, if Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had died in the hands of the skeletons, they might feel a little better. But now that they had returned safely, they had become the laughingstock instead. With everyone's concerted efforts, they successfully returned to the cave. Without the Lich's chanting ability, the skeletons' combat strength returned to how it was before, and it wasn't that difficult to deal with them. The moment they entered the cave, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't think that we would be able to return alive. It was unknown which practitioner took the lead to sigh with emotion. The practitioners in Bewitching's team all nodded their heads. This was the biggest feeling in their hearts at this moment. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others all heaved a sigh of relief, a relaxed smile appearing on their faces. Their previous actions were indeed very risky, but now that they had all returned safely, they were exceptionally happy. Junior Sister Bailey, your performance today has really opened our eyes. Chu Jingfeng smiled as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Your zither technique is truly amazing. If it wasn't for you keeping the Lich in check, it would have been much more difficult for us to complete this mission. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly, her exquisite face becoming even more beautiful. I just hit the jackpot, and it just so happened that it had a certain suppressive effect. If it wasn't for the fact that she had met the Lich today, she wouldn't have known that her zither technique was able to contend against the Lich. Now that she thought about it, it was really interesting. In the past, when we met the Lich, we were really helpless. This time, we met 4 Lich, and even getting close to them was extremely difficult. If it wasn't for you, our situation would have been very dangerous. Ren Ziheng smiled faintly, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with eyes full of appreciation and gratitude. No matter what, Bailey Hongzhuang had helped them greatly this time. If it wasn't for her, he was almost certain that he wouldn't have been able to keep his life. Big brother. We really have to thank Junior Sister Bailey for being able to return safely this time. If it wasn't for Junior Sister Bailey taking the lead and asking to receive you, I'm afraid that no one would have stood out. Ran Zimei said bluntly. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang taking the lead and using such influential words to rally everyone, no one would have gone out to receive them. She was very clear in her heart that if it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang's existence, even if she had tried her best to rally everyone, she wouldn't have been able to achieve such an effect. After all, their previous actions were no different from courting death in everyone's eyes. When she thought about how if she hadn't stood out, Ren Ziheng would have left her forever, her heart was filled with fear. Hearing Ren Zimei's words, Ren Ziheng and the others all looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. They didn't doubt Ren Zimei's words at all. In fact, when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the others coming out to receive them, their hearts were filled with shock. This was because no one would normally make such a choice. Indeed, we took the risk and listened to Junior Sister Bailey's suggestion. Fortunately, the result was good. A smile appeared on Jing Tianlong's face. When he had first heard the news, he also felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's actions was too crazy. But in the end, he was still influenced by Bailey Hongzhuang's words. And now, he was even more glad that he had listened to her suggestion. For a time, Bailey Hongzhuang's position in the hearts of Ren Ziheng's people was different. They knew all too well that the previous situation was really dangerous. According to their usual thinking, in order to reduce the losses to the minimum, most people would not choose to stand out. However, not only did Bailey Hongzhuang stand out herself, she even brought everyone with her. Most importantly, Bailey Hongzhuang really turned the situation around and changed the final outcome. In this regard, Bailey Hongzhuang was undoubtedly their savior. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Ren Ziheng's men didn't hesitate and immediately looked at the other cultivators in the team. Instantly, everyone bowed together. Thank you for saving us, brothers and sisters. They knew too well what kind of friendship it was to be able to step forward in such a dangerous situation. If it wasn't for them, the other party wouldn't have risked their lives to save them. This deep affection was far from being able to be expressed with just a few words. It had to be engraved in one's heart. Looking at the actions of Ren Ziheng's men, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest revealed smiles on their faces. This is what we should do. There's no need to be so courteous. Didn't you go out to fight the liches so that we can live safely? That's right. There's no need for such formalities between brothers. From now on, we're brothers who share life and death together. After experiencing life and death, everyone felt completely different. Perhaps in the past, they still had selfish thoughts in their hearts, but after experiencing this incident, this selfishness had gradually dissipated and was replaced by an indescribable trust. No matter who it was extremely precious to have a friend who was willing to sacrifice their life for them. Obviously, after experiencing the incident just now, everyone had reached such a level of trust. No matter who it was, this was a great benefit. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest who were happy and harmonious, the other cultivators in the cave had strange expressions on their faces. Previously, they didn't choose to step forward. Now that everyone had returned safely, it showed their selfishness instead. Regarding this, Ren Ziheng and the others naturally knew the reason why these people did not step forward. However, no one said anything as it was good that they were well aware of it. At least after this incident, they knew who they could truly rely on and who wasn't suitable to be close to. The atmosphere in the cave became somewhat awkward, but everyone still stood outside the cave in an orderly manner to resist the attacks of the skeleton army. After the 4 liches were dealt with, the strength of the skeleton army seems to have weakened, and the frequency of their attacks seems to be less than before. Shang Guanying looked at the skeleton army that was constantly attacking outside the cave. She could keenly feel that the situation had changed. Hearing Shang Guanying's words, everyone turned to look outside the cave. After taking a closer look, everyone also noticed this difference. It's true. Xiren's eyes lit up. He was previously surrounded by the skeleton army, so he was very familiar with the attack frequency of the skeleton army. Now that he carefully sensed it, he discovered the difference between the two. Ren Ziheng sized up and said, the liches are in existence of a higher level than the skeleton army. Now that the liches are collectively dead, the skeleton army is also suppressed, so their strength is not as before. Jing Tianling nodded. That's right. It's not far from daybreak. I believe the skeleton army will leave soon. As soon as this was said, a bright smile appeared on everyone's face. After the previous torment, we don't have much primary energy left in our bodies. Fortunately, it's not early now. I believe there won't be a problem to hold on until dawn. Chu Jingfeng's face was filled with a satisfied smile. This night, they persevered with great difficulty, but when they got through it, the joy was indescribable. Di Beichen stood by Bailey Hongzhuang's side, his handsome face as sharp as a knife, rippling with a faint, gentle, and doting smile. Did I make wifey worry before? Even though he was far away, he could still see the worry and nervousness in Bailey Hongzhuang's concerned eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Di Beichen. Her cherry-red lips pouted slightly, revealing a coquettish expression. What do you think? In the future, you have to pay more attention to such dangerous things. You can't leave me here alone. If she didn't happen to have 2 sets of explosives in her hands, their current situation would be extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Di Beichen's lips curled into a faint smile. He nodded and said, I will pay attention in the future. In today's situation, he and Wen Ziren had no other choice but to make such a choice. After all, they were all cultivators in good physical condition. No one was more suitable than them to stand out. If they had chosen to retreat at that time, they would have no face to see the other cultivators in the inner hall. Since they had chosen to live well in Pulai Palace, they naturally could not let themselves fall into such a situation. Moreover, such a choice could better protect Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying. My wife, it's all thanks to your protection today. Di Beichen was full of smiles. Now everyone knows that my wife is not ordinary. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Di Beichen. You are still in the mood to joke at a time like this. Di Beichen spread out his hands, the smile on his face unchanged. Now that we've overcome most of the crisis, we can hold on until dawn. What else is there to worry about? Wen Ziren also walked to Di Beichen's side. Hongzhuang, Yingying, your performance today was really outstanding. I have to commend you. Looking at Wen Ziren's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying looked at each other, and both of them chose to ignore him. The sky gradually brightened. When the last trace of darkness disappeared, the skeleton army retreated like a tide and drilled into the ground. Looking at the world that had returned to normal, a relaxed smile appeared on everyone's faces. It's finally daybreak. The darkness before dawn is truly terrifying. I didn't think that we would be able to survive after encountering 4 deep pits. We are really lucky. Now we can finally rest for a while. My mental state has been tense for the whole night. I can't take it anymore. Everyone took a deep breath. This night was probably the longest and most difficult for them to endure. Every minute that passed seemed exceptionally long. Fortunately, they managed to endure until dawn. The exhausted cultivators immediately closed their eyes and began to rest. The exhaustion of mental energy and elemental energy for the entire night was truly frightening. If they didn't recover as soon as possible, none of them knew what kind of situation they would encounter tonight. After a night of battle, I'm sure everyone is exhausted. Let's take advantage of the fact that there won't be any more skeletons to disturb us. Let's quickly recover. Ran Ziheng glanced at everyone present. Although everyone's faces were brimming with joy, he could still see the exhaustion between their brows. After an entire night, everyone was simply too exhausted. Hence, what they needed the most now was a good rest. Hearing Ren Ziheng's words, everyone nodded their heads. Previously, they were immersed in their excitement and did not pay much attention to their own exhaustion. Now that they had relaxed, they felt an indescribable sense of exhaustion spreading throughout their body. That's right. Everyone, let's have a good rest first. Chu Jinfeng followed closely. Everyone was not pretentious. Only 2 cultivators were left to guard the situation outside the cave. The rest of the cultivators began to cultivate and recover their vitality. Bailey Hongzhuang closed her eyes and began to circulate the heaven-defying mental cultivation method. The elemental energy in her body had been squeezed dry. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Although there would not be any danger during the day, there was still one night before they had to leave this training ground. After what happened last night, none of them could be sure of what would happen on this last night. If this kind of thing happened again, they would really be unable to bear it. Originally, their group was full of injured cultivators. After last night's battle, their injuries were more serious than before. Furthermore, many of them had fallen. Not to mention the huge decrease in their battle strength, their numbers had also decreased sharply. One could imagine how bad the situation was. However, now that they had reached this stage, everyone had no other choice. The only thing they could do was to recover their energy to the peak and maintain their best condition. They could only pray that they would not encounter such a thing again tonight. The cave regained its tranquility. Only the sound of everyone's breathing could be heard. The original large group had gathered and was divided into 2 camps. Between both sides, there was a sense of awkwardness. However, no one directly pointed it out. Both sides also maintained a certain distance from each other. Ran Ziheng's group also had some resentment in their hearts. They stood out to deal with the Lich so that everyone could have a better life. However, after they had sacrificed so much, these fellows completely ignored them in order to protect their own lives. It could be seen that their hearts were cold. Although the cultivators felt a little guilty, they didn't feel that they had done anything wrong, so they didn't say anything else. In the afternoon, Bailey Hongzhuang finally opened her eyes. Previously, the elemental energy in her dantian had been completely depleted, and the feeling of exhaustion was extremely uncomfortable. However, after she replenished the elemental energy in her dantian, she only felt that the capacity of her dantian had expanded a little compared to before. It was as if she had made some progress. She had experienced this kind of situation before, but the effect was not as good as this time. After thinking about it carefully, she understood that this was because everyone had channeled their origin power into her body, helping her expand the capacity of her dantian. Speaking of which, this could be considered as a fluke. It was originally a very risky move, but she didn't expect to reap such benefits in the end. It seemed that the saying that danger and opportunity coexisted was not false at all. If she were to encounter such a situation again, she might not be able to confidently leave her back to the other cultivators. After all, it was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Fortunately, she had won the bet this time. If these people were not inner palace disciples but outer palace disciples, it would definitely not have happened. After Bailey Hongzhuang exited her cultivation state, she realized that most of the other cultivators had recovered to their best condition. At this moment, they were all immersed in the joy of surviving a great disaster. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had opened her eyes, Ren Ziheng and the others' gazes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. "Junior sister Bailey, you've recovered?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Her clear eyes revealed some surprise. She did not expect to be watched by so many people when she opened her eyes. She immediately smiled and said, "Yes, I've recovered." The smile on Ren Ziheng's face became gentler. He said, "Junior sister Bailey, may I ask where you got the explosives from?" Ever since he had witnessed the power of the explosives used by Bailey Hongzhuang, Ren Ziheng had been constantly thinking about the explosives. If he could also obtain the explosives, it would undoubtedly be more secure when he came to this training ground in the future. Not only Ren Ziheng, but the others were also extremely enthusiastic about this question. At this moment, seeing that Ren Ziheng had taken the initiative to ask this question, everyone naturally could not help but pay attention. Even those cultivators who had previously refused to go out with Bailey Hongzhuang quietly pricked up their ears. If there was a chance, they would definitely think of a way to buy the explosives back. "Yes, junior sister Bailey, I've never heard of the power of your explosives. It really surprised me." Chu Jinfeng looked curiously at Bailey Hongzhuang. He had long wanted to ask, but his body's condition was really too bad previously. Therefore, he could only put this question in his heart and wait until his Yuanli recovered before asking. Looking at everyone's curious look, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, "I brought these explosives from the outside world. There are only 2 sets in total. Previously, I had almost forgotten about the existence of these explosives. I didn't expect them to be so effective." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. However, they weren't surprised by this outcome. After all, if such a powerful explosive was a product of Punlai Island, it would have been famous long ago. It was impossible for them not to have heard of it. However, since the explosives were brought from the outside by Bailey Hongzhuang, then the idea of buying the explosives would have to be dispelled. "In that case, we won't be able to buy this explosive in the future?" Ren Ziheng was a little unwilling to give up. It was not easy to find such a useful tool, but he did not expect that it would be useless in the end. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Bewitching. Bewitching gave her a trusting smile. No matter what choice Bailey Hongzhuang made, he would support her. "That may not be the case. If there is, I will inform senior brother Ren." "How about that?" She indeed only had 2 sets of explosives on her, and she had already used them up. If she wanted to make more, it would be a very simple matter for her. During the time they spent together, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had shown a lot of strength. As Outer Palace disciples, they were taken care of by Master Long. In the end, they were treated as a thorn in the side of all the Outer Palace disciples and were targeted everywhere. Now, in the process of getting along with the Inner Palace disciples, although they felt that it was very good, it was not a good thing to show off too much. The hunter shoots the bird that sticks out. If their performance was too outstanding, it was very likely that they would be targeted by their opponents. Unless they had a firm foothold in Punlai Palace and had enough status, all these problems would naturally disappear. As a new cultivator, it was best to be neither servile nor overbearing. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was not dead set, Ren Ziheng's eyes couldn't help but brighten. He quickly said, "Then I'll have to trouble junior sister. If you have these explosives, you must help me keep them. No matter what the price, I can accept it." Although the outside world and Punlai Island were quite far away, some cultivators would still go back from time to time. Perhaps Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were like this. "Junior sister Bailey, don't forget about me. I also need this explosive." Chu Jinfeng followed closely. He had seen the benefits of this explosive. He must not give up such a good opportunity. "Yes, yes, yes. Junior sister Bailey, me too. Help me get one too." "Me too." Everyone spoke out one after another. They just wanted to get familiar with Bailey Hongzhuang. This kind of life-saving trump card, everyone wanted to have it. Even if they were not facing skeletons, as long as they were in a dangerous situation, they could often achieve unexpected results by throwing this explosive. Looking at everyone's anxious appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded repeatedly and said, "If I have the explosive, I will definitely inform everyone." It was not until Bailey Hongzhuang said this sentence that everyone was relieved. Shang Guanying and the others could not help but look at each other. There was a trace of a smile in their eyes. "I've finally realized that Hongzhuang is a money tree. No matter what you bring out, it will sell like hotcakes." Shang Guanying's eyes flashed with amazement. They just came to this training ground by chance. First, they learned that Bailey Hongzhuang's healing medicine had a good effect on the injuries caused by skeletons. This had already determined that the healing medicine would sell well. Usually, explosives were completely neglected. Who would have thought that it would become a treasure that everyone was fighting over? Looking at the situation, if this explosive was taken out, the price would definitely rise. Not only that, it was likely that the supply would still exceed the demand. She could imagine what kind of situation it would be at that time. Just this Penglai Palace alone could reach such a level. Presumably, it would also be fought over by other forces. That situation was truly, Xiran nodded in agreement. Bewitching has really found a rich woman. In this situation, Hongzhuang will not starve to death no matter where she is. On the contrary, she can mix with the wind and water. But we are different. Bewitching raised his eyebrows. His handsome face was filled with a proud and evil smile. "My wife is naturally not an ordinary person. You can be envious and jealous. Your skin is getting thicker and thicker." Xiran shook his head speechlessly. "Can you be any more shameless?" Bewitching thought for a moment and said, "You don't have a life to be kept." "Ren Zimei, I won the bet this time. You can't go back on your word when we get back." Chu Jinfeng smiled and looked at Ren Zimei, who was not far away. His long eyebrows were slightly raised and his handsome face was full of ridicule. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at Ren Zimei. Speaking of which, the cause of this matter was still them. If Chu Jinfeng hadn't chosen to believe them, then naturally, this matter wouldn't have happened. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were still very satisfied with helping Chu Jinfeng and Ren Zimei to advance to the next step. Looking at Chu Jinfeng's proud appearance, Ren Zimei's pretty face showed a touch of stubbornness and said, "When did I go back on my word?" "No problem." "Haha, that's good." Chu Jinfeng's eyes lit up. Usually, it wasn't easy for him to ask Ren Zimei out. Just thinking about it made him not know how to open his mouth. Now, he finally had such a good opportunity. The most important thing was that after learning from Xiran, he found that what he did before was indeed not enough. He hoped that this time, he could make a breakthrough. "It's too early for you to be happy. There is still a day before we go back. Who knows if something unexpected will happen tonight." Ren Zimei wasn't as optimistic as Chu Jinfeng. What happened last night made her feel a lingering fear. As long as they didn't go back, none of them could guarantee that they would live until then. As Ren Zimei's voice fell, everyone's expression became very complicated. This was also the problem they were most worried about. "I hope that we can get through tonight safely. Our team really can't afford to be tossed around again." Shang Guanying sighed. She hadn't seen the skeleton army before. Just listening to Ren Zimei and the others' description, she was a little unconcerned. However, after seeing all this with her own eyes, she knew how terrible the night here was. If possible, she never wanted to see these annoying guys again. This kind of battle formation was completely surrounded. There was no place to escape. She really didn't want to experience it again. Everyone nodded. Their team had already shrunk by nearly half. If something like this happened again tonight, then none of them would be able to bear it. "We won't go back to our previous place tonight. Let's stay in this cave. It's safer with a cave entrance," Ran Ziheng said. "All right." Just as everyone was chatting, a voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. "Ran Ziheng, why are you here?" Hearing this unexpected voice, everyone immediately looked outside the cave. They saw a group of cultivators standing outside the cave, looking curiously at Ren Ziheng's group. Seeing the sudden appearance of the team, Ren Ziheng was stunned for a moment before a joyful smile appeared on his face. "Duan Huali, why are you here?" Duan Huali chuckled. "Originally, we planned to go back the next time the teleportation array opens, but we have a lot of injured people in our team, so we might as well take this opportunity to go back. With that said, Duanhuali also noticed the large number of skeletons outside the cave. He couldn't help but ask, "Were you attacked last night? Why are there so many skeletons outside this cave?" Ren Ziheng nodded with a serious expression on his face. "There was indeed a battle last night, and the situation was completely beyond our imagination." Seeing Ren Ziheng's serious expression, Duanhuali couldn't help but retract his smile, and a serious expression emerged on his face. "What happened? Looking at your expression, the situation doesn't seem to be ordinary serious. Yesterday, 4 deep pits actually appeared here. This is something that has never happened before. This is a safe zone," Ran Ziheng said. 4 deep pits? Duanhuali raised his voice, his face was filled with disbelief. "Did I hear wrongly? If 4 deep pits appeared, how did you all survive?" Duanhuali was a little suspicious. Usually, it was already very difficult for everyone to deal with a single deep pit. If 4 deep pits appeared, there was no other result other than a complete wipeout. However, Ren Ziheng and the others were obviously safe and sound. Although there were many injured people in the team, Ren Ziheng was originally responsible for taking care of the injured people this time, so it was normal for there to be injured people in the team. Speaking of which, we were lucky. We did our best to last until dawn. Ren Ziheng sighed. The situation last night was still vivid in his mind. He was very clear in his heart that if it wasn't for Bailey Hongshuang's zither technique that coincidentally countered the lich's chanting, it was basically impossible for them to survive. It was precisely because of this that he was very grateful to Bailey Hongshuang and the other 4 outer hall disciples who accidentally came here. Speaking of which, he was really thankful that Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3 accidentally came here. If they didn't come here, they would have most likely lost their lives by now. If 4 deep pits appeared, there should be a lich, right? Duanhuali still didn't believe what Ren Ziheng said. Not to mention bringing a group of injured people, even if he brought a group of cultivators in excellent condition, it would only lead to a dead end under such circumstances. He only felt that Ren Ziheng was making up a story. Could it be that he wanted to use this method to show how powerful he was? Of course. Ren Ziheng's expression was serious. 4 liches appeared last night, and we discovered that one of them seems to have evolved. The influence of its chanting is stronger than the others. I'm afraid we'll have to report this news when we get back. Liches have evolved, so we'll have to be more careful in the future. Following Ren Ziheng's words, Duanhuali and the other cultivators in Duanhuali's team all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Ren Ziheng, what you're saying is too far-fetched. If there were 4 liches, you wouldn't have survived. Duanhuali couldn't help but shake his head. This kind of thing could deceive people who had never seen a lich before, but it was impossible to deceive them. They often fought with the skeleton army, so they understood it very well. No matter how they thought about it, they knew that it was impossible. What my big brother said is the truth. If we didn't see the situation last night with our own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Ren Zimei didn't feel that Duanhuali's behavior was strange. In fact, if they didn't personally experience the scene last night, they wouldn't believe it even if others told them. Ren Zimei, what you said doesn't make any sense at all. It's really hard to believe. Indeed. Usually, when a team encounters a deep pit, it will be very troublesome. Your team is full of injured people. Although you have more people, facing 4 skeletons and 4 liches in the pit, no matter what, you won't be able to last until dawn. Don't tell me that you were too happy to see us, so you deliberately made up a joke with us? The practitioners in Duanhuali's team looked at Ren Ziheng and the others with a smile. Obviously, they didn't believe what they said at all. Seeing this, Ren Ziheng and Ren Zimei looked at each other. The 2 of them didn't intend to continue talking. Since the other party already thought that they were joking, no matter what they said, the other party wouldn't believe them. Wasting more words would only be a waste of time. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Ren Ziheng waved his hand and continued, since you are planning to go back tomorrow, then you might as well go back together. It will be safer at night. Duanhuali nodded, of course, that's no problem. I hope that we can still encounter the situation you said at night, so that we can broaden our horizons. Haha. Hearing the mockery in Duan Huali's words, Ren Ziheng and the others were too lazy to say anything more. Then you should also find a place to rest in the cave. I hope that tonight will be safe. How can that be? Duan Huali shook his head. It would be best if 4 liches appeared. We have never seen such a grand occasion before. Shang Guanying looked at Duan Huali at the entrance of the cave and couldn't help but frown. Why does this Duan Huali speak with such mockery? It makes people feel uncomfortable. Chu Jinfeng chuckled. This guy has always been self-righteous. As long as he hasn't seen it before, he will think that it is impossible. You just have to get used to it. In the inner hall, there are many arrogant people like him. So you're saying that this Duan Huali is very strong? Xiran asked curiously. Chu Jinfeng nodded. Although I despise this guy's character, I have to say that he is indeed very strong. It is because he is strong that he always speaks with a bit of arrogance. In the inner palace, those with strength have the right to be arrogant. However, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. There are too many people who are unhappy to look at, so we just ignore them. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. In a place like this, there were all kinds of people. The more powerful a person was, the more they thought they were the best. This kind of situation was human nature. From the conversation between Duan Huali and Ren Ziheng, it was clear that Duan Huali was somewhat disdainful of Ren Ziheng. Ren Ziheng was too lazy to explain later on, which also showed that Ren Ziheng was not the same kind of person. That's true. There are all kinds of birds in the sea. Shang Guanying shrugged her shoulders. No matter where one was, there would always be people who could hit it off with them. At the same time, there would also be people who could not stand the sight of them. With the addition of Duan Huali and the others, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Originally, there were too few people in their group, so they couldn't help but worry. However, now that there were more people, even if they were unlucky and encountered danger again, at least they had a chance to survive. Stunning. This was Duan Huali's first impression when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang. He had never seen such a stunning woman. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her temperament was noble as if she was carved by God. Her perfect face was flawless. Even the most ordinary clothes of Punlai Palace revealed a completely different beauty and brilliance on her body. It was unforgettable. However, Duan Huali quickly recovered. He was far from losing his composure like an ordinary pig. After looking carefully, Duan Huali couldn't help but ask Ren Ziheng, these people look very unfamiliar. Are they disciples who just joined the inner hall? Seeing that Duan Huali noticed Bailey Hongzhuang and others at a glance, Ren Ziheng was not surprised. In fact, with the temperament of Bailey Hongzhuang and others, it was difficult to ignore them no matter where they were. They are not inner hall disciples. Duan Huali was slightly stunned. Not inner hall disciples? What does that mean? They are outer hall disciples who just joined, but they were tricked and came to the wrong teleportation circle. You know. Ren Ziheng raised his eyebrows. They had heard of this kind of thing. As long as he said it, he believed that Duan Huali would understand. I see. Duan Huali suddenly understood. So, didn't they also experience the battle last night? Yes, although the 4 of them are still outer hall disciples, their performance last night was very outstanding. I believe it won't be long before they become inner hall disciples. Ren Ziheng's eyes were full of appreciation. When he went back tomorrow, he would tell the inner hall mentors about the excellent performance of Bailey Hongzhuang and others. He believed that the mentors would also look at them in a new light. As long as they got the mentors' attention, it would also be excellent for the future development of Bailey Hongzhuang and others in Punlai Palace. Oh? Duan Huali's eyebrows showed a touch of surprise. It's rare to see you praise cultivators so much. This proves that they are really outstanding. Ren Ziheng smiled faintly. Duan Huali slowly walked in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. His handsome and extraordinary face was still filled with arrogance as he smiled faintly. I heard that although the 4 of you are outer palace disciples, your performance in dealing with the skeletons last night was very outstanding? Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but feel surprised when they saw Duan Huali's attention land on them. They originally had no intention of interacting with Duan Huali. Senior brother, you flatter us. We're just trying our best to do what we should do, Bewitching said slowly. Duanhuali glanced at Bewitching. He had already noticed Bewitching's existence. In fact, the four of them were very good-looking and would be noticed at a glance. Junior brother, you're too humble. Usually, outer palace disciples are unable to return after coming to the wrong place. The fact that you're able to last until today is already proof that you're not bad. Duanhuali laughed softly with a hint of ridicule in his voice. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's expressions didn't change, but their hearts were faintly unhappy. Inexplicably, such a guy had come in front of them to show off his might. This was not something that made them feel happy. Junior sister, how do you address me? Duanhuali asked. As soon as these words came out, Bewitching and Xiran could not help but look at each other. They already understood the purpose of Duanhuali's visit. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude towards him was extremely cold and she did not show any enthusiasm even though he was an inner palace disciple, Duanhuali was somewhat dissatisfied. With his status in the inner palace, he had always had hundreds of responses. Many women wanted to become his woman, but he usually did not take a fancy to them. Generally speaking, he only needed one look and the other party would take the initiative to approach him. He did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude to be so cold. It was really beyond his expectations. So it's junior sister Bailey. Duanhuali smiled faintly. I'm Duanhuali, an inner palace disciple. In the future, if you need my help in Punlai Palace, you can tell me directly. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, then I'll thank you in advance, senior brother Duan. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had only said a word of thanks indifferently, as if she did not take him to heart, Duanhuali quietly frowned. However, he did not find it too strange. After all, there were very few women who could catch his fancy. Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance was so outstanding that there must be many men pursuing her. Naturally, she would have a certain amount of arrogance. If she took the bait so easily, it would not be fun. It was this kind of indifference that made him more interested. He wanted to know if Bailey Hongzhuang would still have such a cold and frosty appearance when he caught up with her. Ren Zimei looked at Duanhuali's behavior and could not help but have a sarcastic look in her eyes. I'm afraid that Duanhuali has taken a fancy to junior sister Bailey. Ren Ziheng glanced at Duanhuali indifferently and said, this fits his personality very well. He usually thinks that he's elegant and charming thousands of girls. However, this time, he's doomed to fail. That's good. I really want to see this guy's face when he's defeated. Ren Zimei shrugged. Every time she saw this guy's arrogant look, she could not help but want to give him a punch. Ren Ziheng frowned slightly. Junior sister Bailey is now being targeted by Duanhuali. I'm afraid that it will be troublesome. However, Duanhuali will not go too far. It shouldn't be too troublesome. Hearing Ren Ziheng's words, Ren Zimei immediately understood what he meant and said, when the time comes, just tell him that junior martial sister Bailey and junior martial brother D are a couple. This guy won't continue to be so stubborn, right? Quite a number of inner palace female disciples have been harmed by him, and I feel unhappy whenever I see him. Lower your voice. Ren Ziheng lowered his voice. Although Duanhuali's character isn't that great, his strength is indeed not weak. There's no benefit in offending him. Just bear with it for a while, we're going back tomorrow anyway. Ren Zimei nodded, okay. When Duanhuali saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't have the slightest interest in talking to him, he also felt a little embarrassed. He usually liked to show off in front of the new disciples, and when he felt their worshipful gazes, he felt very happy. However, this time, he did not feel this from Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Did you just become outer disciples? Duanhuali asked. Yes. When Xiran nodded, we just joined Punlai Palace. As Duanhuali's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three couldn't help but look at each other. They also felt that what the former said was true. Their popularity in the outer palace could no longer be described as bad, it was completely bad to the extreme, not to mention the cultivators who died in their hands. It was useless no matter how much they hated them because it could not have any impact on Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. As for those cultivators who had lowered their cultivation because of them, they had already become a thorn in their side. In the future, when they cultivated in the outer hall, they had to be on guard at all times. The slightest carelessness could cause them to be schemed against. At least, this time, they were tricked to the point that they almost couldn't go back alive. Speaking of which, they had many opponents in the outer palace, but they had no friends. Presumably, in the entire Punlai Palace, there were only a few cultivators who could do to their level. Seeing a touch of helplessness on the faces of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, Duan Huali knew that he had hit the nail on the head. Suddenly, the smile in his eyes deepened. It doesn't matter if you are tricked. After all, you will always encounter some opponents outside. If you can't solve it, I can help you solve it. Duan Huali smiled. No matter what, I still have some face in this Punlai Palace. As long as I spread the word, absolutely no one will dare to trouble you again. With that, Duan Huali's face could not help but become more arrogant. This was his influence in Punlai Palace. With his strength, everyone in the inner palace had to give him face, let alone the outer palace. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were not so optimistic about this. Those guys' cultivation had dropped so much because of them. This kind of hatred, even if it was not irreconcilable, was still a deep hatred. Not to mention Duan Huali saying it, even if Master Long stood up and said it, it would not be able to eliminate this hatred. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not regret doing all this. After all, those guys were the first to have evil thoughts about them. They deserved to be punished. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Duan, but we should handle this kind of thing ourselves. Bewitching looked indifferent and said indifferently. He did not have any good feelings for anyone who wanted to show off in front of his wife, let alone this extremely arrogant guy in front of him. However, this fellow's performance wasn't too excessive for the time being. Other than being a little arrogant, a little infuriating, and a little annoying, everything else was alright. Otherwise, even if the other party was an inner palace disciple, he wouldn't have let him off so easily. How should I address you, junior brother? Seeing Bewitching acting like the backbone of the team, Duan Huali couldn't help but ask. He didn't know why, but he always felt that this guy in front of him was especially unpleasant. Perhaps it was because this guy was more handsome than him? I am Bewitching. So it's junior brother D. Duan Huali nodded. Although the outer palace disciples are not as strong as the inner palace disciples, they should not be underestimated. I advise junior brother D not to be too arrogant. If something goes wrong, you will not be the only one involved. In fact, he had no interest in helping Bewitching and the others solve the problem. He just wanted to show off in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three changed. Duan Huali's words were very impolite. It was obvious that he was targeting Bewitching. However, Bewitching smiled faintly and said casually, since I said that I can solve it, I can solve it. Senior brother Duan, you don't have to worry too much. Looking at Bewitching's attitude, Duan Huali couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect this Bewitching to be so arrogant to say such words to him. Junior brother D, you. When Chu Jingfeng saw that the situation wasn't quite right, he hurriedly walked over and said, Duan Huali, junior brother D and the others were already very unhappy after being set up this time. Let them settle the grudges between them. Why do you need to worry about such a small matter? Once you take action, everything will be fine. After all, young people also need to experience their own experiences. Duan Huali, who was about to explode, was suddenly rebutted by Chu Jingfeng's words. However, Chu Jingfeng's words were very smooth, and it made his expression much better. Most of the foreign disciples are newborn calves who aren't afraid of tigers. This kind of arrogance will be smoothed out sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Huali was too lazy to say anything more to Bewitching. He directly returned to his team and sat down to rest. This guy is too shameless. Shang Guanying sneered. Our arrogance? The one who is too arrogant is him, right? This kind of peacock-like guy likes to spread his tail no matter who he sees. If you don't give him a chance to show off, he will naturally be very unhappy. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. Actually, you don't have to pay attention to it at all. Just treat it as a joke. As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang finished speaking, the expressions of Chu Jingfeng and the others changed. Xiren couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Hongzhuang, you really saw through Duan Huali's nature at a glance. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Of course. Let him do his own one-man show. when it's over, he will naturally leave. If I knew that my wife was so calm, I would have just ignored him. Bewitching smiled and looked at Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang smiled, I see that you don't intend to take care of him. At least I managed to say a few more words to him and wasted a few seconds. Then you don't need to say a word. I'll listen to my wife. On the side, Chu Jingfeng watched Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching echo each other and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Previously, he was worried that some kind of conflict would break out. It turned out that Bewitching and the others completely treated Duan Huali as a joke. If Duan Huali knew what Bailey Hongshuang and the others were thinking, he would probably die of anger. I have to hand it to you guys, but I also agree, haha. Chu Jingfeng laughed. In the future, you guys better stay away from Duan Huali. This guy is not a good person. Don't be fooled by his usual sanctimonious appearance. He has done a lot of shady things behind the scenes, especially when he is interested in women. You guys have to be careful. Thinking of this, Chu Jingfeng still reminded Bailey Hongshuang and the others. Thank you for the reminder. We will be careful. A faint, complicated light flashed across Bewitching's deep, dark eyes as he responded. After receiving Chu Jingfeng's warning, Bailey Hongshuang and the other three felt a little complicated. Based on their interactions with Chu Jingfeng during this period of time, they had some understanding of his character. Since he could deliberately warn them, it proved that Duan Huali was indeed not someone to be trifled with. At the very least, Duan Huali's position in the inner hall was definitely higher than Chu Jingfeng's. Otherwise, Chu Jingfeng would not have taken him into consideration. Duan Huali returned to his team, still feeling a little unhappy. It was not easy to find a woman that he was interested in, but he did not expect that there would be a blind fellow who kept on causing trouble. He did not even have a chance to express himself. This feeling made him very unhappy. One had to know that with his status in the inner hall, very few people dared to speak to him like this. What? You've taken a fancy to that woman? After noticing Duan Huali's unhappy expression, Peng Kairuwei walked up to him and asked with a smile. Hearing Peng Kairuwei's words, Duan Huali raised his eyebrows. Don't you think that this woman looks very different? Compared to the goods in the inner hall, she's much better. Speaking of this, Duan Huali's eyes flashed with an evil light. He had basically seen all the outstanding women in the inner hall. Those that he had taken a fancy to would naturally not escape his grasp. During this period of time, he was worried that he would be bored. He did not expect that such a good thing would come to the outer hall. Naturally, he would not want to miss this opportunity. Looking at the intense excitement that flashed across Duan Huali's face, Peng Kairuwei already knew what he was thinking. He had been with Duan Huali for so long, so he could not be more familiar with the former style. This woman's appearance is indeed outstanding. Moreover, her temperament is not something that ordinary people can compare to. Compared to your previous ones, she is indeed the most outstanding one. Not to mention you, I'm afraid that no one can ignore her. Hearing this, Duan Huali glanced at Peng Kairuwei indifferently and said, You have an idea too? His cold voice revealed some coldness and displeasure, but also contained some warning. Peng Kairuwei quickly waved his hand and said, I don't mean that. I just think that the woman beside him is very good. Hearing this, Duan Huali glanced at Shang Guanying, who was beside Bailey Hongshuang, and a smile appeared in his eyes. It seems that we have the same idea. Peng Kairuwei revealed a meaningful smile. Isn't this good? Recently, I've been staying in this training ground and facing these skeletons. It's really boring. It's just that, I can relax when I go back this time. Duan Huali and Peng Kairuwei looked at each other. Both of them smiled faintly, knowing what was going on. Huali Peng Ying's hiss. Peng Kairuwei looked at Duan Huali curiously. Logically speaking, with your position in the inner hall, this shouldn't happen. Duan Huali shrugged. These are just outer hall disciples who accidentally came to the wrong place. That's why they're here. It's normal that they don't know about my influence in the inner hall. When they return to the outer hall, they just need to ask around for my name, and they'll know how wrong their attitude is. Looking at Duan Huali's confident look, Peng Kairuwei nodded and said, That's right. When they know your name, maybe you don't need to do anything and she will come to you directly. Haha. Duan Huali laughed heartily. That's not necessarily the case. According to my judgment, this woman is probably a proud and arrogant person. After all, with such an outstanding appearance, there must be a lot of suitors. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get her. Oh? Peng Kairouei raised his eyebrows. Don't you have enough confidence in yourself? Duan Huali raised a finger and shook it, saying, of course I have enough confidence in myself. She will definitely become my woman. It's just that the process will be more troublesome than before. Speaking of which, I like such challenging things. If it's so easy to get, I always feel that it's a little lacking in charm. Hearing this, Peng Kairouei smiled. You really are a master of love. Haha, this kind of thing is not complicated. When they need our help, all these problems will naturally be solved. Duan Huali raised his eyebrows and smiled with some pride. What do you mean? Peng Kairouei looked at Duan Huali with slight confusion. He didn't understand what Duan Huali meant. It's very simple. Duan Huali smiled proudly. If they don't have any trouble, then we will create some trouble for them. As long as they can't solve it, it's naturally time for us to show up. However, they have just arrived at Penglai Palace and have already been framed. From this situation, I'm afraid that we don't need to create much trouble. They have already fallen into the vortex. Peng Kairouei gave Duan Huali a thumbs up. It's really a good method. It seems that you have already thought everything through. This woman is destined to be yours. Of course. Duan Huali nodded without any modesty. His face was full of confidence. Over the years, which woman that I've taken a fancy to has been able to escape from my grasp? Peng Kairouei thought carefully for a moment and then nodded in agreement. That's true. Among the outstanding figures in the inner palace, Duan Huali is the number one. Haha, that's not a bad name. Master, look at that smug look on Duan Huali's face. Just by looking at him, I can tell that he's up to no good. There's a wretched look on his face. Xiao He looked at Duan Huali in the distance, her eyes filled with disgust. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang faintly glanced at Duan Huali. Indeed, she discovered that Duan Huali's face revealed a hint of a conspiracy. She frowned slightly. Let him be. Whether they were on Penglai Island or after joining Penglai Palace, these troubles were inevitable. They had already encountered a lot of trouble on Penglai Island. After coming to Penglai Palace, they did not find a safe haven. Instead, they had entered a bigger stage of competition. Therefore, she had long been prepared to fight. No matter what kind of trouble they would encounter next, she would deal with it calmly. Bewitching and the other two did not say much. They had already seen that Duan Huali was not a good person. They only hoped that Duan Huali would not trouble them. Otherwise, they could only teach Duan Huali a lesson. Night slowly fell. When the night once again shrouded the earth, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others in the cave couldn't help but show vigilant looks. Last night's incident had really left them with lingering fear. If there was another wave today, it would really be a big problem. When Duan Huali and the others saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, almost everyone showed the same vigilant look, and a strange light appeared in their eyes. All along, although Ren Ziheng and the others had emphasized to them that a big battle had happened last night, none of them took it to heart. They only thought that they were deliberately exaggerating to show off their achievements. However, the emotions that Ren Ziheng and the others were showing now really didn't seem to be faked, which made them a little curious. Duan Huali, do you think that what they said before was true? Otherwise, why would they be so vigilant? It doesn't seem normal. Peng Kairouei frowned and said. Although he didn't usually have much contact with Ren Ziheng and the others, he had a certain understanding of Ren Ziheng. This reaction didn't seem to be groundless. Hearing this, Duan Huali pondered for a moment before shaking his head with a chuckle. Aren't you being a little too gullible? Forget about the both of us, even others wouldn't believe such a thing if I were to tell them. You're right. Peng Kairouei nodded thoughtfully. It's just that their reaction is really a little strange. If they don't act like this, how can they scare us? Duan Huali shrugged indifferently. Recently, Ren Ziheng's achievements haven't been very good. Maybe they want to use this method to emphasize their achievements. After all, people always want to save face. When these words came out, Peng Kairouei couldn't help but laugh. That's true. Recently, he has often been assigned the task of protecting injured disciples. This is really a little, it's good that you know. Duan Huali chuckled. Although Duan Huali and Punkairui's conversation wasn't loud, in such a quiet environment, it was still inevitable that it was heard by others. When Renzime heard the discussion between the two of them, she couldn't help but feel angry. This was a slap to their faces. Duan Huali and Punkairui have gone too far. How could they speak to such an extent? Ranzime's face was filled with indignation. She was already disgusted with Duan Huali. This guy had some feelings for her before, but after being rejected by her, she was even ridiculed by this guy several times, which made her feel even more hateful. Ranziheng's expression was similarly ugly. There was a faint trace of anger in the depths of his eyes, but he did not show it on his face. He only patted Renzime's shoulder and said, "Forget it. It's not like you don't know what kind of person he is. If we really get angry with him, the ones who will be in trouble will be us. He can say whatever he wants. In any case, I'm doing the right thing, so there's no need to worry. I just don't like this guy. He always thinks he's so great, but in fact, just looking at his face makes me want to vomit." Ranzime's face was still full of displeasure. If it weren't for Duan Huali's strength, she would have already fallen out with Duan Huali, but now she had to pretend to be very good on the surface. It's best to let them not believe it. Anyway, when we return to the inner hall, we will definitely report this matter. At that time, the mentors will also confirm whether what we said is true or not. The more they don't believe it, the more they will lose face when the mentors confirm the result. Chu Jinfeng's eyes flashed with a sinister light. He was also full of disgust for Duan Huali. After all, he had always had feelings for Renzime, and Duan Huali's previous humiliation of Renzime was also something he couldn't stand. If it weren't for the fact that there was a certain gap between his strength and Duan Huali's, he would have already taught this self-righteous guy a lesson. Listening to Chu Jinfeng's words, Renzime's face looked better. She nodded and said, "You are right. Let this guy be self-righteous. When the time comes, he will be the one who will be slapped in the face. Yes, why should we care about what he thinks?" A smile appeared on Renziheng's face again. "I actually hope that they will witness all this with their own eyes. When that time comes, their faces will definitely be very interesting." That night, Renziheng's people had very complicated feelings. On one hand, they hoped that they could pass the night peacefully and return to Punlai Palace tomorrow. On the other hand, they wanted to see Duan Huali's shocked expression, so they hoped that the skeleton army would appear again. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three maintained the appearance of cultivation. After last night's incident, they understood that no matter what, they had to maintain their best state at all times. Once the skeleton army appeared, they would be able to deal with it in their best state. I hope that these skeletons will not appear again tonight. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to deal with another wave. Shang Guanying's face was full of prayer. Last night's experience was undoubtedly a nightmare. If they had not cooperated quite well, it was very likely that they would have been completely wiped out. She also understood why the number of inner hall disciples had always been maintained at a certain level. It was really too dangerous here. If they didn't have a certain level of strength, they would only lose their lives. Although there are more people in the team today, but in my opinion, with the arrogance of Duan Huali and the others, if a skeleton army really appears, I'm afraid it won't be easy to cooperate with them. Maybe it will be more of a hindrance. Wen Ziren sighed and shook his head. Sometimes, people with strength may not be able to help much because they tend to think highly of themselves and are unwilling to listen to the opinions of others. In his opinion, Duan Huali was clearly such a person. Ziren, your eye for people has become more and more accurate recently. Bewitching gave Ziren a thumbs up. His handsome face curled up into an evil and playful smile. Beichen, are you praising me or insulting me? Ziren raised his eyebrows. Why did he feel that Beichen's words didn't sound right? Beichen gave a low laugh. I'm praising you for your progress. Time passed by minute. Everyone was waiting quietly. No one knew what would happen in the next second. Bailey Hongzhuang also warned the surroundings. As long as there was a slight movement, she would definitely notice it at the first moment. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Beichen nodded and said, "Indeed, it's still calm at the moment. There are no signs of the skeleton army appearing. It would be best if the skeleton army doesn't appear tonight. We can return to the outer hall tomorrow. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a relaxed smile. Li Xingkai had tricked them to come here in order to make them lose their lives. If they returned alive, Li Xingkai and the others would be very surprised. After returning to the outer hall tomorrow, the first thing I'll do is to find Li Xingkai. I treated him as a friend, but I didn't expect him to trick us like this behind our backs. If it weren't for our good luck, we would have died here yesterday. Shang Guanying's eyes flickered with anger. This time, they had been tricked too miserably. Just thinking about last night's experience made her feel a lingering fear. If they had been just a little bit slower, they would have been left here forever. Looking at Shang Guanying's fiery appearance, Xiren said, "Okay, as long as we go back tomorrow, I'll accompany you to find Li Xingkai. I hope that guy is in the outer hall." The last time they came here to train, Li Xingkai and the others were obviously going to the training ground. They were not sure if Li Xingkai had returned after such a long time. If that guy is not in the outer hall, then I'll wait for him to appear. Unless he dies in the training ground, this matter will never end. Shang Guanying clenched her fists. She now felt that Li Xingkai was the most hateful person. If he had been an enemy from the beginning, it would have been fine. But he had deceived them as a friend, which was the most unbearable thing. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had no objections to this. This matter had to be resolved sooner or later. From the moment Li Xingkai chose to deceive them, they had already stood on the opposite side. The other party wanted to kill them, so how could they be polite? As time passed, Ren Ziheng and the others maintained a tense state. No one knew what would happen in the next moment. Compared to the nervousness of Ren Ziheng's group, Duan Huali's group appeared much calmer. Instead, they looked at Ren Ziheng's group as if they were looking at a joke. They didn't believe that so many skeletons would appear. The cave was very quiet. Everyone was looking around. If there was even the slightest movement, they would be the first to notice it. However, even as the sky gradually brightened, the wind and waves were still calm, and there were no fluctuations. Seeing the sky brighten, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looks like we're in luck tonight. The skeletons won't appear again. Ran Ziheng heaved a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to experience what happened last night again. It would have been fine if they were fully prepared. However, their current situation was simply too difficult to deal with. A relaxed smile appeared on Ren Zimei's face. We're finally able to return safely. This time, it was a close call. As she spoke, Ren Zimei looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4. Fortunately, the 4 of you came here by accident. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to survive last night. As soon as she said this, Ren Ziheng and the others also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4. They also felt lucky. Senior Sister Ren, you're praising us too much. We were just lucky. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly curled into a faint smile. Her elegant and refined features looked even more otherworldly and elegant. Although they had stumbled into this place by accident, it was still a great harvest for them. Ren Zimei waved her hand and smiled, I'm telling the truth. Seeing how everyone was praising Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, Duan Huali and Peng Kairoui could not help but look at each other. A look of disdain flashed across their eyes. Ren Zimei, aren't you exaggerating a little too much? Peng Kairoui slowly said, they're just 4 new disciples from the outer palace. Don't tell me that they could have turned the tide in the disaster that you're talking about? The moment these words were spoken, the cultivators behind Duan Huali all laughed out loud. Until now, they still felt as if they were watching a show. Ren Zimei and the others' praise for Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had far exceeded their expectations. No matter how they looked at it, it was impossible. Hearing Peng Kairoui's mocking words, Ren Zimei could not help but speak up, they did turn the tide in yesterday's matter. If it weren't for them, we would have been completely annihilated. Hee hee. Peng Kairoui chuckled. The space between his brows was filled with disbelief, they're just disciples from the outer palace. How capable could they be? Ren Zimei, I think that you and your brother have been busy helping the injured recently. That's why your fighting strength and eyesight have deteriorated. Peng Kairoui clicked his tongue and shook his head. His disdain could not be more obvious. A look of annoyance surfaced on Renzime's face. It's your business if you don't believe me. Why do you have to slander my brother and me? What you're saying is wrong. How can this be considered as slander? I'm just telling the truth. Punkairuwe chuckled and ignored Renzime's anger. Looking at Punkairuwe's arrogant appearance, Renzime was even more furious. Her and Renziheng's recent development in the inner hall was indeed inferior to Duanhuali and Punkairuwe, but no one could tolerate being ridiculed by them for no reason. Punkairuwe, I know you've been riding the crest of success recently, but everyone has their downfall. I advise you not to be too arrogant now. After all, it's better to leave a way out for others in the future. At this moment, Renziheng spoke slowly, and his words were filled with warning. He didn't want to clash with Duanhuali and the others because he wanted to avoid some conflicts. However, if the other party really provoked him, he didn't lack the courage to fight back. Seeing that even Renziheng was angered, Punkairuwe restrained himself slightly and said, I was just joking. Aren't you two siblings going too far? Humph. Renzime snorted coldly. The coldness on her face was still obvious. She insinuated, some people think too highly of themselves. They think they're the best and look down on the achievements of others. One day, they'll realize that they're the frogs at the bottom of the well. As soon as these words were spoken, Punkairuwe's face turned ugly. There was a faint trace of anger. Just as he was about to explode, Duanhuali suddenly reached out and stopped him. Duanhuali's face was brimming with a smile that was like a spring breeze, showing his grace and magnanimity. However, whether it was Renziheng and the others, or Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, none of them felt that Duanhuali's words were from the bottom of his heart. After all, Punkairuwe and Duanhuali's relationship was extremely good. The two of them were obviously the same. They were all the same, so how could Duanhuali and Punkairuwe have completely different thoughts? After hearing what you said, I'm also very interested in the 4 outer hall disciples. If there's a chance, I'll definitely see how powerful they are. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' gazes fell on Duanhuali. It was clearly a very ordinary sentence, but to them, the meaning behind it was somewhat unusual. After Duanhuali finished speaking, he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a deep meaning. He didn't know why Renzime would praise Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, but he believed that Renzime must have her reasons. Since he had already taken a fancy to Bailey Hongzhuang would be his woman in the future. If he had some skills, it would undoubtedly be best. Feeling Duanhuali's gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang had a somewhat ominous premonition in her heart. This Duanhuali was probably really troublesome. Duanhuali, aren't you too good-natured? You believe everything they say. Punkairuwe sighed and shook his head. A trace of a playful smile appeared on his face. In my opinion, the 4 deep pits that they spoke of are simply impossible. Wasn't everything fine last night? Punkairuwe's gaze swept over Renziheng and the others. You must have seen that we haven't seen each other for a long time, so you deliberately made up a story for us to hear, right? That's not necessarily true. I know Renzixing and the others' character. I presume they wouldn't fabricate such a ridiculous story to deceive us. Duanhuali chuckled. Although Duanhuali's words sounded like he was standing on Renziheng's side, one could hear the sarcasm in his words if one listened carefully. The crowd was not stupid. Just by looking at Duanhuali and Punkairuwe's expressions, they understood that they were singing the same tune and deliberately ridiculing them. Hearing the sarcasm in Duanhuali's tone, Renziheng did not try to defend himself. Recently, I have a new hobby, which is to make up stories. I especially like to make up stories that no one believes. He knew very well that Duanhuali wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to ridicule him. Rather than that, he might as well frankly say that he was making up a story, which would save him some trouble. Seeing that Renziheng had given up and admitted that he was making up a story, Duanhuali was a little surprised. However, he quickly reacted and a smile appeared on his face again. He said, your story is indeed very well made up. If I wasn't careful, I would have thought that you were telling the truth. Thank you for the compliment. Renziheng said indifferently. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the surging waves between Renziheng and Duanhuali and understood that the two of them were not on good terms. Moreover, it seemed that they had been on bad terms for a long time. However, the conflict in the inner hall did not have much to do with them for the time being. Naturally, there was no need for them to say anything. In my opinion, with Duanhuali's character, I'm afraid that he has many enemies in the inner hall. Xiren said slowly. As long as he doesn't provoke us, we'll just pretend that we didn't see anything. Bewitching looked indifferent, but he suddenly smiled and said, but according to my judgment, this guy probably doesn't have good eyesight, so I'm afraid we'll have some trouble in the future. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang's face also showed a tacit smile. I heard that his influence in the inner hall is not small. I'm afraid it'll be a challenge for us. Wouldn't life be boring if there were no challenges? Bewitching glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang, and then said, my wife and I should both like challenges, right? Husband sings, wife follows. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up, her eyes shining brightly. Seeing that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang had already reached this tacit understanding, when Xiren also gave a thumbs up and sighed, this show of affection, I give full marks. Shang Guanying chuckled. In the past, she rarely encountered difficulties and troubles. However, ever since she came to Punlai Island with Wen Xiren and the others, she discovered that there were troubles and difficulties. She had never left them. Now she had long been used to it. If there were no troubles coming to her from time to time, she was afraid that she would feel a little bored. As the sky gradually brightened, everyone's mood improved. Staying in this place of experience, everyone was always a little nervous. A little carelessness could cause them to lose their lives, so they were always in a state of depression. After returning to Punlai Palace, everyone could relax. At least they didn't have to worry about the possibility of losing their lives at any time. The sky is already bright, let's go to the transmission array. A relaxed smile appeared on Renzime's face. Although the appearance of Duanhuali and others affected her mood, at this moment, she was still very happy. Chu Jinfeng nodded, okay, after we go back, we can also have a good rest. After I choose a place, I'll treat you to a meal. Listening to Chu Jinfeng's words, Renzime glanced at him. Originally, she didn't like this guy, but since the appearance of Duanhuali and Peng Kairui, these two annoying guys, she felt that Chu Jinfeng was much more pleasing to the eye. Okay. Renzime responded faintly. The smile in Chu Jinfeng's eyes widened a little. According to the result of his discussion with Xiren before, if he could perform well this time, the possibility of winning the beauty's heart. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, one after another, they all walked in the direction of the transmission array. Duanhuali also knew that his relationship with Ren Ziheng wasn't harmonious, so the two of them maintained a certain distance when traveling together. However, in the process of walking, Bailey Hongzhuang found that Duanhuali had been walking not far from her, and his eyes fell on her from time to time, full of a bit of flirting. Duanhuali had been watching Bailey Hongzhuang. Today, when he took a closer look, he only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance was more outstanding, and her temperament could be said to be extraordinary. At a glance, he knew that she was not an ordinary woman, and she was much better than the women he had pursued before. For a time, he actually felt a little serious in his heart. Noticing Duanhuali's invasive gaze, Bewitching directly put his hand on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. At the same time, he glanced indifferently at Duanhuali, his eyes full of warning. Bewitching's woman was not to be touched by anyone else, even though Duanhuali's strength was not bad and he had a certain status in the inner hall. To him, this was not a deterrent at all. Anyone who had any ideas about Bewitching's woman would definitely not have a good ending. Seeing Bewitching's sudden action, Duanhuali could not help but be stunned. His eyes were full of astonishment. Although he already felt that Bewitching was the backbone of Bailey Hongzhuang's team of 4, he did not know that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang had such a relationship. It was really beyond his expectations. Taking a closer look, he found that Bailey Hongzhuang was also obediently leaning on Bewitching. The two of them looked like a perfect match. He could not help but frown. This gave him a very unpleasant feeling. Peng Kairui also noticed this. Scene. He was secretly surprised. He did not expect that the woman Duanhuali had his eyes on this time was already taken. Duanhuali, it seems that your situation is not very good this time. Peng Kairui slowly said. Hearing this, Duanhuali's face turned cold. He said, so what? As long as it is a woman that I, Duanhuali, like, she will be mine sooner or later. Seeing that Duan Huali was still so determined after knowing the situation, Peng Kairui's eyes could not help but change a little. He then smiled and said, "Perhaps this kind of woman is more charming. He actually dared to provoke me. I will definitely let him know the price of provoking me." Duan Huali's face was gloomy. As a man, how could he not see the warning in Bewitching's eyes? Bewitching was obviously just an ordinary outer hall disciple, but he dared to provoke him. Was this not completely disregarding his dignity? If he did not teach him a lesson, how could he show his status? Duan Huali secretly thought in his heart. After returning, he must teach Bewitching a lesson so that he would know that Penlai Palace was not like the outside. He could do whatever he wanted just because he had some strength. After all, outer hall disciples were just a bunch of trash in front of inner hall disciples. However, while Duan Huali was very angry, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were completely unaware. This was because they were already thinking about how they would settle the score with Li Xingkai when they returned. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang and the others entered the training grounds of the inner hall disciples, Li Xingkai had been worried about this matter. Although the rest of the team firmly believed that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would not be able to return alive, Li Xingkai was still on tenterhooks. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's performance in the outer hall was simply too frightening. Moreover, they must have their reasons for being so highly regarded by Lord Long. If they were lucky and did not fall in the training grounds of the inner hall disciples this time, he would be in trouble if they returned alive. Just thinking about this possibility made him unable to eat or sleep in peace. Previously, there was no conflict between him and Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. On the contrary, they could even be considered friends. However, after this incident, he had completely offended them. "Li Xingkai, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so pale?" Qing Juanhe couldn't help but ask when he noticed Li Xingkai's complicated expression. Li Xingkai turned around, looked at Qing Juanhe, and said, "I keep having the feeling that what we did last time wasn't right. Today is the day the teleportation formation for the inner hall disciples will be activated. If they come back alive, what should we do?" As the time drew closer, the anxiety in his heart grew stronger. If Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 really returned alive, they would be in deep trouble. Qing Juanhe couldn't help but frown when he heard Li Xingkai's words. A hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. He said, "Li Xingkai, aren't you a little too cowardly? You're actually still worried about this even now. Have you ever seen an outer palace disciple return alive after entering an inner palace disciple's training ground? That's simply impossible. Instead of spending your energy worrying about this, why don't you think about how to raise your own cultivation and not drag down the team's results?" Li Xingkai felt rather helpless when he heard the displeasure and impatience in Qing Juanhe's words. In fact, he understood that Qing Juanhe was telling the truth. However, for some reason, he couldn't help but feel worried. In his opinion, Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 weren't ordinary people. After all, what they did before wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Even so, what should we do if they return alive? Li Xingkai couldn't help but ask. He knew that he was indeed very useless. In the eyes of Qing Juanhe and the others, he had become a coward. However, he really had an inexplicable premonition. It's impossible for them to return alive. Qing Juanhe's voice was slightly cold. Ever since they tricked Bailey Hongzhuang's group into the inner palace disciples' training ground, Li Xingkai had always looked like his soul had left his body. When they were training, he made mistakes time and time again. If it weren't for their help, Li Xingkai would have lost his life long ago. He was already very dissatisfied with this. He did not expect that after returning to the outer hall, Li Xingkai would still be on tenterhooks about this matter. This made him feel even more disdainful. Such a teammate was too cowardly. After noticing the conversation between Li Xingkai and Qing Juanhe, the other cultivators in the team could not help but speak up to advise them. "Li Xingkai, aren't you worrying too much? If they can really come back alive, then they're really lucky. Don't worry, they won't come back. Even if they do come back, you won't be the only one facing this disaster. Why are you so worried? I see that you've been distracted recently because you're worried about this matter. Why don't you go back and have a good rest? You'll be completely relieved tomorrow." Smiles appeared on everyone's faces. In their opinion, Li Xingkai had really become a coward. Although the commotion caused by Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 in the outer hall was a little frightening, it was a little too cowardly to be under their shadow. Moreover, in their opinion, Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 had already become souls in the ground. All along, he was the only one who was worried about this matter. Everyone in the team seemed to have believed that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were dead. However, he could not make everyone understand the premonition in his heart, so he could only be regarded as a coward by everyone. In fact, if he could, he really did not want to be involved in the matter of deceiving Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. However, things had already developed to this point. Although he regretted it a little, there was nothing he could do. Sigh, since you all don't believe it, perhaps I'm really overthinking it. Li Xingkai sighed. A strong sense of helplessness appeared on his face. He really hoped that this matter would be as everyone thought and that there would not be any twists and turns. Qing Jian had glanced at Li Xingkai coldly. His eyes were filled with a hint of warning. It's your own business to be worried, but if you dare to leak a word about this matter, you'll have to bear the consequences. Qing Jian also had a certain amount of misgivings about the matter of setting up Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 behind their backs. No matter what, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were people that Master Long valued. Master Long had previously ordered them not to take revenge for the previous matter. If Master Long found out about this matter, it would be extremely detrimental to their future development. However, as long as Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 died quietly and they kept their mouths shut, they believed that no one else would know about this news. As soon as these words came out, the other cultivators also looked at Li Xingkai nervously. They were confident enough, but they could not help but worry about Li Xingkai's panic. Sensing everyone's gaze, Li Xingkai quickly nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely not leak this matter." Qing Jian had carefully observed Li Xingkai's expression before slowly retracting his gaze. If Li Xingkai was still the same as before, then he did not mind getting rid of him. At least, he could avoid more trouble. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned through the teleportation formation, they sighed in their hearts when they saw the 2 familiar teleportation formations. When they left. Previously, who would have thought that they would experience such a scene after entering the teleportation formation? Fortunately, they returned safely in the end, which really made them heave a sigh of relief. I'm finally back. A smile appeared on Shang Guanying's face. Standing there, the air seemed to be less stuffy, and she felt relaxed. The faces of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 also showed a smile, at least it was much safer here. Junior brother D, we need to return to the inner hall to hand in the mission. We won't stay with you any longer. Ren Ziheng looked at Bewitching and the other 3 and said slowly. Bewitching nodded. Alright, you guys can go ahead and do your work. Compared to the lax training of the outer palace disciples, every time the inner palace disciples headed to the training grounds, they would receive some missions and must complete the handover. The rules of the inner palace were much stricter than the outer palace disciples. After we're done with our business, we'll come and have a drink with you when we're free, Chu Jinfeng said with a smile. No problem. Wen Ziren laughed heartily. He lowered his voice and said to Chu Jinfeng, when you're done with your business, you must find me for a drink. After Ren Ziheng and the others left, Duan Huali stopped in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. His handsome face was filled with a kind smile. Junior sister Bailey, if you can't handle the matter, you can come to the inner hall to find me. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't think it's necessary. Bailey Hongzhuang said faintly. This Duan Huali was obviously up to no good. She did not intend to give him the slightest chance to get close to her. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang still bluntly refused, Duan Huali raised his eyebrows and did not say anything more. The smile on his face was still there. Junior sister Bailey, you don't have to be in a hurry to refuse. There will be a time when you need my help in the future. At this time, Di Baichen stepped forward and separated Bailey Hongzhuang and Duan Huali. He said, Senior brother Duan, don't worry. I will naturally deal with my wife's matter. I don't need anyone else to intervene. His handsome face was filled with a faint confidence. Di Baichen, who was already outstanding, looked even more magnificent and dazzling at this moment. Standing in front of Duan Huali, his aura was even stronger than Duan Huali's. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the surrounding people. It should be known that Duan Huali was also an influential figure in the inner hall. Whether it was his temperament or his aura, he was very outstanding. They did not expect that he would be suppressed by an outer hall disciple. It was really surprising. Duan Huali naturally also noticed this. He could not help but lose the smile on his face. He said coldly, "Junior brother D is too confident. There are many talents in this Punlai palace. Even if you have some ability, you should not be so arrogant. If this problem can't be solved in the end, it will be a joke." Hearing this, D Bachan smiled faintly. "Senior brother Duan, you're worrying too much. I know you're kind-hearted, but I didn't expect you to be so concerned about someone else's wife. This is a little unnecessary." Duan Huali had repeatedly fawned over Bailey Hongzhuang, and D Bachan had long been dissatisfied. Now that Duan Huali had done such a thing, D Bachan naturally wouldn't be polite anymore. Following D Bachan's words, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. There were quite a few cultivators near the teleportation array. When they heard D Bachan's words, they looked at Duan Huali with a strange expression. "I've long heard that Duan Huali of the inner hall is a womanizer. I didn't expect him to have designs on someone else's wife. Isn't it a bit too low? Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance is the most outstanding. It's not surprising that Duan Huali has such thoughts. However, it's a bit too much to flirt with D Bachan's wife so blatantly in front of him. Now there's a good show to watch. These two people are tit for tat. I don't know how Duan Huali will solve it." More and more cultivators gathered around, and their eyes were fixed on D Bachan and Duan Huali, two very outstanding men. In terms of appearance, Duan Huali naturally lost to D Bachan. However, Duan Huali's status in Punlai Palace was higher than D Bachan's, so everyone was not sure who the final winner would be. Xiran and Shangguan Yingying looked at each other, and a faint smile appeared in their eyes. Bachan is angry. Xiran and D Bachan had been together for so many years, so he knew D Bachan's character very well. Just by looking at the subtle expressions on D Bachan's face, he could judge D Bachan's real thoughts. "Junior D, what do you mean by that?" Duan Huali's tone was cold, and his words were full of warning. He was indeed interested in Bailey Hongzhuang, but at the moment, when D Bachan said it so bluntly, his face was obviously not as good as his. "Don't tell me you still don't understand what I mean? What I said couldn't be any more obvious." A cold light appeared on D Bachan's handsome face. He glanced at Duan Huali indifferently, and his eyes were vaguely filled with disgust. In the next second, he ignored Duan Huali, put his arm around Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder, and walked directly in the direction of the outer hall. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't say anything either, and just left with D Bachan. At a time like this, her man would naturally do whatever he wanted. Seeing this scene, Duan Huali stood in the same place, dumbfounded. He looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and his face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. Ran Ziheng and the others hadn't gone far when they discovered the conflict between D Bachan and Duan Huali. At this moment, after seeing D Bachan's domineering side, a trace of surprise and shock emerged in everyone's hearts. I didn't expect D Bachan to be so domineering. He actually directly started a fight with Duan Huali. Chu Jinfeng sighed. Through his previous interaction with D Bachan, he only felt that D Bachan was a man who was like a spring breeze. Whether it was the way he spoke or the way he acted, he was very gentle. There was a big difference between his current domineering and awe-inspiring appearance. Duan Huali is really too much. D Bachan has already revealed his identity, but he still harassed Bailey Hongzhuang time and time again. No matter who it was, I'm afraid they would be angry by now, Ren Zimei said. Ran Ziheng shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily true. If an ordinary person knew Duan Huali's position in the inner hall, they probably wouldn't dare to speak up directly. However, D Bachan clearly knew, and yet he still dared to do so. At least this proves that he's not an ordinary person. Junior D isn't the coward you think he is." "This action is not out of my expectations at all," Jing Tianlang said. Chu Jinfeng sighed. "However, things have already reached this point. It's not easy to end it." Ren Zimei nodded. "Don't be fooled by Duan Huali's usual generous appearance. In fact, he's a narrow-minded man. Now that D Bachan has offended him so badly, he will definitely think of ways to teach D Bachan a lesson. I'm afraid they won't have an easy time in the future." Since Junior D has done this, he must have thought of the consequences. Don't worry too much. Ran Ziheng said slowly, no matter what, this is still the Punlai Palace. Even if Duan Huali wants to do something, he can't do it too blatantly. I still have to find a chance to remind Junior D and the others. If they don't take precautions, once they're tricked, it's really, did you see that? Just now, Duan Huali's face had already turned into the color of pig liver. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. Xiao Hei held her stomach and giggled. Di Beichen's words just now really vented her anger. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Di Beichen beside her. His handsome face exuded a charming charm as always. His slightly pursed lips revealed a cold arc. Just by looking at Di Beichen's expression, she knew that Di Beichen was really angry. Di Beichen wouldn't care about ordinary things. However, as long as it was related to Bailey Hongzhuang, it was completely different. Perhaps other people would be thinking about how to solve the problem after offending Duan Huali. However, Bailey Hongzhuang only felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Even though she already knew how important she was in Di Beichen's heart, she still felt very sweet when she saw how much Di Beichen cared about her. As for Duan Huali, Bailey Hongzhuang had long forgotten about him. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang directly held Di Beichen's hand. Their fingers interlocked, and a faint smile appeared on her pretty face. Di Beichen was originally in a bad mood. However, after Bailey Hongzhuang's small action, the cold arc on his lips relaxed slightly and faintly rose. Duan Huali's face was already extremely ugly. The surrounding people's discussions and strange gazes made him feel even more embarrassed. Thinking about how he, Duan Huali, was famous in the inner hall, there were very few people who dared to embarrass him like this. He only felt an indescribable anger rising from his bones. He couldn't wait to tear Di Beichen into pieces. Peng Kairouei looked at Duan Huali standing in the same place. He couldn't help but walk to his side and say, "It's getting late. Let's go back." It didn't feel good to continue to stay here and be looked at by everyone. Although the target of everyone's attention was Duan Huali, Peng Kairouei, as his teammate, was also very embarrassed. As Peng Kairouei's voice fell, Duan Huali recovered from his anger. He looked at the surrounding people who were looking at him. The anger on his face couldn't help but become more vigorous. "What are you looking at? Get out of here." Hearing Duan Huali's furious roar, the surrounding cultivators were all stunned. Immediately, they didn't dare to listen and scattered in all directions. With Duan Huali's position in the inner hall, they didn't dare to easily offend him. After all, with the former's means, it was undoubtedly easy to deal with them. However, Duan Huali's angry expression made them even more sure that what Di Beichen said before was true. Otherwise, Duan Huali wouldn't have been so angry. After the surrounding cultivators left one after another, Duan Huali then turned to look at Peng Kairouei and the others. Peng Kairouei and the others also restrained their expressions. They didn't want to anger Duan Huali at this time. "Let's go," Duan Huali said coldly. He needed to go back and think of a way to deal with Di Beichen. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and immediately followed Duan Huali to the inner hall. They had stayed in the training ground for such a long time and were already very tired. Now, they really wanted to go back and have a good rest to recover their energy. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three returned to the outer hall, many cultivators' eyes fell on them. Speaking of which, although they had just arrived in the outer hall, they were indeed influential figures in the outer hall. "Look, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three are back. Recently, I haven't seen any traces of them, nor have they appeared in the training grounds. I was wondering where they had gone. I'm not sure. The four of them are always alone in the outer hall. Who knows what they've been up to?" Numerous gazes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. However, everyone could still see that they were travel-worn and somewhat disheveled. It was obvious that they had experienced something before. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three looked around the outer hall for a while, then immediately walked straight to Li Xingkai's residence. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Li Xingkai telling them where he lived. Otherwise, they would have to put in a lot of effort to find Li Xingkai. I wonder if Li Xingkai has returned yet. Shang Guanying's eyes were filled with a thoughtful light. If he hasn't returned yet, we'll just wait here in the outer hall. We must wait for him to return. Seeing Shang Guanying's look of wanting to tear Li Xingkai into pieces, a smile appeared on the faces of Bei Li Hongzhuang and the other two. Don't worry. As long as Li Xingkai is still alive, we'll definitely get our revenge. Bei Li Hongzhuang said with a faint smile. Li Xingkai's actions were indeed overboard, but after experiencing the training grounds in the inner hall, she felt that this was a very good harvest. At least, Li Xingkai's scheme did not succeed. When Bei Li Hongzhuang and the other three arrived at Li Xingkai's residence, they happened to see Li Xingkai and some others standing in front of the building. After listening carefully, they realized that Li Xingkai and the others were talking about the four of them. I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Bewitching's voice slowly sounded. As Bewitching's voice fell, Li Xingkai, Qingjuanhe, and the others who were talking could not help but be stunned. Just as they were wondering where the voice came from, they saw Bei Li Hongzhuang and the other three menacingly approaching. Li Xingkai and the others could not help but be stunned when they saw them. They stared blankly at Bei Li Hongzhuang and the other three, and a look of disbelief quickly climbed onto their faces. You. Why are you here? Li Xingkai could not help but ask. Why can't we be here? Xiren's lips curled into a playful smile as he asked. Li Xingkai's face turned pale. What he was most worried about had happened. Qingjuanhe and the others froze in place, looking at Bei Li Hongzhuang and the others standing in front of them in disbelief. The word impossible kept appearing in their minds. Impossible? How did you come back alive? Qingjuanhe's face was filled with disbelief. According to his judgment, as long as an outer hall disciple entered the training grounds of inner hall disciples, there was only a path to death. For so many years, there had never been such an accident. He had seen Bei Li Hongzhuang and the other three enter the teleportation formation of the inner hall with his own eyes. How could they appear here alive? This was something that was simply impossible to happen. Qingjuanhe could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. This possibility had never appeared in his mind before. Hearing Qingjuanhe's words, Bei Li Hongzhuang and the other three's gazes fell on him. Is it that hard to believe that we came back alive? The corners of Shang Guanying's lips curled into a cold smile as she looked at Qingjuanhe. If they didn't know much about Qingjuanhe before, then looking at Qingjuanhe's reaction now, they knew that Qingjuanhe was definitely a member of this conspiracy. In fact, it was very likely that he was the initiator of this conspiracy. After all, Qingjuanhe was the first to answer their question about the teleportation portal. This proved that Qingjuanhe was the first to plot against them. Master, do we know this Qingjuanhe? Why would he plot against us behind our backs? Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with confusion. From what he could remember, they did not have any interactions with Qingjuanhe. He should not have any reason to plot against them like this. Bei Li Hongzhuang frowned. She also did not have any impression of Qingjuanhe. She was not sure why he would do this. Come to think of it, he is very likely one of the cultivators who went against us back then. Perhaps his cultivation level has decreased a lot, so he secretly hates us. If that's the case, this matter can be explained. Bewitching slowly said into Bei Li Hongzhuang's ear. Hearing this, Bei Li Hongzhuang looked up and met Bewitching's deep and wise eyes. She thought about it secretly and realized that Bewitching's words made a lot of sense. There were too many cultivators who went against them back then. Even though many of them had fallen, there were still many left. She had some impression of many cultivators, but it was impossible for her to remember all of them. Therefore, it was normal for her to overlook some things. If Qingjuanhe was one of the cultivators, then the enmity between the two of them would not be ordinary. Why do we care so much about him? Shang Guanying was very calm. Anyway, we just need to know that he is our enemy. As for why he did this, it doesn't matter to us. As Shang Guanying's voice fell, Bei Li Hongzhuang and the other two nodded in unison. This was the truth. In any case, the enmity between them had already reached an irreconcilable level. It seemed that only when the other party paid a sufficient price would it be completely resolved. Qingjuanhe and the others glanced at each other, and they seemed as if they'd seen a ghost. According to their knowledge, there was no example of an outer palace disciple coming back alive after entering the training grounds of the inner palace disciples. What should we do now? Li Xingkai couldn't help but look at Qingjuanhe. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three fought in the outer hall, he knew how powerful they were. He knew that his strength could not be compared to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. As long as the four of them wanted to kill him, he would not be able to resist. Most importantly, he didn't want to die at all. Now, he regretted it to the extreme. If he had known that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would be able to return alive, he would not have joined Xianxia and the others in this conspiracy. Now, he was completely dragged into the water. When he thought about the terrifying combat power of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, he knew that even if everyone here joined forces, they would still not be a match for them. At the thought of this, Li Xingkai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Cold sweat began to form on his back. It was not just Li Xingkai and Xianxia. The other cultivators in the group were also pale. They could not understand how Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four could come back alive after entering such a dangerous place. Even though they were filled with regret, there was no medicine for regret at this moment. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and their minds were in a mess. They did not know how to react. Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four is too strange. Previously, so many people went against them, but they didn't die. This time, they actually came out alive from the training ground of the Inner Palace disciples. I really don't know how they did it. A cultivator could not help but sigh. His words were filled with disbelief. He only felt that all the common sense that they originally understood had become illogical after encountering Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four. It was clearly something that could not be broken, but it became an accident when they encountered them. I don't know. These four people are just too strange. I'm afraid we're one step behind. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have targeted them before. Now we're in big trouble. Everyone whispered. Their hearts were filled with annoyance and regret. At this moment, they were even more afraid. Li Xingkai, no matter what, we've known each other before. I didn't expect you to give us such a big gift. We'll have to return it to you properly. Xiren looked at Li Xingkai with a faint smile. Although the smile on his face was as gentle as a spring breeze, anyone could hear the cold murderous intent in his words. Li Xingkai's expression was extremely ugly. He really did not want to fight Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four head-on because he had no confidence in his own strength. He believed that any cultivator who had seen Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four in action would not have the confidence to fight them head-on because the four of them were completely abnormal. If Bailey Hongzhuang poisoned him, he would really want to cry but no tears would come out. Junior brother Wen, this matter. There might be a misunderstanding. Li Xingkai stammered. Misunderstanding? Xiren chuckled. I'd like to know what kind of misunderstanding it is. You wouldn't be trying to tell us that you've been in the outer palace for such a long time, yet you've even forgotten which teleportation formation to head to the training grounds of the outer palace disciples, right? Shang Guaniying looked at Li Xingkai mockingly. She felt that what Li Xingkai said was a complete joke. He clearly remembered that when they came to report, Li Xingkai had clearly told them that he had been in the outer hall for a very long time, so he knew the matters of the outer hall very well. If he told them this now, no one would believe him. Li Xingkai was a little embarrassed. He only felt that his mind was blank. He wanted to cover up this matter, but he found that he couldn't find a reason to lie at all. In fact, if this was said, no one would believe it, let alone Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. For a moment, Li Xingkai and the others fell silent. They were constantly thinking about what to do. Qingju and his gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four. He hated the four of them to the bone. If it were not for them, his cultivation would not have dropped so much. The appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four had already attracted a lot of attention. Now that they had a conflict with Li Xingkai's group, it naturally became the matter that everyone was most concerned about. What's going on? Why are Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four fighting with Li Xingkai's group again? The four of them are really stirring up trouble one after another. From what I heard from their conversation, it seems that Li Xingkai's group tricked Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four into going to the training grounds of the Inner Palace disciples. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four has come looking for them. No way. We've all heard about how dangerous the training grounds of the Inner Palace disciples are. It's said that as long as an Outer Palace disciple goes there, they won't be able to come back alive. How did Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four do it? In that case, Li Xingkai's group is really ruthless. They want to kill Bailey Hongzhuang's group. If I came back alive, I would definitely come looking for trouble with them. It's normal. Didn't you see Qing Juanhe in the group? In my opinion, this is most likely Qing Juanhe's idea. His cultivation was originally close to the 8th level of the Purple Realm. Now, because of Bailey Hongzhuang's poison, he has fallen to the 6th level of the Purple Realm. It's said that there's not much hope for him to enter the inner palace, so it's not strange for him to do this. Bailey Hongzhuang's group, who didn't know much about the specific situation, understood the whole story after hearing the crowd's discussion. It turned out that Qing Juanhe's cultivation had regressed so much because of them. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and looked at Bewitching, saying, "It seems that your analysis is completely correct." Bewitching smiled faintly, "Of course. Junior brother Wen, it's indeed my fault in this matter. I apologize to you." Li Xingkai braced himself and said. He understood that it was humiliating to say such words, but it was nothing compared to losing his life. As soon as these words were spoken, Wen Xiren couldn't help but chuckle and say, "You almost took our lives, yet you're trying to brush this matter aside with a casual apology? Isn't it a little too easy?" The awkwardness on Li Xingkai's face deepened. Looking at Xiren's aggressive eyes, he didn't know how to respond. In fact, he knew very well that no matter what he said at this time, it would be useless. "I didn't think that you would be able to come back alive. It seems that your luck is really good." Qing Juanhe looked coldly at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. He knew very well that there was no turning back. Since that was the case, he might as well admit it openly and honestly. Cowering would only be more embarrassing. "Good luck?" Bewitching smirked. If everyone knew what they had gone through, they wouldn't think that they were just lucky. "Isn't that the case?" Qing Juanhe sneered, "The heavens are really blind. They should have just let you die in the training ground of the Inner Hall disciples." As soon as Qing Juanhe finished speaking, the faces of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three turned cold. A strong murderous aura exploded from their bodies. Only ghosts knew what they had gone through, and it was all thanks to Qing Juanhe. Shang Guanying found Qing Juanhe's anger very funny. Ever since they joined the Punlai Palace, they had always been in a defensive position and had never taken the initiative to attack others. However, everyone had never intended to let them go and had constantly coveted their things, resulting in such a result. However, Qing Juanhe was now pushing all the blame onto them. It was simply too laughable. Everyone knew that Shang Guanying was right, but Qing Juanhe did not take this matter to heart. In his opinion, the reason why his cultivation had become what it was today was all thanks to Bailey Hongzhuang. Therefore, this hatred must be blamed on Bailey Hongzhuang. "What do you want now?" Qing Juanhe's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. His eyes flashed with a cold chill and a faint murderous intent, but more than that, there was still fear. "Don't you know what we want?" Bewitching asked back. Hearing this, Qing Juanhe looked at Bewitching in surprise and doubt. Many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. He still did not believe that Bewitching and the other three would dare to take their lives here. "I did plot against you behind your backs, but if you make a big deal out of this now, it will not end well for you or for us." Qing Juanhe looked at the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. This could be considered a personal grudge between them. Last time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others caused too much of a sensation in the outer hall. Although they were not punished later, they must have been warned by Master Long. If the four of them had just returned and caused a big conflict, it would be difficult for them to explain to Master Long. Therefore, he could only put his hope on this point. As long as they had some considerations, then there was still a chance for things to turn around. At least, as long as they did not take action now, he still had hope to find others to help. It was much better than only them dealing with it. "Are you threatening us?" Bailey Hongzhuang's cold gaze landed on Qing Juanhe's face. Her slightly raised lips revealed a hint of mockery and amusement, but more importantly, a hint of mockery. Qing Juanhe was slightly stunned by Bailey Hongzhuang's straightforwardness. Yes, his words did contain some threat, but now that Bailey Hongzhuang said it out loud, he felt that his threat seemed to have lessened. "You should know that although the outer hall does not prevent conflicts between cultivators, what you did last time has already angered everyone. If you continue to do this now, it will not be beneficial to your future development in the Punlai Palace. Qing Juanhe continued. At this point, he could only use this method to make Bailey Hongzhuang and the others change their minds because he was not confident that he could defeat them. If that's the case, then I have to thank you for reminding us of this? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly, and the mockery in her eyes became more intense. What I said is the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others. Qing Juanhe forced himself to say. However, in the next moment, Bewitching had already kicked Qing Juanhe. Bang! Do we look like people who are afraid of trouble? Bewitching looked at Qing Juanhe coldly. Today, we're here to take your lives. Bewitching's sudden kick stunned everyone present. No one expected him to make such a clean move without any scruples at all. Qing Juanhe stared blankly at Bewitching, who was looking down at him from above. He couldn't come back to his senses for a while. His analysis was obviously not wrong at all. Logically speaking, any cultivator would hesitate in such a situation. However, Bewitching was so decisive, which really exceeded his expectations. Bewitching, you! Qing Juanhe shouted angrily as he quickly got up from the ground. Being kicked to the ground by the other party really made him lose face. You what? Xiran looked at Qing Juanhe coldly. You damn guys, just wait to die. From the moment they decided to take revenge, they had already made up their minds. As long as they were still alive, Qing Juanhe and the others would definitely die. As Xiran's voice fell, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly changed. The temperature quickly dropped, and Li Xingkai and the others felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. In the next moment, without waiting for Li Xingkai and the others to speak, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three started to move without hesitation. After a whole night's rest yesterday, they had all recovered to their peak condition. Although Li Xingkai's team had a total of 8 people, they were no threat to them. Moreover, after experiencing being surrounded by the skeleton army, the advantage in numbers was no longer important to them. Vigorous yuanqi burst out from the bodies of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. They had already chosen their respective targets, and immediately attacked each other agilely. Li Xingkai and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 to immediately take action. They didn't care about Qing Juanhe's previous persuasion at all. However, they were also cultivators with rich combat power. When they saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 take action, they also went up to meet them. The battle broke out at this moment, bang bang bang, the vigorous elemental energy mixed with the strong and ferocious strength constantly collided. The energy that spread out in all directions even shot out small holes that were almost 10 centimeters long on the ground. 12 people were entangled. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 only had 4 people, they still didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in a 1 versus 2 situation. At the sight of this, the surrounding cultivators who were watching the fight suddenly had interesting expressions on their faces. Such a good show suddenly happened. For them, it was a liveliness that they couldn't miss. The strength of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 to 4. They have just joined the Punlai Palace, but they are able to fight against 2. You know that Qing Juanhe and the others have been in the Punlai Palace for 3 to 4 years. They have been cultivators who have been in the Punlai Palace for 3 to 4 years. Their strength is indeed terrifying. Judging from this strength, I'm afraid they will definitely be members of the Inner Hall in the future. Fortunately, their contract beasts have just been contracted. If the strength of the contract beasts increases, then their combat power will be even more terrifying. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had caused such a huge commotion in the outer hall that everyone already knew that they couldn't treat them as ordinary new disciples. However, many people still didn't know their true strength and had only heard about it from others. Now that they saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 make a move, they could be considered to have witnessed the strength of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 with their own eyes. Among Li Xingkai's group, Qing Juanhe's strength was the strongest. He was at the 6th level of the Purple Realm and was much stronger than Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. Bewitching didn't hesitate to confront Qing Juanhe. He saw that this guy was very unhappy. First, he had silently schemed against them behind their backs, and then he had come up with all these messy reasons to make them give up. He wasn't stupid and couldn't be more clear about what Qing Juanhe was thinking. If they had hesitated just now and chosen to deal with Qing Juanhe and the others later, then Xianxia would have turned around and contacted the other disciples. At that time, the cultivators they would have to face wouldn't be as simple as the 8 people in front of him. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to make a move and didn't give this matter any leeway. Perhaps they had brought some trouble to Master Long this time, but there were some things that had to be done. If the other party schemed against them and they could still act as if nothing had happened, then that would be a real joke. Xianxia had fought with Bewitching before, so he was very familiar with Bewitching's strength. Back then, when his strength was close to the 8th level of the Purple Realm, he had given Bewitching a lot of pressure when dealing with Bewitching. However, his cultivation was now only at the 6th level of the Purple Realm. Once Bewitching used his blood aura, the difference in strength between them would no longer exist. On the contrary, his strength would be inferior to Bewitching's. This was a very sullen situation. His strength had been declining for a while, but until now, he still hadn't recovered from this drop. Now that his opponent was right in front of him, he didn't have any chance of winning. This feeling made him even more uncomfortable. Bewitching, aren't you afraid that Master Long will blame you for doing this? Xianxia couldn't help but ask when he saw Bewitching closing in on them. Hearing this, Bewitching chuckled and said, Master Long said that the previous matter was over, and no one was to play any tricks behind his back. Didn't you do the same? Now that you're asking me this question, isn't it a bit too ridiculous? Or do you think I'm not as courageous as you? Previously, I did go overboard by plotting against you behind your backs. However, if this continues, it won't benefit either of us. Why don't we think of another way to resolve this matter? Ever since he fought with Bewitching, Xianxia understood the gap between them. If Bewitching really wanted to take his life, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Under such circumstances, Xianxia could only compromise. As long as Bewitching agreed to let them go, then no matter what the conditions were, as long as it was something he could do, he wouldn't hesitate. Oh? Bewitching raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his lips curled up a little. Then what other way do you think we can resolve this matter? End of chapter 35-32. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.